I have traversed realms and found myself in the primordial chaos, becoming an outer disciple of the Jia sect. Lin Xian awoke from his stupor, only to be rendered speechless. He realized he had indeed crossed over, arriving in the era of the investiture of the gods, now a disciple of the Jia sect. In his previous life, he was an enthusiast of mythology and held considerable anticipation for entering such a mythical world. However, upon his actual arrival, Lin Xian found himself somewhat disheartened to discover that the mythical world of the primordial chaos was not as idyllic as he had envisioned. The calamity of the investiture of the gods was imminent, with celestial beings as numerous as ants. Even the great Luo, Jingxian, Zhao, Gongming, alongside the three stars, met their demise on the list. Ultimately, even the heavenly Tao saints unleashed their true fury, shattering the ancient primordial chaos. Naturally, the first to suffer were the disciples of the Jia sect. According to the memories in his mind, the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors had already concluded, and it was likely that the eruption of the investiture of the gods was not far off. A grimace crossed Lin Xian's face. If he were to perish and be listed, it would ironically be a blessing for a disciple of the Jia sect with such meager cultivation. However, to be reduced to one of the Jia sect's 3,000 worldly guests, forcefully led to the west by the likes of Zhu and Ti, living in a daze, would likely be more unbearable than death itself. Moreover, as a human disciple, his standing within the Jia sect was not particularly favorable. Saint Tong Tian advocated for the inclusion of all, regardless of their origins, whether scaly or armored, or even born from eggs, allowing any who desired to join the Jia sect. This led to a chaotic mix of disciples, divided into 2 factions. One faction was naturally led by the demon race. The other faction predominantly consisted of human disciples. Conflicts and disputes were incessant between the two, yet the demon faction vastly outnumbered and outmatched the human disciples in both quantity and strength. In a previous life, he had ventured out and stumbled upon an almost ripe earth spirit fruit. Though it was a postnatal spiritual fruit, it held considerable value. To his dismay, he was brutally beaten by the Jia sect's demon disciples, who then seized the unripe earth spirit fruit. In a fit of rage and frustration, he succumbed to his inner demons, leading to his untimely demise. What followed was Lin Xian's subsequent arrival in this realm. Let me attempt to cultivate. Lin Xian sat cross-legged and began to channel the upper clear, celestial method. However, he soon halted, a look of helplessness etched upon his face. As a member of the primordial human race, his foundation was dreadfully insufficient, resulting in a sluggish pace of cultivation. At this rate, he would likely struggle to transcend to the celestial immortal realm before the calamity of the investiture of the gods concluded. The calamity of the investiture is fast approaching, yet why does it feel like my time is slipping away even quicker? This Tong Tian knows nothing of restraint, allowing the demon disciples to run rampant. Just as Lin Xian lamented, a voice of complaint suddenly resonated within his mind, causing him to startle. Who is speaking? Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings. He found himself in a secluded cave, located on the outskirts of Golden Ao Island. There was no sign of life within 100 miles. At that moment, a luminous screen manifested before him. Prominently displayed at the top of the screen was a striking line of text. Chat group of primordial opportunities. Within the group, there was only a single message, echoing the recent complaint Lin Xian had just heard. The speaker bore a hazy golden avatar, which upon closer inspection appeared to be a fragment of golden fortune. In addition, there were numerous other peculiar avatars, including beads, lotus flowers, bells, and more. To Lin Xian's astonishment, his own avatar boldly proclaimed, Group Master. As Lin Xian stood there, utterly perplexed, another luminous screen enveloped him. Personal panel name, Lin Xian position, Group Master of the chat group of Primordial Opportunities cultivation level. Early stage of Earth Immortal Realm Footsteps, primary acquired footsteps chat group level. Level 100, gazing at the panel before him and then back at the chat group interface. Lin Xian gradually began to comprehend the situation. It seemed this was indeed his system, a chat group system. What purpose could it serve? Scratching his head, Lin Xian opened the chat group and attempted to send a one. Let's stir the pot a bit and see if I could draw out the lurkers. As a peculiar one appeared on the luminous screen, The entire chat group erupted in excitement. Chaos Bell. Did the group master just speak? Wow. Since I joined, I don't think I've ever seen the group master say anything. Fortune of the Jie Jiao. Oh. The group master has appeared. Quick, send out some red envelopes. 12-petal pure lotus. Group master, it's so dull here. Do you have any fun stories to share and brighten everyone's spirits? Chaos Pearl. Bored? Not me. Hongmeng measuring ruler. It is indeed quite dull. Has there been any significant news in the primordial realm lately? Seeing the once silent members of the group suddenly animated, Lin Xian momentarily froze in disbelief. Chaos Bell, Jie Jiao Qiying, Pure Lotus, even Chaos Pearl. Could this be real? If it were true, Lin Xian's breath quickened at the thought, and he hurriedly began to explore the functionalities of his chat group, hoping to find a location feature. Regrettably, while a location function existed, it remained shrouded in darkness. Insufficient permissions. Unable to activate location feature at this time. Reading the system's prompt, Lin Xian wore a look of disappointment. As far as he knew, the spiritual treasures in the group were all unclaimed objects if he could pinpoint their locations. Wouldn't that lead him directly to them? Alas, the location feature was currently inaccessible. Amidst his disappointment, Lin Xian began to meticulously examine the permissions associated with his role in the group. Due to the chat group's level being merely 1, it rendered his authority as the group master quite limited. Aside from functionalities like sending red envelopes and renaming the group, the most significant advantage of his current status was the ability to create a secondary account. Indeed, he could now utilize the group master's privileges to establish a secondary account, feigning the appearance of being added to the group. The significance of this role should not be underestimated, especially since he serves as the esteemed leader of this enigmatic chat group, which lends him considerable prestige and demands discretion. What if his true identity were to be revealed? Within the group, there exist treasures such as the Chaos Pearl and the 12-petal Pure World, White Lotus top-tier opportunities he hopes to one day pinpoint through this very gathering. As for how this primordial opportunity chat group might evolve or what privileges lie ahead, the system has yet to provide any clarification. Lin Xian scratched his head, deciding that given the circumstances, he might as well create an alternate account and see if he could glean some advantages. He promptly activated his permissions and registered a new account. ID name, Primordial Bell. As the group announced the arrival of a new member, the chat erupted in excitement. Fortune of the Yajao, wow, a new member. Let me send a red envelope to celebrate. Chaos Bell. Is this fellow a bell as well? 12-petal Pure World, White Lotus. Primordial Bell. What is your origin? I have never heard of you before. Lin Xian chuckled, ready to impress. Primordial Bell. Hee. This bell is a supreme treasure forged by an immensely powerful celestial emperor from the ancient chaos. As for who stands at the pinnacle of the celestial path, upon witnessing the primordial Tao, all becomes void. How could one judge its worth by mere rank? With this declaration, a momentary silence enveloped the group. To Lin Xian's surprise, the fortune of the Jiajiao actually sent out a red envelope. Seizing the opportunity while the members were still in a state of bewilderment, Lin Xian swiftly claimed the envelope. Indeed, the group featured a function for sending red envelopes, but he certainly could not send one himself. Thus, he could only take advantage of his fellow members. What astonished Lin Xian was that the red envelope from the fortune of the Jiajiao contained a thread of fortune. Hadn't he just been lamenting the significant loss of his own? Upon closer inspection, it turned out that the envelope merely contained a small wisp of fortune. While the true extent of the Jiajiao's fortune remained unknown, it was likely that for it, this minuscule fragment equated to merely a drop in the ocean. As the saying goes, a multitude of lice do not fear the itch. The fortune that the Jiajiao loses daily likely exceeds what it had just dispensed. At this moment, the group members began to regain their composure. Fortune of the Jiajiao. Wow, this fellow has lightning-fast reflexes. Chaos Bell. Utter nonsense. I have never heard of such a thing as the primordial bell. In the vast chaos, I'm the foremost bell of this primordial age. 12-petal Pure World White Lotus. Indeed, I have not heard of you. Pray tell, where do you hail from? Lin Xian smiled, opting not to explain, but instead deftly shifted the conversation. Primordial Bell. Thank you for the red envelope, dear friend. By the way, This fortune is remarkably pure. It seems you possess an extraordinary background. Fortune of the Yajao. Alas, what use is purity? My fortune is dissipating at an ever-accelerating pace. Might this new member have a solution? Primordial Bell. This matter is quite simple. The loss of fortune is merely due to a lack of treasures to stabilize it. Fortunately, I possess such capabilities, but alas, I am currently adrift in the chaos and fear I cannot assist you. Chaos Bell. What is so remarkable? This bell can also suppress fortune. 12-petal pure world white lotus. This lotus could do it too. Intercepting sect fortune. But I summoned you all to seek my family's treasures. Yet none of you come. Angry chaos bell. This bell will not willingly deliver itself into the hands of the heavenly master. 12-petal pure world white lotus. I don't mind, but I'm sealed in a cave and do not even know where I am. Shrugs intercepting sect fortune. Anxious observing the lively chat group, Lin Xian displayed a look of realization. It was no wonder that the intercepting sect fortune was the most active in the group. It turned out to be a plea for self-rescue, attempting to coax several treasures capable of suppressing fortune to seek the heavenly master. Unfortunately, the Chaos Bell seemed to harbor a disdain for the heavenly master, and the 12-petal pure world white lotus was oblivious to its own whereabouts. Lin Xian shrugged, signaling his inability to assist. At present, he could not even utilize the positioning function, let alone help the intercepting sect fortune. Nonetheless, he felt justified in enjoying the red envelope he had seized through his own efforts. Without hesitation, Lin Xian extracted that wisp of fortune from the system, directly absorbing it into his body. In an instant, Lin Xian's fortune surged dramatically. A mere wisp of fortune was but a drop in the ocean for the intercepting sect fortune. Yet for the ordinarily grounded Lin Xian, it was overwhelmingly terrifying, bestowing upon him an unprecedented enhancement of fortune. As his fortune swelled, an inexplicable pull suddenly manifested within his heart. Was this a sign of opportunity? Lin Xian had heard of such occurrences during discussions with his peers. Although fortune was intangible, it undeniably existed in the primordial realm. It was not uncommon for those of great fortune to sense opportunities or even stumble upon treasures while walking. He never expected to encounter such a moment himself. Without a moment's hesitation, Lin Xian set forth from his cave, formed a hand seal, and rode the clouds, following the mysterious pull straight to the location of the opportunity. The opportunity Lin Xian sensed was also above the eastern sea, not far from his cave, making it relatively easy to locate. Upon a desolate reef, a faint barrier materialized. Is it within a barrier space? Lin Xian descended from the clouds, approached the barrier, and attempted to refine it. Initially, he anticipated some difficulty, given that he was merely at the Earth immortal realm. However, it seemed that this opportunity was fated to him, as the refining process went remarkably smoothly, and the barrier before him was swiftly assimilated. A barrier space materialized before Lin Xian. With curiosity, he cautiously examined his surroundings before stepping inside. As the space shifted, in the blink of an eye, Lin Xian found himself within the barrier space. Surveying the area, he noticed that the barrier space spanned several feet, resembling a cave. In the center of the cave stood a peculiar stone, upon which was embedded a long spear emanating a chilling aura. The cold sent a shiver down Lin Xian's spine. It seemed this was indeed his opportunity. Lin Xian cautiously surveyed his surroundings, ensuring there was no imminent danger before approaching and touching the long spear before him. The spear's surface was chillingly cold, however. Alongside the icy sensation, a surge of information flooded Lin Xian's mind. Xianbing Shizai Spear. This spear was forged from innate Xianbing, surpassing gold and iron in durability. Once unleashed, it conjured frigid winds and could freeze vast expanses, qualifying as a rare low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment and delight. To encounter an innate spiritual treasure was indeed extraordinary. As a disciple of the Zhijiao, Lin Xian was acutely aware of the immense value of innate spiritual treasures in the present day. Unlike in ancient times, most innate spiritual treasures had already emerged from obscurity, and after several cataclysmic events, the majority had fallen into the hands of powerful beings. These formidable entities often had their own disciples and would occasionally bestow a few treasures upon them. For instance, the Tong Tian teacher possessed many innate spiritual treasures and was quite generous. However, with numerous disciples, both inner and outer sects, each being a great Luo golden immortal, it was unlikely that a mere outer disciple like Lin Xian would receive any. In truth, in today's Hong Huang, even some Tai golden immortals might not possess an innate spiritual treasure. At present, Lin Xian was merely a terrestrial immortal. The cultivation path in Hong Huang commenced from the mortal realm and ascended through various stages: terrestrial immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, Tai golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, quasi saint, and saint. Now, having just achieved terrestrial immortality, Lin Xian had acquired a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure, illuminating the exceptional nature of his fortune. Lin Xian drew forth the Xianbing Shizai spear and then seated himself cross-legged, resting the spear across his knees as he began to attempt its refinement. Refining an innate spiritual treasure was no simple task. All innate spiritual treasures were bound by innate restrictions. Only by refining these restrictions could one harness the treasure's power. The higher the tier of the innate spiritual treasure, the more restrictions it contained, making the refinement increasingly arduous. The Xianbing Shizai spear possessed 9 innate restrictions, which was not overly many. However, as a terrestrial immortal, Lin Xian faced immense difficulty in the refinement process. Fortunately, this spear was inherently his opportunity and did not reject him. With the spear's active cooperation, Lin Xian devoted half a day's effort and ultimately refined 3 innate restrictions, allowing him to initially wield the spear's power. He exhaled deeply, grasping the spear with profound satisfaction. The assistance of an innate spiritual treasure was invaluable. Possessing such a treasure granted him the qualification to confront opponents beyond his current capabilities, even if he lacked other formidable skills. Even an ordinary celestial immortal would find it challenging to withstand the might of the spear in his hands. Content and fulfilled, Lin Xian soared out of the restricted space. However, just as he emerged, a faint sense of danger washed over him. Chapter 2. Revenge does not wait for night. The chaotic treasures of Peach Mountain. Lin Xian soared forth on the winds, sensing the impending peril below. Without hesitation, he ascended into the air, bellowing, "Who dares to lurk in the shadows?" As the ambush faltered, a figure surged forth from the depths of the water, standing before Lin Xian and grinning wickedly. "Hee, why so tense, junior brother Lin Xian?" The newcomer brandished a massive blade, sporting a long beard and a grotesque visage. His entire form glistening green, unmistakably a creature of the demon race. Lin Xian regarded the lizard demon with a flicker of recognition. After a moment of recollection, his eyes widened in realization. "It's you." Indeed. This demon was none other than the one who had grievously injured Lin Xian's original body in a bid to seize a spirit earth fruit before his transmigration. This demon was a lizard that had attained a semblance of sentience, standing at the same realm as Lin Xian, both being earth immortals. However, while Lin Xian was merely at the nascent stage, this demon had reached full mastery, on the brink of ascending to the realm of celestial immortals. Previously, Lin Xian had been an unremarkable disciple of the, lacking any distinctive traits, and thus, the disparity in their realms rendered him no match for the lizard demon. Yet now, Lin Xian scrutinized the lizard demon, narrowing his eyes. "Did you wait for me here on purpose, senior brother?" The lizard demon smirked malevolently. "What do you think, junior brother?" This was no mere coincidence. In the past, the lizard demon had been exceedingly arrogant, having severely wounded Lin Xian for a spirit earth fruit. However, fearing that Lin Xian might seek retribution by reporting to the Golden Turtle Island, he lingered near Lin Xian's cave abode, intending to slay him upon his emergence, thus resolving the matter once and for all. Little did he know that after waiting for an extended period, just as he dozed off, Lin Xian had flown out of the cave, vanishing from sight. Following the scent, the lizard demon pursued, only to discover the very restrictive space that Lin Xian had just unraveled. Though he had caught up to Lin Xian, he remained cautious, wary of a possible ambush within the restricted space, and thus waited outside. When Lin Xian finally emerged, the lizard demon was pleasantly surprised to find that Lin Xian had not been lying in wait, but had instead unearthed treasures within. With a greedy gleam in his eyes, the lizard demon appraised the spear in Lin Xian's grasp. Although he could not discern its grade, he instinctively recognized its exceptional nature. Surely, it must be at least a high-grade acquired spiritual treasure. Lin Xian observed the lizard demon's grotesque demeanor and scoffed coldly. So, what brings you here to obstruct me? Senior brother? The lizard demon chuckled sinisterly. Let us dispense with the pleasantries, junior brother. Cast down the treasure you hold, and I shall allow you to suffer less today. Lin Xian smiled slightly. So you covet my spear? If that is the case, why not come and take it yourself? With that, he gripped the Xianbing Shizai spear. Positioning it defiantly before him, the lizard demon narrowed his eyes, letting out a cold snort. His claws shot forth like lightning, not aimed at the spear, but directly toward Lin Xian's chest. He had never intended to spare Lin Xian's life. Lin Xian inwardly lamented, had the ethos of the fallen to such depths? At that moment, he instantaneously unleashed the power of the Xianbing Shizai spear. A piercing chill suddenly erupted, enveloping Lin Xian before him. As the lizard demon's sharp claws approached, they were instantly ensnared by the frigid air, rendering them immobile. Lin Xian swiftly gripped his gun and swept it horizontally. Bang! With a dull thud, the icy gun struck heavily against the lizard demon's shoulder, sending it flying several yards away. Although it did not inflict direct harm, the penetrating cold seeped through the demon's body, cloaking it in a layer of frost and rendering it rigid. The lizard demon shuddered repeatedly, infuriated, exclaiming, You, Lin Xian, dare to humiliate me like this. Today, I shall flay your skin and pull your tendons. As he spoke, he brandished his large blade and charged at Lin Xian with a roar. Lin Xian scoffed, his spear sweeping through the air like a tempest. Boom! In an instant, the biting wind forced the lizard demon to retreat in haste. The sheer terror of the spear was overwhelming, its chill constricting his limbs. And this was before he had even been struck. If he were to be pierced, would he not become an ice sculpture on the spot? The lizard demon secretly reconsidered his approach. Yet, recalling the spear's formidable nature, a flicker of fervor ignited within him. Could this spear be a primal spiritual treasure? Gritting his teeth, the lizard demon expelled a breath of celestial fire, dissipating some of the cold and restoring a measure of flexibility to his frozen form. With a fierce cry, he unleashed flames and charged at Lin Xian. The allure of treasures is undeniable. Lin Xian's gaze turned icy, no longer concealing his intentions. He tightened his grip on the spear and unleashed its full might without reservation, although he had only refined 3 innate restrictions and was merely a terrestrial immortal. Freezing a vast expanse was still beyond his grasp. However, encasing 1,000 miles in ice was now well within his capabilities. Boom! Lin Xian thrust his spear forth, unleashing a torrent of frigid air. In that moment, though suspended in the air, the cold air radiated outward, swiftly coating the ocean beneath him in a layer of solid ice. The lizard demon, positioned at the epicenter of the chilling blast, was the first to suffer, its body rapidly stiffening, nearly transforming into an ice sculpture. Terrified to the core, the lizard demon attempted to flee, but it was too late. Lin Xian thrust his spear once more, aiming directly for the demon's chest. By this point, the lizard demon could scarcely move. Evasion was impossible. A piercing scream echoed as the spear penetrated its chest, impaling it violently against the icy surface. An overwhelming cold erupted within the lizard demon, causing its blood to gradually congeal into ice. However, as a creature of the demon race, it possessed remarkable vitality. With a final breath, the lizard demon struggled to gaze at Lin Xian, not in plea for mercy, but in a threat. Do you dare to kill me? I am a servant of the 7 immortals, belonging to the Radiant Light Immortal. Bang! Lin Xian, uninterested in allowing him to finish, activated his spear, shattering him into fragments of exploding ice. What significance did being associated with the Radiant Light Immortal hold? What of it? My revered master is indeed the sacred mother of tortoise spirits. Lin Xian scoffed lightly. It is true that Lin Xian's master is the sacred mother of tortoise spirits, yet he is merely a nominal disciple under her tutelage. Nevertheless, Lin Xian harbored no fear of her. After vanquishing the lizard demon, he naturally did not forget to search the corpse. However, this lizard demon was rather impoverished, aside from an ordinary large blade. It possessed only a small storage pouch with scant possessions. A cursory glance into the pouch revealed a singular red fruit that astonished Lin Xian. Was this not the earth spirit fruit? It was precisely because of a nearly ripe earth spirit fruit that his original body had clashed with the lizard demon and sustained grave injuries. Now it seemed that after the fruit had matured, the lizard demon had plucked it but had not hastened to consume it. Unexpectedly, after a circuitous journey, It had once again found its way into Lin Xian's hands. In this moment, with the demise of the lizard demon, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him, as though he had resolved a significant karmic debt. Indeed, the lizard demon was the architect of his original body's demise, and now that he had slain it, he had avenged his former self. Utilizing the body and identity of the fallen foe posed no barriers for him. Simultaneously, a system interface materialized before Lin Xian. Congratulations, host, you have gained 100 experience points. The chat group has leveled up. Current chat group level 2, 01000. As the chat group ascended in rank, a surge of information flooded Lin Xian's mind. It became evident that leveling up the chat group required experience points, which could be amassed by slaying adversaries. Transitioning from a level 1 to a level 2 chat group necessitated a mere 100 experience points, thus defeating a single enemy sufficed. However, to elevate the chat group from level 2 to level 3, 1,000 experience points would be required, demanding the defeat of 10 foes. It remained uncertain whether subsequent upgrades would entail even greater requirements. Yet, Lin Xian found little inclination to ponder this matter. His greater concern lay in the newly unlocked feature following the chat group's upgrade, the download function. Through this feature, Lin Xian could randomly download a single ability from one of his group members. This was indeed remarkable. It is worth noting that his chat group boasted treasures such as the Chaos Pearl, the Chaos Bell, and fragments of the Creation Jade Plate. With a stroke of luck, he might truly acquire formidable powers. For instance, the innate treasure, the Chaos Bell, not only boasted unparalleled defense, but also balanced offense and defense, capable of rebounding all received attacks. Should Lin Xian succeed in downloading this ability, he could inflict damage upon his enemies while remaining still. Furthermore, the fragments of the Creation Jade Plate were renowned for their ability to assist others in comprehending the Tao. If Lin Xian were to download such a fragment, it would be akin to acquiring a piece of the Creation Jade Plate itself. In the future, his endeavors in understanding the Tao or cultivating divine powers would yield tremendous results with minimal effort. Without hesitation, Lin Xian eagerly commenced the downloading process. Congratulations, host. You have successfully locked onto the download target, the Chaos Pearl. Upon receiving the system's notification, Lin Xian felt his breath quicken. This was indeed a treasure of chaos. Shortly thereafter, another message flashed across the screen. Congratulations, host. You have successfully downloaded the ability of the Chaos Pearl, Concealment of Heavenly Secrets. Lin Xian paused momentarily, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Well, this was not without merit. The Chaos Pearl possessed two primary abilities. One was the ability to create a realm independent of the chaos, and the other was the ability to obscure and conceal heavenly secrets. Given that he did not randomly acquire the ability to create his own realm, it was only natural he received the ability to confuse heavenly secrets instead. In reality, the power to obscure heavenly secrets was immensely formidable, capable even of influencing the Saint of Heaven. In the current era of chaos, this ability was of utmost importance. Lin Xian certainly did not wish to attract the attention of a Saint of Heaven, inadvertently falling prey to their schemes. Even now, this ability proved to be quite beneficial. At the very least, he need not worry about the celestial light immortal deducing that he was the one who had slain the lizard demon. However, Lin Xian also had a master, and thus was not overly concerned. Although the turtle spirit saintess had a gentle disposition and preferred a peaceful existence, she was quite protective of her disciples, even those merely recognized as such, ensuring their safety. Setting that matter aside, Lin Xian continued to sift through his spoils. Soon, he discovered an unusual jade vial within the lizard demon's storage pouch. This vial was also a spatial treasure, possessing a surprisingly vast interior. However, upon inspection, Lin Xian's expression shifted dramatically. The vial was filled with a torrent of blood qi, a crimson stream flowing within. Furrowing his brows, he examined it closely and realized it predominantly contained human blood, albeit in a rather peculiar state. To accumulate such a stream of blood, one could only imagine the extent of the lizard demon's heinous acts. As a member of the human race, Lin Xian had no intention of utilizing this blood. Yet, given the intense resentment imbued within it, he dared not dispose of it carelessly, opting instead to temporarily store it away for future purification. Gazing upon the lifeless body of the lizard demon, Lin Xian could not help but shake his head in disbelief. This lizard demon was truly a fool. Having ascended to immortality, it still dared to commit such atrocities against humanity. One must understand that humans were the protagonists of calamity, favored by the heavens and cherished by the universe. while it was permissible for mundane beings to engage in mutual slaughter. Any immortal who dared to harm the mortal human race would inevitably be ensnared by karmic retribution. A few kills might go unnoticed. But if one were to commit numerous slaughters, the accumulating karma would erode their fortune, severely impacting their cultivation, with dire consequences. The lizard demon's foolish actions were likely not without reason. With this matter concluded, Lin Xian did not linger. He summoned a ball of spiritual fire, incinerating the lizard demon's body to ashes, and then departed without delay. However, he did not rush back to Golden Turtle Island, especially after having slain the Celestial Light Immortal's disciple. Although he now possessed the ability to obscure the heavenly secrets, Lin Xian refrained from taking any risks, fearing that the enlightened Light Immortal might discover his whereabouts through alternative means. Consequently, he chose not to rush back, intending instead to enhance his strength. He alighted upon an inconspicuous isle, where he utilized earth-based magic to carve out a cave residence, subsequently entering a period of secluded cultivation. Seated cross-legged within the cave, Lin Xian retrieved the Earth Spirit Fruit he had confiscated from the lizard demon. The Earth Spirit Fruit, a premium treasure among postnatal spiritual fruits, embodies the purifying power of the Earth's veins. Its primary purpose lies not in elevating one's cultivation level, but rather in transforming one's foundational essence. For this reason, it is esteemed as a top-tier postnatal fruit. Lin Xian, possessing an ordinary postnatal foundation, had not distinguished himself. Otherwise, he would not have been relegated to the status of a mere registered disciple. Now, with the Earth Spirit Fruit in hand, he could finally augment his foundation. After a brief moment of adjustment, he swallowed the fruit whole. The fruit dissolved upon entry, transforming into pure earth-purifying energy that coursed through Lin Xian's entire being, aiding in the metamorphosis of his foundation. Moments later, as the purifying energy dissipated, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glint of brilliance illuminating them. He had ascended to a high-level postnatal foundation. Foundations are typically categorized into 4 tiers: top tier, high-level, mid-level, and beginner. Lin Xian had previously been a beginner, rather commonplace. However, after consuming the Earth Spirit Fruit, his foundation had evolved to a high-level tier, significantly enhancing his ability to absorb spiritual energy and raising the limits of his latent potential. The significance of one's foundation lies in its capacity to determine the ceiling of one's cultivation. An ordinary postnatal foundation might only allow one to reach the status of an Earth Immortal, with the possibility of breaking through to Celestial Immortal status relying heavily on luck or external treasures. With a high-level postnatal foundation, Lin Xian need not fear the bottleneck when striving for Celestial Immortal status, and the prospect of attaining true Immortal status now seemed quite feasible. Naturally, transcending from a postnatal to an innate foundation, defying the innate order, remained an almost impossible feat. The Earth Spirit Fruit primarily served to cleanse and refine his essence. Nevertheless, Lin Xian felt an immense satisfaction. Meanwhile, on Golden Tortoise Island, the enlightened Light Immortal finally sensed the demise of the lizard demon. The little lizard has perished? He pondered, perplexed as to why he could not ascertain the circumstances of its death or the identity of its killer. The immortal furrowed his brow, his expression darkening as he engaged in intricate calculations. Determining whether the lizard demon was alive or dead was simple, yet discerning the identity of its slayer proved elusive. Cloaked in obscurity, the immortal's countenance grew grim, not out of concern for his disciple, but due to the vial of heart's blood from a human infant that he truly valued. Indeed, this blood was not mere human blood. It was the precious heart's blood of an infant. How much blood could an infant possess? Moreover, this heart's blood was exceedingly rare. The weight of the sins associated with that vial of blood was far heavier than Lin Xian could ever imagine. The lizard demon's bloodthirsty rampage against the human race was orchestrated by the celestial being Dingguang, who essentially served as the puppet master. As a golden immortal, Dingguang would not be foolish enough to engage in widespread slaughter of humanity, thereby inviting karmic retribution that would tarnish his fortune. Thus, he took on a nominal disciple to carry out this task on his behalf, although some karma would inevitably fall upon him when the blood was ultimately in his possession. The extent would be minimal. Given the immense benefits to his cultivation, Dingguang could easily bear this minor loss. At this moment, Dingguang furrowed his brow. Pondering for a moment before summoning a disciple and instructing, "The little lizard has perished outside. Investigate the circumstances." The disciple promptly acquiesced. Moreover, as I am at a crucial juncture in my cultivation, the essence of blood this month cannot be lacking. As the senior brother, you must shoulder this responsibility. Dingguang fixed his gaze on the disciple, who trembled slightly and nodded vigorously. Yes. Dingguang nodded in satisfaction. Go forth. Meanwhile, Lin Xian was unaware of the malevolence contained within the vial of blood he had acquired. He was currently engrossed in his cultivation while simultaneously managing his chat group. The benefits of his transformation were evident, as Lin Xian's cultivation speed had significantly accelerated, swiftly elevating him to the perfection of the Earth Immortal realm. However, he remained attentive to his messaging group. Perhaps due to his recent affiliation with the identity of the primordial clock, the group had been particularly lively. Aside from the lively presence of the Jingjiao's fortunes and the chaotic clock, even the previously dormant sea monster had emerged. Following the initiative of the Jingjiao's fortunes, several members had indeed begun to distribute red envelopes. As a privileged participant, Lin Xian unhesitatingly seized the opportunity. One member, named Golden Apple Tree, was notably generous, distributing a red envelope that contained a primordial golden apple. Undoubtedly, this individual was the embodiment of the primordial golden apple tree, a truly precious innate spiritual root, even if merely of the low-grade variety. With the primordial golden apple in hand, Lin Xian promptly consumed and refined it. With the assistance of this innate spiritual fruit, Lin Xian successfully broke through and ascended to the rank of Celestial Immortal. Not only that, but the golden apple also possessed remarkable properties. Due to its inherent aura of the 5 elements and golden metal, Lin Xian's magical energy acquired a glimmer of golden brilliance upon his breakthrough. Generally, it is only at the level of Golden Immortal that magical energy begins to embody attributes. Yet, with the infusion of this golden brilliance into his Mystic Ice Calamity Spear, its sharpness and potency surged to unprecedented heights. In addition to the primordial golden apple tree, another group member named Money Tree also distributed multiple red envelopes. Lin Xian, of course, joined in and discovered that one envelope contained a copper coin. This copper coin harbors a faint, peculiar power. However, its potency is so minuscule that Lin Xian, after extensive study, could discern no particular function, and the companion from the Money Tree group offered no elucidation. On this day, as usual, Lin Xian engaged in his cultivation while observing his companions converse in the chat group. Tao Mountain, I have something intriguing to share. Today, a strange young cultivator arrived here. Rather eccentric, and he was even carrying a zither. Flower Fruit Mountain, what is so interesting about that? Maybe it's just that you find your place dreadfully dull? Probably a place where not even a bird would dare to defecate, ha ha ha. Tao Mountain, furious, is it something to boast about when you're daily besieged by a horde of monkeys defecating on you? Flower Fruit Mountain, at least I find it rather amusing to watch monkeys brawl every day, which is far better than being in a place where not even monkeys can be seen. Tao Mountain, you. Within the group, many companions were akin to mountain spirits, entities of a similar nature who had also been drawn into this chat. Usually, they maintained a quiet demeanor. But for some unknown reason, Tao Mountain and Flower Fruit Mountain found themselves embroiled in a quarrel today. Lin Xian found their banter quite entertaining. And as their argument seemed to be winding down, he quickly created a secondary account to stir the pot further. Xian Heavy Mountain, I assert that whether our mountains flourish or not is of little consequence to the noise around us. What truly matters is the abundance of spiritual energy and the presence of treasures. Tao Mountain, this is a valid point. What use is merriment? It's utterly laughable. Flower Fruit Mountain, coincidentally, my mountain harbors treasures, and not just any treasures, but an entire paradise of celestial realms. Xian Heavy Mountain, oh, that is truly remarkable. Tao Mountain, it seems we have no ground for comparison now. Tao Mountain, what is there to compare? It's merely a celestial realm. And I have one in my mountain as well. Flower Fruit Mountain, haha, go ahead and boast. Tao Mountain, you're the one who is boasting. I swear upon the very body of the mountain. Do you dare? Flower Fruit Mountain, what is there to fear? Observing the two mountain spirits sworn to each other like children, Lin Xian felt a stirring in his heart. Tao Mountain's demeanor truly did not suggest deceit. He was aware of the celestial realm within Flower Fruit Mountain, the Water Curtain Cave, but he was reluctant to venture there, for the waters were too deep, and he feared encountering a saint of the heavenly path. Tao Mountain, however, appeared to be a much safer bet, relatively obscure. And even if it did possess a celestial realm, few would take notice. Celestial realms are generally classified into 3 categories: large, medium, and small. The grand celestial realms are sufficient to serve as sanctuaries for saints, such as Kunlun's Jade Void and Shouyang's mysterious Purple Mansion. However, in the current primordial chaos, what remains are predominantly small celestial realms. Yet, Even a small celestial realm presents an extraordinary opportunity for Lin Xian at this juncture. The resources contained within could undoubtedly facilitate a metamorphosis for him. Lin Xian hastily resumed his secondary account to further incite conversation and ascertain the precise location of the celestial realm within Tao Mountain. Subsequently, he resolved to formally conclude his seclusion and embark on a journey to Tao Mountain in search of the celestial paradise. Nevertheless, Tao Mountain lay at a considerable distance. Quite unlike the proximity of the Eastern Sea, Lin Xian is currently a nominal disciple under the tutelage of the Sacred Mother of the Turtle Spirit. Although his status is modest, his master is quite commendable. Out of both sentiment and propriety, it is only fitting that he pays his respects before embarking on a journey. Coincidentally, he also wishes to report the matter of the jade vial containing blood to his master, seeking her assistance in addressing it. After contemplating his decision, Lin Xian tidied himself up and promptly set off towards Golden Turtle Island. Having previously been in seclusion near the island, he returned swiftly to the abode of the Sacred Mother. Upon announcing his presence, Lin Xian was granted an audience with the Sacred Mother. "Ah, Lin Xian, what brings you here today?" she inquired with a warm smile. The Sacred Mother is known for her amiable disposition, even towards her nominal disciples. Lin Xian respectfully replied, "Esteemed Master, I intend to travel and have come to bid you farewell. Additionally, there is an urgent matter I wish to report." He then presented the jade vial, which emanated a pungent aura of blood. The unpleasant scent caused the Sacred Mother to furrow her brow, and upon opening the vial, her expression shifted dramatically. "From whence did you acquire this?" she asked, her tone grave. Lin Xian quickly explained the encounter with the lizard spirit, detailing how he was ambushed and subsequently retaliated. After hearing his account, the Sacred Mother's countenance softened slightly, yet her expression remained serious. "A disciple of the Celestial Light Immortal, you say? This matter undoubtedly implicates him." Lin Xian listened intently as the Sacred Mother sighed and turned her gaze upon him. "Do you know what lies within this vial?" she queried. Lin Xian hesitated. "Is it not the blood of a human?" The Sacred Mother sighed deeply. "Indeed, it is human blood, yet it is more than mere human blood. It is the heart's blood of human infants." Upon hearing this, Lin Xian's expression darkened. "What? The heart's blood of infants is not to be equated with ordinary human blood. The quantity in that vial could form a small river. How many infants must have perished to amass such a volume?" In that moment, even with the awareness of the vast disparity in their strengths, Lin Xian could not suppress the rising tide of murderous intent towards the Celestial Light Immortal. This fiend must be dealt with. Resolute, Lin Xian lifted his gaze to the Sacred Mother. "Master, how do you intend to handle this matter?" The Sacred Mother, a spirit turtle closely allied with humanity, was said to have lived amongst them before attaining sentience, later becoming a disciple of the Celestial Master. It was precisely for this reason that Lin Xian felt emboldened to disclose this matter to her. After a moment of contemplation, the Sacred Mother replied solemnly, "This is a grave issue. Leave it to me. You must not meddle nor allow anyone to connect you to it." Lin Xian nodded obediently, understanding that his master was safeguarding him. As for the Celestial Light Immortal, being one of the 7 celestial attendants, he was not someone who could be easily dealt with, and it would likely escalate to the Celestial Master himself. Indeed, it is not the time for Lin Xian to get involved. After she concealed the jade bottle, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother sighed quietly and then turned to Lin Xian with a warm expression. "You mentioned earlier that you intend to embark on a journey?" Lin Xian promptly nodded. "Indeed, I wonder if Master has any guidance for your disciple?" The Turtle Spirit Saint Mother replied with a smile. "I prefer tranquility over activity. Yet I understand that the more trials one endures, the further one may traverse the immortal path. Thus, I support your desire to travel through the primordial lands. Although I have little to teach you, since you are setting out on a long journey, it is essential that you have a gift." As she spoke, she produced a piece of armor and handed it to Lin Xian, saying with a smile, "This is a postnatal spiritual treasure armor crafted by me. Though it is a postnatal treasure, in terms of defensive capability, it can rival that of inferior innate treasures." At this point, the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother appeared quite pleased. An armor that could compete with inferior innate treasures? How generous of her esteemed master. Lin Xian examined the armor with a peculiar expression before accepting it and expressing his gratitude. Upon closer inspection, he noticed that the armor's plates resembled turtle shells. He recalled a rather obscure piece of knowledge from the future. Most turtles undergo a process of shedding their shells, not all at once but gradually, plate by plate. Considering the armor in his hands, the source of its material became evident. The armor, crafted from the shed shells of a dignified golden immortal spirit turtle, explained his master's confidence in its defensive capabilities. Such a treasure, even though the turtle spirit Saint Mother was generous, would not be freely bestowed under ordinary circumstances. It was likely a reward for Lin Xian's discovery of the blood within the jade bottle. Seeing Lin Xian tuck away the armor, the turtle spirit Saint Mother smiled again and produced a package. This, however, is not for you. I have a friend, your martial uncle, who is cultivating in the bone cave of Skull Mountain. I had planned to bring her some gifts, but with the matter of the radiant light immortal delaying me, I doubt I can visit her anytime soon. Would you run this errand for me? With such generosity from his esteemed master, Lin Xian could hardly refuse a simple errand. He immediately accepted the package. I shall not disappoint, master. The turtle spirit Saint Mother nodded with a smile. Go. I will ensure that the radiant light immortal has a difficult time. With her words, Lin Xian felt completely reassured. Although the radiant light immortal was one of the 7 immortals, serving the celestial master, the turtle spirit Saint Mother was a direct disciple of the celestial master and a dignified golden immortal. If she sought to trouble the radiant light immortal, armed with solid evidence, it would be difficult for the latter to escape unscathed. After bidding farewell to his master, the turtle spirit Saint Mother, Lin Xian departed from Golden Arowana Island, heading towards Skull Mountain. Given that he would likely enter seclusion at Peach Mountain for a period, he prioritized completing his master's task first. As Lin Xian soared through the clouds, his pace was neither too slow nor too fast. However, just as he left the boundaries of the Eastern Sea and reached the land, a dense surge of blood energy erupted into the sky, coincidentally colliding with Lin Xian. As Lin Xian lowered his gaze, he discovered a settlement of the human race below, where a group of demon kind was wantonly slaughtering and devouring the humans within the tribe. Leading the assault was a celestial demon, accompanied by earthly immortals and lesser demons who had yet to attain immortality. The human settlement lacked formidable guardians, rendering them helpless against these ruthless fiends. In an instant, the air was filled with wails and cries. The brawniest men of the tribe, emboldened by desperation, attempted to resist but proved no match for the ferocious adversaries. Lin Xian was instantly consumed by fury. He descended from the clouds, brandishing his Xianbing Shizai spear, and charged directly at the leading celestial demon. How audacious these demons were! As they indulged in their gruesome feast, a sudden chill enveloped them, causing them to shudder. Turning to see a figure, a Taoist wielding a long spear, approaching with intent. The leading celestial demon, a tiger demon, dismissed Lin Xian with a hearty laugh, proclaiming him a delightful morsel delivered right to their doorstep. The tiger, the monarch of the mountains, was fearsome even before achieving sentience. Once it attained such a state, it could command the winds and control spirits. However, the Tao of Heaven is impartial, while it is relatively easy for mountain kings to attain sentience. Evolving into a great demon is fraught with challenges due to their inherent ferocity and insatiable hunger for human flesh, often leading to conflicts with other great demons. Consequently, most tiger demons fail to mature, either burdened by the karmic repercussions of their gluttony or falling victim to conflicts with other great demons, resulting in their demise or subjugation. Thus, those tiger demons that surpass the celestial realm are exceedingly rare. Lin Xian's encounter with one was indeed fortuitous. Yet, despite the tiger demon's prowess, Lin Xian had undergone a profound transformation. Not only had he attained the celestial realm, but he also wielded a low-grade innate spiritual treasure spear, clad in armor comparable to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, making him a formidable force. Furthermore, he had cultivated a formidable power infused with the essence of metal. The tiger demon, brandishing a massive axe, roared as it charged toward Lin Xian. However, as it approached, an intense, bone-chilling cold enveloped it, causing it to shudder in surprise. So cold. The tiger demon observed Lin Xian, who held the Xianbing Shizai spear, radiating an overwhelming chill. With a thrust of the spear, the heavens and earth transformed. Since becoming a celestial being, Lin Xian had also refined 2 innate restrictions within the Xianbing Shizai spear, enhancing its power considerably. Now, with a single thrust, he could freeze vast expanses of land without difficulty. Lesser demons, upon encountering the spear's icy aura, were instantly rendered lifeless. However, the celestial tiger demon was not so easily vanquished. The tiger, a pure yang entity, remained impervious even in the depths of winter, where no snowflakes dared to settle in its presence, attesting to its overwhelming vitality. Thus, when confronted by the encroaching chill, the tiger demon merely shivered before continuing its roaring advance toward Lin Xian. Yet, Lin Xian remained unfazed. Although the spear's innate cold was formidable, it merely served as an auxiliary effect against a foe of considerable cultivation, which was entirely expected. To delay the opponent's movements for even a few moments is indeed a rare feat. Moreover, his tactics extend far beyond this. The tiger demon, towering in stature, wielded a massive axe that resembled a door, charging towards Lin Xian with the force of a tempest. Lin Xian swiftly twirled his spear, a delicate golden glow enveloping its shaft, and then thrust it forward. The spear shot forth like a dragon. With a rapid advance, it aimed directly at the demon's face. The tiger demon, taken aback, hastily raised its weapon to block. A clear, resonant clash of metal echoed as Lin Xian's spear pierced through the axe, creating a gaping hole. The demon's expression shifted dramatically. Its axe was no mere weapon, but a genuine postnatal spiritual treasure, far more resilient than ordinary metal. To have it punctured by a single thrust was bewildering. If that spear had struck his body, the consequences would have been dire. Alarmed, the tiger demon quickly retreated, unwilling to let Lin Xian close in. Yet Lin Xian had no intention of allowing such an escape. Channeling the icy energy of Xianbing, he wielded his spear, launching attacks from all directions against the tiger demon. Despite being forced into a state of chaos, the demon's ferocity remained undiminished as it roared and unleashed a torrent of demonic fire towards Lin Xian. The searing flames surged towards him, but Lin Xian remained unperturbed, focusing his thoughts to activate his protective armor. A cerulean shield materialized, encasing him entirely. Even the tremendous inferno could not shake him in the slightest. How commendable was the armor bestowed by his master. Lin Xian silently praised its worth. Emboldened by the protection akin to a low-grade spiritual treasure, he attacked with reckless abandon, aiming directly for the demon's vital points. At this point, the tiger demon was finally thrown into disarray. Its own attacks could not breach Lin Xian's defenses, while it dared not withstand even a single thrust from him. How could it possibly prevail? The treasures wielded by this human must surely be innate spiritual artifacts. In the realm of celestial beings, possessing even one innate spiritual treasure constituted a significant disadvantage, let alone two. The tiger demon began to contemplate retreat. This human relies on powerful artifacts. I, the great king, shall not engage further. The demon brandished its axe, preparing to flee. Lin Xian scoffed. Only now do you think of escaping? Do you not find it too late? Unbeknownst to the demon, the chilling aura of the Xianbing sighing spear had permeated the surroundings. While freezing the demon outright was still a challenge, it had rendered its movements sluggish, making even cloud surfing difficult. As the demon tried to escape, Lin Xian swiftly closed the distance and struck its shoulder with a spear thrust. The pain and shock surged through the tiger demon, awakening its ferocity. In a fit of rage, it abandoned its axe and revealed its true form, a body as massive as a small mountain, charging directly at Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian calmly retreated, watching the demon's final struggles with quiet composure. Struck by the frostbite calamity spear, the chilling aura of the ice had already seeped into the tiger demon's body through the wound. If it were to escape at this moment, it could find a sanctuary to gradually dispel the frost within. However, now that it was ensnared, the tiger demon had no time to address the encroaching cold. The more it struggled, the quicker its demise approached. Indeed, within mere breaths, the tiger demon's movements began to slow. Its once pure young form now shrouded in a layer of frost, with an unceasing chill radiating from its being. At this juncture, even if the tiger demon wished to flee, it found itself immobilized. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian thrust the frostbite calamity spear, now gleaming with a sharp golden light, directly at the demon's head. The tiger demon's body had stiffened, leaving it no time to evade. It could only watch helplessly as the spear pierced its skull, extinguishing its life force. The celestial tier tiger demon fell, its fate sealed. The surrounding lesser demons were thrown into chaos, hastily scattering in all directions. Yet, the frigid air had already enveloped the area, rendering their escape futile. It was not long before Lin Xian caught up with them, dispatching each one in turn. Once Lin Xian had eliminated all the demons in the vicinity, a system notification reappeared before his eyes. Congratulations, host, you have gained 1,200 experience points. The chat group has leveled up. Current chat group level, level 3, 2001000. In the recent battle, Lin Xian had slain 12 demons, all of which were above the Earth Immortal tier, thus earning him 1,200 experience points and successfully upgrading the chat group once more. This upgrade unlocked new features for Lin Xian. 10,000 methods download feature. The term 10,000 methods is a hyperbolic expression, referring to the multitude of techniques and divine abilities collected by the chat group system from its members. Even so, Lin Xian was left astounded. Among the techniques were those he practiced, such as the Upper Purity Immortal Technique, along with the Jade Purity and Grand Purity Immortal Techniques, among others. This was merely the realm of Qi cultivation. There were also numerous methods for body refinement, including the renowned 8-9 mysteries. The divine abilities were equally abundant, ranging from the illustrious destiny manipulation and rain summoning to the well-known body freezing and wind manipulation, all of which were recorded and available for download. Upon unlocking the download function, Lin Xian realized that with each level upgrade of the chat group, he could randomly download one technique and one divine ability. However, he could also download at will during regular times, albeit at a considerably slower pace, requiring a significant amount of time. In contrast, the download opportunities granted upon leveling up were instantaneous. Without hesitation, Lin Xian decided to utilize his random download opportunity immediately. Congratulations, host. You have successfully downloaded the technique, 8-9 Mysteries. Congratulations, host. You have successfully downloaded the divine ability, Soul Capture. A torrent of information surged into Lin Xian's mind, granting him immediate access to the entirety of the 8-9 Mysteries and a profound understanding of the complete Soul Capture divine ability. After a brief moment, Lin Xian shook his somewhat aching head and let out a sigh of relief, his face illuminated with joy. To his astonishment, he had randomly acquired the coveted 8-9 Profound Art on his very first attempt. What a delightful surprise. The 8-9 Profound Art is renowned as one of the paramount physical cultivation methods in the vast wilderness. In ancient times, the Wu clan's physical cultivation technique, known as the 9 Transformations Profound Art, gained widespread acclaim and was said to have been passed down from the Great Pangu. Following the calamity of the Wu and Yao, several saints of the heavenly Tao obtained fragments of the 9 Transformations Profound Art and collaboratively deduced the 8-9 Profound Art from its foundations. The 8-9 Profound Art comprises 9 transformations, corresponding to the 9 realms of mortality: mortal, earth immortal, celestial immortal, true immortal, profound immortal, golden immortal, supreme golden immortal, great Luo golden immortal, and quasi-saint. Although the 8-9 Profound Art is slightly inferior to its predecessor, the 9 Transformations Profound Art, and does not allow for the physical embodiment of a saint, it is noteworthy that even the Wu clan, despite possessing the complete 9 Transformations Profound Art, has yet to witness any of their ancestral shamans achieving physical sanctification, a testament to the path's inherent difficulty. For Lin Xian, the 8-9 Profound Art is more than sufficient. However, it is crucial to note that the cultivation of physical prowess diverges significantly from that of Qi. The most prominent distinction lies in the reliance on external resources. While Qi cultivation can be supplemented by external aids, such as spiritual fruits and elixirs to expedite advancement, the need for such resources is not particularly pressing. Given the abundant spiritual energy in the wilderness at this time, progress in cultivation can still be relatively swift without external assistance. In contrast, physical cultivation is not reliant on spiritual energy, resulting in a substantial dependence on external resources. Without sufficient materials, progress in one's realm becomes exceedingly sluggish. In essence, physical cultivation is a path that demands considerable investment. This serves as a primary reason why formidable physical cultivators are scarce in the current wilderness. Nevertheless, Lin Xian's desire to pursue physical cultivation remains unwavering. The strength derived from such cultivation can indeed safeguard one's life. The illustrious figures of Yang Jian and Sun Wukong are prime examples of elite physical cultivators, impervious to blades and fire. They could not be slain even when placed upon the demon-slaying platform or thrown into the alchemical furnace. This exemplifies the life-preserving capabilities of a physical cultivator. Of course, attaining such a level of prowess necessitates vast resources. However, Lin Xian harbors no worries in this regard. Though he may not have the opportunity to consume the peaches from the Peach Garden or the elixirs from the Doshui Palace, he possesses a system. With a chat group at his disposal, the chances of discovering hidden realms and blessed lands are boundless. The Peach Mountain Cave is merely the beginning. Brimming with confidence, Lin Xian engaged in a simple practice of the 8-9 Profound Art before delving into the study of divine abilities. The soul-capturing divine ability, a notable minor divine technique, is specifically designed to target souls. It can, at its mildest, disturb the 3 souls and 7 spirits of an opponent, or at its most severe, directly extract the soul from the physical body. It is important to recognize that prior to attaining the golden immortal status, one's primordial spirit is exceedingly fragile. Once extracted from the body, it becomes highly susceptible to harm. This makes it an extraordinarily formidable divine ability, serving as a lethal weapon against those below the golden immortal level. What delighted Lin Xian even more was that he had mastered a soul-capturing divine ability at the grand accomplishment level. Generally speaking, the cultivation of divine abilities requires profound comprehension and practice, categorized into 4 stages: entry, minor accomplishment, grand accomplishment, and perfection. Remarkably, the divine ability Lin Xian downloaded from the chat group was already at the grand accomplishment level upon acquisition. This was a special benefit granted only during the group's upgrade, allowing instantaneous access to a grand accomplishment divine ability. However, should he wish to download other divine abilities now, the speed would not be nearly as swift. After some deliberation in the group, Lin Xian resolved to download another divine ability related to evasion, the wind control technique. This was the most commonly used evasion technique in the primordial era, yet not everyone had the privilege to learn it. Most celestial beings employed the cloud riding method, colloquially known as climbing clouds, which had limited speed and a low ceiling. In contrast, the wind control technique was derived from the principles of wind, and when cultivated to perfection, it enabled one to traverse the skies effortlessly, with an understanding of the laws of wind presenting no challenge, thus possessing a remarkably high ceiling. The sole drawback was the sluggish download speed. Upon selecting the wind control technique, a progress bar materialized on the luminous screen. Divine ability, wind control, download speed, 1 day. Download progress, 331. For 10 divine abilities, his download speed was a mere day. Lin Xian now comprehended the preciousness of the download opportunities awarded during the group's upgrade. At the current download speed, it would require him thousands of years to fully download this divine ability. Fortunately, divine abilities do not necessitate complete downloads for utilization, as they are also divided into entry, minor accomplishment, grand accomplishment, and perfection stages. With the system's ongoing download, a continuous stream of insights flooded Lin Xian's mind. At this rate, achieving entry would only take a few years. Although the download speed was currently slow, it could be run in the background, akin to passive cultivation, completely alleviating the need for personal comprehension. Moreover, his download speed was not static, it would increase alongside his cultivation realm. Without further contemplation, Lin Xian tidied up the battlefield and soared into the wind, continuing his journey towards Skeleton Mountain. Unbeknownst to him, several years slipped by in the blink of an eye. Whoosh! A figure cloaked in azure traversed the heavens. Indeed, it was Lin Xian. At this moment, he had already mastered the entry-level wind control technique, enabling him to cross thousands of miles in an instant. However, traversing the vast primordial expanse took him a full decade to reach Skeleton Mountain. As mentioned by Master Gui Ling previously, when the Holy Mother Gui Ling mentioned that her friend's Taoist abode was in the bone cave of Skeleton Mountain, Lin Xian found the name peculiar yet familiar, not giving it much thought. It was only halfway through his journey that he recalled. Wasn't this the abode of Lady Shiji and the immortal horse Yuan from the Investiture of the Gods? To be precise, it was originally Lady Shiji's abode, which was later occupied by Yuan after her demise. However, at this moment, the great calamity of the Fengshen had yet to descend, and the Lady of Shiji was still in good health, likely having nothing to do with Ma Yuan. Lin Xian held no particular opinion about the Lady of Shiji. After all, she was a figure who, while comfortably seated at home, found herself embroiled in misfortune. The Lady of Shiji had not committed any wrongdoing during the Fengshen events and had attempted to reason with Tai Jinren and Nezo when faced with unexpected disaster. Yet, that master and disciple were utterly unreasonable. Sighing, Lin Xian descended before the white bone cave of Skull Mountain. A young attendant, hearing the commotion, emerged to investigate. Esteemed fellow, what brings you here? Lin Xian bowed respectfully. I am but a humble disciple of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, sent by my master to visit my revered Uncle Shiji. Upon hearing this, the attendant quickly responded, I see. Please wait a moment while I inform her. Moments later, a woman clad in a bagua robe emerged from the cave, her face alight with warmth as she addressed Lin Xian. I am Shiji. You must be the disciple of Sister Turtle Spirit. What is your name? Lin Xian hurriedly replied, I am Lin Xian, honored to meet my esteemed aunt. The Lady of Shiji smiled and said, There is no need for such formality. I share a close bond with your master. Come in. With that, she welcomed Lin Xian into the cave. Despite being called Skull Mountain's White Bone Cave, the interior was not suffused with ominous energy. Rather, it was simple yet elegant. exuding an aura of the celestial. As the lady of Shurji instructed the attendant, Biyun, to serve tea and snacks, she cheerfully inquired, Lin Xian, what prompted your master to send you to visit me? Is there some matter that has entangled her? Lin Xian promptly replied, my master indeed has pressing matters to attend to, which is why I have come in her stead. This is a gift she entrusted me to present to my esteemed aunt. With that, he offered up the package. The lady of Shurji received it and, upon inspection, discovered a few robes she had long desired. Immediately, she exclaimed, your master is truly considerate. Please convey my heartfelt thanks upon your return. Come, let us sample the delicacies I have prepared and see if they suit your taste. In the face of the lady of Shurji's warm hospitality, Lin Xian nodded repeatedly, his heart filled with a myriad of emotions. He never anticipated that this esteemed aunt would possess such a gentle temperament, entirely contrary to his prior expectations. Chapter 4. Ma Yuan blocks the door, soul capture displays power, the true immortal in flesh. Lin Xian had initially believed that even if the lady of Shurji were a reasonable person, she would likely have a cool and aloof demeanor, making her difficult to approach. However, upon their meeting, he discovered it was quite the opposite. The lady of Shurji was exceedingly approachable and had no airs about her. Moreover, she was quite talkative. No wonder, despite being a spirit formed from a stubborn rock, she could enjoy camaraderie with her own master. Glancing at the attendant Biyun, who was eagerly eyeing the snacks on the table and swallowing nervously, Lin Xian felt a surge of compassion. In the events of Fengshan, both the lady of Shurji and her attendant had suffered greatly. Biyun had merely ventured out to gather herbs, only to be inexplicably struck down by the errant Neza with an arrow. Though the lady of Shurji was angry, she did not blame Li Jing, only insisting that Neza repay his life for the life he had taken. The encounter with Tai Jinren, who displayed an unreasonable and shameless demeanor, led to an explosive reaction from Shurji, who, in her fury, was directly incinerated by Tai Jinren's 9 dragons' divine fire cover, resulting in the loss of her millennia of cultivation in an instant. It can be said that Shurji Nyongyong and her disciples had committed no wrongs throughout, yet they ultimately met a tragic fate of death and infamy. It was truly a case of calamity striking while one is at home. Lin Xian sighed inwardly, realizing that had he not known her, it would be one thing, but now that he was aware of Shurji Nyongyong's character, he could no longer stand idly by and witness such a tragedy unfold. However, as the great calamity of the canonization had yet to arrive, Lin Xian remained unhurried. After sitting in the bone cave for half a day, Shurji Nyongyong welcomed him warmly, inquiring earnestly about Lin Xian's cultivation progress and offering guidance on several key points without reservation. When Lin Xian prepared to take his leave, she kindly insisted that he take some spiritual fruits with him, though this was partly due to the influence of the turtle spirit Holy Mother. Shurji's inherent kindness and gentleness moved Lin Xian deeply. At that moment, as Lin Xian reflected on his thoughts, a sudden wave of bloodthirst wafted into the cave. Shortly thereafter, a coarse voice echoed from outside. Shurji, come out quickly. This place has caught my eye. Make way for me. Upon hearing this, Shurji Nyongyong's expression changed, and she angrily exclaimed, this fellow is back again. How bothersome. Lin Xian, curious, inquired, Master, who is this person making such bold claims outside? Shurji Nyongyong replied helplessly, it is a peculiar individual named Ma Yuan, who for some reason has set his sights on my domain and insists that I yield it to him. He possesses some cultivation and has engaged in several battles with me, but we have yet to determine a victor. We can simply ignore him. Lin Xian suddenly realized. So it is him. In the original canonization, after Shurji Nyongyong's demise, it was Ma Yuan who occupied the Skull Mountain Bone Cave. I see he has been eyeing this cave for quite some time. Ma Yuan, also a member of the intercepting teaching, was quite capable, albeit brutal and fond of devouring people. Nevertheless, he did not perish during the Great Calamity, but was instead converted by the Western teachings. As Ma Yuan's insults grew increasingly vile outside the cave, Shurji Nyongyong's expression darkened further. Lin Xian then asked, Master, what is Ma Yuan's realm? And what abilities does he possess? Shurji Nyongyong looked at him quizzically. He is at the same level as I, both being at the profound immortal realm. Why do you ask? Lin Xian replied with a smile. Since Master is not inferior to him in skill, you might as well engage him in another battle. I shall stand by your side and ensure that Ma Yuan stumbles. Shurji Nyongyong hesitated, not out of doubt in Lin Xian. For both she and Ma Yuan were perfected profound immortals, just a step away from becoming golden immortals. A heavenly immortal, however, fell 2 great realms short. What assistance could he provide? Yet, Seeing Lin Xian's unwavering confidence and goodwill, she could not bring herself to refuse. Since you are so confident, I shall engage Ma Yuan in battle once more. However, dear disciple, do bear in mind that Ma Yuan Dao possesses formidable skills, and behind him lies a divine hand. Exceedingly powerful, even I would not dare to confront him directly. You must not allow him to close in on you. Lin Xian nodded earnestly, assuring, rest assured, Master Uncle. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation. Mistress Shiji nodded solemnly, waving her hand to summon the Tai sword, striding purposefully toward the cave entrance, with Lin Xian closely following. Upon emerging from the cave, they encountered a figure with monstrous fangs and a face reminiscent of a winter melon. Wielding a long sword and sporting a large hand protruding from the back of his head, glaring intently at Mistress Shiji. This was none other than Ma Yuan. Upon seeing Mistress Shiji, Ma Yuan's eyes widened as he declared, Shiji, how many times must I tell you? This place is claimed by me. Depart immediately to avoid conflict among our sect. Mistress Shiji's expression darkened, and with a cold snort she retorted, how could I allow my sacred training ground, cultivated over many years, to fall into the hands of someone as rude as you? Today, I shall teach you a lesson to make you aware of my prowess. With that, she brandished the Tai sword, launching an attack upon Ma Yuan. The sword gleamed with a chilling light, yet Ma Yuan showed no fear, effortlessly deflecting it with a wave of his hand and charging toward Mistress Shiji, eager to close the distance. Having clashed with Ma Yuan on several occasions, Mistress Shiji was well acquainted with his tactics and would not grant him the opportunity. She summoned the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf and called forth the Yellow Turban warriors to engage Ma Yuan. Despite Ma Yuan's fierce demeanor, he dared not allow the Bagua Cloud Light Scarf to fall upon him, quickly conjuring a string of skeletal prayer beads for defense. The two engaged in a fierce exchange, each unable to gain the upper hand for the time being. Lin Xian observed silently, gaining a deeper understanding of the conflict between Xianxian. The Xianxian realm is but a step away from the Jingxian, characterized by profound magical power and vast abilities, not far from comprehending the forces of the laws. Lin Xian recognized the significant gap between himself and the Xianxian. Should he encounter one elsewhere, he would undoubtedly flee. However, the current situation was different. With Mistress Shiji standing before him to fend off Ma Yuan, he felt entirely at ease to intervene, ensuring his safety while aiding her. Though he possessed various skills, few posed a genuine threat to Ma Yuan. Besides the Xianbing Shizai spear, there was truly only one technique that could endanger Ma Yuan, the soul-capturing divine power. For beings beneath the Jingxian level, facing this technique is exceedingly perilous, let alone when wielded at a consummate level as Lin Xian had mastered. While it may not guarantee Ma Yuan's demise, it certainly held the potential to catch him off guard and inflict significant loss. At that moment, Mistress Shiji and Ma Yuan were engaged in an intense battle. She summoned magical treasures, called forth warriors, and even transmuted stones into soldiers, conjuring a legion of stone giants to besiege Ma Yuan. Yet, Ma Yuan remained indomitable, the hand behind his head fluctuating in size, sometimes towering like a mountain, other times elusive and difficult to evade. The stone giants and warriors were no match for his grasp. Seizing an opportunity, Lin Xian focused intently on Ma Yuan, shouting, Master Uncle, seize the moment. With that, he unleashed the soul-capturing divine power. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated in Ma Yuan's mind, plunging him into darkness as he nearly lost his balance, his very soul quaking violently within his corporeal form, on the verge of departing. Initially startled, Lady Shiji seized the opportunity, and the Tai sword descended from the heavens, severing one of Ma Yuan's ears with precision. A piercing scream escaped Ma Yuan's lips. Yet his gaze did not turn towards Lady Shiji. Instead, he glared fiercely at Lin Xian. You, a mere celestial being, daring to strike at me. You shall perish. Ma Yuan charged towards Lin Xian with ferocity. Anticipating Ma Yuan's wrath, Lin Xian was prepared. With a gust of wind at his feet, he activated his wind control technique, propelling himself rapidly away. Simultaneously, Lin Xian extended his hand, forcefully pulling at Ma Yuan. Soul capture. Boom. A cacophony erupted in Ma Yuan's mind, his 3 souls and 7 spirits swirling in disarray, nearly causing him to regurgitate. This distraction rendered any pursuit of Lin Xian a futile endeavor. In the blink of an eye, Lady Shiji turned to block Ma Yuan's path, summoning a torrent of rocks that surged from all directions, hurtling toward him. As a spirit born of stone, Lady Shiji excelled in earth-based techniques, and now, unleashing her full power, each boulder weighed over 1,000 pounds. forcing Ma Yuan into a precarious situation. Relentlessly, Lady Shiji pursued, casting her spells while wielding the Tai sword against Ma Yuan. Under normal circumstances, Ma Yuan would have numerous strategies to counter Lady Shiji. However, every time he attempted to deploy his abilities, Lin Xian would invoke his soul capture technique, disrupting Ma Yuan's concentration. Though Lin Xian's cultivation was vastly inferior, preventing him from extracting Ma Yuan's soul directly, each attempt rattled Ma Yuan's essence, requiring him to divert his focus to resist. Thus, even with formidable skills, Ma Yuan found himself diminished to a mere fraction of his former strength. Amidst Lady Shiji's relentless assault, Ma Yuan's situation grew increasingly dire. Just as Lin Xian once again unleashed his soul capture technique, Lady Shiji spotted her opportunity. Taking advantage of Ma Yuan's disoriented state, she hurled her Bagua Cloud Light Scarf without hesitation. This inferior innate spiritual treasure was designed for binding and suppression. The Bagua Cloud Light Scarf unfurled, enveloping Ma Yuan in a mist, aligning with the positions of the 8 trigrams, intending to ensnare him completely. Just as Ma Yuan emerged from the tumult in his mind and raised his head, his expression shifted dramatically. Despite his formidable prowess, he dared not allow such a binding treasure to ensnare him, hastily casting his skeletal prayer beads and fleeing in disarray. The Bagua Cloud Light Scarf captured Ma Yuan's beads, momentarily delaying him, allowing Ma Yuan to escape several thousand miles away in a single breath. The distance was too great for Lin Xian to utilize his soul capture technique. However, even in flight, Ma Yuan's indignation simmered, and from afar, he bellowed, "Shiji, what skill is it to seek assistance? Return my beads at once, or I shall not rest until I have my vengeance." The treasured possession in hand, Lady Shiji had no intention of returning it. With a cold smile, she remarked, "What can you do if you refuse to relent? It was only through the combined efforts of me and my disciple that you were forced to flee in disgrace." Ma Yuan's face reddened as he muttered curses from a distance. Lin Xian snorted, rising on the wind to confront Ma Yuan. "Ma Yuan, out of respect for your arduous training, I spared your life earlier, yet you still dare to speak so boldly? Do you know who I am?" Initially dismissive of Lin Xian, Ma Yuan was now compelled to take him seriously, especially given the distaste Lin Xian's soul-capturing technique inspired in him. He responded gravely, "Boy, state your name." Lin Xian replied, "I am a disciple of the Jiejiao, under the esteemed Guiling Holy Mother. Surely you have heard of my master's renown?" Upon hearing this, Ma Yuan's expression shifted to one of uncertainty. He was well aware of the great Guiling Holy Mother, a true Deluo Golden Immortal and one of the 8 direct disciples of the Tongtian Patriarch. Despite being a disciple of the Jiejiao, he was merely an ordinary one amidst the countless followers, with little regard from the saints. Seeing that Ma Yuan grasped the gravity of the situation, Lin Xian seized the opportunity to threaten him. "My master and Aunt Shiji are friends. I am merely here on my master's orders to pay a visit. If you continue to harass us, the next time it won't be me who comes. It will be my master." "Ma Yuan, how many lives do you think you have that would suffice for my master's wrath?" Listening to Lin Xian's threat, although Ma Yuan maintained a defiant facade, fear began to creep into his heart. The reason he dared to confront Lady Shiji was that she was merely a nominal disciple of the Tongtian Patriarch, and not particularly formidable. However, should Lin Xian's words prove true, facing the Guiling Holy Mother next time could lead to his demise with a mere flick of her hand. Thus, he resigned, muttering to himself, abandoning his pursuit of the prayer beads, and hastily retreating. Meanwhile, Lady Shiji, witnessing Ma Yuan's retreat, smiled in satisfaction. "I truly appreciate your help, dear disciple. You even invoked the name of my senior sister to bolster my position. How embarrassing." Lin Xian chuckled, "Aunt, you needn't mention it. If my master knew of Ma Yuan's brazen behavior, she would surely return to handle him personally." He understood that Lady Shiji would not invoke the name of the Guiling Holy Mother against her adversaries, as they were contemporaries and friends, and she had her own dignity to uphold. But Lin Xian had no such concerns, being the junior. Curiously, Lady Shiji gazed at Lin Xian and asked, "Disciple, was that technique you employed earlier the soul capture?" Lin Xian nodded. "Aunt, you have a keen eye. It is indeed the soul capture." Lady Shiji expressed her astonishment, exclaiming, "You are merely at the celestial immortal realm yet can disturb Ma Yuan's very soul. You must have cultivated the soul capture to a considerable level, truly remarkable." Lin Xian smiled in silence. This technique was a complete download, and he had achieved mastery upon acquisition. However, reaching such a level of proficiency at the celestial immortal stage was indeed extraordinary, and Lin Xian was wise enough not to draw attention to it. Shiji gave it little thought, attributing Lin Xian's extraordinary talent in this particular divine art to his innate abilities. He remarked, with such a divine skill, as long as you become a Xianxian in the future, you will undoubtedly secure an invincible position among your peers. Lin Xian smiled and replied, I appreciate your kind words, Master Uncle. I hope to attain the status of Xianxian at the earliest opportunity. Shiji nodded repeatedly and presented the skull beads he had acquired from Ma Yuan to Lin Xian, saying, without your assistance, I would not have been able to obtain this treasure. It rightfully belongs to you. This bead was indeed a fine postnatal spiritual treasure. Although it did not compare to the tortoise shell Lin Xian possessed, or the 8 trigrams cloud-like cloth in the hands of Lady Shiji, it was still a superior quality postnatal treasure. However, Lin Xian was unable to develop an affinity for the skull, and he immediately declined, waving his hands. No, this bead is not meant for me. Please keep it, Master Uncle. Lady Shiji was momentarily taken aback, but quickly realized, oh right, this disciple is of the human race. Regrettably, she retracted the string of beads and sought to offer Lin Xian another treasure from her possessions. Lin Xian was unwilling to accept any further gifts. After a series of polite refusals, he reluctantly allowed Lady Shiji to fill his arms with an assortment of spiritual fruits. After accepting them with some difficulty, Lin Xian hurriedly bid farewell to Lady Shiji and departed from the Skull Mountain's bone cave. Although this journey had its share of challenges, it was ultimately successful, and he had the pleasure of meeting such an intriguing master uncle. Nevertheless, Lin Xian did not forget his true objective in descending the mountain, the Peach Mountain Cave Heaven. Lin Xian glided through the air, becoming increasingly adept at his wind manipulation technique. As he downloaded more of this skill, his mastery deepened. Unbeknownst to him, over a decade passed in the blink of an eye, and he had finally reached the threshold of proficiency in the wind technique. At last, he arrived at Peach Mountain. While Peach Mountain may not have been renowned in the primordial world, it was certainly a picturesque locale, rich in spiritual energy. Lin Xian alighted from the clouds and began to stroll through Peach Mountain ostentatiously. He had already gleaned the specific location of the Cave Heaven from Peach Mountain's conversations. However, he knew he could not head straight for the Cave Heaven upon arrival. After meandering through Peach Mountain for half a day, he gradually approached the site of the Cave Heaven. Moments later, before a secluded mountainside, an innate barrier materialized before Lin Xian's eyes. He had found it. A smile broke across Lin Xian's face. Meanwhile, Peach Mountain, who had long been aware of Lin Xian's arrival, could no longer contain his excitement. In the chat group, Peach Mountain, a Taoist has arrived here. This fellow is incredibly fortunate to have discovered the Cave Heaven within my mountain. Flower and Fruit Mountain. Oh dear. Doesn't that mean the treasures within your cave are about to be uncovered? TSK, soon you'll be a mountain without treasures. Peach Mountain, dream on. The Cave Heaven here is safeguarded by innate barriers. This fortunate fellow is merely a minor celestial. Even with 1,000 years, he won't be able to unravel these innate restrictions. Xian Zhongshan remarked, it is hard to say. Lin Xian, undeterred by the innate restrictions before him, leisurely engaged in conversation within the group before embarking on the challenge of deciphering the complex innate barrier. Indeed, Taosan was not mistaken. The innate prohibitions of celestial realms are notoriously intricate, rendering the hopes of ordinary celestial immortals nearly futile. However, Lin Xian was no ordinary celestial immortal. He was a disciple of the Jiejiao. The 3 teachings of the Xianmen each possess their unique strengths. The Chan school excels in weaponry, the Rin school in elixirs, and the Jiejiao in formations. Although Lin Xian was merely a nominal disciple, he had cultivated a profound understanding of formations, and restrictions can be regarded as a form of such. Without hesitation, Lin Xian seated himself in meditation before the innate barrier, patiently commencing his intricate work. 3 days passed swiftly. During this time, Taosan incessantly prattled within the group, adamantly asserting that Lin Xian could never unravel the innate prohibition, almost as if wagering on it. Yet, as the 3rd day concluded, Lin Xian abruptly rose, confidently extending his hand to lightly tap the barrier before him. Several streams of his mana flowed into the innate restriction, targeting its vulnerable points. Moments later, the barrier flickered twice and silently dissolved. An ethereal spatial passage materialized before Lin Xian. The group fell into a profound silence, with Taosan rendered mute, regardless of the inquiries posed to him. Lin Xian, unperturbed, inhaled deeply and stepped into the spatial passage. As the dimensions shifted, he found himself within the celestial realm. A rich aura of spiritual energy enveloped him, akin to being submerged in a boundless ocean of essence. With each breath, he felt a subtle enhancement in his cultivation. Truly, it was a celestial paradise. Within the vast wilderness, celestial paradises come in large, medium, and small sizes, with the most coveted being the supreme celestial paradises that even saints covet. The Taosan celestial paradise Lin Xian discovered was classified as a small-sized celestial paradise. However, the density of spiritual energy within exceeded Lin Xian's wildest imaginings. Spiritual energy was merely the least valuable resource in this paradise. As Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings, he observed mountains and waters. And beneath the nurturing embrace of the abundant spiritual energy, an array of extraordinary flowers and herbs flourished. Many had even transformed into postnatal spirit roots. Yet, this was merely the outer region of the celestial paradise. Rather than hastily harvesting the outer postnatal spirit roots, Lin Xian ventured straight towards the core of the paradise, drawn by a peculiar fragrance wafting from that direction. Shortly thereafter, he beheld a magnificent tree of vibrant emerald stature, beneath which lay a radiant orb exuding an enchanting glow. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement upon this sight. Approaching the grand tree, he noticed crimson fruits hanging from its branches, each plump and glistening with an alluring sheen. The innate vermilion fruit. Recognizing the precious fruit before him, Lin Xian identified the tree as an innate vermilion fruit tree, a low-grade innate spirit root. In terms of rank, it was comparable to the innate Gingjin apple tree he had previously shared in the group. However, at the outset, Lin Xian possessed but a solitary innate Gingjin apple, whereas now, before him stood an entire tree laden with innate Shu fruits. With a beaming smile, Lin Xian seated himself cross-legged beneath the tree, refraining from hastily plucking the innate Shu fruits. Instead, he first picked up a radiant orb emanating an array of colors from beneath the tree. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Xian endeavored to channel his magical energy into it. An influx of information swiftly coursed into his mind from the treasure. Lin Xian's expression transformed into one of astonishment, even more profound than when he beheld the innate Shu fruit tree. For this orb turned out to be a temporal treasure, known as the Moment Pearl. Such treasures are classified as extraordinary, existing beyond the realms of innate and acquired, varying in strength and taking myriad forms. The treasure in Lin Xian's grasp was particularly remarkable, possessing the ability to manipulate the flow of time. Throughout history, among the myriad paths, time holds the utmost reverence. Once one masters the power of time, whether for combat or cultivation, the advantages are immeasurable. Lin Xian widened his eyes, meticulously examining the Moment Pearl in his hand. After a brief interval, he let out a regretful sigh. Unfortunately, this treasure could not be wielded against foes. It merely altered the user's own temporal flow. Nevertheless, Lin Xian felt a profound sense of satisfaction. With a great calamity looming, time was precisely what he lacked. After refining the Moment Pearl, Lin Xian discovered he could manipulate time at a maximum rate of 100-fold. This meant that while 1 year passed in the external world, he could cultivate for an entire century. It appeared that this was not the limit of the Moment Pearl, but rather constrained by his current cultivation level, which allowed him to manipulate time at only 100-fold. However, for Lin Xian at this juncture, such a rate sufficed. After storing the Moment Pearl away, he began to harvest the innate Zhu fruits before him, 12 in total. Once he had gathered the innate Zhu fruits, Lin Xian proceeded to scour the entire cavern, collecting every mature acquired spiritual root he could find. In no time, a plethora of various spiritual fruits filled his surroundings, their fragrant aroma wafting through the air. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, his expression solemn. This time, he intended to use these spiritual fruits to elevate his physical cultivation level. He grasped an acquired spiritual fruit and consumed it. The 8-9 profound art roared to life, initiating the refining process. The aura of Lin Xian's physical body surged dramatically. With each acquired spiritual fruit Lin Xian devoured, his physical cultivation level began to ascend steadily. He progressed through the stages. Mid-stage of the first transformation, late stage, and then completion. Early stage of the second transformation, mid-stage, late stage, and completion. Initial stage of the third transformation. As the acquired spiritual roots were exhausted, Lin Xian's 8-9 profound art successfully transcended to the third transformation, reaching the initial stage of the celestial immortal realm. After digesting the effects of the elixirs and taking a moment to recuperate, he finally grasped the precious innate Shu fruit and consumed it. The extraordinarily pure energy erupted within Lin Xian's body. The profound 8-9 mystical arts were fully activated, swiftly converting the medicinal power into cultivation. As each innate crimson fruit was refined, Lin Xian's physical realm began to ascend once more, from the mid-stage of the third transformation to the late stage, and finally to the completion of the third transformation. With the last innate crimson fruit refined, a thunderous sound erupted from within Lin Xian, his vitality surging skyward. He had reached the initial stage of the fourth transformation, a true immortal in physical form. Chapter 5, The Sage's Machinations, Yoji's Gift, and the Two Demons of Meishan. As Lin Xian transcended into the realm of true immortality, the formidable energy within him erupted, resonating throughout the entire celestial cave. Achieving true immortality in his physical form, he was utterly reborn. Even at the initial stage of true immortality, Lin Xian's physical strength allowed him to disregard the majority of attacks from others at the same level. Moreover, he possessed an armor comparable to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure for protection. It can be said that it would not be easy for an ordinary true immortal to inflict harm upon Lin Xian. His unparalleled survival ability among his peers is the aspect most envied by practitioners of body refinement. Of course, compared to the vast powers and myriad techniques of those skilled in qi cultivation, body refinement practitioners possess far fewer means in other areas. However, Lin Xian did not solely tread the path of body refinement. He adeptly integrated both qi cultivation and body refinement. Mastery of both inner and outer realms grants one the ability to achieve extraordinary harmony of form and spirit. At this moment, having solidified his physical cultivation, Lin Xian did not rush to depart. The rich spiritual energy within this celestial cave was too precious to squander without diligent practice. His qi cultivation could also benefit significantly from this environment. Thus, Lin Xian promptly retrieved the instantaneous pearl, placing himself in a state where time flowed at 100-fold speed, and resumed his cultivation. In the blink of an eye, a year passed in the outside world. Meanwhile, within the accelerated time, Lin Xian had cultivated for an entire century. The spiritual energy in this celestial cave had been largely absorbed by him, completely transformed into his cultivation. Lin Xian's qi cultivation had also successfully reached the peak of the celestial immortal stage, a mere breath away from breaking through to true immortality. He exhaled a breath of turbid air, and with a thought, opened his personal panel. Personal panel name, Lin Xian position, Master of the Primordial Opportunities, Chat Group Cultivation, Initial Stage of True Immortal, Body Refinement, Perfected Celestial Immortal, Qi Cultivation, Abilities, Soul Capture, Wind Control Spiritual Treasures, Xianbing Calamity Quelling Spear, Low-Grade Innate, Turtle Spirit Armor, Premium Postnatal, Instantaneous Pearl, Rare Treasure, Footsteps, Advanced Postnatal Footsteps Chat Group Level, Level 3, 200, 1000. Gazing at his panel, a look of satisfaction graced Lin Xian's face. Compared to his previous rudimentary panel, he now boasted additional abilities and treasures. After several years of seclusion, the wind control technique he had previously downloaded had also reached a minor completion. Now, Lin Xian stood at the initial stage of true immortality in his physical form. With perfected qi cultivation at the celestial immortal stage, having mastered 2 top-tier minor abilities, and armed with innate spiritual treasures, it can be said that within the realm of true immortals, Lin Xian had become a formidable opponent, nearly unmatched. Not long after arriving in this realm, Lin Xian had elevated himself to this level, and he was quite pleased with his progress. However, he had nearly exhausted the resources within the Blessed Land. Without further delay, Lin Xian meticulously searched every inch of the cave, ensuring that no precious treasures or spiritual roots had been overlooked before finally departing with satisfaction. Upon emerging from the Blessed Land, Lin Xian found himself lost in contemplation above Peach Mountain. With his cultivation now substantial and having mastered the intermediate level of wind control, he could effortlessly traverse vast distances in a single day, soaring across the northern seas by day and lingering in the Kangwu Mountains by night. A feat that was far from mere boast. The world was vast, and he could venture anywhere. Yet, Lin Xian was not inclined to wander aimlessly. As the primordial wilderness harbored numerous dangers, perhaps he could continue fishing in the group chat, hoping to reel in another blessed land? Just as Lin Xian pondered this, a streak of luminous light suddenly descended from the horizon, crashing into Peach Mountain. A fleeting glance revealed to Lin Xian that this light was, astonishingly, a remarkably beautiful female celestial being, albeit her white garments were stained with blood, indicating she had sustained grave injuries. At that moment, the chat group erupted with activity. Peach Mountain, something's happening. The peculiar figure from last year has suddenly stirred. Flower Fruit Mountain, what is going on? Peach Mountain, Another person just fell from the sky. That strange figure is overjoyed and hurriedly rushing towards them. Moo Mountain, what is so strange about that? Peach Mountain, you don't understand. That figure came to Peach Mountain and spent all day doing nothing but gazing at the sky while clutching a broken zither. Isn't that odd? Wu Mountain, that is indeed quite peculiar. Upon reading the chat messages, Lin Xian felt a spark of inspiration. Wasn't Peach Mountain the fateful meeting place of Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji? Could it be that the strange figure on Peach Mountain was Yang Tianyu, and the one who just descended was Yao Ji? Intrigued, Lin Xian took flight toward the location where Yao Ji had fallen, eager to witness this extraordinary encounter. The pair of Yang Tianyu and Yao Ji seemed unremarkable at first glance, yet they had a son named Yang Jian. The catalyst for the Fengshen calamity was intricately linked to this war god of the Chan sect, Yang Jian. At that moment, Yang Tianyu, clutching an ancient zither, had already arrived at the spot where Yao Ji had fallen. Lin Xian followed closely behind, yet he refrained from revealing himself immediately, curious to observe how Yang Tianyu had captured Yao Ji's heart. At this moment, Yao Ji, her white robes stained with blood and her complexion pale, was evidently gravely wounded. She had descended to hunt the three-headed serpent, but had unexpectedly fallen victim to its cunning, suffering serious injuries in the process. With her wounds too severe to pursue further, she had no choice but to land on Peach Mountain to recuperate, just as Yao Ji consumed a healing pill and prepared to meditate to absorb its effects. She noticed a man, breathless and clutching an ancient zither, approaching her vicinity. Upon seeing himself, the man suddenly froze, his eyes brimming with fervor. Yao Ji wrinkled her brow in distaste and inquired, "Who are you?" Yang Tianyu, brimming with excitement, responded, "Fairy, I am named Yang Tianyu. I witnessed your descent from the heavens and came to inquire. Are you injured? May I offer my assistance?" Yao Ji shook her head, ungrateful for his concern, and replied coolly, "I have already consumed a healing elixir. After a brief rest, I shall be well. I appreciate your kindness, but please take your leave." Rejected outright. Yang Tianyu forced a smile, yet remained undeterred, his gaze flickering as he suggested, "Since you are healing, might I play a tune on the zither to help you relax?" Yao Ji frowned, intending to decline, but before she could speak, she noticed Yang Tianyu had already seated himself cross-legged, zither resting on his knees, beginning to play. The melodious notes soon filled the air between the peach trees. Unbeknownst to them, a curious onlooker not far away was watching with keen interest. Is this how Yang Tianyu pursues Yao Ji? It seems rather unimpressive, Lin Xian mused. His behavior struck Lin Xian as rather typical of a straightforward man, and his cultivation was mediocre at best, merely at the earthly immortal stage. What could a grand golden immortal like Yao Ji possibly see in him? Just as Lin Xian pondered this, he suddenly noticed Yao Ji's previously clear gaze beginning to grow hazy. Something is amiss. That zither must be enchanted. At that moment, Yang Tianyu, observing Yao Ji's gradually unfocused eyes, felt an exhilarating rush. The mesmerizing zither bestowed upon him by the sage was indeed extraordinary, even as a mere earthly immortal. He believed he could ensnare the heart of a golden immortal like Yao Ji. The thought of this unparalleled beauty falling for him brought an uncontrollable smile to Yang Tianyu's face. Just then, a sharp cough abruptly interrupted his melody. "Cough, cough, friend." Such methods are rather unrefined. Yang Tianyu whirled around to find a man wielding a long spear, whom he had not noticed approach, grinning at him. This man was none other than Lin Xian. It seemed that due to the zither's influence being limited to a single target, Lin Xian remained unaffected. In contrast, Yao Ji now appeared dazed, clearly nearing the brink of being controlled. Yang Tianyu, frustrated by the interruption of his scheme, glowered and said, "This matter does not concern you. Do not meddle, lest you invite trouble." Lin Xian, seemingly oblivious to Yang Tianyu's warning, curiously examined the zither in his hands. This instrument can influence a golden immortal. How did a mere earthly immortal like you acquire it? Upon Lin Xian uncovering his secret, Yang Tianyu's expression shifted dramatically. Realizing he could no longer maintain control over Yao Ji, he quickly aimed the zither at Lin Xian, intent on silencing him. However, Lin Xian merely chuckled, a glint of light flashing in his eyes. Soul capture. A heart-wrenching scream erupted as Yang Tianyu barely had time to activate the zither before his soul was forcibly wrenched from his body by Lin Xian. It is worth noting that Lin Xian's soul-seizing divine ability is capable of unsettling even Ma Yuan and Xianxian 2 realms above him. How much more so can it affect Yang Tianyu, who is merely 1 realm beneath? Yang Tianyu possesses no ability to resist. He was effortlessly seized by Lin Xian, his soul held captive in Lin Xian's grasp. The soul of a mere earth immortal is exceedingly fragile, and with but a slight exertion, Lin Xian could obliterate it into nothingness. Pray tell, from whence did this zither originate? Lin Xian inquired with keen interest. Yang Tianyu trembled in fear, yet mustered a facade of bravado, retorting, "Dare I speak? Do you dare to listen? Release me at once, or the formidable being who gifted me this ancient zither will surely annihilate you." Lin Xian chuckled. Such bold claims. Allow me to conjecture, is it not a certain heavenly Dao saint who has dispatched you? At this, Yang Qinyou's countenance shifted dramatically. Lin Xian mused, indeed. A plot devised by a heavenly Dao saint. How intriguing. Which saint might this be? Yang Tianyu gazed at Lin Xian in astonishment. Knowing it to be the machinations of a saint, you still dare to inquire? Lin Xian replied with a smile. I am a disciple of the Jie sect, under the guidance of the esteemed Tongtian Jiaozhu. What is there that I cannot inquire about? How curious that I possess the courage to ask, yet you hesitate to answer. Yang Tianyu fell into a moment of silence. Just then, Yao Ji's voice rang out. He is, of course, too fearful to speak. You may entrust him to me for interrogation. Both Lin Xian and Yang Tianyu turned to see Yao Ji, who had regained consciousness and was intently scrutinizing Yang Tianyou's soul. Yang Tianyou's face paled, his spirit trembling as if caught in a tempest. With a slight smile, Lin Xian relinquished Yang Tianyou's soul to Yao Ji, stating, Then I shall leave this to you, fair maiden. Yao Ji accepted the soul without further ado, pointing a finger at it, causing Yang Tianyu to become dazed and disoriented. After a brief pause, Yao Ji inquired, From whence do you hail? Yang Tianyu, his eyes vacant, replied, From the western Mount Sumeru. Yao Ji was taken aback by this revelation, and Lin Xian raised an eyebrow in response. So it was that a heavenly Dao saint from the Western teachings had plotted against Yao Ji? Yao Ji's expression turned cold as she dared not press further. Her delicate hand exerting force, unleashing a burst of divine light that instantly scattered Yang Tianyou's soul. Having completed this task, Yao Ji turned her gaze to Lin Xian. Her demeanor softening, and with a graceful bow, she said, I am Yao Ji. I am deeply grateful for your timely intervention. Lin Xian replied with a warm smile. So you are the esteemed Fairy Yunhua. There is no need for such formality. I am Lin Xian, simply a passerby who could not stand idly by. Yao Ji sighed. You have aided me in evading danger, yet I have inadvertently implicated you. To be targeted by a heavenly Dao saint is indeed perilous. Lin Xian reassured her with a smile. Fear not. I am a member of the Jie sect. Should matters grow dire, I need only return to Jinao Island. This was meant to comfort Yao Ji, as Lin Xian himself felt no apprehension regarding the situation. With the ability to obscure the heavenly secrets using the Chaos Pearl, what could a heavenly Dao saint possibly foresee? Yao Ji, however, felt a deep sense of indebtedness. After a moment of contemplation, she declared, You have rescued me from peril. And with this, our fates are intertwined. Such a profound kindness cannot go unacknowledged. As she spoke, she produced several treasures, a precious mirror, a gourd containing a spiritual elixir, and a peach of immortality. Yao Ji introduced, This mirror is known as the Locking Void Mirror, possessing the ability to bind and immobilize its target. It was crafted as a replica of the Haotian mirror forged by my elder brother. Although it is a postnatal spiritual treasure, its value is not inferior to that of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. This gourd contains a third-grade Xian Yuan pill, while this peach is a purple vein peach, both of which can aid you in enhancing your cultivation. I kindly ask you to accept them. Lin Xian gazed at the three treasures before him, momentarily taken aback. Each item, an exquisite postnatal spiritual treasure, a third-grade elixir, and a rare purple-veined peach, was extraordinarily precious. Was Yao Ji truly offering all of them to him? Was this the power of a celestial beauty from the heavenly realm? Lin Xian smiled and remarked, It is no surprise that you, Fairy Yao Ji, are so generous. As a mere celestial being myself, to decline would only seem disingenuous. Hence, I shall graciously accept. With that, he accepted the three treasures without hesitation. What was the point in futile refusals? Seeing this, Yao Ji beamed with a smile. Your candor is refreshing, and I find myself humbled. She then curiously inquired, Earlier, you mentioned being a member of the sect. May I ask under which master you have taken your vows? Lin Xian replied earnestly, My master is the Turtle Spirit Saintess. My cultivation is still shallow, and I hope I do not bring laughter to the fairy. Yao Ji quickly responded, Oh, not at all. I had no idea you were a distinguished disciple of the Turtle Spirit Saintess. It is no wonder you possess such remarkable abilities. Upon learning of Lin Xian's lineage, Yao Ji secretly abandoned her thoughts of inviting him to the heavenly court for an official position. In her perspective, Someone of Lin Xian's caliber must surely be a direct disciple of the Turtle Spirit Saintess, a true and legitimate disciple of the. Such a figure had boundless potential. Why would he deign to serve in the heavenly court? It would be better for her to avoid any embarrassment. What she did not know was that Lin Xian was merely a nominal disciple of the Turtle Spirit Saintess. With a quiet sigh, Yaoji turned to Lin Xian and remarked, "The hour is late, and there are schemes at play. I must return to the heavenly court promptly. For safety's sake. You should also make your way back to Golden Turtle Island." Lin Xian chuckled. "Fear not, fairy. I am well aware of the gravity of the situation." Yaoji nodded gently. Casting one last glance at Lin Xian before transforming into a radiant beam of light, soaring into the heavens, watching Yaoji disappear into the distance. Lin Xian did not return to Golden Turtle Island as he had claimed. After all, the heavenly Tao saints could not predict his movements. What was there to fear? Calmly, he returned to his previous place of seclusion and retrieved the 3 precious items bestowed by Yaoji. The first treasure, the Locking Void Mirror, was indeed, as Yaoji described, a premier postnatal spiritual treasure, possessing power comparable to that of a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, akin to the turtle shell he bore. Lin Xian briefly refined it and immediately understood its function. Primarily, this mirror had the ability to lock a space, forming a barrier that made escape difficult for foes, unless they possessed the means to break through its binding power. It was akin to a portable entrapment array. Moreover, this treasure possesses the ability to immobilize. For in the heat of battle, by reflecting the opponent's image with this mirror, one can apply a stasis technique upon them, within the realm of divine powers. Such techniques also exist, both stemming from the same origin and yielding similar effects. As Lin Xian diligently refined the Locking Void Mirror, he nodded in satisfaction. He now possessed a treasure for offense, one for defense, and with the addition of this treasure to ensnare his foes, he had certainly mitigated many of his previous shortcomings. Upon completing the refinement of the Locking Void Mirror, Lin Xian retrieved a gourd containing 3rd-grade spirit elixirs. The 3rd-grade elixirs are of considerable quality, typically reserved for golden immortals, underscoring their preciousness to Lin Xian. However, he refrained from hastily consuming them, instead casting his gaze upon a 3rd treasure, the purple-veined peach. This peach, the famed treasure of the Queen Mother of the West, is renowned throughout the heavens, and Lin Xian had long been aware of its legendary status. It is said that within the peach garden, there thrive 3,600 peach trees. The first 1,200 bear small flowers and fruits, maturing every 3,000 years, granting immediate ascendance to immortality upon consumption. The second 1,200 yield fragrant and sweet fruits, maturing every 6,000 years, bestowing longevity, and the final 1,200 trees, with their purple-veined kernels, mature every 9,000 years, and it is claimed that consuming them grants one longevity equal to that of heaven and earth. In harmony with the sun and moon, the peach gifted to Lin Xian by Yaoji is from this last category, the one that matures over 9,000 years. While the notion of sharing longevity with heaven and earth and the sun and moon may be an exaggeration, the formidable energy contained within the purple-veined peach is undeniably real. At this juncture, Lin Xian would not dare to consume it, for the sheer potency would undoubtedly overwhelm him. He decided to store the peach along with the elixirs, intending to consume them upon his future breakthroughs. Having tallied his recent acquisitions, Lin Xian was about to depart when a sudden stir erupted in the chat group. "Wushan, it's coming out. It's about to emerge." "Tao Mountain, what is about to emerge?" "Wushan, a spiritual treasure. There are treasures within this mountain. Surprising, isn't it?" Lin Xian's eyes widened as he glanced at the chat messages and switched to his alternate account. "Xian Zhongshan, a spiritual treasure? What kind of treasure?" "Wushan, it hasn't emerged yet. How would this mountain know?" "Wushan, however, the restrictions on that spiritual treasure are about to be breached, and the commotion it causes is quite significant. Many mountain spirits and wild creatures are likely to gather, making this mountain a rare hub of activity." "Huahua Mountain, tis tsk, what a pity. My mountain has always been bustling." "Wushan, hee, what is there to boast about at Monkey Mountain?" "Huahua Mountain?" The chat group soon descended into a heated exchange, yet Lin Xian's focus had shifted entirely. The fact that Wushan had a spiritual treasure on the verge of emergence was astonishing. It is known that we are currently in the age of the investiture of the gods, and unmanifested spiritual treasures have become exceedingly rare. A treasure capable of causing such a stir would undoubtedly be extraordinary, and Lin Xian was determined not to let this opportunity slip away. Without hesitation, he took flight, riding the winds directly toward Wushan. Having mastered the wind control technique, Lin Xian moved with remarkable speed and soon arrived near the vicinity of Wushan. As I approached the mystical peaks of Wushan, I was met with an intense surge of energy. Indeed, it was a spiritual treasure. Lin Xian was filled with exhilaration as he neared the source of this powerful disturbance, intent on seizing the opportunity. With the fluctuations of the barrier intensifying below, nearby beasts were drawn to the commotion. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and withdrew the Xianbing Shizai spear, releasing a bone-chilling aura that radiated in all directions. The numerous lesser demons, startled by the frigid air, regained some clarity and turned their gazes upward toward Lin Xian. Although reluctant, they dared not approach further. However, this tactic merely served to deter the weaker creatures. Before long, two formidable figures, exuding a menacing aura, appeared in the distance. Even before they arrived, their arrogant voices echoed ominously, declaring, "This treasure belongs to the Maishan. Those who wish to live should step aside." Maishan. Lin Xian observed the approaching duo with a serious demeanor. By claiming the name of Maishan in this era of the primordial world, they were undoubtedly the infamous Seven Wonders of Maishan. While the other demons of the Seven Wonders posed little threat, the leader, Yuan Hong, was quite formidable. Should he arrive, Lin Xian would indeed need to tread carefully. However, upon closer inspection of the two approaching Maishan demons, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief. One sported a pig's head, while the other bore a goat's head. Both were true immortals at the pinnacle of their realm, radiating an overwhelming aura of malevolence, the result of countless sins. It was clear that these were Zhu Zixin, the pig demon, and Yang Xian, the goat demon. Although they were true immortals, Lin Xian felt no fear. As Zhu Zixin and Yang Xian charged forward, the lesser demons recoiled in fear. Yet, upon nearing their target, they found a solitary figure standing resolutely, gazing coldly at them. Zhu Zixin was instantly enraged, exclaiming, "You, Taoist, why do you not retreat? Are you seeking death?" Yang Xian, with a chilling smile, interjected, "Fourth brother, why waste words on him? Let us consume him in one bite." Irritated by the delay, Zhu Zixin heeded his brother's suggestion and, with a gaping mole resembling a bloodied cavern, lunged at Lin Xian. With a light chuckle, Lin Xian stepped back several paces, effortlessly evading the attack. Zhu Zixin, left biting at nothing, paused in surprise, scrutinizing Lin Xian. "You possess some skill." Lin Xian replied leisurely, "You have yet to witness my true capabilities." With a flicker of thought, he summoned the Locking Sky Mirror, raising it aloft. In an instant, the Locking Sky Mirror emitted a brilliant light, transforming the surrounding area into an invisible spatial barrier that not even a bird could penetrate. The need for this confinement was clear, as the spiritual treasure was on the verge of manifesting, and Lin Xian sought to avoid further disturbances. As for the two great demons already ensnared within, they could simply be dealt with. Zhu Zixin and Yang Xian quickly discerned Lin Xian's stratagem, but instead of feeling alarmed, they burst into laughter. "This Taoist has trapped us together with him? Ha ha ha, what a foolish move. Does he not realize he has ensnared himself?" Their laughter echoed through the air, dismissing Lin Xian's efforts as utterly foolish. In their eyes, Lin Xian was merely a celestial being, while they were true immortal demons. To confront two opponents, and to surpass one entire realm, was it not akin to seeking death? Yet Lin Xian remained unperturbed, a smile gracing his lips. "Gentlemen, it remains uncertain whose demise this place truly signifies." With that, he extended his hand towards Yang Xian, executing the soul capture technique. The previously jovial Yang Xian's expression shifted dramatically as the soul within him quaked violently, nearly torn from his body. In a state of terror, Yang Xian hastily steadied his soul, taking quite some time to regain his composure. When he turned back, he found that the figure had already engaged in combat with his fourth brother. Chapter 6. Lin Xian's Annihilation of Two Demons, the Gathering of the Taishu Spirit Jade. In the invitation from the Venus Star, Lin Xian wielded the Xianbing Shizai spear, surrounded by a chilling aura, the spear tip radiating a golden brilliance. These two formidable demons from Maishan, Zhu Zixin was marginally stronger, being in the late stage of true immortality, while Yang Xian was at the initial stage. Thus, Lin Xian directly unleashed the soul capture technique upon Yang Xian. It is noteworthy that Lin Xian's soul capture could even influence the perfected Xian immortal Ma Yuan, let alone a true immortal. If he could directly extract the opponent's soul, he could annihilate it instantaneously, even if he could not. It would render them incapable of combat for a brief period. As Lin Xian anticipated, although Yang Xian barely resisted the soul capture technique, his 3 souls and 7 spirits trembled incessantly, leaving him unable to recover for quite some time. Lin Xian thrust his spear directly at him, prompting the startled Zhu Zixin to hastily raise his blade in defense. Even at this moment, Zhu Zizhen remained oblivious to the unfolding events. He witnessed his brother frozen in place, clutching his head in disarray. However, the immense force transmitted through the blade brooked no further contemplation. Such strength from this figure. This esteemed true immortal demon had been repelled hundreds of yards by a single thrust. Little did Zhu Zizhen know that Lin Xian's physical prowess far surpassed that of mere qi practitioners. Having repelled Zhu Zizhen with a thrust, Lin Xian did not rush to pursue but instead directed the sky-locking mirror from above towards Zhu Zizhen. Immobilization. Zhu Zizhen's body stiffened instantly, as if bound by an unseen force, rendering him motionless. Yet, Lin Xian refrained from exploiting this opportunity to attack Zhu Zizhen. Instead, he executed a reverse thrust, aimed at Yang Xian. Fortunately, Yang Xian had by this time recovered from the soul capture's effects, swiftly retreating just in time to narrowly evade the thrust. Meanwhile, Zhu Zizhen finally broke free from his immobilization and joined forces with Yang Xian, their expressions grave as they regarded the figure before them, no longer harboring any contempt. In the brief span of time, this figure had exerted total dominance over them, nearly extinguishing the weaker Yang Xian. This was no ordinary celestial being. Zhu Zizhen's countenance grew serious. Seventh brother, this figure is not to be trifled with. We should retreat. Just as he was about to finish, Zhu Zizhen suddenly halted, his expression darkening. He recalled that this figure had, prior to the conflict, enacted measures to seal the area within 100 miles. Not long ago, they had mocked this figure for sealing his own doom, yet now it appeared that he possessed an undeniable confidence. Yang Xian's countenance darkened. His slightly inferior strength had placed him precariously on the edge of annihilation, narrowly escaping death on 2 occasions. Lin Xian now regarded the 2 formidable demons with a smile. How do you fare now, esteemed sirs? Do you comprehend the perilous nature of this place? As he spoke, he reached out once more towards Yang Xian. Come at me. Yang Xian bellowed, bracing his mind and fortifying his soul. In the face of such a direct assault on his very spirit, he had but one option: to withstand it. To endure meant survival, to falter meant death. The man recognized Yang Xian's relative weakness and seized this opportunity to exploit it. Yet, even with preparation, Yang Xian felt his soul tremble, a splitting headache washing over him, nearly causing him to retch. As he strained to lift his head, a long spear radiating a chilling aura was thrust before him. Fortunately, Zhu Zizhen, with a roar, revealed his true form, transforming into a colossal wild boar, towering thousands of feet high, and stood like a mountain before Yang Xian. He believed his tough hide could withstand the strike of this man. However, Lin Xian's spear, enhanced by the essence of metal, was exceedingly sharp, piercing directly under Zhu Zhen's ribcage. With a roar of pain, Zhu Zhen disregarded his injury and lunged at Lin Xian with his gaping maw. Lin Xian, swift as the wind, withdrew his spear and deftly evaded. Yet, where Zhu Zhen had been struck, frost began to form. At that moment, Zhu Zhen felt a chilling dread envelop him, realizing the spear possessed such additional effects. The bone-chilling cold surged through his wound, coursing through his body, leaving him in a frantic attempt to expel it. Yet, Lin Xian would not squander this moment. Bind. Lin Xian activated the binding mirror, immobilizing the massive boar in place. Ordinarily, the binding mirror would not hold Zhu Zhen for long. However, affected by the frigid air, Zhu Zhen's movements were greatly hindered, leaving him unable to break free. Forced to watch as the cold spread within him, Lin Xian, however, was not in haste to dispatch Zhu Zhen. Instead, he turned his gaze to Yang Xian, who had retreated to the edge of the binding mirror's realm. Realizing he was outmatched, Yang Xian sought to escape the confines of the binding mirror, yearning for a fleeting chance of survival. At that moment, he was expelling white light from his mouth, furiously assaulting the barrier. Yet, breaking the binding mirror was no simple task. Although Lin Xian's cultivation was slightly inferior, the power of the binding mirror was comparable to a low-grade innate spiritual treasure. Yang Xian, alone, would require a considerable amount of time to breach it. In a state of frantic desperation, Yang Xian turned to see his elder brother also immobilized, encased in a layer of ice, and the man was once again advancing towards him. No, you cannot kill me. I am one of the 7 wonders of Meishan. If you take my life, my brothers will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Yang Xian knew that he had no power to resist before this figure. In a state of panic, he attempted to escape while issuing threats. Lin Xian merely chuckled lightly and raised his hand to grasp at Yang Xian once more. Soul capture. For the 3rd time, as his soul was ensnared, Yang Xian succumbed to despair. Although he barely managed to maintain his spirit, it roiled within him like a tempest, causing him unbearable anguish, leaving him no room for other thoughts. By the time he exerted all his effort to stabilize his soul and regained his sight, the golden-tipped spear had already appeared before him. This time, there was no one to shield him from the assault. A single thrust pierced through his skull. Bang! Yang Xian's head exploded, and his soul dissipated. The headless corpse collapsed, transforming back into its original form, a goat. Having dealt with Yang Xian, Lin Xian turned his gaze. Zhu Zhan had already broken free from the binding spell and was charging toward the edge of the spatial barrier with a body encased in frost. Thud! A dull sound resonated through the void as the previously intangible barrier rippled, yet remained steadfast. Truly stubborn, Lin Xian couldn't help but exclaim. However, the wild boar spirit indeed possessed great strength and a powerful will to survive. If he were to crash into the barrier several more times, he might actually break through. Unfortunately, Lin Xian would not grant him that opportunity. Freeze! Lin Xian pointed from a distance, and the locking mirror emitted a radiant light that enveloped Zhu Zhan. The cold energy within Zhu Zhan's body had not yet dissipated, and as time progressed, his body grew increasingly rigid. Now, with Lin Xian immobilizing him, he could no longer muster the strength to break free. This great demon could only watch helplessly as Lin Xian approached. I am from Meishan. In his final moments, the Demon King seemed to wish to utter threats. However, Lin Xian had little interest in listening. A swift thrust pierced through his skull, extinguishing his soul. In mere moments, two mighty demons had perished. The small demons hiding nearby, witnessing the spectacle, were stricken with terror and fled in all directions. Meanwhile, the restraints within Mount Wushan finally shattered. A stream of light burst forth from the confines. Lin Xian had been closely monitoring the commotion within the barrier, and upon seeing the treasure emerge, he reached out and captured it in his hand. Upon closer inspection, it was a brilliantly radiant jade tablet. The jade was composed of a mysterious material, adorned with intricate patterns that captivated one's gaze. Lin Xian explored its surface and immediately infused it with his magical energy. Attempting to refine it, information flooded into his mind. This treasure was known as the Tai Su Gathering Spirit Jade, a rare and precious artifact. The Tai Su Gathering Spirit Jade was indeed remarkable. It could store one's own power, up to 100-fold, and could accumulate an additional fold each year. At critical moments, one could unleash the stored 100-fold power in a single strike. It is worth noting that while Lin Xian was at the celestial immortal level, his physical form was undeniably that of a true immortal. Should one unleash their full potential and amplify their strike 100-fold, even a formidable being of the celestial immortal realm would likely suffer a significant setback, caught entirely off guard. Furthermore, as his strength increases, the explosive power of the void-gathering spirit jade becomes increasingly terrifying. For Lin Xian, this undoubtedly serves as a formidable trump card. Though the time required to store a 100-fold strike may appear ample, Lin Xian possesses the Moment Pearl, which ensures that time is never in short supply. Satisfied, he stowed the void-gathering spirit jade and did not hasten to depart. Instead, he directed his gaze toward the enormous corpses of the two demons below. Zhu Zhan and Yang Xian, one a pig demon and the other a goat demon, each towered over 1,000 feet, resembling small mountains, an imposing sight indeed. Despite their demise, Lin Xian had yet to scour the treasures they possessed. With a swift motion, he began to search the two demons. Regrettably, aside from a few acquired innate spiritual treasures, there were no other valuables to be found on the two true celestial demons. However, for Lin Xian, the demon cores and entire bodies of these great demons held considerable worth. Not to mention, the taste of true celestial pigs and goats would undoubtedly be exquisite. With a slight smile, Lin Xian collected the two great demons into his storage bag, which now occupied a significant portion of the space. It is noteworthy that these two demons, due to their excessive malevolence, bore a heavy burden of karmic retribution. Consequently, Lin Xian, having vanquished them, had in essence acted as an agent of heavenly justice. Mysteriously, a fortuitous aura began to coalesce around Lin Xian, seemingly emerging from nowhere. Fortune is a precious asset, greatly aiding in treasure hunting and cultivation, and may even turn the tide in critical moments. Feeling the newfound aura surrounding him, Lin Xian could not suppress a smile. This battle had yielded bountiful rewards for him. In addition to the extraordinary treasures, the physical forms of the two demons, and the accumulated fortune, Lin Xian was most eager for the upgrade of the chat group. As soon as Lin Xian dispatched the two great demons, a notification from the system appeared before him. Congratulations, host. You have gained 1,000 experience points. The chat group has leveled up. Current chat group level, level 4, 01000. The two true celestial demons had directly filled the experience meter to advance to the 4th level. The rewards for this upgrade soon materialized before Lin Xian. Congratulations, host, the positioning function is now activated. Random positioning opportunity granted once. Lin Xian's eyes instantly brightened. He had long coveted this positioning function. However, upon further inspection, he let out a slight sigh of disappointment. This time, the rewards positioning function was random, allowing him to pinpoint the location of only one group member, which could lead to either a fortunate opportunity or a misfortune, entirely dependent on luck. Nevertheless, Lin Xian bore no disdain for the randomness. He resolved to make use of whatever was available. Without hesitation, he utilized this positioning opportunity. The system's light curtain flickered, and moments later, the results appeared. Congratulations, host. You have successfully located a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, the Xinhuang Ding. Instantly, a coordinate surged into Lin Xian's mind. His eyes sparkled with excitement. A medium-grade innate spiritual treasure? Fortune smiled upon him this time. Moreover, judging by the name, it seemed to be a defensive type of innate treasure. It is well known that defensive treasures possess intrinsic value far exceeding that of equivalent offensive artifacts. After all, safeguarding one's life is paramount. A medium-grade innate defensive treasure is truly worth more than even a superior grade one, not to mention, even among golden immortals. Such a precious artifact is likely rare. Once this treasure is in his grasp, it would undoubtedly become his strongest lifeline. Furthermore, treasures like the Zhongding Tower are usually formidable, combining both attack and defense. Lin Xian, brimming with excitement, was eager to set off in search of this treasure. Just then, a beam of golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. As the golden light faded, an elderly figure clad in white robes and with white hair appeared before Lin Xian. His aura was profound and powerful, exuding an undercurrent of martial prowess. This was indeed a golden immortal. Lin Xian felt a surge of caution and began to retreat slowly. Surely, this golden immortal wasn't he here to seize his treasure? If so, he would have to flee at once. Although there was a significant gap between him and the golden immortal, he still possessed the wind manipulation technique, which might afford him a chance to escape. To his surprise, the suddenly appeared golden immortal greeted Lin Xian with a warm smile and performed a respectful bow. You must be the fellow who just vanquished the demons here, correct? I am the Taibai Jinxing, sent from the heavenly court. May I inquire your name? Lin Xian was taken aback. What? Taibai Jinxing? He was momentarily stunned, never expecting this renowned figure from the heavenly court to stand before him. However, he felt a sense of relief, knowing that this person was not there to snatch his treasure. Lin Xian relaxed somewhat and returned the greeting with a smile. Ah. So you are the Taibai Daoist from the heavenly court. I am Lin Xian. May I ask what brings you here? Taibai Jinxing chuckled. There is no need for you to be anxious. I come bearing good news. Lin Xian, intrigued, replied, Oh, please, do elaborate. Taibai Jinxing explained. What you may not know is that our heavenly court governs the vast wilderness and monitors the world. Any beings with grave sins are recorded by the Haoyan Mirror and will be dealt with in due time. The two great demons you just slain are examples of this. Lin Xian suddenly understood. It turned out the heavenly court had a pursuit of subduing demons, which was indeed remarkable. Taibai Jinxing continued with a smile. Now, you have accomplished a significant merit. I hold a position in the heavenly court responsible for recruiting talents, and I have come down to invite you to join us. Lin Xian's heart stirred. Could it be that he was being invited to join the heavenly court? Joining the heavenly court? It seems that there is potential for a favorable outcome. Upon meeting Lin Xian, the revered Taibai Jinxing did not outright refuse, and, sensing an opportunity, smiled and inquired. By the way, may I ask from which sect you hail and where you practice? Lin Xian, seemingly indifferent, casually replied, Oh, I am a disciple of the Jiejiao, under the tutelage of the revered Turtle Spirit Mother, who has been traveling far and wide of late. To his surprise, Taibai Jinxing's demeanor changed abruptly upon hearing this revelation. With a respectful gesture, he turned to leave. Lin Xian, perplexed, called out, Wait, what does this mean? Taibai Jinxing turned back with a wry smile, stating, Had I known you were a distinguished disciple of Jie Jiao, I would not have embarrassed myself with such lengthy discourse. Farewell. Lin Xian was taken aback. Did he assume that because he was from Jie Jiao, he would have no desire to join the heavenly court? Was the current standing of the heavenly court indeed so lowly? Amused yet bewildered, Lin Xian hastily reassured Taibai Jinxing, My friend, although I am a disciple of Jie Jiao, I harbor no prejudice against the heavenly court. Tabai Jingxing paused, visibly surprised, and regarded Lin Xian with newfound interest. Oh? A disciple of a great sage who still holds the heavenly court in esteem? Lin Xian smiled. While I may hail from a prestigious lineage, I am but a celestial being now. Why would I look down upon the esteemed heavenly court? Tabai Jingxing sighed. It is indeed rare among disciples of the great sage to possess such an outlook. Lin Xian chuckled awkwardly, choosing not to delve further into the topic. The disdain some disciples held for the heavenly court was not a recent phenomenon and bore no consequence for him, as he genuinely held an interest in joining. He promptly urged, "Pray, my friend, do enlighten me on the procedures for joining the heavenly court." Tabai Jingxing nodded earnestly, his expression growing serious. Ordinarily, celestial beings join the heavenly court starting as heavenly soldiers. However, given that you have vanquished formidable foes as a celestial being and are of Jiejiao lineage, you are not to be compared with the ordinary. If you truly wish to join the heavenly court, the sovereign will surely take you seriously. I can assure you that you will at least be prepared for a position as a heavenly general. How does that sound? Traditionally, positions as heavenly generals were reserved for those of the profound celestial rank. Upon hearing Tabai Jingxing's final addition, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement. Beginning as a heavenly soldier was somewhat beneath him, but starting as a heavenly general was quite appealing. Lin Xian immediately smiled and clasped his hands together, saying, "If that is the case, how could I possibly disappoint your kind intentions? Please, allow me to witness the splendor of the heavenly court." Upon hearing this, the Star of Taibai was overjoyed, for inviting a disciple of the sect was indeed a significant achievement for him. "Excellent. Please, step forward." With a wave of his hand, a radiant golden cloud materialized, and both Lin Xian and the Star of Taibai ascended upon it, secretly astonished. It then dawned on him that this Star of Taibai was not an ordinary being. Though this celestial figure appeared affable and was often depicted as benevolent in later tales, his full title was actually the Lord of the Star of Taibai. Taibai refers to the planet Venus, which governs warfare. In other words, this immortal was not merely a celestial lord, but also the golden virtue star among the 5 virtue stars. Lin Xian could discern that he was a golden immortal, but upon reflection, he suspected that this individual was no common golden immortal, but rather a Tai-E golden immortal. The Tai-E golden immortal was considered a formidable figure even in the primordial chaos. As the two soared toward the heavenly realm, the Star of Taibai cheerfully introduced Lin Xian to the general circumstances of the heavenly court, which left Lin Xian even more astounded. A dignified Tai-E golden immortal held himself with such humility. He truly exemplified the virtue of respecting the worthy. However, Lin Xian was unaware that the one who truly embodied this principle awaited them further ahead. What? The Heavenly Emperor wishes to see me? Just after passing through the southern heavenly gate, the Star of Taibai leaned in and revealed this shocking news to Lin Xian. With a chuckle, the Star of Taibai reassured him, "Do not worry, my friend. His Majesty is quite amiable. Besides, seeking a position for you among the heavenly generals necessitates an audience with him." Yet, Lin Xian felt momentarily dazed. The current heavenly emperor, Hao Tian, was not to be compared with the later Jade Emperor. At this time, Hao Tian had yet to undergo reincarnation and trials. He was a formidable quasi-saint. Such a person could be counted on one's fingers throughout the primordial chaos. And here he was, merely a lowly celestial being. The fact that a quasi-saint would personally wish to meet him was astonishing. Seemingly understanding Lin Xian's bewilderment, the Star of Taibai smiled and said, "You may not be aware, but it is quite rare for disciples of the great saints to join the heavenly court, and you are the first from the sect." Lin Xian suddenly realized that he had benefited from the prestige of the sect. Though there were many disciples in the sect, none had joined the heavenly court before, making Hao Tian all the more covetous. Contemplating this, Lin Xian curiously asked, "Am I truly the first from the sect to join the heavenly court? What about the friends from the end?" The Star of Taibai sighed. "In truth, there are not many. From there is one Bian Zhuang, a highly regarded disciple of the Grand Master of Taiji, who now serves as a general of the Heavenly River. As for this Nanji Xianwen, he also holds a position in the heavenly court." Lin Xian nodded gently, deep in thought. He was well aware of the reputations of these two individuals. Bian Zhuang, a disciple of the, was not yet renowned at this time, but would eventually become the illustrious Marshal Tianpa. As for the esteemed figure of the Antarctic immortal, he is undeniably a trusted confidant of the primordial supreme. Although it is said that he has joined the heavenly court, it is likely that he holds merely a nominal title. Lin Xian, however, remains oblivious to his true intentions. Indeed, as the brilliant Star of the Taibai has remarked, The allure of the heavenly court for disciples of the great saint is lamentably feeble. Not only have the renowned disciples of the saints shown little interest, but even the third-generation students scarcely regard the heavenly court with favor. Nonetheless, Lin Xian remains unperturbed, for they will eventually ascend, and he has merely taken the initiative. Calming his thoughts, Lin Xian followed the brilliant star of the Tai Bai as they traversed the 32 layers of heaven, arriving at the 33rd layer, the Great Luo Heaven. Before him stood the grand and majestic Lingxiao Palace. Entering alongside the brilliant star, Lin Xian beheld a tall figure clad in golden robes seated upon the throne, cradling an ancient mirror in his hands. The brilliant star of the Tai Bai respectfully announced, "Your Majesty, I have brought Lin Xian, Taoist friend." The heavenly emperor set down the ancient mirror and, descending from the throne, smiled. "Oh, is this the young friend from the?" Quite impressive indeed. As the heavenly emperor approached, Lin Xian promptly bowed. "This humble one is Lin Xian. Pleased to meet your Majesty." The heavenly emperor responded with a smile. "There is no need for excessive formalities. A disciple of thee is indeed a rare guest in our heavenly court." He then scrutinized Lin Xian closely, chuckling softly. "You exhibit a harmonious blend of spirit and form. Your physical body has already reached the true immortal realm. Quite commendable, young friend." The brilliant star of the Tai Bai cast a surprised glance at Lin Xian. To receive praise from the heavenly emperor for one's talent is surely a mark of exceptional ability. Feeling somewhat bashful at the compliment, Lin Xian was acutely aware of his own limitations. His innate talent could hardly be deemed extraordinary. It was merely due to fortunate circumstances that his physical form had ascended to the true immortal level. Although the true immortal body might not be deemed remarkable in the eyes of the heavenly emperor, achieving it at such a young age signifies either great fortune or innate talent, both of which are undoubtedly valuable investments. Moreover, as a disciple of the revered mother of tortoise spirit from the, Lin Xian's worthiness as an investment was further amplified. After a moment's contemplation, the heavenly emperor arrived at a resolution. "Young friend, would you care to join the heavenly court?" Upon hearing this inquiry, Lin Xian promptly replied, "Having arrived here, I naturally wish to." The heavenly emperor nodded in satisfaction, smiling. "As a distinguished disciple of the, joining my heavenly court should not be a matter of compromise. However, given your current level of cultivation, it would be fitting for you to serve as a heavenly general for the time being. How does that sound?" This hardly seemed like a compromise to Lin Xian. He had previously learned from the brilliant star that heavenly generals are typically appointed from among the golden immortals. He quickly responded, "Thank you for your gracious consideration, your Majesty." The heavenly emperor laughed heartily. "In that case, my dear minister, focus on your cultivation and strive to attain the golden immortal status. I assure you, when that day comes, a position among the Star Lords will await you." Even the brilliant star of the Tai Bai cast a look of astonishment. The emperor was indeed being exceptionally generous this time. Lin Xian felt a surge of determination and replied earnestly, "I shall not disappoint your Majesty's expectations." Hao Yan nodded with a smile and advised, "You are currently in a phase of enhancing your cultivation, so I shall not burden you with additional responsibilities. You may hold the title of Heavenly General without the necessity of any duties. Whether you choose to meditate in seclusion or traverse the mortal realm is entirely up to you. However, fret not, for your salary as a Heavenly General shall remain unaffected." Haha. Upon hearing Hao Yan's arrangements, Lin Xian felt a tinge of embarrassment. The Celestial Emperor was indeed exceedingly considerate. The title of Heavenly General did not imply idleness. For instance, the renowned Bian Zhuang, as the General of the Heavenly River, had a multitude of matters to oversee. Similarly, the General of the Curtain, a close attendant to Hao Yan, had his own responsibilities, as did the Heavenly Generals tasked with conquest and guarding the gates. It seemed that Hao Yan, considering Lin Xian's need to focus on strengthening his abilities, had decided against assigning him any duties, thereby facilitating his dedicated practice. Not to mention, he would still receive a salary. "I am most grateful, your Majesty." Lin Xian sincerely expressed his appreciation. Hao Tian waved his hand with a smile, instructing the Star Lord of Tai Bai to escort Lin Xian away. As they exited the Lingxiao Palace, Tai Bai Xingjuan remarked with a smile, "It appears that His Majesty holds you in high regard, my friend." Lin Xian chuckled, "I am humbled by His Majesty's kindness. Moreover, as a newcomer, I would appreciate your guidance." Tai Bai Xingjuan nodded with a smile, "Then allow me to show you around the Celestial Palace, so you may familiarize yourself with the surroundings. Please." Lin Xian felt a surge of joy. "Thank you, my friend." Subsequently, Tai Bai Xingjuan led Lin Xian through the Celestial Palace, introducing various sights as they strolled. The celestial realm boasted 33 layers, thus the entire celestial palace spanned across these 33 heavens. After the investiture of the gods, the three pure ones would also relocate here, eventually resulting in 36 layers. It is said that in its prime, the celestial palace housed 36 halls and 72 chambers, though it had yet to reach that grandeur. Numerous palaces were already in place. Taibai Xingjuan guided Lin Xian through each layer, and soon they arrived at a grand palace before the 16th layer. Taibai Xingjuan cheerfully introduced, "This is the treasure hall, the treasury of the celestial palace, containing countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures. Would you care to enter for a look?" "The treasure hall?" Lin Xian queried, somewhat puzzled. "As it is the treasury of the celestial palace, are we permitted to enter? Does Hao Yan truly entrust the treasures to this place?" Taibai Xingjuan laughed heartily. "You will understand once you take a look." Upon entering the treasure hall, Lin Xian was struck with awe at the sight before him. From the outside, it appeared merely as a palace, but once inside, he realized it was an expansive realm, seemingly limitless. In essence, it was akin to a paradise of its own. After all, Hao Yan, being a quasi-saint capable of creating such realms, was not to be underestimated. However, what astonished Lin Xian the most were the treasures floating throughout the hall, each enveloped in a layer of enchantment, drifting freely in the air. Lin Xian summoned a low-grade innate spirit fruit before him, upon which a line of small characters emerged from its restriction. 10,000 merits can be exchanged. He then summoned a piece of postnatal spiritual treasure, which bore a similar inscription. 30,000 merits can be exchanged. Lin Xian was taken aback, realizing that this was indeed a system of exchanging merits. Taibai Jinxing, standing nearby, explained, "Rest assured, my friend, this merit is not the same as what you may think. It merely serves as a means to calculate achievements." Understanding this, Lin Xian curiously inquired, "But from where does one obtain the required merits?" Taibai Jinxing smiled and replied, "You must venture to the Demon Suppression Hall in the next heavenly tier." Following Taibai Jinxing, Lin Xian departed the treasure hall and arrived at the Demon Suppression Hall, located in the 15th heavenly tier. The arrangement within the hall was much simpler. A massive scroll hung high above, densely inscribed with various information about formidable demons. Taibai Jinxing provided an introduction, saying, "Your Majesty's Hao Yan Mirror is a treasure capable of surveilling the three realms. No being burdened by heavy sins can escape its scrutiny. However, due to a lack of personnel in the heavenly court, carrying out such pursuits proved to be quite challenging." Lin Xian nodded silently. In truth, even if the heavenly court were not short of manpower, there would likely be few deities willing to take such risks. It was perhaps for this reason that the Hao Yan opened another treasure hall, offering numerous rewards to incentivize the immortals to descend and suppress demons. In this effort, Hao Yan had indeed invested heavily, as Lin Xian had even glimpsed innate spiritual treasures within the treasure hall. Nonetheless, the merits required for exchange were likely astronomical. As Lin Xian scanned the various pieces of information before him, he noted that the notorious demons recorded by the heavenly court typically began at the true immortal level. Moreover, the rewards for their capture often started at 1,000 merits. Currently, Lin Xian himself was not particularly fearful of facing such formidable opponents. As he pondered whether to accept a few of the bounty tasks, Taibai Jinxing cheerfully reminded him, "Did you not slay 2 true immortal demons while in the lower realm? They are indeed on the bounty list here, and since you have yet to settle the accounts, why not redeem them?" Lin Xian was somewhat astonished. "Is that permissible?" Taibai Jinxing nodded with a smile. "Very well, since the esteemed elder has suggested it, one should certainly take advantage of such an opportunity." Lin Xian immediately began searching through the bounty information and soon discovered the wanted notices for the 7 monsters of Meishan. Unsurprisingly, each of the 7 monsters was wanted for serious crimes. The pig demon had a reward of 5,000 merits, while the goat demon was worth 3,000 merits. Lin Xian promptly accepted the tasks to slay both the pig and goat demons, then turned to Taibai Jinxing. Taibai Jinxing dutifully advised, to complete the task, "You must present the demon's remains, stating that this bounty is crafted by your majesty, and there exists a method for verification." Lin Xian nodded, retrieving the remains of the pig and goat demons. Instantly, a beam of divine light shot forth from the scroll, descending upon the bodies of the 2 demons. Meanwhile, the commotion caused by Lin Xian drew the attention of several celestial generals nearby. A group of heavenly soldiers and marshals gathered out of curiosity. Upon seeing the Star Monarch, the celestial beings respectfully bowed. "Greeting, we meet you, Star Lord." The Star Monarch, with a cheerful smile, returned the gesture and introduced Lin Xian to the assembly, esteemed friends. This is Lin Xian, a newly appointed celestial general, personally appointed by His Majesty. Instantly, the heavenly soldiers and marshals began to scrutinize Lin Xian with intrigue. He has been appointed a celestial general straight after his arrival in the heavenly court. This fellow seems to be a celestial immortal. He has vanquished 2 formidable demons from Meishan, suggesting he possesses remarkable abilities and an extraordinary background. The 7 monsters of Meishan were already notorious in the demon subjugation hall. Yet no one dared to confront them, particularly because of the formidable Yuan Hong, who was notoriously difficult to deal with. It was unexpected that Lin Xian had encountered and effortlessly eliminated 2 demons from Meishan elsewhere. Listening to the discussions among the celestial beings, Lin Xian smiled and greeted them. Esteemed friends, I am Lin Xian, newly arrived and eager for your guidance. One burly celestial general scrutinized Lin Xian and inquired, Lin Xian, do you practice body refinement? The star monarch interjected, this is the esteemed giant spirit, a golden immortal who has achieved great prowess in body refinement. Lin Xian realized that this was the giant spirit god and replied with a smile, indeed, I have dabbled in body refinement, though I cannot compare to the giant spirit. Lin Xian had just reached the true immortal realm, while the giant spirit god was already a golden immortal. The giant spirit god laughed heartily, no worries, no worries. I observe that you are still young, and it is only natural for your realm to be a bit lower. There are few who practice body refinement in the heavenly court. Do visit me often. Lin Xian couldn't help but smile at the warm and hospitable nature of the giant spirit god. However, where there are kind souls, there are invariably those of less agreeable temperament. A nearby golden immortal, with a displeased expression, fixed his gaze on Lin Xian and scoffed, since your realm is low, you should start humbly as a heavenly soldier. How could a mere celestial immortal aspire to be a general? Before Lin Xian could respond, the star monarch quickly interjected. Judicial heavenly god, Lin Xian is a disciple of a distinguished student of the Saint Mother of the Turtle Spirit, possessing extraordinary talent. Hence His Majesty has made an exception to promote him to a celestial general. Upon hearing this, the other celestial generals nodded in agreement. Given that he was a disciple of a grand Luo golden immortal from his elevation to celestial general was not entirely surprising. Yet, the judicial heavenly god remained visibly displeased, sneering, disciples of thee are often mixed in quality. I hope His Majesty has not erred in judgment. With that, he turned and left in a huff. The star monarch cast an awkward glance at Lin Xian, saying, do not take it to heart. That judicial heavenly god has always been like this. The giant spirit god, more direct, scoffed. That judicial heavenly god tends to make a fuss over trifles. Pay him no mind. Lin Xian pondered thoughtfully. It appeared that, although the heavenly court was not particularly strong at present, internal discord was indeed present. The giant spirit god defended Lin Xian against the judicial celestial god, then warmly invited Lin Xian to his cave dwelling for a drink. However, Lin Xian intended to further explore the tasks available in the demon subduing hall and politely declined the giant spirit god's generous offer. The giant spirit god took no offense and merely suggested that Lin Xian seek him out if needed, before departing with nonchalance. Lin Xian's gaze returned to the scroll hanging high within the hall. Beside him, the celestial immortal Taibai expressed curiosity, inquiring if Lin Xian intended to take on several tasks. Lin Xian smiled and nodded, confirming his intention. Although Hao Yan had specifically arranged for him a nominal position as a heavenly general, theoretically requiring no duties, Lin Xian felt a pang of guilt. Moreover, establishing himself in the heavenly court necessitated proving his worth through strength and achievements. For him, slaying formidable demons in the lower realms would not only earn him merit to exchange for treasures in the treasure hall, but also accumulate experience for system upgrades, a truly advantageous endeavor. Lin Xian's gaze roamed across the scroll, swiftly locking onto several targets to undertake. 1 profound celestial demon and 3 true celestial demons. The nearby Taibai Jinxing exhibited surprise, but refrained from comment. He was aware of Lin Xian's ability to slay true celestial demons. Yet the thought of the profound celestial demon made him ponder, could this young friend possess additional means? Taibai Jinxing remained silent, but a nearby heavenly general, who had been observing discreetly, could no longer contain himself. The disciple from the do not recklessly accept tasks. He strode over, admonishing Lin Xian. Curiously, Lin Xian regarded the individual without irritation and asked with a smile, what prompts this remark, fellow Taoist? The heavenly general retorted with annoyance. You are taking on tasks recklessly to seek fame. If you fail to complete them and return in disgrace, will it not tarnish the reputation of us disciples of the Xianmen? Lin Xian was taken aback by the remark. Tai Bai Jingxing timely clarified. This is General Bian Zhuang of the Heavenly River, whom I mentioned to you earlier. Lin Xian suddenly realized who it was. Bian Zhuang, hailing from the human sect, was the only disciple from the human sect to join the Heavenly Court and had now become the general of the Heavenly River, destined to be the renowned Marshal Zhu Beiji of the future. Lin Xian smiled and explained, fellow Taoist Bian Zhuang has misunderstood. I am not undertaking these tasks merely for the sake of notoriety. Bian Zhuang frowned. You, a mere celestial immortal, despite possessing the strength of a true immortal, what can you possibly do against profound celestial demons? You claim it's not for fame? Lin Xian chuckled at the absurdity of it all and helplessly replied, rest assured. Fellow Taoist Bian Zhuang, I have my own means and shall not bring shame upon the disciples of the Xianmen. Bian Zhuang snorted coldly. You underestimate your own abilities, displaying arrogance. I shall await your return in disgrace. With that, he turned and swept away, clearly disdainful of Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt exasperated. He could hardly declare that he was confident in swiftly ascending to the profound celestial realm, for who would believe such a claim? Nonetheless, he resolved to let his actions speak for themselves in due time. The Tai Bai Jingxian glanced at Lin Xian and softly inquired, do you truly possess the confidence to confront the formidable Xiansen demon? Lin Xian pondered for a moment and replied earnestly, at this moment, perhaps not. But it shall not be long before I do. Upon hearing this, Tai Bai Jingxian breathed a sigh of relief, regarding Lin Xian with newfound respect. It was evident to him that Lin Xian was not one to boast without merit. He surely had his own means of support. Tai Bai Jingxian chuckled lightly. It seems that Taoist Bian Zhuang has misjudged you. However, his intentions are not personal. He simply values his own pride. Lin Xian nodded with a smile, genuinely unconcerned by the remark. Tai Bai Jingxian continued to express his admiration. You truly are a modest gentleman. By the way, I recall that the Heavenly Court has residences within the Celestial Palace. Once you have completed your affairs, why not allow me to escort you there? Lin Xian was taken aback by the notion that accommodations could be provided within the Heavenly Court, yet he readily accepted with delight. The two then departed from the demon-subduing hall and soared towards the ninth heaven. As they flew, Tai Bai Jingxian elaborated, currently, the palaces of the Heavenly Court are limited, and typically, only the emperors and star lords possess their own abodes. The celestial generals reside in caves, though the conditions are not lacking in comfort. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, when suddenly, a figure wafting a fragrant breeze flitted past them. Tai Bai Jingxian promptly halted, turning to greet the newcomer. Greetings, Your Highness, Xian Nu. Chapter 8. Xian Nu bestows treasures, secrets of the two immortals rich. Following Tai Bai Jingxian's gaze, Lin Xian beheld a stunning celestial maiden clad in black, her demeanor exuding a chilling elegance. At that moment, she too was gazing at the two with a dazed expression. However, what astonished Lin Xian the most was not merely her beauty, but the terrifying aura that subtly emanated from her. She appeared to be a Deluo Jingxian. No wonder even Tai Bai Jingxian treated her with such reverence. At that instant, Tai Bai Jingxian whispered in introduction, Lin Xian, this is the esteemed disciple of the Golden Mother, the Princess of the Nine Heavens. Xian Nu realization dawned upon Lin Xian. So it is she, the Princess of the Nine Heavens, a disciple of the Golden Mother of the Yaopu, who rose to prominence during the age of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, holds significant renown among the human race. During the era of the Yellow Emperor, humanity faced a formidable adversary, the Great Witch Qiyu. At that time, humanity was swiftly rising to become the principal force of the heavens, yet certain remnants of the Witch clan were unwilling to concede. Qiyu was one of them. He integrated himself within humanity, successfully uniting a powerful human tribe known as Jiuli, and contended with the Yellow Emperor. Qiyu intended to conquer humanity and subsequently merge the witch and human races, leading to a substitution of identities. However, the Xian Yuan Yellow Emperor, a formidable ruler in his own right, would not allow such a scheme to prevail. The ensuing battles were relentless, capturing the attention of countless deities. The mighty beings of heaven and earth recognized this as a pivotal moment for the rise of humanity. Those who intervened to assist humanity would undoubtedly reap rewards from this significant conflict. Thus, the celestial beings descended from the mountains to assist humanity, with Guangqingzi even becoming the mentor of the Yellow Emperor. Meanwhile, in the heavenly realm, the Nine Heavens Xian Nu was also dispatched to the mortal world to impart military knowledge to the Yellow Emperor and to lend her direct assistance. Ultimately, in the Battle of Zhuolu, the Yellow Emperor triumphed over Qiyu, firmly establishing the position of humanity within the cosmos. The Xianyuan Yellow Emperor emerged as a formidable sovereign, while Guangqingzi and the Nine Heavens Xiannu, as his mentors, were granted a share of humanity's fortune. With this auspicious fate, Guangqingzi successfully attained the great Tao fruition, while the Nine Heavens Xiannu likely also benefited from this fortunate opportunity. At this moment, Lin Xian, reminiscing, greeted the Nine Heavens Xiannu with a smile. I am Lin Xian, a humble disciple practicing on Golden Tortoise Island, yet I hail from the human race. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Princess Xiannu. Beside him, the Taibai Jingxian cheerfully introduced. This Lin Xian is a distinguished disciple of the Sacred Mother of Tortoise Spirit, having just been appointed as a heavenly general by His Majesty. Upon hearing this, the Nine Heavens Xiannu glanced at the Taibai Jingxian and then at Lin Xian, her expression becoming somewhat rigid. A disciple of Tortoise Spirit? Then this is for you. The Nine Heavens Xiannu suddenly tossed a luminous orb towards Lin Xian and turned away without a backward glance. Lin Xian, bewildered, looked at the orb in his hand, pondering its significance. Turning to Taibai Jingxian, he found him equally bemused. Lin Xian, do not take it to heart. The princess has always been somewhat aloof. This is not a personal affront, Taibai Jingxian advised. Lin Xian replied, how peculiar, I feel as though I have heard similar sentiments multiple times today. He shook his head. You jest, my friend. The Xiannu has graciously gifted me this spiritual treasure, has she not? The orb he held was indeed a mid-grade postnatal spiritual treasure, seemingly enhancing one's sensitivity to the heavenly secrets, aiding him in averting misfortune and seeking good fortune. Although merely a mid-grade treasure, it held considerable value. It appeared that the Nine Heavens Xiannu was not as unapproachable as he initially thought. Moreover, there seemed to be some connection with his own master. Otherwise, why would she bestow him with such a gift? His master, hailing from the Black Tortoise lineage, preferred tranquility over turmoil, yet surprisingly had a wide network in the primordial world. Conversely, despite her prominent reputation, the Nine Heavens Xiannu seemed to exhibit signs of social anxiety. Contemplating this, Lin Xian could not help but smile. Noticing Lin Xian's nonchalance, Taibai Jingxian remarked in admiration, you truly possess a remarkable temperament. I believe you will find great ease within the heavenly courts. As they conversed, they arrived at a cave dwelling. Although it could not compare to the grandeur of the heavenly palaces, this cave was spacious, tranquil, and suffused with celestial energy, certainly surpassing Lin Xian's former abode. This place is quite splendid. I am grateful for your assistance today, dear Taibai. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction. With a gentle smile, the Taibai Jingxing remarked, as long as you are satisfied, my friend, I shall take my leave. After bidding farewell to Taibai Jingxing, Lin Xian tidied and arranged his cave abode before closing the door, commencing his period of seclusion. Though referred to as seclusion, it was merely a time to assimilate his previous gains. Earlier, during his time at the Lingxiao Palace, the Heavenly Emperor had bestowed upon him a stipend, which consisted of a gourd containing 3-turn spirit elixirs. Together with the spirit elixirs gifted by Yao Ji, he now possessed 2 gourds. Additionally, there was a purple-striped peach of immortality. Initially, Lin Xian had reservations about consuming the purple-striped peach. However, now that he had 2 gourds of 3-turn spirit elixirs to enhance his physical body, his confidence in consuming the peach had greatly increased. This was also the reason Lin Xian dared to set his sights on the formidable Xianxian great demons. Lin Xian retrieved the 2 gourds of elixirs and the purple-striped peach, but refrained from consuming them immediately. Instead, he first summoned the momentary pearl. The pearl radiated a violet light, enveloping Lin Xian in a 100-fold acceleration of time, allowing him to begin his consumption of the elixirs. The 3-turn spirit elixirs included a gourd of Xian Yuan Dan and a gourd of Zhu Yuan Dan, both of which were excellent pills for enhancing cultivation. However, Lin Xian intended to use them not for elevating his qi cultivation but for advancing his physical refinement. As he ingested each elixir, Lin Xian operated his 8-9 profound art to its fullest, refining them completely. The pure energy swiftly permeated Lin Xian's internal organs and limbs, fortifying his vital essence and strengthening his corporeal form. His physical refinement level began to soar, progressing through the stages of true immortal, mid-stage, late stage, and finally to perfection. Once the 2 gourds of 3-turn spirit elixirs were exhausted, Lin Xian successfully elevated his physical body to the peak of true immortal. To continue breaking through would require more than mere elixirs. Fortunately, Lin Xian possessed a 9,000-year-old purple-striped peach of immortality. Such a peach, of this caliber, was comparable to a supreme innate spiritual fruit. Though there was only one, it held the value of a golden core. Had Lin Xian not first perfected his physical body to the true immortal stage, he would have dared not consume this peach. Lin Xian took a moment to adjust, restoring his body to its optimal state before reverently lifting the purple-striped peach to his mouth. The flesh of the peach was exquisitely delectable, dissolving instantly upon contact, transforming into extraordinarily pure energy that erupted within Lin Xian's body. He promptly activated his 8-9 profound art with all his might to refine this formidable medicinal power. In an instant, Lin Xian's body flushed a deep crimson, the overwhelming energy of the purple-striped peach rampaging within him. The pain contorted his features. But were it not for his now perfected true immortal physique, he might have been unable to endure it. Yet, as he fully channeled the 8-9 profound art, the energy of the peach was swiftly refined and absorbed. Lin Xian's physical aura began to surge exponentially. Finally, a resounding boom echoed in the void, shattering the barriers of the Xian immortal realm. With the fourth transformation of his profound art, his physique ascended to that of a Xian immortal. The immense vitality resonated throughout the cave, echoing endlessly. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, his body glowing a deep red as if forged from blood, only gradually returning to normal after an extended period. His physical body has successfully ascended to the initial stage of the profound immortal realm. With a deep breath, Lin Xian extended his hand and suddenly clenched it in the air. Bang! A muffled explosion reverberated, echoing the sound of air bursting. Lin Xian gazed at his hands and nodded in satisfaction. Even without the enhancement of divine abilities, his current physical strength was sufficient to move mountains and fill seas. As a profound immortal in the early stage of body refinement, he was terrifyingly powerful. The typical methods of ordinary profound immortals could no longer affect him. And even when faced with golden immortals, Lin Xian possessed a degree of self-preservation. This was due to the presence of a turtle shell on him, comparable to a low-grade, innate spiritual treasure. Although Lin Xian might not be able to defeat a golden immortal, the latter would undoubtedly find him quite troublesome. However, the rapid enhancement of his physical body left his chi refinement realm somewhat lacking. Lin Xian furrowed his brow. While his physical body had advanced to the profound immortal stage, his primordial spirit and chi refinement remained at the celestial immortal realm. Fortunately, Lin Xian had achieved the perfected state of celestial immortal in his chi refinement, and he still had some residual medicinal power from the peaches of immortality within him. The spiritual energy in his cave abode was also abundant. Thus, Lin Xian decided to continue his seclusion. He aimed to break through the perfected celestial immortal realm in one breath. In his cave, Lin Xian remained in seclusion for what seemed to be a year. However, due to the 100-fold acceleration of time, he had actually cultivated for a full century. Within the cave, Lin Xian's aura finally underwent a transformation. He had reached the initial stage of true immortal. With the breakthrough in his realm, Lin Xian opened his eyes and slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air. It seems my foundation is still somewhat ordinary, merely breaking through to true immortal. If I had an innate foundation, it would have been a matter of course by now, Lin Xian remarked, shaking his head. Of course, this was also due to his reliance on minimal external aids in his chi refinement. With the breakthrough in his realm, Lin Xian's thoughts stirred, and he opened his personal panel. Personal panel name, Lin Xian position, leader of the Primordial Opportunity Chat Group Cultivation, initial stage of profound immortal, body refinement. Initial stage of true immortal, chi refinement, divine abilities, soul capture, wind control, spiritual treasures, Xianbing calamity quelling spear, low-grade innate, turtle spirit armor, high-grade postnatal, avoiding misfortune pearl, mid-grade postnatal. Instantaneous pearl, exotic treasure, Taishu gathering spirit jade, exotic treasure, foundation, high-grade postnatal foundation chat group level 4, 01000. Lin Xian assessed his current assets and nodded lightly. With his body refinement having reached the initial stage of profound immortal and his chi refinement at the initial stage of true immortal, combined with the power of the Taishu gathering spirit jade, even a perfected profound immortal would suffer a heavy blow if caught off guard. Although it was only the force of a crucial strike in regular combat, with the Xianbing calamity quelling spear for offense and the armor bestowed by his master for defense, he would likely find it difficult to encounter an opponent in the realm of profound immortals. As for the avoiding misfortune pearl, it was a spiritual treasure gifted to him by the Nine Heavens Xian Nu, enhancing the wearer's sensitivity to the celestial mechanisms. In critical moments, it could help avert calamity and attract fortune. Although its grade was not high, its utility was significant. Those who pursue the path of cultivation often experience sudden inspirations, a phenomenon that signifies a connection to the mysteries of the universe. With the presence of this precious talisman for averting misfortune, Lin Xian's chances of encountering great danger would notably increase. Having exhausted his resources, Lin Xian emerged from seclusion with unwavering confidence. Upon leaving his cave dwelling, he made his way directly to the southern heavenly gate, descending to the mortal realm. However, his intentions were not directed towards the notorious demons he sought to evade, but rather towards a place of considerable renown, Mount Urtian. Mount Urtian is situated within the realm of the immortal beings, characterized not merely by a single mountain, but rather by a vast and sprawling circular mountain range that forms a valley basin, abundant with numerous spiritual veins, making it an exceptional site for cultivation. The region is named Mount Urtian because it is guarded by two formidable golden immortals, the Tai Golden Immortals. Interestingly, these two Tai Golden Immortals seem to harbor a favorable disposition towards humanity, frequently intervening to protect them. Thus, Mount Urtian has become the largest gathering place for scattered cultivators of the human race. However, Lin Xian's purpose for venturing to Mount Urtian was not solely based on this fact. The coordinates of the Xianhuang Ding, a revered artifact, lie precisely within the confines of Mount Urtian. As Lin Xian made his way towards Mount Urtian, another presence had also set its sights on this sacred location. Within the depths of Maishan, a magnificent white ape sat upon a stone chair, its countenance fierce, eyes ablaze with malevolence. Have we yet to locate the one who slew the third and seventh? Indeed, this formidable figure was none other than Yuan Hong, the leader of the 7 monsters of Maishan. Beside him, the canine demon Dai Li shook his head. The aura of that wretch vanished at Taosan, and it appears he is headed towards the heavenly court. Yuan Hong furrowed his brow. Although the disciples of the 3 teachings of the heavenly gate looked down upon the heavenly court for the great demons of the primordial wilderness, the heavenly court remained a colossal entity, to say nothing of the intimidating reputation of the Hutu Zhuanqing. At this moment, no demon king would dare to challenge the heavenly court, and Yuan Hong certainly did not wish to do so. He could only shake his head and inquire, "What news of the reconnaissance sent to Mount Urtian?" Dai Li perked up at this question. "Brother, we have gathered intelligence. The once great demon king Wu Zhiqing is indeed suppressed within Mount Urtian." Yuan Hong's spirits lifted upon hearing this. It seems that the information I received was accurate. Wu Zhiqing, one of the ancient demon kings, self-proclaimed as the great sage of the water ape, once stirred up chaos in the Huai and Guo rivers, creating catastrophic floods that hindered Diyu's efforts to control the waters. It was only with the aid of the Yinglong that Diyu was able to forge a treasure to subdue Wu Zhiqing and quell the floods. Yet, unbeknownst to many, this renowned great sage of the water ape lay imprisoned beneath Mount Urtian. Dai Li, filled with curiosity, asked, "Brother, are we truly to assist in releasing Wu Zhiqing? It may very well lead to chaos." Yuan Hong chuckled. "You do not understand. What he desires is indeed chaos, and moreover, this matter is of utmost significance to me." Noticing his brother's reticence, Dai Li refrained from further questioning. Yuan Hong fell into deep contemplation. The cultivation he possesses today is a result of his encounter with an extraordinary Taoist. The origins of this Taoist remain unknown, yet his powers are immense, rendering Yuan Hong utterly incapable of contending with him. However, instead of annihilating Yuan Hong after subduing him, the Taoist imparted the profound 8-9 mystical arts and revealed the nature of his lineage. It turned out that he is one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, the long-armed ape. Each of the 4 monkeys possesses remarkable bloodlines and formidable origins, all of which harbor the potential to attain the status of a demon sage. Should they consume one another's essence, their origins could even ascend to a higher realm. Not long ago, the Taoist who taught him the 8-9 mystical arts informed him that he had located another of the 4 monkeys of chaos, the legendary water ape sage, Wu Zhiqi. The 4 monkeys of chaos consist of the spirit-illuminating stone monkey, the red rear horse monkey, the long-armed ape, and the 6-eared macaque. Yuan Hong, as the long-armed ape, comprehended supernatural abilities upon attaining his form, possessing arms that could reach great distances, able to shift mountains and stones nearby, and, at a distance, pluck stars from the heavens. A truly remarkable talent. Of course, with Yuan Hong's current level of cultivation, plucking stars remains beyond his grasp, yet moving mountains and filling seas is well within his capabilities. Wu Zhiqi, as the red rear horse monkey among the four monkeys, is versed in the dualities of yin and yang, adept at evasion and concealment, and possesses exceptional control over water, making him particularly troublesome in aquatic environments. In ancient times, Wu Zhiqi had even attained the status of a great Luo demon king, proclaiming himself a sage, wreaking havoc in the waters of the Huai River, nearly uncontainable. Ultimately, it was the ancient dragon clan's formidable being, Yinglong, who assisted Diyu in subduing Wu Zhiqi in the water. However, due to Wu Zhiqi's overwhelming physical strength, Diyu and Yinglong, despite capturing him, found it nearly impossible to slay him. In the end, Diyu forged iron chains and golden bells to bind Wu Zhiqi's corporeal form and suppress his primordial spirit, thus managing to subdue him. Naturally, Yuan Hong harbored great envy for such a formidable demon king. Therefore, upon receiving news that Wu Zhiqi was imprisoned on Erlong Mountain, Yuan Hong could hardly contain his excitement, rallying his brothers to embark on a journey to Erlong Mountain. Beside him, Dai Li, a genuine strategist, expressed concern. "Elder brother, the Taoist bestowed upon you his powers, and now calls upon you to seek out Wu Zhiqi. It seems he harbors significant intentions. Currently, only 5 of the Meishan brothers remained, and caution was warranted." Yuan Hong laughed heartily at these words. "Rest assured, second brother, I have long speculated about the Taoist's origins and intentions." Hearing this, Dai Li's spirit was invigorated, and he eagerly inquired, "What has elder brother deduced?" Yuan Hong replied nonchalantly, "The 8-9 mystical arts are the orthodox body-refining arts of the Taoist sect, likely held solely by the teachings of the Chan and Jie schools. And it is the Chan school that possesses knowledge regarding Wu Zhiqi." This revelation was unfamiliar to Dai Li, who was taken aback. Is it a master of the Chan school? Why would they assist elder brother in releasing Wu Zhiqi? A hint of derision flashed across Yuan Hong's face as he mused. It must be for the sake of fortune. What led to this assertion? It naturally harkens back to the ancient times. In ancient times, the rise of the human race coincided with a fierce struggle among various factions, during which the celestial beings of the Chan sect, enticed by the fortune of humanity, descended to assist them. However, during the Battle of the Deer, many golden immortals from the Chan sect were blinded by malevolent energy, unable to distinguish friend from foe, resulting in the slaughter of numerous humans and consequently burdening themselves with karmic retribution. As the impending calamity approached, the weight of this karma rendered their situation exceedingly perilous. Thus, some began to conspire, seeking to exploit Yuan Hong to once again unleash Wu Zhiqi, allowing it to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm and incite unimaginable sins. When the time came, the celestial beings of the Chan sect could reappear to either suppress or annihilate Wu Zhiqi. In doing so, they would undoubtedly absorb a substantial portion of human fortune, alleviating much of their own karmic burden. Such a covert scheme left Dai Li astounded in terms of ruthlessness. The demon clan truly could not rival these disciples of the great sections. Yuan Hong remarked nonchalantly, "Heaven and earth lack compassion, and sages are devoid of mercy, naturally. These disciples have grasped the essence of this." Dai Li expressed his concern if that is the case. "What if the Chan sect's immortals turn against us and seek to eliminate us as well? We must remain vigilant, elder brother." Yuan Hong reassured him with a smile. "Worry not. We do not intend to brazenly release Wu Zhiqi. Instead, we shall covertly set it free and then join forces with the golden immortals of the Chan sect to confront it. What excuse would they have to act against us?" Upon hearing this, Dai Li breathed a sigh of relief, admiration evident on his face. "Truly, elder brother, your foresight is remarkable." Yuan Hong could evade blame while also seizing the essence of Wu Zhiqi, and the Chan sect's immortals would have the opportunity to obtain human fortune, thereby dissipating their own karmic burdens. Almost every party envisioned a satisfactory future, while the unfortunate humans who would suffer due to Wu Zhiqi's rampage went unnoticed. As this conspiracy against the Second Immortal Ridge unfolded quietly, Lin Xian finally arrived at the location. The Second Immortal Ridge, with its undulating mountains and verdant foliage, appeared tranquil. Yet, upon descending with the wind, Lin Xian realized the extent of the liveliness in this place. Groups of human immortals, mingling in 3s and 2s, engaged in philosophical discussions amidst the mountains or reclined by the streams, where white clouds floated lazily and ancient pines stood evergreen, creating an ethereal scene. Deep within the Second Immortal Ridge, Lin Xian even caught a glimpse of a vast market. While marveling at the sight, he made his way toward the market, intrigued by the immortal marketplace of this era. As he strolled, Lin Xian encountered a variety of immortals, predominantly human, encompassing all ages and genders. Most were celestial and true immortals, with few profound immortals and hardly any golden immortals in sight. This provided Lin Xian with a general understanding of the local combat capabilities. Soon, he arrived at the market, where the dazzling array of goods momentarily overwhelmed him. Just as he was about to explore further, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Esteemed friend, the treatment in our heavenly court is exceptional. Would you truly not consider it? Constraints? Absolutely none. In our heavenly court, freedom of movement is always guaranteed. Moreover, the Celestial Emperor is a formidable being of quasi-saint status, occasionally sending forth celestial soldiers and generals." Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback and turned to see a celestial soldier clad in the official armor of the heavenly court, enthusiastically promoting something to a wandering celestial immortal. Behind him stood an ancient wooden cabin, with numerous celestial soldiers bustling in and out. Is there truly a stronghold of the heavenly court in this place? It seems to be specifically designed for recruitment, yet immortals generally prefer a leisurely existence and hold the heavenly court in little regard. The celestial immortal, upon hearing a few words, impatiently waved his hand and departed. The celestial soldiers appeared helpless in the face of this rejection. Clearly, the recruitment efforts of the heavenly court here were not going well. Intrigued, Lin Xian approached and inquired, "Esteemed friends, has the heavenly court established itself here?" The celestial soldiers, upon seeing him, were instantly delighted. One of them, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "Indeed. Esteemed friend, do you wish to join the heavenly court?" Just as Lin Xian anticipated the soldier's impending self-aggrandizement, he quickly interjected, smiling, "I am already a member of the heavenly court and cannot join a second time." The celestial soldier was momentarily taken aback and promptly asked, "Might I inquire what position you hold in the heavenly court? What brings you to this realm?" With a smile, Lin Xian produced his celestial general token. "I have recently ascended to the heavenly court, granted the esteemed title of celestial general by the emperor himself. I hold no specific duties and have merely wandered here, not expecting to encounter a colleague." Upon seeing Lin Xian's token, the celestial soldier's expression shifted to one of astonishment. "So a celestial general has arrived here. Allow me to inform the vice general." With that, he hurried into the cabin. Moments later, a silver-armored general rushed out. Upon seeing Lin Xian, he frowned and bluntly inquired, "Who are you? When did the heavenly court gain another true immortal celestial general?" Chapter 9. A violent encounter with a colleague, a fortuitous source of merits, a friend of my master. In response to the blunt query, Lin Xian remained unfazed and replied with a smile, "I only joined the heavenly court a few days ago, having been bestowed the title of celestial general by the emperor's grace. It is understandable that you are unaware." He then displayed his celestial general token. This token was specially forged and bound to its holder. If lost or stolen, it would become inactive, thus making forgery impossible. The silver-armored general snatched the token, scrutinized it with a furrowed brow, and soon confirmed that this individual was indeed a celestial general appointed by the heavenly court. Reflecting on his own years of toil only to remain a mere inconsequential vice-general, the silver-armored general felt a surge of irritation. He tossed the token back dismissively, coldly stating, "I care not how you became a celestial general. I am here on the orders of the judicial celestial deity to recruit celestial soldiers. So if you have no other business, kindly step aside." Receiving the token, Lin Xian frowned. Given the soldier's rudeness, he felt no obligation to reciprocate civility. Observing his surroundings, Lin Xian suddenly remarked, "It seems that your recruitment efforts are not yielding much success here." The word struck like a jolt to the silver-armored general's sensitive pride, igniting a furious response. "I, a general of great standing, need not the admonitions of a mere true immortal." As a being of the Xianxian realm, he naturally looked down upon Lin Xian, who was merely a true immortal. Lin Xian, however, maintained his composure, stating, "I am a celestial general appointed by His Majesty. Though I lack a specific post, I possess the authority to act as necessary. How can I not oversee you, a vice-general tasked with recruiting heavenly soldiers?" The silver-armored general's anger intensified. "You, a true immortal who stumbled into the position of celestial general, dare to lecture me?" With that, he unleashed a torrent of fierce winds directed towards Lin Xian. The gale was as sharp as a blade, and even an ordinary true immortal would suffer grievous harm if caught in its grasp. Yet, Lin Xian stood undaunted, a shimmering barrier rising before him that effortlessly dissipated the tempest. He regarded the silver-armored general with an icy demeanor. To strike against a superior without cause is an affront worthy of being presented to the judicial celestial for judgment. With that, he wasted no further time. A gust surged beneath his feet, propelling him to the general's side in an instant. The general, taken aback, felt no fear and swung his fist at Lin Xian. Lin Xian raised his hand to intercept, twisting the general's arm with a deft motion. A pained cry escaped the general's lips as he struggled to free himself. Retreating hastily, the force was tremendous. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xian had restrained his strength. Otherwise, it would have been trivial to incapacitate an arm. Although the silver-armored general was a Xianxian, he was merely a practitioner of qi. Up close, against Lin Xian, a physical cultivator of the same realm, his fate was sealed. Lin Xian had no intention of allowing him distance. Gliding forward, he summoned the locking void mirror into his grasp. Halt! The mirror's light ensnared the retreating general, freezing him in place. However, due to Lin Xian's true immortal cultivation, the effect was transient. In just a breath's time, the general broke free. Yet, that fleeting moment allowed Lin Xian to close the gap and deliver a powerful blow. Bam! The strike landed squarely upon the general's abdomen, shattering his armor and sending an overwhelming force coursing through him, leaving him crumpled to the ground in agony. But Lin Xian's onslaught did not cease with that single punch. Bam! 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 He rained down a relentless barrage of strikes upon the fallen general, each blow meticulously calibrated to inflict pain without causing death. Whenever the silver-armored general attempted to rise, Lin Xian would either use the locking void mirror to bind him once more or employ a soul-shaking technique to disrupt his spirit. In mere moments, the silver-armored celestial had lost all capacity for resistance, thoroughly beaten by Lin Xian's relentless assault. Unable to endure any longer and at last realizing the futility of his situation, the general finally began to plead for mercy. Stop, please. Cease your attack. Lin Xian swiftly delivered a kick, chuckling lightly. Do you think this humble Taoist will cease at your command? The silver-armored general, bruised and battered, lamented, esteemed celestial. I recognize my error. May I inquire if you are perhaps a body-refining Xianxian? The existence of a body-refining immortal posed quite a conundrum. For if one wished to conceal their true power, it would be nearly impossible to discern their realm. Lin Xian replied with a smile. It appears you possess some wit. The silver-armored general sighed. I was blind to the mountain's majesty. I apologize for my earlier offense. I am willing to make amends. Bowing deeply, he displayed a remarkable humility, yet Lin Xian was not particularly surprised. In the wilds, strength commanded respect. The one with the mightiest fist held the authority. Even in the heavenly court, Lin Xian helped the silver-armored general to his feet, grinning. Now that's more like it. May I have the honor of knowing your name? Having been bested yet still unaware of his opponent's name left the silver-armored general feeling somewhat chagrined. Yet he dutifully responded, I am Feng Yan, a deputy under the Judicial Celestial, and I oversee the recruitment here at the Two Immortal Ridge. Lin Xian pondered, Deputy? Is there such a position in the heavenly court? Feng Yan's expression stiffened, and he awkwardly replied, to speak of it is futile. Beneath the Star Lords in the heavenly court, there are only the ranks of soldiers. Although I claim the title of deputy, I still wield a soldier's insignia. Oh, so it is a flexible arrangement. Lin Xian nodded in understanding. Well then, as I am new here, it would be beneficial for me to learn from you about the matters at hand. Lin Xian spoke calmly, effectively setting aside their previous altercation. Feng Yan's heart leapt with joy, and he hastily said, I was indeed rash earlier. Please, esteemed celestial, come inside. He ushered Lin Xian into a wooden cabin. Upon entering, Lin Xian surveyed his surroundings. Although the environment was somewhat rudimentary, it was certainly an improvement over the makeshift stalls outside. With a smile, he remarked, This outpost is rather modest, yet I have noticed that the nearby shops seem to share a similar simplicity. The surrounding merchants also resided in basic wooden structures. Feng Yan quickly explained, Esteemed Celestial, it is not that we are unwilling to improve our surroundings. Rather, the shops here were arranged by the two immortals of the Two Immortal Ridge. They are fortified with formations, impervious to change by us. Oh, Lin Xian's interest piqued, and he replied with a grin, I have long heard of the esteemed names of the two immortals at the Two Immortal Ridge. Do share their tales with me. Feng Yan promptly summoned attendants to bring tables and chairs, setting up refreshments as he began to recount their stories. Do you know, esteemed Celestial, the origins of the two immortals who preside over this ridge? Lin Xian inquired with curiosity. This place serves as the largest gathering for human loose cultivators, Lin Xian remarked. Surely the Guardians are not human golden immortals? Feng Yin chuckled. While that would be the logical assumption, the truth is quite different. The two golden immortals who oversee this area are, in fact, two formidable demons. Demons? Though most demons are fierce, there are indeed a select few who possess a gentle nature and are amicable towards humans. Much like Lin Xian's esteemed mentor, the Turtle Spirit Mother, who is notably benevolent towards humanity, yet possesses a rather impulsive temperament. The current situation presents an intriguing scenario. A vast marketplace for human cultivators is under the protection of two formidable demon beings. Lin Xian's curiosity is piqued. Who might these two great demons be? Feng Yin cryptically responds. According to the whispers I have heard, they are said to be two fox demon lords from the Qingxiu lineage, with substantial ties to the ancient Emperor Yu. He continues, otherwise, they would not have vigilantly guarded this place for so many years. Lin Xian is taken aback. The Qingxiu Fox clan? Are they the legendary nine-tailed foxes? Feng Yin nods affirmatively. Indeed, they are of the nine-tailed celestial fox bloodline. However, true nine-tailed foxes are comparable to dragons and phoenixes, and their numbers have dwindled significantly. Even among the Qingxiu Fox clan, tails must be cultivated one by one. The two currently stationed here are seven-tailed foxes, akin to perfected Tai golden immortals. At this revelation, Lin Xian cannot suppress his astonishment. The two demon lords stationed at the Urshian Ridge are actually seven-tailed foxes of such caliber? It is worth noting that as the world approaches the era of the canonization of deities, most powerful demons have retreated to the Northern CS Demon Master Palace, making encounters with great Luo demon kings exceedingly rare. Furthermore, with the Celestial Court observing the Demon Master Palace, seven-tailed foxes of perfected Tai golden immortal status are indeed scarce in the world. Feng Yin adds, moreover, it is said that the Urshian Ridge houses an immensely powerful formation, and that these two demon lords possess a relic of merit left by the ancient Emperor Yu during his flood control efforts. With such layered defenses, even a great Luo golden immortal would find it challenging to breach. Grateful for their guardianship, Lin Xian muses, such Tai golden immortal demon lords are unparalleled in the world. It is truly remarkable that they have chosen to remain at Urshian Ridge to protect humanity. Feng Yin chuckles. It is rumored that these two fox demons once held a deep admiration for Emperor Yu, which is why they willingly chose to stay and safeguard humanity. The Fox clan is known for their loyalty, so this may indeed be true. Lin Xian nods in agreement, pondering the power of affection, which can inspire ultimate devotion, especially in love for one's home. However, a sudden frown crosses his face as he contemplates. Is there perhaps a connection between the Urshian Ridge and Emperor Yu? Otherwise, why would these venerable Fox clan elders specifically choose to reside here? Surely, it cannot be merely due to the population? Feng Yin is momentarily at a loss. Shaking his head in resignation, I have not heard any rumors pertaining to that matter. Perhaps this place indeed has historical ties to Emperor Yu? Lin Xian nods, choosing not to press further. Understanding the strongest protectors of this locale is essential for planning his subsequent actions. Yet, he feels a pang of concern, as he can now sense the location of the Xianhuang Ding nearby, concealed by innate restrictions. While overcoming these innate barriers poses no challenge for Lin Xian, he is acutely aware that such an endeavor will undoubtedly attract attention, especially from the two Tai golden immortal demon lords. For a moment, Lin Xian was unable to think of a suitable solution, so he decided not to rush and instead turned to Feng Yin. Now that we have concluded the matter of the two Immortal Ridge, my friend, let us discuss the situation of this outpost. Feng Yin felt a sudden tightening in his chest and promptly replied, Please, Commander, speak freely. I shall leave no stone unturned in my responses. Lin Xian smiled and remarked, I recall you previously mentioned that you were tasked by the judicial heavenly god to recruit celestial soldiers here. Feng Yin, carefully observing Lin Xian's demeanor, cautiously affirmed, Indeed. But this is also a mission of the heavenly court. We merely serve under the judicial heavenly god. Lin Xian nodded, not wishing to complicate matters further, and inquired, How's the recruitment going? Are there individuals willing to join the heavenly court? At this mention, Feng Yin's expression turned sour. Alas, there are some willing, but not many. Most possess average qualifications, lacking the potential for breakthroughs, which is why they are inclined to join the heavenly court. Hearing this, Lin Xian could only shake his head in resignation. It seemed that the allure of the heavenly court was indeed quite feeble at present. Feng Yin cautiously continued, Commander, in this area, the recruitment of celestial soldiers counts as merit, given that it is a mission of the heavenly court. Over the years, We have managed to recruit a number of celestial soldiers, yet we have not returned to exchange for merit. If you require. Lin Xian chuckled softly, surely. My friend does not believe I am here to seize your merit? I am merely passing through. The merit you have accrued from recruiting celestial soldiers is rightfully yours. I have no desire for it. Feng Yan, who had been contemplating how to share the merit with Lin Xian, was momentarily stunned, his eyes reflecting disbelief. So, this individual truly was not here to appropriate his merit? What had he been so agitated about? It was all for naught. Feng Yan felt an overwhelming urge to slap himself twice in regret. Lin Xian gave Feng Yan a bemused glance, choosing not to engage further with him, and instead pondered the matter of recruiting celestial soldiers. This place was the largest gathering of loose cultivators among the human race. It was no exaggeration to say that celestial beings were abundant. Logically, the heavenly court should have reaped considerable rewards from recruiting here. The current lackluster outcome was merely due to the heavenly court's diminished appeal to the celestial beings, most of whom regarded it as a second-rate power, offering little assistance while imposing numerous constraints. If this perception could be reversed, the recruitment of celestial soldiers would surely become a far more manageable endeavor. With this thought in mind, Lin Xian turned to Feng Yan, curious, what merit does the heavenly court offer for recruiting celestial soldiers? Feng Yan was taken aback and quickly replied, for each celestial being recruited, the reward starts at 1,000 merits for a heavenly immortal, 10,000 for a true immortal, and 100,000 for a profound immortal. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow. And what of inviting a golden immortal to serve as a celestial general? Feng Yan was again momentarily speechless. It is said that this would yield 100,000 merits. If a celestial general could indeed add a golden immortal to the heavenly court, His Majesty would likely bestow additional rewards. Lin Xian, reflecting on this, could not help but marvel. It seems that recruiting celestial soldiers and generals is indeed a viable avenue for accruing merit. His Majesty is quite generous. He had slain 2 notorious celestial demons, yet only garnered a mere few thousand merits. If he were to recruit a true immortal into the heavenly court, a direct bounty of 10,000 merits would be at hand. Upon hearing this, Feng Yan offered a sheepish smile. Indeed, it is advantageous, yet not so easily attained. Otherwise, I would not have languished here all this time. Lin Xian nodded in agreement, recognizing that recruiting allies was evidently less straightforward than exterminating great demons. Of course, slaying such formidable foes carried the risk of unforeseen peril and potential demise, each path bearing its own merits and demerits. Lin Xian entertained some notions regarding the recruitment of heavenly soldiers, yet as a newcomer, he felt no urgency. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted through the air, followed by a youthful voice calling from outside. Are there any comrades from the heavenly court present? Granny Qi requests your presence. Hearing this commotion, the celestial beings within the court exchanged glances, their expressions shifting. Lin Xian turned to Feng Yan, puzzled by their reaction, and inquired, "Who is this Granny Qi?" Feng Yan hastily replied, "My lord, she is one of the 2 venerable elders stationed at the second immortal ridge. One claims to be Granny Qi, while the other identifies as Granny Jiao." Lin Xian was taken aback. It was indeed a messenger from that formidable Tai Golden Immortal Demon King. Yet, he pondered whether she sought the heavenly soldiers or had come for him specifically. Just then, the cheerful voice called out once more, "Is there anyone from the heavenly court? Are you there?" The heavenly soldiers exchanged uncertain glances, unsure whether to venture out. Lin Xian, however, smiled nonchalantly. "Since it is a summons from that esteemed elder, let us go forth and meet her." With that, he led the heavenly soldiers outside. Upon reaching the entrance, they beheld a small white fox, yawning with boredom, adorned with a tuft of purple fur atop its head, exuding an air of vitality. Upon seeing the group, the little fox perked up, its gaze settling on Lin Xian as it chirped, "Granny Qi requests your presence." In unison, the heavenly soldiers turned their attention towards Lin Xian. While they had their suspicions, Lin Xian was genuinely surprised and pointed to himself. "Granny Qi wishes for me to go. Why is that?" The little fox fixed its gaze on him and replied succinctly, "You will find out once you arrive." The heavenly soldiers exchanged uncertain looks, contemplating the implications. While Lin Xian chuckled and nodded, "That makes sense. Please lead the way." The little fox regarded Lin Xian for a moment before bounding ahead to guide him. The pair traversed through the marketplace and into the woods, gradually delving deeper. Soon, a massive white jade disc appeared before them. The little fox approached and gently tapped the disc, causing it to ripple like water, revealing the entrance to a hidden abode. Please enter, the little fox chimed cheerfully. Lin Xian surveyed the surroundings and confidently stepped inside. Facing a fully realized Tai Golden Immortal Demon King, it would be disingenuous to claim he felt no anxiety. However, he was not particularly fearful. After all, as a member of the human race, what was there to fear from a demon king known for treating humans kindly? Following the little fox into the cave, he found himself in a realm of wonder. The architecture was exquisite, adorned with intricate carvings, exuding an aura of antiquity, while the fragrance of agarwood wafted through the air and delicate drapes hung low. Behind the hazy curtain, shadows flitted intermittently, accompanied by the soft laughter of a woman. Yet, when Lin Xian curiously peered to catch a glimpse, all he found was a group of little foxes peeking out, their curious eyes surveying him. The leading fox let out a soft hum, and they giggled before vanishing. Moments later, Lin Xian followed the little fox to an ancient pavilion, stepping inside. One by one, the little foxes gathered, transforming into human forms, each more enchanting than the last, with beauty rivaling that of blooming peaches and celestial beings. A delightful blend of various shapes and sizes. These exquisite fox spirits arranged themselves into 2 rows, shedding their playful demeanor to solemnly welcome their esteemed guest. As Lin Xian raised his gaze, the leading fox transformed into a charming young maiden, adorned in purple attire, her flowing hair interwoven with strands of violet, glancing back at him with a playful smile while guiding the way. Even Lin Xian, with his steadfast mind, found his heart racing at this enchanting sight. It was no wonder that fox spirits were renowned for their captivating allure. Reluctantly, he averted his gaze and dutifully followed the little fox. After a brief interlude, they finally arrived at a spacious grand hall. Lin Xian looked up to behold a mature and alluring woman with white hair resting her chin on her hand, observing him with keen interest from her jade throne. Behind her, 7 majestic white tails swayed in an undulating rhythm. Despite the distance, he could still sense the powerful aura emanating from her. Undoubtedly, she was the legendary Taiji Golden Immortal Fox Spirit, known as Seven Yang, who had summoned him. At that moment, Seven Yang spoke with a warm smile. Relax, little one. I have called you here for a delightful purpose. I want to devour you. Lin Xian awkwardly smiled and bowed respectfully. I am Lin Xian, here to meet Seven Yang. Seven Yang appraised him, nodding with satisfaction before asking playfully, do you know why I invited you here? Lin Xian felt a flicker of confusion. Could it be due to his identity as a celestial general? However, considering that the Heavenly Court was recruiting troops at the 2 Immortals' Ridge, he presumed she must have consented to it. Lin Xian replied earnestly, I truly do not know. Seven Yang chuckled, silly child, do not overthink it. It is because you are the disciple of my old friend. Lin Xian was taken aback, then filled with joy. So, Seven Yang knows my master? No wonder you invited me with such courtesy. Seven Yang nodded with a smile. Indeed, we are old friends. The moment you arrived at the 2 Immortals' Ridge, I sensed her presence, only to discover it was you, this little one. The presence. It was the armor bestowed upon him by his master. Lin Xian pondered momentarily before quickly realizing. Seven Yang chuckled heartily. Precisely. The armor you wear was crafted from her own shed skin. How could I not detect it? Lin Xian sighed in wonder. His master, who appeared to be a reclusive homebody, had friends scattered across the world. Qin Yang sighed softly, reflecting on her long-standing friendship with Lin Xian's master. In her youth, she was fond of traveling, but as her cultivation improved, she became increasingly lazy, neglecting to visit Qin Yang for many years. Lin Xian smiled awkwardly, hesitant to defend his master, acknowledging her innate nature as a spiritual turtle, preferring tranquility over movement. Qin Yang shook her head with a smile, dismissing the topic. Regardless, you, a disciple of Zhejiao, how did you end up in the Heavenly Court? Lin Xian responded with a smile. It was a serendipitous encounter. The Star Lord of Taibai extended an invitation. I found the Heavenly Court to be quite promising, and the Heavenly Emperor holds me in high regard, which is why I decided to stay. Qin Yang nodded in agreement. You possess keen insight. The Heavenly Court is the nominal axis of the world. Neither Hao Yin nor any other deity would allow it to remain a mere facade. After conversing for a while, Qin Yang grew increasingly fond of this younger generation, feeling a sense of affection for him. She then cheerfully declared, well then, since this is your first visit, it is only fitting that I, as an elder, show my appreciation. With a wave of her hand, she produced several spirit fruits and a gourd of celestial elixirs, placing them before him. Here are a few innate Qingxiao fruits and a gourd of 4-turn nurturing elixirs. Please accept them. These spirit fruits were of medium-grade innate quality, and the elixirs were highly valuable. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Xian smiled openly. I cannot refuse such a generous gift from an elder. I will graciously accept. He then accepted the spirit fruits and elixirs without reservation. Qingyang, increasingly pleased with him, nodded in satisfaction. Good lad. You are quite straightforward. Coincidentally, my daughter has taken a liking to you and wishes to become your Dao partner. What are your thoughts on this? Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback. Huh, Qingyang acting as a matchmaker? What a stroke of bad luck for Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. How did the conversation shift to her wanting to marry her daughter to him? Lin Xian felt a surge of panic. Qingyang chuckled, then playfully chided. What is this hesitation? Just a moment ago, you were so decisive. Why the sudden indecisiveness? Are you worried my daughter is not attractive enough to suit you? Absolutely not. Lin Xian quickly shook his head. It's just, Qingyang paid no heed to his stammering and said, very well, let my daughter come out so you can choose. You can only pick one. Lin Xian was left speechless. All right, girls, come out. Qingyang clapped her hands with a smile. Before her words faded, a chorus of cheerful laughter erupted, and 7 young maidens emerged, each more breathtaking than the last, each possessing unique charms. They were the little foxes Lin Xian had seen upon entering. Among them was the purple-clad little fox that had guided him in. Overwhelmed by the enchanting scene before him, Lin Xian found himself momentarily entranced. Qingyang, noticing his dazed expression, couldn't help but laugh. Why are you staring blankly? Just say which one you fancy. Today, I shall orchestrate your wedding, and by tonight, you shall enter the bridal chamber. Lin Xian snapped back to reality, offering a wry smile. 7th Mistress. Please do not tease your junior. How could this be possible? 7th Mistress chuckled. Who is teasing you? I genuinely wish to take you as my son-in-law. And my daughter has indeed taken a liking to you, so choose with confidence. Upon hearing this, the enchanting fox maidens around Lin Xian began to cheer. Indeed. We are all enamored with you. Young master, you are truly handsome. I have long been captivated. To become a partner with such a celestial being is a fortune we have cultivated over a lifetime. Lin Xian gazed at the boisterous fox maidens, feeling quite exasperated. How could he possibly choose at ease? With a helpless glance at 7th Mistress, he stated, Esteemed elder, I am currently devoted to my cultivation and truly have no thoughts in this regard. 7th Mistress laughed lightly. Is that so? My daughter's dowry is indeed quite substantial. With a gentle wave of her hand, a radiant glow appeared before Lin Xian. He beheld a small mountain of innate spiritual fruits. An array of 6th-grade elixirs to 3rd-grade spirit pills, neatly piled in gourds, and numerous gleaming spiritual treasures. Though lacking innate treasures, Lin Xian counted at least 10 superior postnatal treasures. What do you think? Can my daughter's dowry not catch your eye? 7th Mistress inquired with a smile. Lin Xian, in resignation, clasped his hands. 7th Mistress, you jest. Such a lavish dowry could hardly be presented by an ordinary golden immortal. What merit do I possess? It was not that Lin Xian was unmoved. After all, the fox maidens present were each as beautiful as celestial beings, and 7th Mistress's dowry was indeed bountiful. However, the impending catastrophe weighed heavily on his mind. His sole focus was on enhancing his strength to survive the tribulation, leaving no room for romantic entanglements. Seeing his resolute determination, 7th Mistress sighed softly. Very well, I shall not tease you any longer. However, among my daughters, there is indeed one who has taken a liking to you. As her words fell, the previously merry fox maidens quietly dispersed, leaving only a blushing girl in a purple dress standing shyly in place, the very little fox who had guided him earlier. 7th Mistress remarked, What you do not know is that our fox clan is inherently passionate. Once we have set our hearts on someone, it remains unchanged for a lifetime. Lin Xian was genuinely taken aback. He had not done anything significant, so how had he captured this little fox's affections? The little fox blushed deeply, turning her head away, yet sneaking glances at him. 7th Mistress continued with a smile. When you arrived at the 2nd Immortal Ridge, I sensed the aura of your master and sent Xiao Zi to take a look. Who would have thought she would spend half a day gazing and end up enamored with you? Lin Xian understood now. It appeared he had been the recipient of a love at first sight. He scratched his head, feeling quite conflicted. To be candid, any man encountering such a situation would feel a degree of pride, and Lin Xian was no exception. Yet, despite this, he recognized that he and Xiao Zi had only met once. Even without considering the imminent peril of the great calamity, the suddenness of a fleeting encounter binding a lifetime was overwhelming for him. Lin Xian took a deep breath, gazing at Qingyang. preparing to sincerely apologize and gracefully decline her proposition. To his surprise, Qin Yang seemed to anticipate his intentions, and with a smile, she spoke first. I understand your thoughts. Matters of companionship must indeed be approached with caution. Since you have addressed me as senior, I assure you, Qin Yang shall not impose upon you. Upon hearing her words, Lin Xian felt a wave of relief wash over him. However, Qin Yang swiftly shifted her tone. But, you see, my daughter has been sheltered all her life. Her heart remains untainted, and it is rare for her to encounter someone who captivates her so. Would it not be wise to allow her to accompany you? Even if fate does not bind you in the future, she could gain invaluable experience. Lin Xian could only chuckle in astonishment. Qin Yang's intentions were glaringly apparent. She wished for him to take her daughter under his wing. Should he falter, the inevitable outcome would be a deepening affection over time. He was reluctant to have a delicate flower tethered to him, though the young lady appeared quite capable. Just as he was about to decline, he heard Qin Yang remark thoughtfully, "By the way, the Heavenly Court is stationed here, seemingly to recruit heavenly soldiers. You are now a general of the Heavenly Court. Why not take the opportunity to enlist here yourself? Allowing Xiao Zi to accompany you would yield far better results than your own calls for recruits." At this suggestion, Lin Xian's expression faltered, and he found himself in a dilemma. Meanwhile, Xiao Zi, no longer shy, bravely interjected, "I already have 5 tails now. I can help you in battle and will not be a burden." A 5-tailed fox, a mystical creature of great power. Under the hopeful gaze of the young lady, Lin Xian could only smile wryly, realizing he could not bring himself to refuse. To do so would surely wound the little fox's heart. "Very well. I shall depend on your assistance from now on," Lin Xian said earnestly, bowing his head in respect. Xiao Zi's face lit up with joy, and she returned the gesture. "All right, I will follow you, my lord." Lin Xian's face flushed. "Ahem, Xiao Zi, you may simply call me Lin Xian." Xiao Zi blinked her eyes. "But my lord sounds so lovely. I have seen several sisters address their beloved in such a manner." Oh no, the little fox, now unshackled from her shyness, had taken a direct approach. It was quite challenging to navigate. "Well, if you wish to call me as such, then so be it," Lin Xian conceded. Xiao Zi giggled. Qin Yang observed her daughter with a silent sigh of hope. May Xiao Zi's journey alongside the disciple of Sister Gui Ling be filled with safety and prosperity. As a seasoned Tai Golden Immortal, Qin Yang, who bore the bloodline of divine beasts, was attuned to the lurking threats of fate. She was also well aware of the secrets beneath the second immortal ridge. Thus, she willingly entrusted Xiao Zi to Lin Xian, not only out of friendship with Sister Gui Ling, but also as an investment in a promising young man she believed in. Lin Xian is the disciple of Sister Gui Ling, as well as a celestial general in the Heavenly Court. A dual identity that offers him certain assurances amid the impending calamity. As she gazed upon the figures of Lin Xian and Xiao Zi, the image of the past, that of Diyu, emerged in Qin Yang's eyes. He was a man clad in a black robe, exuding vigor and charisma. Alas, he has long been imprisoned within the Fire Cloud Cave, and the endless years render their reunion improbable. She could only hope that this pair of juniors would attain a fate more blissful than hers and Diyu's. Moments later, Lin Xian departed from the Fox Clan's cave with Xiao Zi. Along the way, Xiao Zi bounced with delight, frequently glancing at Lin Xian and peppering him with questions. She had previously heard from her lord and mother that he had joined the Heavenly Court. Did this mean they would reside there together in the future? Lin Xian contemplated for a moment and replied with a smile, "Not necessarily will we always stay in the Heavenly Court." Xiao Zi's eyes sparkled with excitement. "I see. Since you are still a disciple of the revered Gui Ling, does this mean we will live on Golden Tortoise Island?" Lin Xian continued to smile and shook his head. "Not necessarily." Xiao Zi looked at him in confusion. Lin Xian elucidated. "In the Heavenly Court, the Emperor has granted me the freedom to act at my discretion. I need not remain there constantly. The same applies to my master, who supports my travels and cultivation. My aptitude is not exceptional. If I were to remain confined in a cave, my progress would be limited. Thus, it is more suitable for me to traverse the vast wilderness in search of my own opportunities." With that, he beamed at the purple-clad maiden beside him. "So, how about it? You shall be accompanying me on my journeys, which may entail some risks. Do you regret it?" Xiao Zi's eyes widened, and she joyfully exclaimed, "That is wonderful. I have longed to witness the wonders of the primordial world, and being by your side will surely be safe and entertaining." Lin Xian, realizing he was utterly helpless against this little fox, could only smile helplessly as they conversed while making their way back to the heavenly residence. The celestial soldiers had been eagerly awaiting their return. Upon seeing Lin Xian return unscathed and accompanied by a charming girl in purple attire, their eyes widened in astonishment. Feng Yan, along with the soldiers, approached with enthusiasm. The general has finally returned. By the way, who is this enchanting maiden? Before Lin Xian could respond, Xiao Zi cheerfully interjected. Hello everyone. I am the little fox Xiao Zi from Qingqiu Cave, and Qin Yang has asked me to follow my lord from now on. The celestial soldiers were taken aback, turning their gaze towards Lin Xian. With a resigned nod, Lin Xian opted not to explain further. At this moment, the soldiers' regard for Lin Xian transformed entirely into reverence. The celestial general not only returned safely from the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal Fox Demon, but also managed to win over the daughter. Such prowess inspired both admiration and a desire to learn from him among the soldiers. They gathered around Lin Xian, eager to inquire how he had accomplished such a feat. Lin Xian chuckled. Ah, my dear friends, it is merely my appearance that has worked wonders. You shall not be able to replicate it. After vanquishing a host of heavenly soldiers, Lin Xian finally commenced his official business, which, in this context, naturally entailed the recruitment of celestial warriors. Xiaozhi was utterly delighted. Are we recruiting heavenly soldiers? May I join as well? Lin Xian turned to Feng Yan and inquired, if Xiaozhi follows me henceforth, does she belong to me or to the heavenly court? Feng Yan was momentarily taken aback, but promptly replied, of course, she is your subordinate. However, if you wish, she may also join the heavenly court without any conflict. Lin Xian glanced at Xiaozhi, feeling somewhat swayed by the idea. Recruiting a Xianstin would yield a reward of 100,000 merits. This could potentially afford him a precious elixir from the treasure hall. Xiaozhi beamed. Since my lord has joined the heavenly court, I naturally wish to join as well. Lin Xian nodded. After all, Xiaozhi assisting him would be tantamount to aiding the heavenly court, not merely exploiting its resources. Thus, he decided to include Xiaozhi in his ranks. Feng Yan was left in utter astonishment. Had he truly just recruited a Xianxian demon so effortlessly? Indeed, he was a celestial general esteemed by the sovereign. Feng Yan hastily presented a jade tablet to record Xiaozhi's information and then elaborated to Lin Xian. We will first submit the details of the recruits to the heavenly court for approval. Once the newly recruited heavenly soldiers register at the heavenly court, the merits will be officially secured. Lin Xian nodded. There is no rush. I shall recruit more individuals first. When I return to the heavenly court, I will bring them along. Yes. Feng Yan respectfully withdrew, his eyes brimming with enthusiasm. Observing the other heavenly soldiers around them, they all wore expressions of fervent excitement. The celestial general was indeed remarkable, having recruited a Xianxian soldier with a mere gesture. This was a reward of 100,000 merits. Although the merits would belong to Lin Xian, as part of the recruitment outpost, the other heavenly soldiers would also receive some additional rewards. Moreover, this was merely the first achievement. With the first, who could doubt the arrival of a second? The heavenly soldiers were aflame with ambition. Previously, Qin Yang had informed Lin Xian that Xiaozhi could assist in recruiting heavenly soldiers. Her words were now vindicated, for Xiaozhi, having resided on the second immortal ridge for an extended period, was well known among many. The news of her joining the heavenly court astonished all, naturally. Curiosity ignited inquiries from those around her. Xiaozhi, ever the gracious representative, extolled the virtues of the heavenly court, exclaiming, "Why do I wish to join the heavenly court? It is because it is truly magnificent. Indeed, the heavenly court is formidable. Are you not aware?" Qin Yang and Zhunyang wholeheartedly concurred, believing it to be an excellent destination. The heavenly court undoubtedly offered splendid treatment. Hey, why don't you introduce them? Faced with a myriad of curious inquirers, Xiaozhi did not hesitate to sing the praises of the heavenly court, almost elevating it to the heavens, despite her never having set foot within its domain. Yet, her unwavering trust in Lin Xian was more than sufficient. The promotional efforts of Xiao Zi have evidently proven to be remarkably effective, swiftly captivating the hearts of numerous celestial beings. The fact that even the daughter of the master of the second celestial ridge has joined the heavenly court speaks volumes about its promising future. It is indeed a splendid destination. Several celestial immortals have arrived at our door, eager to join the heavenly court. Please come in. A true immortal has arrived, expressing a desire to join the heavenly court. Come in quickly. A mysterious immortal appears, inquiring about the procedures for joining the heavenly court. Please, enter promptly. Within just a few days, the Heavenly Court's outpost successfully recruited 11 celestial immortals, 5 true immortals, and 1 mysterious immortal. This amounts to a total of 161,000 merits. When combined with the merits previously accrued by Xiao Zi's joining, the total rises to 261,000 merits. For the celestial soldiers, this is undoubtedly a substantial fortune. However, since Xiao Zi is aligned with Lin Xian, the celestial soldiers naturally feel hesitant to partake in the profits, even for the later recruits. Feng Yan cautiously suggests that they could share a modest portion of the merits with their brothers. Lin Xian, however, generously declares that 70% should be credited to himself and Xiao Zi, with the remaining 30% attributed to the diligent efforts of the outpost's celestial soldiers. 30% translates to over 50,000 merits. Even ordinary celestial soldier ranks can receive thousands of merits, which is an achievement that would typically require slaying true immortals or formidable demons elsewhere. Consequently, Feng Yan and the celestial soldiers are filled with excitement, almost wishing to express their gratitude to Lin Xian with fervor. This esteemed celestial general is truly magnanimous and extraordinarily loyal. For several consecutive days, the atmosphere at the outpost in the second celestial ridge has been exceptionally vibrant, with joy evident on every face. Thanks to Lin Xian's generosity, the celestial soldiers have reaped rewards that are exceedingly bountiful. Had they labored for decades on their own, they may not have amassed such a wealth of merits. Upon returning to the Heavenly Court, the merits they hold can be immediately exchanged for various cultivation resources, leaving the celestial soldiers overjoyed. In comparison, Lin Xian's accumulation of merits is undoubtedly the most substantial. The merits from Xiao Zi's joining are solely his, and combined with the subsequent 70%, he has directly amassed 200,000 points of merit. Even the golden immortals of the Heavenly Court may not have garnered such an impressive sum. Nevertheless, Lin Xian does not intend to hoard these merits for himself. After all, without Xiao Zi, he would not have acquired such a fortune. Therefore, he plans to exchange them for resources upon returning to the Heavenly Court and then evenly divide them with Xiao Zi. As for the present, Lin Xian is not in a hurry to return. Instead, he is preoccupied with more pressing matters, seeking the location of the Xian Huangding. Upon his arrival at the second celestial ridge, Lin Xian had been concerned that making too much commotion could attract unwanted attention. Yet now, such worries are unfounded. The formidable Tai E Golden Immortal Demon King, who presides over the second celestial ridge, has become his steadfast ally. Lin Xian, accompanied by Xiao Zi, leisurely explores the second celestial ridge, soon pinpointing the location of the Xian Huangding. Concealed amidst unremarkable rocks, a hidden primordial restriction lies in wait. Lin Xian does not shy away from Xiao Zi. Instead, he boldly investigates the area. The intensity of this innate restriction is exceedingly high. Even though Lin Xian possesses considerable expertise in formations, deciphering it is not a task that can be accomplished in just a day or two. Lin Xian is not in a rush. He intends to take his time. Meanwhile, Xiao Zi stands beside him, her mouth agape in astonishment. Has the gentleman discovered an innate restriction? Could it conceal some fortuitous opportunity? Lin Xian chuckles lightly, attributing it to good fortune. Xiao Zi's eyes widen further. What could be inside? Lin Xian shakes his head, admitting uncertainty. Although the Xian Huangding is undoubtedly within, he suspects there are other treasures, the nature of which remains unknown to him. Xiao Zi gazes at him with admiration. This place has remained undiscovered for countless years beneath the watchful eyes of her family elders. Clearly, the one she admires possesses remarkable abilities. Rather than feeling envious of Lin Xian's discovery, Xiao Zi feels a sense of pride. Lin Xian smiles and refrains from elaborating further. As they make their way back to the market, they suddenly notice a commotion nearby. A group of Fox Clan soldiers is escorting 2 disheveled immortals towards the Qingqiu cave. Surrounding them, numerous immortals are gathered, reveling in the spectacle. Xiao Shang and Qiao Bao, those notorious tricksters, have finally met their match. It is said that they dared to deceive the Ninth Lady this time. What audacity! Would the Ninth Lady not flay their skins off? Come, let us witness this excitement. Upon hearing the surrounding chatter, Lin Xian abruptly halts. Xiao Shang? Qiao Bao? He hadn't anticipated hearing those names here. Although these two merely played a minor role during the calamity of the Fengshen, their influence was substantial. The infamous Luo Bao money in their possession directly led to Zhao Gongming losing 24 sea calming pearls, forcing him to borrow the golden Jiao scissors, ultimately embroiling the 3 heavens fairies as well. Thus, Lin Xian naturally takes a keen interest in them, or rather, in the Luo Bao money they hold. Watching the departing crowd, Lin Xian strokes his chin and turns to Xiao Zi. Do you recognize those two? What is their story? Xiao Zi ponders for a moment before responding earnestly. I've heard of them. One is named Xiaoxing, and the other Qiao Bao. Both are of the true immortal realm. However, they seem plagued by misfortune, often living in dire straits despite their status, ultimately resorting to deceit to get by. It seems they dared to deceive the ninth ant. Such audacity. With a playful tongue-out gesture, Xiao Zi displays a sense of schadenfreude. The ninth ant mentioned by Xiao Zi is, of course, the ninth lady spoken of by the crowd, another master of the second immortal ridge. Lin Xian reflects, speaking of which, since my arrival at the second immortal ridge, I have only visited the esteemed seventh lady and have yet to pay a visit to the ninth lady. Perhaps I should seize this opportunity to seek her out. Are you going to meet Aunt Jiao? Splendid. Little Zi's eyes sparkled as she hurriedly led Lin Xian along. By the time they arrived, Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao had been clumsily bound to a pillar, their heads hanging downward. Beside them stood a tall woman clad in agile attire, wielding an oddly shaped axe. One foot resting on a chair as she looked down upon them with an air of authority. You two dare to deceive me, she declared. Now tell me, how do you wish to meet your end? Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao, nearly trembling in fear, quickly begged for mercy. Aunt Jiao, spare us. We are willing to offer compensation. Indeed, indeed. We possess treasures to present to Aunt Jiao. Lin Xian and Little Zi arrived just in time to witness this spectacle. Gazing at the striking woman with the axe, Lin Xian found it hard to believe that this was indeed another fox demon, a fellow of the Tai Golden Immortal rank. Especially considering the fox ears atop her head and the 7 tails that subtly danced behind her. The Fox Demon clan was known for their enchanting allure, captivating the world. Who would have imagined such a formidable presence among them? Is this the esteemed Aunt Jiao? Lin Xian asked Little Zi in disbelief. Little Zi nodded with admiration. Yes, yes. That is Aunt Jiao. She is incredibly powerful, not just a 7-tailed demon, but also a body cultivator at the Golden Immortal stage. Lin Xian couldn't help but marvel. The Qingqiu Fox clan boasted a divine beast lineage, rivaling true dragons and phoenixes at their peak, and their physical prowess was already formidable. After serious cultivation, their strength became even more remarkable. Aunt Jiao, it seemed, was likely a chi refining Tai Golden Immortal and a body refining Golden Immortal, with her bloodline enhancement. Her physical abilities could nearly rival those of a Tai Golden Immortal. Lin Xian mused, it seems Aunt Jiao is quite the warrior. Little Zi agreed, nodding fervently, indeed. My mother has said that if it came to a fight, even she would not stand a chance against Aunt Jiao. Lin Xian wholeheartedly concurred. The 7th sister clearly embodied the traditional Fox clan's approach, wielding immense magical power while possessing a clever and cunning heart, manipulating her foes effortlessly. In contrast, Aunt Jiao, when faced with an adversary, would likely charge and wielding her axe without hesitation. As Lin Xian and Little Zi reflected on this, Aunt Jiao began to grow impatient with Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao, brandishing her axe above their heads, claiming she wanted to see what thoughts occupied their minds. This terrified the two men. Yet Lin Xian discerned that Aunt Jiao was merely intimidating them without any intention of taking their lives, thus he refrained from intervening. However, Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao were clearly terrified, unable to delay any longer. They produced a peculiar golden coin from their belongings, raising it high. Aunt Jiao, spare us. We are willing to atone with this treasure. Chapter 11. The Golden Coin Acquired. The Xin Huang Ding and the Understanding Tea Tree. Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao presented the golden coin as a gesture of goodwill to Aunt Jiao, hoping to absolve themselves of their misdeeds. Before them lay a golden coin, resplendent in its radiant hue, adorned with an opulent shimmer. Strangely, this coin sprouted a pair of delicate wings, fluttering with a life of their own. Upon witnessing Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao produce this coin, Jianyang cast a curious glance, only to furrow her brow in disdain. Away with it. I have no need for such trinkets. The gathering of celestial beings erupted in laughter. Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao, even at this moment, dared to present such nonsense. One exclaimed, indeed, this is something even a dog would spurn. Everyone on Air Xian Ridge knows that your misfortune stems from this very object. The crowd roared with mirth. But Lin Xian's gaze remained fixed on the golden coin they had unveiled. Undoubtedly, it was the fabled falling treasure coin. However, from the murmurs of those around, it seemed that Xiaoxing and Qiao Bao's string of misfortunes was indeed linked to this coin. Lin Xian's eyes flickered momentarily before returning to normalcy. Such a treasure, even if it bore adverse effects, was worth considering. After all, this falling treasure coin had the power to summon innate spiritual treasures. Meanwhile, Faced with the jeers of the crowd, Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao's faces flushed crimson. What do you know? This is a genuine treasure, worthy of even innate spiritual artifacts. Lin Xian interjected, cutting through their protest. If this treasure holds no benefit for you too, why not relinquish it? Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao were momentarily taken aback, then fell into a state of conflicted contemplation. They truly found it difficult to part with such a precious item. They were acutely aware of its capabilities. It could indeed summon innate spiritual treasures. Yet, it was akin to possessing a dragon-slaying sword in a realm devoid of dragons. In this era, innate spiritual treasures were rarer than true dragons themselves. Even the two Tai golden immortal demon lords residing over Ercian Ridge possessed but a single innate spiritual artifact. For Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, encountering an innate treasure was a formidable challenge. What use would the falling treasure coin be to them, even if it could summon such treasures? Moreover, this coin was originally intended as an offering to Lady Jianyang, who had now rejected it. What reason did they have to cling to it? With this realization, Xiaoxing finally felt a sense of relief. Turning to Lin Xian, he expressed, "Your words hold merit, esteemed friend. I indeed intended to present this treasure to Lady Jianyang as compensation, but alas, she refuses to accept it." At that moment, Jianyang was examining Lin Xian with great interest and promptly nodded. "Of course, I have no desire for that worthless object. So, young man, what do you intend to do?" Lin Xian replied with a smile, "This matter is simple. I find myself somewhat intrigued by this coin. Why not let you two bestow it upon me? As for your compensation to Lady Jianyang, allow me to take charge of that matter. What say you?" Hearing this, although Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao felt a twinge of reluctance, they could only nod in agreement. Lin Xian then turned to Jianyang, performing a respectful bow. "I am Lin Xian, honored to meet you, esteemed Lady Jianyang." Ninth Lady raised her eyebrows and gazed at him. "I know who you are. You are the newly arrived Celestial General, rumored to be the disciple of Sister Turtle Spirit. Oh, and you have also taken away my little Z." "Jiui," protested little Z, stamping her foot. Ninth Lady laughed heartily. "All right, I was merely jesting. Now tell me, what do you intend to offer as compensation for these two unfortunate souls?" Lin Xian inquired earnestly, "May I ask what these two friends owe to Elder Jiao?" At the mention of this, Ninth Lady's expression soured, and she huffed, "These two rascals deceived even me, substituting a Ziyun fruit for a Zishuan fruit." Ah. Lin Xian understood immediately. The Ziyun fruit was merely a rare postnatal spiritual fruit, while the Zishuan fruit was a prenatal one. One was heavenly, the other earthly. It was no wonder Ninth Lady was incensed. With this thought, Lin Xian smiled slightly and produced a verdant fruit from his palm. Upon seeing it, Ninth Lady was taken aback. "Isn't this my family's Qingxiao fruit?" Lin Xian replied with a smile, "Indeed, it was gifted to me by Elder Qi." Ninth Lady smacked her lips in surprise. "She is quite generous, and so are you." With that, she waved her hand to collect the prenatal Qingxiao fruit, causing the ropes binding Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao to dissipate, leaving them to tumble clumsily to the ground. Ninth Lady huffed, this time, "I shall spare you for this lad's sake. After you give him that worthless money, behave yourselves and refrain from further deceit." Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao nodded vigorously. Satisfied, Ninth Lady departed. The onlookers, curious celestial beings, glanced at Lin Xian before discreetly leaving. Lin Xian then smiled warmly at Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao, who were both of contrasting heights and, despite their disheveled state, exuded a certain charm. "Truly, we owe you our deepest gratitude," Xiao Sheng exclaimed, a look of relief washing over his face. Qiao Bao quickly concurred, "Indeed, without your intervention, we would have faced dire consequences." Lin Xian chuckled, "It wasn't so dire. Elder Jiao is not a cruel individual, and my interest in that money prompted my involvement." "Oh, right," Xiao Sheng exclaimed, slapping his forehead, and promptly handed the Luobao money to Lin Xian. Qiao Bao, filled with sentimentality, remarked, "This treasure has brought us misfortune for so many years. Finally, we can be free of it." While the Luobao money was undoubtedly precious, it felt like a mere trifle to them, and now they could see that clearly. Lin Xian held the Luobao money without haste to examine it, and smiled. "Now that this matter is resolved, would you two care to accompany us to the heavenly abode? It would be my pleasure to extend the hospitality of a host." For Lin Xian, every stone could yield oil, let alone two true immortals like Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Not to mention, if he could bring them into the heavenly realm, that would amount to a significant boon of merit, an opportunity too good to pass up. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao exchanged glances, both feeling a stir of interest. It wasn't so much the allure of the heavenly realm, but rather Having been down on their luck for so long, they genuinely needed a place to settle. Even if it meant scraping by. Very well, I shall trouble you, Taoist Lin Xian. Ah, I truly apologize. Both Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao spoke up. Lin Xian chuckled lightly and, accompanied by Xiao Zi and the others, returned to the Heavenly Court's residence. He summoned 2 celestial soldiers, instructing them to treat Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao with utmost hospitality before retreating to his own chamber with Xiao Zi. Inside the room, Lin Xian spread out his hand, where the falling treasure money fluttered with tiny wings in his palm. Curious, Xiao Zi inquired, I've heard that this object brings misfortune. Will you also suffer from its ill effects, my lord? Lin Xian chuckled, not at all. My luck remains quite favorable. With that, he began to attempt to refine the falling treasure money in his grasp. As Lin Xian initiated the refinement process, the information regarding the treasure surged into his mind. The falling treasure money is an extraordinary artifact. With this treasure in hand, one can cause a spiritual treasure to fall from grace, severing the connection between it and its master, whether it be a supreme innate spiritual treasure or an ordinary acquired one. However, such a formidable artifact comes at a significant cost. Firstly, the falling treasure money can only cause spiritual treasures to fall, whether they are acquired or innate. If the weapon does not fall within the realm of spiritual treasures, it cannot be affected. Secondly, it can only target one spiritual treasure at a time. Should an adversary summon multiple treasures simultaneously, the falling treasure money can only address them one by one. Lastly, and most critically, the use of the falling treasure money consumes one's own fortune. The higher the grade of the fallen spiritual treasure, the more terrifying the depletion of one's own fortune becomes. Thus, while the falling treasure money has the potential to cause the greatest innate spiritual treasures to fall, Lin Xian dared not to use it indiscriminately. If one's fortune is insufficient, even if they can cause the greatest innate spiritual treasures to fall, their own fortune may be instantly drained, potentially leading to a backlash of misfortune. In the original catastrophe of the investiture of the gods, Xiao Sheng recklessly used the falling treasure money to cause Zhao Gongming's sea-stabilizing pearl to fall, resulting in a backlash that led to his demise. The fearsome side effects of this treasure are evident. Nevertheless, for Lin Xian, as a disciple of the Intercept School and a celestial general of the Heavenly Court, his fortune was inherently robust. Moreover, he had previously received a red envelope infused with the fortune of the Intercept School and had gained a modicum of human fortune through the slaying of a great demon. Although his fortune, when compared to the vast collective human fortune, is but a drop in the ocean, it is nonetheless quite considerable on an individual scale. Thus, even if Lin Xian were to use the falling treasure money several times, it would not lead to his fortune being entirely depleted or a string of misfortunes befalling him. Moreover, encountering danger and facing death is a far greater misfortune than the consumption of fortune. With the falling treasure money in his possession, he possesses an additional trump card, one that could potentially turn the tide in critical moments. Satisfied, Lin Xian refined the treasure and tucked it away. At that moment, he suddenly noticed activity in the chat group. Falling treasure money. Goodness, I finally have a new master. Chaos Bell. How could you possibly bear to come out? Falling treasure money. My previous masters were utterly incompetent, leaving me in constant anxiety, thus I had no mood for conversation. Intercepting sect's fortune. Have you changed masters? Were you taken from your original master? Falling treasure money. Not exactly. As he spoke, he recounted the experiences of Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao within the group. Most of the group members typically resided in a single place, enduring an unbearable monotony. So they listened with rapt attention. Intercepting sect's fortune spoke with a tone of pride. Intercepting sect's fortune, oh my. I never imagined you would end up in the hands of my intercepting sect disciples. From what you say, our sect truly produces exceptional talents. 12-petal pure world lotus, do not be too quick to boast. This fellow requires a consumption of fortune to be utilized. It is possible that the intercepting sect disciple will soon exhaust their fortune, bringing about misfortune. Intercepting sect's fortune. Intercepting sect's fortune. No, falling treasure money. You cannot deceive my disciple. Falling treasure money. The way of heaven imposes limits. There are gains and losses. What can I do? Moreover, I perceive that this intercepting sect disciple possesses decent fortune. It should not be a significant issue. Intercepting sect's fortune. No, we must devise a way for him to discard you. Falling treasure money. Actually, there is a method. I possess a small tip that can significantly reduce fortune consumption, perhaps down to about 10%. Intercepting sect's fortune. Quickly, please share. Falling treasure money. It would be futile for me to say. How could you possibly inform that intercepting sect disciple? Intercepting Sect's fortune. Upon reaching this point, Lin Xian felt a surge of joy and hastily typed in the chat under a pseudonym. Xian Zhongshan, this matter is simple. I have the ability to convey dreams. I can help you deliver this little tip to him through a dream. Falling treasure money. Is that true? You can really convey dreams? Xian Zhongshan, I am the spirit of the mountain. It is naturally within my capabilities. Falling treasure money. Very well, it is not a major secret anyway. So I shall share it with you. Falling treasure money, while utilizing the capital money, does consume a large amount of fortune if one announces to heaven and earth beforehand. Temporarily borrowing a thread of fortune, it can greatly reduce the consumption during use. Xian Zhongshan, temporarily borrowing fortune from heaven and earth? Is it truly that easy? Falling treasure money. It can be challenging or simple. If the user is a favored child of heaven and earth and is sincere, then the heavens will not be stingy with fortune. Even a small amount can be borrowed for several breaths of time. Falling treasure money. This temporary borrowing is often ineffective as it dissipates quickly, but it works perfectly for capital money, as the heavens will not seek to reclaim fortune from the capital. That intercepting sect disciple is a human and a heavenly general, quite beloved by heaven and earth. Xian Zhongshan, I see, I have learned something valuable. Lin Xian silently withdrew from the group chat, filled with profound reflections. These treasures, having endured the passage of endless years, are, without a doubt, a rare wealth in terms of insight alone. The notion of borrowing fortune from the heavens and the earth may initially seem preposterous. However, upon deeper contemplation, Lin Xian grasped the underlying intricacies. This profundity lies within the realm of talismans. The art of talismans similarly involves drawing upon the forces of the cosmos. Yet it allows for the preservation of the borrowed power in the form of talismans. The wind talisman harnesses the essence of the wind, while the rain talisman channels the essence of water. Lin Xian's act of borrowing fortune operates on the same principle. Yet, due to the formidable challenge of acquiring fortune, even when attained, it tends to be fleeting and of limited utility, which is why few endeavor to explore it. Nevertheless, for Lin Xian, applying it to the matter of falling treasures was indeed quite fitting. The following day, Lin Xian feigned the demeanor of one who had received a prophetic dream. Murmuring to himself, borrowing fortune, you say? It sounds feasible. He then commenced his attempts. To borrow fortune from the cosmos requires genuine intent. Stepping out of his abode, with his feet grounded upon the earth and the heavens above, he performed a calming incantation, striving for tranquility, and then uttered, Heavens and earth, I am Lin Xian. Today, I humbly request a fragment of fortune. May the celestial realms bestow their grace upon me. Initially, Lin Xian presumed he would need to make several attempts. Yet to his astonishment, as soon as his words fell, a gentle breeze swept by, and he sensed an intangible augmentation within himself. It was a sliver of fortune bestowed by the heavens. Lin Xian was elated. Had he truly become a favored child of the cosmos? This fortune, elusive and insubstantial, was indeed perceptible to him. Had Lin Xian been adept in the art of talismans and possessed the means to invoke fortune, he could have endeavored to encapsulate this fragment of fortune within a talisman. It would have manifested as a temporary fortune talisman. Alas, Lin Xian lacked the knowledge of talismans and the ability to summon fortune, thus he could only silently relish the experience. After several breaths, this borrowed fortune dissipated back into the cosmos. Yet, Lin Xian wore a satisfied smile. At the very least, for him, it was sufficient. In the days that followed, Lin Xian practiced the art of borrowing fortune while simultaneously attempting to unravel the innate restrictions. With the protection of two formidable Tai golden immortals, he was unconcerned about being discovered by other celestial beings. Consequently, even though the innate restrictions were exceedingly intricate, they gradually began to loosen. Beyond these pursuits, Lin Xian also grew acquainted with Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao. Having nearly exhausted their own fortune due to the falling treasures, both had been left in dire straits. Lin Xian extended an invitation for them to temporarily reside within the heavenly outpost, and they were more than eager to accept. Their interactions became increasingly familiar. Without reservation, Lin Xian seized an opportune moment to directly invite them to join the heavenly realm. As two true immortals, they would undoubtedly serve as a cornerstone within the heavenly forces. My fellow Taoists, this is the treatment we offer within the heavenly realm. What say you? Are you willing to join us? Lin Xian beamed at the two of them. Xiao Sheng and Qiao Bao exchanged a glance, and in their hearts, a decision had already been made. They had endured enough turmoil, and now found themselves presented with a rare opportunity for stability, which naturally stirred their interest. Furthermore, Lin Xian could be considered their benefactor, leaving no room for hesitation. I am willing. I, too, am willing. Both Xiaosheng and Qiao Bao nodded in agreement. A smile graced Lin Xian's face as he replied. Very well, then I extend my early congratulations to you both. Shortly, I shall have Feng Yan arrange matters, and you shall soon join the heavenly court. With 2 true immortals, they would accumulate at least 20,000 merits. Even if Lin Xian claimed 70%, he would still receive over 10,000. Of course, the acquisition of merits was a secondary concern. Lin Xian was also contemplating that Xiaosheng and Qiao Bao seemed destined for prominence in the future. Allowing them to join the heavenly court at this juncture could only yield benefits. Having arranged for Xiaosheng and Qiao Bao, Lin Xian continued his journey towards the innate restrictions, diligently advancing the progress of their resolution. At long last, after more than half a month of effort, he successfully unraveled the innate restriction before him. As the barrier dissipated, a hidden passageway emerged, exuding an extraordinarily rich spiritual energy. Lin Xian could faintly discern that the concentration of spiritual energy within exceeded even that of the Peach Mountain cave he had previously entered. Beside him, the little fox's eyes sparkled with excitement. Unable to resist taking a deep breath, her expression one of rapture. Lin Xian glanced at her and chuckled softly. So, would you like to accompany me inside? Little Purple hesitated for a moment before resolutely shaking her head. I shall remain outside to guard for my lord. With me here, no one would dare approach. Lin Xian regarded her intently, nodded in understanding, and without further ado, lightly tapped his toes and soared into the passage. As the space shifted, Lin Xian's vision returned to clarity, revealing a completely independent realm before him. His assumptions proved correct. The location of the Xianhuang Ding was indeed a paradise. The richness of spiritual energy was unparalleled, even surpassing that of the Peach Mountain cave. Within the sanctuary, the essence of Xianhuang flowed subtly, nourishing the myriad spiritual plants throughout the expanse. A glance around revealed the presence of no fewer than several hundred types of postnatal spiritual roots, accompanied by a faint, enchanting fragrance wafting through the air. Lin Xian inhaled deeply, invigorated, and immediately summoned the winds to propel himself toward the heart of the cave. Before long, a uniquely shaped ancient tree came into view. The tree exuded a faint fragrance, and even from a distance, Lin Xian felt a sense of clarity wash over him. Beneath the ancient tree, a small tripod with 3 legs and 2 ears stood proudly. Lin Xian's eyes brightened as he approached the base of the tree. The small tripod was undoubtedly the Xianhuang Ding. The dense essence of Xianhuang flowed within it, perfectly embodying the principles of heaven and earth. Lin Xian scrutinized the Xianhuang Ding for a moment, but refrained from hastily refining it. Instead, he directed his gaze upward to observe the ancient tree above. The peculiar fragrance emanated from the leaves of this very tree. The leaves of this tree exhibit an astonishing array of peculiar shapes. Some resemble dragons, others phoenixes. While some take on the form of qilins, there are those that appear like clouds and mountains, as if the essence of all creation has manifested in these leaves. This is the Enlightenment Tea Tree. Lin Xian was filled with delight as he recognized the spiritual root before him. The Enlightenment Tea Tree is a top-tier innate spiritual root. Though it bears no fruit, its leaves are imbued with the patterns of the Great Tao, capable of guiding individuals into the realm of enlightenment, making it a supreme treasure for achieving understanding. In terms of value, the Enlightenment Tea Tree may well rival the Xianhuang Ding below. This truly was an unexpected joy. Lin Xian could not help but smile. The assistance provided by the Enlightenment Tea Tree for cultivation is immense. Although he has the support of a chat group, the ability to download divine abilities and search for spiritual treasures is trivial. Enlightenment must be attained personally, particularly upon reaching the Xian immortal realm. It is essential to comprehend a certain law of power to step into the golden immortal realm. Even though he is still in the Qi training stage, it is wise to prepare for the future. The arrival of the Enlightenment Tea Tree is perfectly timed. Lin Xian raised his gaze to observe closely, then plucked a cloud-shaped leaf, savoring it directly without brewing. As the fragrance of the tea unfurled in his mouth, a profound aura of the Tao enveloped him. In that moment, Lin Xian felt as though he were soaring amidst the clouds, with myriad spiritual illuminations flickering in his mind. The realm of enlightenment. How many immortals seek this elusive state, yet Lin Xian effortlessly entered it. This is precisely why the Enlightenment Tea Tree, despite bearing no fruit, is still regarded as a top-tier innate spiritual root. After a considerable duration, as the fragrance gradually dissipated, Lin Xian emerged from the realm of enlightenment, his eyes wide with astonishment. Truly, the Enlightenment Tea Tree is remarkable. In that state, Lin Xian gained numerous insights into the laws of gold, water, and wind. an experience he had never encountered before. At this rate, it would not be long before Lin Xian could genuinely grasp the power of the laws. He expelled the tea leaves from his mouth, excitedly surveying the Enlightenment tea tree before finally turning his attention to the Xian Huangding below. Undoubtedly, this is also a significant treasure from his recent discoveries. Lin Xian extended his hand, resting it upon the cauldron's surface, infusing it with a thread of power. Instantly, the information concealed within the cauldron surged into Lin Xian's mind. The Xian Huangding, a mid-tier innate defensive spiritual treasure. This artifact is forged from the essence of Xian Huang, the fundamental root of all energies, with each strand weighing heavily. The entire Xian Huangding is crafted from this essence. Its weight is unimaginable. It could be said that even if one were to strike it, the Xian Huangding could easily crush a Xian immortal. However, its strength lies not in offense, but in defense. Once this cauldron is summoned, it continuously emanates Xian Huang energy, each strand unyielding and nearly impervious to ordinary attacks. Indeed, even with Lin Xian's current realm, possessing the Xian Huangding would ensure his invincibility before golden immortals. Chapter 12. The Peril of Urxian Ridge. Lin Xian emerges and sweeps away the hordes of demons. Lin Xian gazed at the Xian Huangding before him, overwhelmed with emotion. In the primordial chaos, why are defensive innate spiritual treasures so exceedingly precious? One glance at the Xian Huangding reveals the answer. Possessing a mid-grade innate defensive treasure allows him to transcend an entire realm, rendering him invincible before golden immortals. Whether he could contend with a golden immortal is a matter for another time. With this thing in his possession, it would be fraught with challenges for any golden immortal to deal with him. Of course, this is a rather broad assertion. In the primordial realm, there exists an array of magical treasures, each with their own methods of mutual restraint. For instance, the Luobao golden money in Lin Xian's possession could, without question, bring down even the finest innate treasures, albeit at a significant cost. This illustrates the multitude of peculiar techniques present in the primordial realm. With such thoughts occupying his mind, Lin Xian refrained from indulging in self-satisfaction, centering his thoughts and commencing the process of refining the Xian Huangding. The Xian Huangding, being a mid-grade innate treasure, is exceptionally rare among its kind, possessing 35 innate restrictions, making it exceedingly challenging to refine. Seated in meditation, Lin Xian summoned the Shana Pearl. As the Shana Pearl emitted its radiant glow, the flow of time around him shifted dramatically. Enveloped in a 100-fold acceleration of time, Lin Xian began the painstaking process of refining the Xian Huangding. In the blink of an eye, 81 days had passed for him, while more than half a year elapsed in the outside world. At last, Lin Xian succeeded in refining 9 of the innate restrictions of the Xian Huangding, gaining a preliminary mastery over this mid-grade innate treasure. Sighing in relief, Lin Xian waved his hand, causing the Xian Huangding to shrink rapidly into a palm-sized vessel, floating delicately in his grasp. With a mere thought, the ding soared away, expanding in the wind into a colossal cauldron, which he then brought down forcefully. Boom! Accompanied by a resounding thud, Lin Xian felt the ground beneath him tremble twice. Upon rising, he beheld a horrifying deep pit carved into the earth. Lin Xian could not help but marvel. In terms of direct offensive power, the Xian Huangding indeed possesses the caliber of a mid-grade innate treasure, as it is equipped for both attack and defense. Yet, due to its inherent characteristics, its offensive capability tends to be somewhat unwieldy, perhaps rendering it less effective in real combat. Nevertheless, its formidable defensive prowess left Lin Xian thoroughly satisfied. Waving his hand, he recalled the Xian Huangding and stowed it away, then began to wander within the cave abode. Aside from the Enlightenment tea tree, the cave was home to hundreds of postnatal spiritual roots, including several rare and precious varieties. Lin Xian gathered all the ripe spiritual fruits, accumulating a remarkable harvest. Arriving beneath the Enlightenment tea tree, Lin Xian once again summoned the Shana Pearl, placing himself in a 100-fold time flow, and commenced the refinement of these postnatal spiritual fruits. This time, Lin Xian once again opted to invest these resources into refining his physical body. The sheer magnitude of resources required for physical cultivation is staggering. In contrast, cultivating one's qi can yield similar results with mere effort in absorbing spiritual energy, even without abundant resources. Of course, the benefits derived from physical refinement are substantial. Lin Xian sat cross-legged, consuming spirit fruits one by one while simultaneously channeling the 8-9 profound art. A tremendous amount of medicinal power was continuously refined into pure energy, enhancing Lin Xian's flesh, bones, and overall physique. Gradually, Lin Xian's physical realm began to ascend, from the initial to the mid, and finally to the late stages of the profound immortal realm. When all the postnatal spirit fruits were exhausted, Lin Xian sensed that he was but a hair's breadth away from achieving the consummation of the profound immortal realm. Without hesitation, he retrieved several innate Qi Shao fruits and 2 gourds of foreturned celestial elixirs gifted by Jian Yang, consuming them all for refinement. With this influx of resources, Lin Xian's aura surged dramatically. He had reached the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Slowly rising to his feet, he felt the surging power within him and couldn't help but clench his fists. He was merely a step away from the golden immortal realm. However, this single step has historically ensnared countless profound immortals. Fortunately for Lin Xian, if he intended to break through to the golden immortal realm through physical refinement, he would not need to concern himself with the power of loss. Achieving the golden immortal realm through Qi cultivation requires grasping a certain law of power. While physical refinement merely demands sufficient resources, the resources needed to break through to the golden immortal realm through physical refinement are immense. He would likely have to wait until he returned to the heavenly court, exchanging a significant amount of merit for cultivation resources before attempting to advance. Lin Xian sighed, surveying his surroundings. Yet, he did not rush to exit his seclusion, but instead returned beneath the enlightenment tea tree, intending to continue his retreat. This cave abode, rich in spiritual energy, would be a waste not to utilize thoroughly. Just as Lin Xian diligently practiced beneath the enlightenment tea tree, the crisis at the Two Immortal Ridge finally descended. A vast tide of demon clans surged toward the Two Immortal Ridge from all directions. Leading them were 4 golden immortal demon kings. Besides Mei Mountain's Yuan Hong, there were also the invited Qingyo Demon King, Hejiao Demon King, and Songying Demon King. All were at the Tai Golden Immortal level. The 4 Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings commanded several Golden Immortal Demon Kings and numerous profound immortal great demons, with countless true, celestial, and heavenly demon clans. Fortunately, the perimeter of the Two Immortal Ridge was already under a vigilant array, and the 2 Fox Clan Grand Demons, Qin Yang and Jian Yang, detected the disturbance immediately. Without hesitation, the 2 activated the true great formation of the Two Immortal Ridge. Boom! The mountains and rivers surrounding the Two Immortal Ridge trembled. The power of the spiritual veins was awakened, connecting heaven and earth, soaring into the skies. In an instant, a luminous barrier enveloped the entire Two Immortal Ridge. The Xianyuan Wancher Formation. This formation was established by the legendary Emperor Daiyu of yore. At its core lies a treasure of virtue, which harmoniously connects heaven and earth, harnessing the power of the spiritual veins of mountains and rivers, thereby exhibiting formidable might. Under the guidance of 2 Tai Golden Immortal Fox Demons, it is beyond the capability of mere Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings to breach this formation, let alone ordinary Great Luo Golden Immortals. As the formation activated, Sisters Qi and Jiao breathed a sigh of relief, calmly observing the approaching horde of formidable demons. To the east was a white ape, wielding an iron staff, relentlessly assaulting the formation. To the south, a soaring eagle stirred up boundless winds, crashing against the formation's luminous barrier. To the west, a verdant bull, trampling the clouds, charged fiercely at the formation. To the north, a black serpent exhaled a chilling mist that enveloped the area. Despite the display of power from the 4 demon kings, Sisters Qi and Jiao remained unfazed. Sister Jiao, feeling a surge of excitement, exclaimed, "Who are these foolish beings daring to invade our Urshian Ridge? Sister, let me confront them." Sister Qi promptly restrained her, saying, "Patience, do not rush. These 4 great demons cannot breach the Xianyuan Wancher Formation. Let us observe further." Reluctantly, Sister Jiao acquiesced. Sister Qi furrowed her brow, scrutinizing the 4 demon kings assaulting the formation. These forbore no grudge against Urshian Ridge. What was their purpose? She sensed an unseen hand orchestrating this. With the 4 Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings assailing the formation in silence, Sister Qi stepped forward gracefully and spoke, "Mighty ones, renowned demon kings of your realms, what brings you to invade our humble Urshian Ridge today?" Yuan Hong cast a fleeting glance at Sister Qi, disinterested in responding. Yet internally he was growing anxious. The strength of the formation at Urshian Ridge surpassed his expectations. He pondered whether the one who promised to aid him in times of need would indeed intervene. While Yuan Hong remained taciturn, the Eagle Demon King burst into a mocking laugh. "You fox, do you not realize that I have long harbored disdain for you? The human race should serve as sustenance for our kind, yet you dare to protect them. How absurd." The Bull Demon King spoke slowly. I have heard that the innate Qingxiao fruit lies in the possession of your two royal sisters. Surrender it, and I shall take my leave." The Black Serpent Demon King laughed heartily. "I have also heard that the Fox clan possesses unparalleled beauty. I intend to take a few as brides. Of course, if Sister Qi is willing to suppress her cultivation and offer herself, I shall gladly withdraw and refrain from further incursions." Ha ha. Listening to the words of the three demon kings, Sister Qi did not react with anger, but rather contemplated deeply, regardless of the truth behind their claims. It was evident that each harbored distinct intentions, not aligned with a single goal. Was it the demon king from Meishan who had orchestrated their convergence? What could be his motive? Sister Qi's gaze shifted to Yuan Hong, narrowing her eyes, as she deliberated on whether to take the risk of dismantling the formation and swiftly eliminate Yuan Hong alongside her sister before forcing the other three demon kings to retreat. She steeled herself for the decision ahead. However, upon observing Yuan Hong, Qin Yang helplessly discerned that he was, in fact, a body-refining Tai Golden Immortal Demon King. And she promptly abandoned her initial plan. A body-refining Tai Golden Immortal Demon King is nearly invulnerable in combat at the same level. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal would find it exceedingly difficult to slay such an opponent. Just as Qin Yang was deep in thought, a formidable wave of energy suddenly emanated from the heavens, transforming into a dense golden light that struck the great formation with tremendous force. The formation shattered in response. In that moment, the heavens and the earth resounded with a deafening roar. A remarkably powerful great Luo Golden Immortal had covertly made their move. Qin Yang and Jiao Nyang's expressions changed dramatically as they hastily activated the treasures in their possession to counter the impending attack. Qin Yang wielded a Huahai Pearl, an inferior-grade innate spiritual treasure that possessed both water attributes and the ability to create illusions. Meanwhile, Jiao Nyang held a peculiar staff. The golden light surged forth with relentless momentum, effortlessly breaching the formation and relentlessly hurtling towards Qin Yang and Jiao Nyang. The water curtain conjured by Qin Yang's Huahai Pearl dissipated in an instant, causing her countenance to shift. At a critical moment, Jiao Nyang swung her iron staff, positioning it protectively before Qin Yang. As the golden light dissipated, Jiao Nyang bore the brunt of much of its power, wiping the blood from her lips and gazing skyward with a cold smirk, saying, "Who is this great Luo Golden Immortal? Just mingling with a few demon kings. Is it necessary to hide in the shadows? You've already attacked. Why not show yourself for all to see?" Above the nine heavens, silence reigned. Despite Jiao Nyang's taunts, the previously concealed great Luo Golden Immortal remained hidden from view. Beside her, Qin Yang grasped her sister's arm, her expression grave as she fixated on the four demon kings. With the formation breached, she had sustained some minor injuries. The forthcoming challenge of jointly confronting the four demon kings with her sister would not be an easy task. As she had anticipated, upon seeing the formation dismantled, Yuan Hong swung his iron staff and addressed the other three demon kings. "Please hold these two foxes at bay while I take my leave." With that, he prepared to charge towards the lower reaches of Urshian Ridge. The other three demon kings maintained impassive expressions, clearly having coordinated their actions in advance. However, Qin Yang let out a light chuckle as her Huahai Pearl erupted in azure radiance, enveloping the entire battlefield. One after another, manifestations of Qin Yang appeared in every direction, cheerfully proclaiming, "My esteemed demon king, now that you have arrived, why the haste to depart?" The overlapping voices caused all four demon kings to frown in unison. Yuan Hong could not help but halt in his tracks, for he found himself encircled by four manifestations of Qin Yang on all sides. In the distance, nearly 100 more Qin Yangs filled the battlefield. Yuan Hong furrowed his brow. Illusion? Clones? As he spoke, he swept his water and fire staff in a wide arc, launching an assault against the surrounding figures. Three of the apparitions vanished instantly, while one figure opened its mouth and exhaled a plume of azure smoke towards Yuan Hong, retreating with composure. Immediately thereafter, the previously disappeared figure reemerged, leaving Yuan Hong once again unable to discern reality. The other three demon kings were met with a similar predicament. The voice of the Black Serpent Demon King resonated, filled with fury. This fox possesses formidable divine abilities, incorporating both illusions and clones, a perplexing interplay of reality and deception, truly difficult to defend against. He had just been injured by a fleeting image of the Seven Maiden and was now seething with rage. Upon hearing this, Yuan Hong instantly grasped the cunning tactics of the Fox Clan monarch, feeling a throbbing headache. The treasure in the opponent's possession was a primordial artifact capable of creating illusions. Furthermore, as a seven-tailed demon fox. Each tail represented a life and could also serve as a clone. The fusion of clones and illusions, with their intricate interplay of reality and mirage, made them exceedingly hard to distinguish and guard against. For even a single tail transformed into a clone possessed the prowess of an early-stage Tai Golden Immortal, given the seven-tailed Demon King had attained full mastery in the realm. Among the four Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings, only Yuan Hong dared to rely on his physical strength, unafraid of the ambush from the Seven Maiden S clone. However, the other three kings, lacking in physical refinement and being at early or mid stages of cultivation, could not afford to be careless. In that moment, the other three Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings found themselves ensnared. Yuan Hong, overwhelmed with anger, decided to disregard everything and charged towards the base of the two immortals' ridge. Although the Seven Maiden had reached the pinnacle of Tai Golden Immortal, her capacity to inflict damage upon him in the short term was limited, and Yuan Hong was confident in his endurance. Just then, an iron rod shot out from the side, blocking his path. "Youngster, where do you think you're going? Have you consulted with me?" The imposing figure of the Nine Maiden appeared, wielding a resplendent golden iron rod, having already dashed before Yuan Hong. Yuan Hong, having lost all patience, let out a furious roar and struck with his water and fire staff, channeling immense power. Boom! As the staffs collided, Yuan Hong felt a jolt reverberate through his hands, causing him to stagger. The Nine Maiden retreated a few steps, yet her fighting spirit showed no signs of waning. Well, you possess considerable strength, but merely relying on might will not suffice against me. Before her words faded, Seven Tails suddenly materialized behind her, amplifying her aura. Simultaneously, the golden iron rod in her hand radiated with brilliance. As she swung it, it transformed into a colossal pillar. Yuan Hong vaguely discerned words inscribed upon it. Rui Jingu Bang. Boom. With a thunderous crash, Yuan Hong was swept away by the massive golden pillar, crashing violently against the rocky terrain. Yuan Hong roared in fury, transforming into a massive white ape and charging towards the Nine Maiden. Ha, come forth. The Nine Maiden laughed heartily, her divine powers surging as she too transformed into a giant to meet him head-on. A fierce battle erupted, shaking the heavens and the earth, as the four invading demon kings were firmly held in place by the Seven Maiden and the Nine Maiden. Meanwhile, in a secluded cavern in the distance, Lin Xian finally emerged from his seclusion. Within the cavern, beneath the wisdom tea tree, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, exhaling a breath of turbid air. Before him, a shimmering light screen materialized. Personal panel name, Lin Xian. Position, leader of the Hong Wong Opportunity Chat Group. Cultivation, perfected Xian Immortal. Body refinement, early Xian Immortal. Qi cultivation. Abilities, soul capture, wind control treasures. Xian Huang Ding. Mid-grade innate. Xian Bing Shi Zai Gun. Low-grade innate. Turtle Spirit Armor. Superior postnatal. Bai Zhu. Mid-grade postnatal. Tai Su Ju Ling Yu. Exotic treasure. Shana Zhu. Exotic treasure. Luo Bao Jin Qian. Exotic treasure. Footsteps. Advanced postnatal footsteps. Chat group level. Level 4 indeed, with the abundant spiritual energy of the cave. Lin Xian has finally advanced his Qi cultivation to the early Xian Immortal stage. Now, with his body refinement at the perfected Xian Immortal level and his Qi cultivation at the early Xian Immortal stage, a preliminary balance between his internal and external realms has been established. For an immortal who practices both body refinement and Qi cultivation, achieving such equilibrium is of paramount importance, as it maximizes one's strength in battle. Currently, Lin Xian possesses both body refinement and Qi cultivation at the Xian Immortal level, wielding numerous treasures. His offensive capabilities are bolstered by the Xian Bing Shi Zai Gan, while his defenses are reinforced by the Xian Huang Ding, along with the trump cards of Tai Su Ju Ling Yu and Luo Bao Jin Qian. His formidable power allows him to contend with golden immortals. Notably, the Tai Su Ju Ling Yu in Lin Xian's possession can unleash a strike that amplifies his strength 100-fold, a feat that ordinary golden immortals may struggle to withstand. Lin Xian felt a surge of joy. In the primordial realm, becoming a golden immortal signifies entering the higher echelons of power. Though he has yet to achieve the golden immortal status, his strength is already comparable, a source of pride for him. After solidifying his realm, he also harvested a considerable amount of spiritual roots and plants within the cave, gathering a substantial quantity of leaves from the Tao Enlightenment tea tree before finally soaring out of the cave. Upon emerging, he was met with the anxious visage of Xiao Zi and the tumultuous commotion above Ersian Ridge. "Lang Jun, you have finally emerged," Xiao Zi exclaimed. her joy evident as she rushed towards Lin Xian. Lin Xian, equally astonished, gazed skyward at the figures engaged in a fierce battle, resembling demonic beings, and turned to Xiaozi with a puzzled expression. What has transpired? Who are those formidable demons clashing with Qin Yang and Jian Yang? Xiaozi shook her head in urgency. I do not know, but those four appear to be Tai Yi Golden Immortal Demon Kings. It remains uncertain how much longer Mother and Aunt can withstand their onslaught. Having regained his composure, Lin Xian scrutinized the battlefield intently. The four Tai Yi Golden Immortal Demon Kings were identified as the White Ape, Song Ying, Qing Niu, and He Jiao. In contrast, their side consisted solely of Qin Yang and Jian Yang, both Tai Yi Golden Immortal Demon Kings. Logically, they should be at a disadvantage, but upon closer examination, Lin Xian realized that the situation was far from what it seemed. Qin Yang appeared to have invoked some extraordinary ability, her presence manifesting in countless forms across the battlefield, rendering it nearly impossible to discern the real from the illusion. This forced the three demon kings, Song Ying, Qing Niu, and He Jiao, into a defensive stance. The colossal white ape, seemingly the strongest, exhibited the least fighting spirit, repeatedly attempting to charge towards the base of Ercian Ridge, only to be thwarted each time by Jian Yang. At this moment, Jian Yang had transformed into a towering giant, wielding a resplendent golden iron rod, her seven tails billowing in the wind as she relentlessly drove the white apes back. She even possessed the strength to occasionally sweep a blow towards the three major demon kings in the distance. Lin Xian's eyes widened in astonishment. While the extraordinary powers of Qin Yang were well known, what was this divine warrior like Jian Yang all about? Was it a manifestation of celestial might? The Rui Jingu Bang? How did that rod end up before the Dragon Palace in the East China Sea? And was it truly at the Second Immortal Ridge? Lin Xian marveled at the spectacle, then turned to comfort Xiaozi, saying there was no need to worry about the two elder figures. Though the number of demon kings was superior, their cultivation was no match for Qin Yang and Jian Yang. The two elders were handling the situation with ease. Upon hearing this, Xiaozi finally breathed a sigh of relief. At that moment, Lin Xian noticed the commotion in the distance. The sounds of divine powers clashing echoed as various immortals and formidable demons engaged in fierce combat across the vast expanse of the Second Immortal Ridge. Lin Xian's expression darkened. Those four demon kings had even led demon soldiers to attack? What a grand display! Xiaozi quickly reassured him, saying, Do not worry, my lord. Those demon soldiers may appear numerous, but their strength is weak. Those who came here earlier have already been dealt with by me, as a five-tailed Xianxian demon. Ordinary demon soldiers were naturally no match for her. Lin Xian smiled. I see. Thank you for your assistance. However, we cannot aid in a battle at the Tai Yi Golden Immortal level. Let's focus on dealing with these invading demon soldiers. Upon hearing they would fight alongside Lin Xian, Xiaozi's eyes sparkled with excitement. Lin Xian soared into the air, retrieving the Xianbing Shizai spear, and charged towards the area with the most demon soldiers. Xiaozi followed closely behind. Upon arrival, they beheld nearly 100 small demons below, most of whom were celestial immortals, along with several prominent true immortal demons leading the charge. Dozens of human immortals from the Second Immortal Ridge were locked in a fierce struggle. Lin Xian wasted no time. He activated the Xianbing Shizai spear and thrust it forward. Boom! A torrent of frigid air swept in all directions, whether they were celestial or true immortal demons. Any that came into contact with it were instantly frozen into ice sculptures. The surrounding human immortals were left dumbfounded. Wasn't that the heavenly general from the heavenly court? Truly remarkable. No wonder he had gained such notoriety recently. Perhaps the heavenly court was indeed a promising place. The crowd of immortals expressed their admiration. With a single thrust, Lin Xian had eradicated nearly 99% of the demon forces in that area. He did not linger, calling out, There are still some stragglers left. I leave them to you all. With that, he soared off towards the next area thick with demonic energy. The human immortals responded in unison. Xiaozi followed closely behind Lin Xian, undeterred by her lack of combat opportunity. Instead, her eyes gleamed with admiration. Such formidable strength, truly worthy of her chosen lord. Lin Xian was indeed unstoppable at this moment. Before emerging from his retreat, he had reforged the Xianbing Shizai spear, refining half of its innate restrictions, significantly enhancing its power. A single thrust pierced through, freezing 100 miles. Even the most ordinary Xian immortals could not withstand it. The invading demon soldiers at Ercian Ridge were predominantly comprised of celestial and true immortals, and thus posed no match for Lin Xian. As Lin Xian, along with Xiaozi, busied himself extinguishing fires and vanquishing the encroaching demon clan within a concealed cave beneath Ercian Ridge, Several formidable demons were stealthily gathering their energies, delving deeper into the cavern. At the forefront was the golden immortal general, Snake General, serving under the Black Flood Dragon Demon King. Following closely were Dai Li, the dog demon from the seven monsters of Meishan, the ox demon Jin Dashing, and dozens of other powerful demons, both Xian immortals and true immortals. General, the seal is just ahead. Dai Li, with his keen senses, guided them. Indeed, this band of formidable demons aimed to reach the seal of Wu Zhiqi. Intending to liberate the terrifying Deluo Golden Immortal Demon King, Yuan Hong employed the strategy of an overt approach while secretly maneuvering behind the scenes. Chapter 13. The Frenzied Wu Zhiqi. Lin Xian intervenes. The Emperor's hidden strategy. As the group of powerful demons ventured deeper into the cave, the menacing aura emanating from within grew increasingly palpable, causing the true immortal demons in the rear to tremble with trepidation. This was the terrifying presence of the Deluo Golden Immortal Demon King. Even the leading Golden Immortal, Snake General, wore a grave expression as he turned to Dai Li and whispered, "I have heard that the Water Ape Great Saint Wu Zhiqi is both cruel and cunning. Even if we release him, he is unlikely to express gratitude. Moreover, if he escapes and turns against us, what then?" Dai Li had already contemplated this and assured him in a hushed tone, "Rest assured, General. Wu Zhiqi has been suppressed for many years and is currently in a weakened state. Even if he escapes, he will not be able to regain his strength in the short term, so there is no need for concern." Upon hearing this, Snake General finally breathed a sigh of relief. The fearsome reputation of the Deluo Golden Immortal Demon King was enough to instill dread in their hearts. Had it not been for their king's dealings with the Meishan Demon King, he would not have ventured here to free him. Once more, the group of demons fell into silence as they twisted and turned, finally reaching the depths of the cave. What lay before them were intricate formations and an overwhelming mass of chains. At the center of these formations and chains was a frail, disheveled figure, though small and emaciated. The astonishingly fierce aura emanating from him struck terror into the hearts of all present. Without a doubt, this was the once mighty Water Ape Great Saint, Wu Zhiqi. The demons held their breath and cautiously approached the grand formation. Suddenly, a resounding explosion echoed through the silent underground as Wu Zhiqi abruptly lifted his head, his predatory gaze surveying the assembly of demons before him as though appraising a pack of prey. The leading Golden Immortal, Snake General, took a deep breath, stepped forward, and intoned solemnly, "I am Snake General, under the command of the Black Flood Dragon King, here to pay my respects to the Water Ape Great Saint. Do not be alarmed. We have come to rescue you." Wu Zhiqi fixed his gaze upon them, not inquiring why they sought to rescue him, but rather chuckled ominously. "Oh, you have come to save this king? In that case, approach and sever these binding chains for me. Why linger so far away?" General Snake and Dai Li exchanged a glance, prompting them to summon a formidable demon of the Xianxian realm to step forward and make an attempt. The demon, trembling with trepidation, approached Waziki. However, before he could attempt to sever the chains, Waziki's neck inexplicably elongated, and in the blink of an eye, he sank his teeth into the demon's neck. The Xianxian could only emit a horrified scream before his limbs convulsed, utterly devoid of resistance. Within mere breaths, he was drained to a desiccated husk. Waziki then released his bloody maw, licking his lips in satisfaction, relishing the memory. "It has been ages since I savored the taste of flesh and blood, truly delightful." The expressions of General Snake and Dai Li darkened, while the demons behind them turned ashen with fear. Dai Li stepped forward, feigning resignation, and sighed, "What is the meaning of this, great sage water monkey? We have come to assist you in your plight. Do you not trust us?" Waziki chuckled. "Trust? Why would I not? Why don't you each come forward and let this king take a few sips? Once I regain my strength, I shall surely be able to free myself. What do you say?" Dai Li and General Snake exchanged glances, their faces turning a shade of iron. Has Waziki lost his mind? Dai Li decided to ignore Waziki and turn to General Snake. "Let us focus on the formation and the binding chains. If we dismantle the formation and sever most of the binding chains, he should be able to break free himself." General Snake nodded reluctantly. "It seems we have no other choice." The assembly of demons ceased their attention on Waziki, with the more adept ones beginning to unravel the formation, while those of lesser capability set about severing the chains. Waziki, finding the proceedings exceedingly dull, yawned repeatedly, though his tongue did not rest for a moment. "Alas, what a foolish method you employ. When will you rescue this king? Dispatch a few of those feeble little demons my way for sustenance. Perhaps then I will regain my strength and we can emerge together to wreak havoc." He mused, "By the way, is Dayu still alive? What are the humans outside? How I long for the taste of human flesh." Once I am free, I shall indulge heartily. Waziki prattled on, his eyes glinting with a bloodthirsty ferocity. The assembly of demons, however, remained deaf to his words, silently dismantling the formation and assaulting the chains. Waziki was too terrifying, even though they had come to liberate him. They no longer dared to place their trust in him. Just as the demons labored to release this monstrosity, General Snake suddenly lifted his head, his keen instincts alerting him to a presence above. He sensed a human of the Xianxian realm in the second immortal ridge, swiftly decimating their ranks, leaving hardly any demon to stand in his way. If this continued, his troops would suffer devastating losses. Dali turned to General Snake. What is it? General Snake replied gravely, there is a human Xianxian above, slaughtering our soldiers. Dali quickly deduced General Snake's implication and, after a moment's reflection, declared, since it is merely a single human Xianxian, there is no need for your concern, General. My brother, and I shall take care of it. He and Jin Dashing were both formidable demons at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, tasked with confronting a human Xianxian. Was it not an effortless endeavor? Upon hearing this, General Shi revealed a satisfied smile, nodding in agreement. Then I shall trouble you both. Dali and Jin Dashing promptly set out, leaving the cave and heading straight towards the Urshian ridge above. General Shi, however, did not dwell on the matter further and continued to immerse himself in deciphering the formation. Yet, as time passed, General Shi found himself waiting for an extended period. He had already unraveled more than half of the formation before Dali had returned. With a hint of perplexity, General Shi lifted his gaze and attentively sensed the fluctuations above the cave. At that moment, a strange voice suddenly resonated behind him. Are you looking for me? Startled, General Shi whirled around, his expression transforming to one of shock. Behind him stood a young man wielding a spear, observing the surroundings with keen interest. Accompanying him was a little girl in purple, carrying two corpses, the very bodies of Dai Li and Jin Dashing, whom he had dispatched not long ago. How could two Xianskin demons be dispatched in such a short span? General Shi's pupils constricted, alarm bells ringing in his mind. You audacious brat, the White Ape Demon King is still above. How dare you slay his brethren? General Shi fixed his gaze on Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled lightly. He is currently preoccupied with his own troubles. Does he have time for revenge? Besides, this is not the first time I have dealt with the great demons of Meishan. Just moments ago, while sweeping through the demon ranks above, Dai Li and Jin Dasheng had rushed out to confront him. However, Lin Xian, a powerful body-refining expert at the pinnacle of the Xianxian realm, was impervious to their assaults. Moreover, he had beside him a five-tailed fox of the Xianxian realm. Little Z detained Dai Li, while Lin Xian faced Jin Dasheng alone, swiftly vanquishing him. Afterwards, Lin Xian intentionally allowed the severely injured Dai Li to escape, following into this concealed underground cavern. Upon discovering the secrets of this place, he then pursued and eliminated him. Yet, Lin Xian had not anticipated that this location was sealed with a powerful Deluo Jinxian Demon King. Should it be released? Would not all of Urshian Ridge face utter devastation? Lin Xian scrutinized the disheveled figure of Wu Zhiqi, who wore a sinister grin, while the Deluo Jinxian Demon King assessed him in turn. Human lad, you have ventured deep into the tiger's den. Do you not fear? Lin Xian chuckled lightly. My friend, you are yet to break free. Here, there is merely a Jinxian Demon King and a few minor demons. How can this be termed a tiger's den? What is there for me to fear? Wu Zhiqi was momentarily taken aback, then burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Well said, young one. You pique my interest. Seizing the opportunity, Lin Xian inquired, might I ask for your esteemed name, and what led to your entrapment here? Wu Zhiqi responded with a grin. You are quite astute, young one. I am the Water Ape Great Sage, Wu Zhiqi. My confinement here is all thanks to your human great you. Upon hearing this, Lin Xian was taken aback. Wu Zhiqi? One of the four mischievous monkeys? The figure outside, Yuan Hong, is yet another of the four mischief monkeys. Is this merely a coincidence, or is it the result of a deliberate scheme? There is an unsettling depth to this situation. Nonetheless, despite his concerns, Lin Xian is resolute and unwilling to retreat. Whether for the sake of his own duties or his safety, he cannot stand idly by while Wu Zhiqi escapes his seal. For if that were to happen, it would not only spell disaster for the second immortal ridge, but also bring calamity upon the human race. Moreover, as long as the seal remains intact, he need not confront a Deluo Golden Immortal Demon King. He only needs to prevent the Golden Immortal Demon King from breaking the seal. At that moment, the Serpent General across from him grew impatient, his vertical pupils coldly fixated on Lin Xian. A mere mystic immortal from the human race, unable to protect himself, dares to boast? Does he truly believe he can contend with me? Before the words left his mouth, the serpent general vanished in a flash, akin to lightning, appearing directly before Lin Xian and unleashing a frigid breath aimed straight at his face. However, as the cold air approached Lin Xian, it was met with a robust barrier of profound yellow energy. Upon closer inspection, the serpent general realized that an inconspicuous small cauldron had appeared above Lin Xian's head, emanating waves of protective energy that enveloped him entirely. With composure unshaken, Lin Xian thrust his spear forward. The spear surged forth like a dragon, and the terrifying chill spread over thousands of miles. Yet, contrary to Lin Xian's expectations, the cold did not affect the serpent general. He deftly evaded the thrust. His vertical pupils locked onto Lin Xian with unwavering intensity. Meanwhile, Wu Zhiqi, watching from the sidelines, was thoroughly entertained and eagerly offered commentary on the skirmish. "Ah, little serpent, you have misjudged. This human is a perfected mystic immortal, and he is not afraid of you, especially with 2 pieces of innate spiritual treasures in his possession. TSK. Which celestial saint has taken this human as a direct disciple, or is he a bastard child of some quasi-saint? That small cauldron must be a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, right?" Lin Xian shot Wu Zhiqi a glance, disinterested and engaging. The serpent general, however, was taken aback by this revelation. A perfected mystic immortal was one thing, but 2 innate spiritual treasures? And one of them being a mid-grade treasure? How could he possibly contend with that? As the serpent general hesitated, Lin Xian unleashed another thrust of his spear, its tip aglow with golden radiance, accompanied by the terrifying chill that swept forth. The serpent general, unwilling to meet the attack head-on, quickly sought to evade. Wu Zhiqi continued to advise from the sidelines. "Listen, young man, serpents typically harbor a nature, and this little serpent commands the principles of cold and darkness. The chill from your spear may be effective against other opponents, but it has little impact on him." Lin Xian, upon hearing this, felt a jolt of realization. The golden immortal serpent demon possessed the principles of cold and darkness, which explained his immunity to the chilling effects of the Xuan breath-dispersing spear. The serpent general, in turn, cursed inwardly. Whose side was Wu Zhiqi truly on? Yet, even if what Wu Zhiqi said was true, he was not afraid of the chilling aura emitted by Lin Xian's spear. He still did not dare to confront the attack head-on. The perfected Xianxian, combined with an innate spiritual treasure spear, made General Snake utterly indifferent to the taste of impending doom. As Lin Xian charged towards him once more, General Snake unleashed a venomous fang flying sword from his mouth. This sword, forged from his own fateful venomous fang, was astonishingly swift and bore lethal poison capable of slaying even golden immortals. In an instant, the glimmer of cold light flashed, and the venomous fang sword lunged towards Lin Xian's face. However, the Xian Wang Qi descending from the Xian Wang Ding enveloped Lin Xian in a protective barrier, rendering the venomous sword's trajectory futile as it spun helplessly around him, unable to breach the Xian Wang Qi's defense. General Snake gritted his teeth in frustration. Clearly, he possessed a significant advantage in cultivation, yet despite Lin Xian's formidable physique and weaponry capable of contending with golden immortals, he found himself at a disadvantage. The root of this predicament lay in the fact that his opponent wielded a mid-grade innate defensive spiritual treasure. With such a treasure to safeguard him, it was akin to being invincible. No matter how he exerted himself, he could not penetrate the opponent's defense, while Lin Xian remained calm, seizing every opportunity to strike back. The terrifying nature of the mid-grade innate defensive spiritual treasure was evident. Lin Xian recognized this as well, thus relying entirely on his formidable defense, dismissing General Snake's various assaults while wielding the Xianbing Shizai spear to incessantly thrust at him. General Snake, on the other hand, was forced to evade continuously, engaging in a dance of combat with Lin Xian. The duel was lively, with both combatants evenly matched. Yet, after nearly 100 exchanges, Lin Xian noticed General Snake's gradual relaxation, and a glimmer of divine light flickered in his eyes. With a sudden invocation of his divine ability, he attempted to capture the soul. General Snake felt his 3 souls and 7 spirits suddenly falter, followed by a deafening roar in his mind. Alarmed, he hastily stabilized his soul, striving to regain his clarity. As a golden immortal, he knew that although his opponent was a Xianxian with soul-shaking abilities, the effects would be limited. Indeed, in but a breath's time, General Snake regained his composure, his vision returning to normal. Yet, the spear, radiating an icy chill, had already pierced before him. In a critical moment, General Snake roared in fury, his form swelling in the wind, transforming into a colossal serpent 1,000 feet long. Lin Xian's spear struck the serpent's body, penetrating its flesh. However, the giant serpent's tail swung with a resounding thud against Lin Xian Huangqi, sending him flying. After his transformation, the General Snake's strength surged. He still could not breach the Xian Wang Ding's defenses, leaving Lin Xian unharmed. In contrast, General Snake felt the spear penetrate his body, unleashing a surge of 1,000 years of icy energy within. Yet, as previously stated by Waziki, serpents embody a cold in nature, and General Snake, commanding the principles of, easily dispelled the frigid energy. However, the injuries Lin Xian inflicted upon his opponent were undeniably real. Now that the Serpent General revealed his true form, despite a notable increase in strength, his larger physique made it increasingly difficult to evade Lin Xian's spear. Lin Xian soared on the winds and thrust his weapon once more towards the Serpent General. The Serpent General, stirred by rage, unleashed an overwhelming chill, lunging at Lin Xian with ferocity. Inside the cavern, chaos erupted. The colossal serpent writhed violently, carrying with it a torrent of icy malevolence. Each sweep of its tail threatened to send Lin Xian sprawling. Yet, shielded by the Xian Huang Ding, Lin Xian remained unscathed, ready to counterattack with alacrity. Each time he invoked the soul-seizing technique, the massive serpent would momentarily stiffen, allowing Lin Xian to strike and inflict a wound upon its body. Yet, after assuming its true form, the serpent's immense size and formidable vitality rendered Lin Xian's attacks only marginally effective, even with the potential for cumulative damage. It was uncertain how long this battle would continue. Indeed, the Golden Immortal Demon King was not easily vanquished, Lin Xian mused inwardly. In contrast to Lin Xian's reflections, the Serpent General was left in a state of sheer astonishment. It was crucial to understand that there existed a vast chasm between the realms of the Profound Immortal and the Golden Immortal. Yet, Lin Xian had not only crossed this divide, but had also posed a tangible threat to his very existence. Even with the aid of a congenital spiritual treasure, the situation was alarming. However, despite his shock, the Serpent General remained undaunted. Although he had been on the defensive, the damage Lin Xian had inflicted was quite limited, allowing him to endure in this stalemate. Once his lord and the other 3 demon kings dealt with the 2 foxes, they would surely arrive here. At that point, even if the human with the precious congenital treasure was present, he would face certain doom. Yet, how could Lin Xian remain oblivious to the Serpent General's intentions? Though he had faith in the 2 sisters, he was nonetheless concerned that delays might lead to complications. Thus, he was resolutely determined to eliminate the Golden Immortal Serpent Demon before him. Regrettably, conventional methods had been exhausted, and he found himself evenly matched with his opponent. For other Profound Immortals, being able to contend with a Golden Immortal would be a source of pride, but Lin Xian was certainly not satisfied. With conventional tactics failing, he had no choice but to employ his trump card, the Tai Su Gathering Spirit Jade, a strike that amplified his power 100-fold. As a Profound Immortal, Lin Xian's enhanced strength was nearing the peak of a Golden Immortal's full might. The Serpent Demon before him was merely in the early stages of its Golden Immortal form. A single blow from this would assuredly leave it either dead or gravely injured. However, just as Lin Xian prepared to unleash the Tai Su Gathering Spirit Jade for a devastating strike against the Golden Immortal Serpent Demon, the previously passive Wu Zhiqi suddenly yawned and made his move. A peculiar water-blue vortex materialized in his withered palm. Instantly, the temperature within the cavern plummeted significantly. The Serpent General, drawing closer to Waziki, found himself uncontrollably soaring towards him. His expression shifted dramatically as he realized that his body was no longer under his command. In the blink of an eye, his tail was drawn into Waziki's grasp, and soon his entire massive form was pulled forward. The water-blue whirlpool in Waziki's palm surged directly into the Serpent General's body. Just moments ago, the formidable giant serpent had lost all ability to move, with clusters of tiny ice crystals sprouting from its entire being. Waziki chuckled, "Little snake, when it comes to wielding the power of chill, you are far inferior to this king." The Serpent General, now on the brink of death, widened his eyes in disbelief. Why? Why did Waziki possess such strength? Why did he choose to attack him? Was he out of his mind? The Serpent General wished to curse him vehemently, yet he lacked the strength to do so. The final image of his life was Waziki opening his gaping maw towards him. In a single bite, Waziki sank his teeth into the giant serpent's neck, and Lin Xian watched in horror as the serpent's massive form quickly deflated. At that moment, Lin Xian felt a chill run down his spine, every hair on his body standing on end. What was happening? Hadn't Waziki been sealed? Had the seal been broken? This was a great Luo Golden Immortal, a demon king against whom he could muster no defense. Instinctively, Lin Xian wanted to flee, yet he sensed something was amiss. Just then, Waziki spoke. "Kid, Don't run. If I truly wished to devour you, you would have met the same fate as this little snake long ago. As Waziki consumed the serpent general's flesh and blood, he cast a grin towards Lin Xian, sending a shiver through him. Nevertheless, there was a semblance of truth in what he said. Waziki's realm was far too elevated, and the golden immortal serpent general had shown no resistance whatsoever. Even with the Xianyuan Ding to protect him, Lin Xian doubted he would fare much better. It seemed wiser to listen to what Waziki had to say. At that moment, Xiaozi flew over, warily eyeing Waziki. She had managed to evade harm during the earlier battle and had assisted in dealing with the remaining true immortal demon clan. Lin Xian shielded Xiaozi behind him and spoke in a deep voice. What counsel do you seek, my friend? By now, Waziki had nearly drained the giant serpent, lifting his head with a smile directed at Lin Xian. Rest assured, young one, this king has no intentions of harming you. Lin Xian frowned, skepticism etched across his face. Waziki's depleted vitality was gradually replenishing, and he satisfiedly settled into a meditative posture, muttering, after all these years, I finally had a hearty meal. Observing Lin Xian's doubtful expression, Waziki languidly remarked, seeing that this king is not sealed, can you not deduce the truth? Allow me to remind you that those two foxes are indeed aware of this matter. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, and in an instant, he surmised a startling possibility. Could it be that Wu Jiqi is actually an ally? The relationship between the predecessor and the Emperor of Humanity, could it be unlike the legends suggest? Lin Xian tentatively inquired. Wu Jiqi laughed heartily. You are indeed clever. I did have some grievances with Du in the past, but after a fierce battle, I came to respect him and willingly acknowledged him as my leader. Although Lin Xian had guessed correctly, he still found it hard to believe. Is it truly so? Then why does the predecessor pretend to be suppressed in this underground cavern? Wu Jiqi chuckled. It is all due to Du's misguided strategy. Back then, all the emperors of the human race possessed extraordinary talents and were destined for greatness, but this also made them targets of the heavenly way, often leading to their confinement in the Fire Cloud Cave. Du, aware that he could not escape this fate, yet concerned for the future of humanity, devised this plan with me before heading to the Fire Cloud Cave. Those two foxes were stationed openly at Urshian Ridge to protect humanity, while I operated in secrecy. Any who dared to have ill intentions would be dealt with by me. Lin Xian suddenly understood, realizing the noble intentions of that emperor. At that time, Du was still uncertain about the future of humanity, and thus he regarded Urshian Ridge as the cradle for human immortals, entrusting the protection to the three great demon kings, Qin Jianyang, and Wu Jiqi, both openly and covertly. As long as Urshian Ridge exists, the lineage of human immortals will continue, ensuring the perpetuity of humanity's flame. For the future of humanity, Du truly expended tremendous effort. Chapter 14. The Water Monkey bestows treasures, ancestral witch's blood. Shen Nu descends, the heavenly court supports. At this moment, Lin Xian recalled the peculiarities of this situation and promptly remarked, predecessor, during this assault on Urshian Ridge by the four great demon kings, it appears that these formidable beasts are directly targeting this place, and there may be someone orchestrating events behind the scenes. Wu Jiqi responded with a knowing smile, naturally. I can surmise that. However, regardless of their scheming, as long as I remain within, their plans will amount to naught. What is there to fear? Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. It seemed that similar situations were not unprecedented for Wu Jiqi. Meanwhile, the little purple fox expressed her concerns, but Mother and Aunt Jiao are still dealing with those four demon kings. Will they be in danger? Wu Jiqi laughed heartily. Do not worry, little one. Your mother and that girl Jiao are peak seven-tailed fox demons, each possessing formidable treasures. Ordinary Tai golden immortals are no match for them. Lin Xian also reassured her. When I arrived, I observed that although the four demon kings are numerous, they're in a disadvantageous position. Only then did the little purple fox feel somewhat at ease. Wu Jiqi then turned to Lin Xian, laughing. Young man, share your origins. How is it that a mere human immortal possesses such capabilities? Which sage has taken you as a disciple? Lin Xian offered a sheepish smile. Predecessor, you flatter me. I am a disciple of the Jie Jiao, and my master is the divine mother of Turtle Spirit, who currently serves as a heavenly general in the celestial court. Without Jiqi nodded upon hearing this. Oh, so it is the disciple of that female turtle. Well, that is acceptable, but your lineage is rather mediocre. Lin Xian immediately felt a bit embarrassed. His lineage was indeed quite ordinary. Even after a single enhancement, it merely reached the level of a high-grade postnatal lineage. Such a tier held limited potential, naturally failing to capture the attention of without Jiqi. With a wry smile, Lin Xian remarked, I have been contemplating ways to improve my lineage, yet my opportunities are regrettably scarce. Without Jiqi, however, slapped his thigh. Ah, young man, consider yourself fortunate, since you are of the human race and willing to fight for it. This king finds you agreeable and shall bestow upon you an opportunity to elevate your lineage. With that, he produced a drop of blood exuding an aura of terrifying power. The moment this drop appeared, both Lin Xian and Xiao Zi's expressions shifted dramatically. With Xiao Zi unable to restrain herself from hiding behind Lin Xian, they sensed an extreme, fierce terror emanating from it. As if an overwhelmingly powerful entity had fixed its gaze upon them. "Senior, what is this?" Lin Xian inquired, looking at Without Jiqi. With pride, Without Jiqi declared. "This is the blood of Qiyu. Impressive, isn't it?" Lin Xian was taken aback. The blood of the great shaman Qiyu? How could Senior possess such a thing? Without Jiqi corrected him. To be precise, it is the blood of ancestor shaman Qiyu. During the Battle of Zhuelu, he fell at the hands of the human Emperor Xian Yuan, leaving behind this drop of blood, which has been passed down through generations. However, by the time of Diyu, the human emperor was no longer present, and he grew disinterested in passing it down further, ultimately entrusting it to me to give to promising young human disciples. Lin Xian and Xiao Zi were momentarily stunned, but they quickly grasped the crux of the matter. Ancestor shaman? Wasn't Qiyu a great shaman? Lin Xian asked curiously. Without Jiqi patiently explained that fellow Qiyu was indeed a great shaman, but he became involved with the human race. Receiving 12 drops of ancestral shaman blood bestowed by the ancestor Earth, and after merging them, he barely qualified as an ancestor shaman. Consequently, Qiyu successfully advanced to the realm of body refinement quasi-saint. Within the shaman clan, a great shaman is akin to a body refinement grand Luo Jingxian, while ancestor shamans are comparable to quasi-saints. Lin Xian was enlightened, realizing the depth of the conflict between the human Emperor Xian Yuan and the Jiao Li Qiyu, which had remained obscured. The commotion of that battle was indeed considerable, shaking the heavenly court. The Xian Nu descended to the mortal realm at that time, and even the golden immortals of the Chan sect came down the mountain to aid humanity. At this moment, Without Jiqi also expressed some sentiment. Qiyu's ambition was vast, seeking to merge the shaman and human races, thereby allowing the shamans to reclaim the earth. Unfortunately, neither the human race nor other factions were willing to see him succeed, leading to his ultimate defeat and demise, while the bloodline of the ancestor shaman instead benefited your human race. Lin Xian gazed at the drop of Qiyu's blood before him, hesitating. "So this drop of blood is the opportunity you mentioned, Senior? But if I were to refine this drop, would I not cease to be human?" Without Jiqi cast a sideways glance at Lin Xian. "Young man, what do you believe a shaman truly is?" Lin Xian was momentarily speechless. Wu Jiqi spoke softly. "Human beings, standing tall and proud, are akin to shamans. In the past, during the battle between the Emperor Xian Yuan and Qiyu, though the Jioli tribe faced defeat, it did not perish. Instead, it was incorporated into the human race by Emperor Xian Yuan. From that moment forth, the bloodlines of humanity began to intertwine with those of the shamanic lineage. Some individuals among humanity, endowed with innate divine power, awakened their shamanic bloodlines. In essence, the human bloodline possesses no extraordinary attributes. One's identity as a member of humanity is determined not by blood but by conviction." Lin Xian felt a tremor in his heart. Wu Jiqi waved his hand, presenting a drop of Qiyu's essence blood before Lin Xian. "This drop of essence blood is entrusted to you." Lin Xian nodded gently, accepting the essence blood, feeling the weight of this responsibility. Although Wu Jiqi had not explicitly stated it, he understood that accepting this drop of essence blood was tantamount to assuming a profound duty. Should humanity face peril in the future, he must rise to aid them. Yet, Lin Xian did not feel burdened. He was, after all, a member of humanity, and thus shared in its destiny. "I assure you, Senior, I shall make good use of this essence blood," Lin Xian declared earnestly. Wu Jiqi smirked. "You should focus on your cultivation first. The blood of the ancestral shaman is not something you can refine at this stage. You must reach the realm of a golden immortal or even a great golden immortal to withstand it." Lin Xian nodded in resignation, acknowledging that, indeed, as Wu Jiqi had indicated, he could not refine the essence blood at this moment. Having received the essence blood, Lin Xian prepared to take his leave, but could not resist glancing at the enormous serpent corpse beside Wu Jiqi. Such a formidable golden immortal beast could yield immense merit. It would be a shame to leave it here. Wu Jiqi noticed Lin Xian's gaze and chuckled. "I nearly forgot. You are a celestial general of the heavenly court, aren't you? Then you shall have the serpent's head." With that, he bent down and detached the serpent's head, tossing it to Lin Xian. Lin Xian swiftly caught it and stowed it away, grinning. I shall not be courteous. Thank you very much. Wu Zhiqi yawned languidly, waving his hand, eager for the young man and his fox companion to depart and cease their disturbances. However, at that moment, Wu Zhiqi suddenly lifted his gaze, his eyes widening as he stared into the skies above Erxian Ridge. Hiss. Have the celestial beings of the Chan school grown this audacious? Lin Xian and Xiaozi were left bewildered. But soon after, they sensed two formidable auras, rivaling that of Wu Zhiqi, suddenly descend upon Erxian Ridge. In the skies above, two golden immortals, who had long concealed themselves, could no longer restrain their presence and chose to intervene personally. One donned a Taoist robe, stepping upon golden light. Wielding a whisk, an expression of anger etched across his features as ethereal fire dragons coiled around him. The other, also clad in a Taoist robe, stood upon clouds, a sword sheathed upon his back, surveying the scene below with a cold gaze. These two celestial beings were both great Luo golden immortals. With their sudden appearance, the entire battlefield fell into a profound silence. The four great immortal kings, previously engaged in combat, hesitated and cautiously withdrew. The two celestial beings, Seven Maiden and Nine Maiden, paused their actions and lifted their gazes towards the two eminent figures who had unexpectedly arrived. They exchanged glances, and then Seven Maiden chuckled softly. Ah, it is indeed the illustrious Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren. Have the two esteemed ones come to lend us your support? The names Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren, renowned members of the 12 golden immortals of the Chan religion, had graced the scene. Among the 4 Tai golden immortal demon lords, aside from Yuan Hong, the remaining 3 were visibly shaken. Had it not been for their fear of being targeted if they attempted to flee, they would have retreated at once. The disparity between the great Luo golden immortals and Tai golden immortals was immense, and these two individuals were among the finest of the great Luo golden immortals. However, when the two celestial beings spoke, their words took everyone by surprise. With narrowed eyes, Tai Jinren bellowed, "You audacious fox spirit! You have occupied the two immortal ridge for years, bringing calamity to humanity, and now you have incited the demon race to stir trouble. What punishment do you deserve?" This declaration left not only the Tai golden immortal demon lords wide-eyed but also the celestial beings of the two immortal ridge below in utter astonishment. Seven Maiden and Nine Maiden's expression shifted as well. Nine Maiden, infuriated, retorted vehemently, "You speak nonsense. You foul Taoist." Seven Maiden swiftly restrained her. And though she too bore a semblance of anger, she maintained her composure, responding, "Tai Jinren, on what grounds do you make such accusations? It is well known that my sister and I have been entrusted since ancient times by the human sovereign to guard this place and protect humanity. How can you claim that we bring calamity to humanity?" Upon hearing her words, the scattered celestial beings of the human race below echoed their agreement. Indeed, Seven Maiden and Nine Maiden have been here for countless years, safeguarding us. We have not heard of any misdeeds they have committed. They wondered whether these two golden immortals of the Chan religion had been mistaken. Instead of aiding us in combating those demon lords, they dare to trouble Seven Maiden and Nine Maiden. Listening to the murmurs below, both Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren's expressions darkened. Suddenly, Yuding Jinren extended his hand, summoning the celestial sword from behind him. With a glint of cold light in his eyes, this great Luo golden immortal declared, "What a cunning and articulate fox. In my view, these humans must surely have been bewitched by you. We shall take you to the Yushu Palace and present you before our master, and we shall see if you dare to argue further." With a fierce aura emanating from the sword in his grasp, the overwhelming might of the weapon was palpable, causing many celestial beings to distance themselves, feeling the terrifying sword intent that seemed indomitable. Despite Yuding Jinren's blatant hostility, Seven Maiden remained unperturbed, calmly stating, "It appears there is some misunderstanding regarding my sister and me. Fear not. We are willing to accompany the two esteemed ones to the Yushu Palace for judgment by the primordial supreme being. However, before that, we kindly request that you subdue the 4 demon lords who have invaded the two immortal ridge, so we may inquire whether they have colluded with us." Upon hearing this, both Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren frowned. They had initially intended to provoke these two fox spirits, hoping to force them into action or make them flee, so that they could then eliminate them with swift and decisive measures. Unexpectedly, within a remarkably brief span, Qin Yang devised a solution to the predicament. The two foxes, exhibiting such a demeanor, found it increasingly difficult to strike a lethal blow on the spot. After all, within the second immortal ridge, numerous human scattered immortals were closely observing the unfolding events. What they did not anticipate was that Qin Yang would ingeniously turn the tables. directing the spotlight firmly onto the 4 Tai golden immortal demon kings. You wish to capture us? Very well, proceed as you wish. Yet, at this moment, for Tai golden immortal demon kings are openly wreaking havoc in the second immortal Reach. Will you capture or slay them? Yuding Jinren hesitated slightly, while beside him. Tai Jinren's eyes glimmered with murderous intent. Almost simultaneously, Yuan Hong darted away like lightning. The 3 demon kings, Song Ying, Qingyo, and He Jiao also sprang into action, exhibiting a remarkable synchronicity as they fled in 4 distinct directions. Tai Junren and Yuding Jinren exchanged glances, remaining utterly still. Qin Yang sighed, esteemed Junrens. Will you not pursue them? Tai Jinren replied coldly, you 2 foxes are the true instigators of this chaos. We, too, cannot risk everything for such trifles. Qin Yang continued, might one of you remain here while the other pursues those demon kings? Yuding Jinren furrowed his brow. Are you instructing us on how to act? As he spoke, he extended his hand, and a bolt of divine lightning descended from the heavens. Boom. Qin Yang narrowly evaded it, her complexion paling considerably. Despite her myriad strategies, the primordial realm ultimately revered strength above all. In simpler terms, it meant that those with might held the authority. The 2 Deluo golden immortals had resolved not to engage in reasoned discourse with her. Even if she racked her brains, she was powerless. Tai Jinren's gaze was frigid as he produced a cover formed by 9 coiling dragons, stating blandly, you earlier mentioned that you sisters were willing to cease resistance, then step into this 9 dragon divine fire cover. Qin Yang gritted her teeth in frustration. She had clearly expressed her willingness to accompany them to the Yusu Palace, but never indicated a readiness to submit to execution. If she and her sister entered that 9 dragon divine fire cover, it would not be long before Tai Jinren could reduce them to ashes with a mere thought. At this moment, Junyang could no longer restrain herself and shouted, Bah! You 2 sanctimonious beings, do not presume we are unaware of your intentions. If you have the ability, end our lives right here and let us see if your schemes will succeed. Let us see who will speak on your behalf then. With that, she brandished the Rui golden cudgel defiantly before her, embodying a spirit unafraid of death. Qin Yang beside her took a deep breath, her illusory sea pearl radiating a brilliant light. In words and actions, they were resolute. Should they be coerced into submission, they would never comply. At worst, they would face death, but there remained many human scattered immortals in the second immortal Reach. Could Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren truly eradicate them all? In due time, someone would surely vindicate them. As the 2 sisters, Qin Yang and Jion Yang, suddenly turned hostile, Tai Jinren narrowed his eyes and let out a cold snort. How dare you resist stubbornly? You were indeed trying to deceive me. Is it not to facilitate the escape of those 4 demon kings? Yuding Jinren remarked indifferently, it appears to be so. The fox demons of Qingqiu colluding with the demon kings to wreak havoc upon humanity must be punished. The 2 great golden immortals swiftly pronounced the death sentence for Qin Yang and Jion Yang. The 9 dragons' divine fire shield transformed into 9 terrifying fire dragons. While the sword of slaying immortals hung menacingly in the heavens, a murderous intent sweeping across the surroundings. Qin Yang and Jun Yang turned pale. After safeguarding humanity for countless ages, were they truly to meet their demise this very day? In that critical moment, a clear and cold voice suddenly resonated through the heavens and the earth. My esteemed friends, please cease this conflict. As the layers of clouds parted, a goddess descended from the skies. Clad in a dark battle robe and adorned with a crown of 9 phoenixes, she held a jade tome in her hands, with a formation manifesting beneath her feet. It was the 9 heavens Xian knew. Both Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren frowned. They were well acquainted with her. During the chaos instigated by Qiyu, the Yusu Golden Immortals had descended to aid humanity ostensibly while secretly scheming for its fortune. And they had dealings with the 9 heavens Xian knew. Among the 12 Golden Immortals of Yusu, only Guang Qingzi became a true master of humanity. Similarly, the 9 heavens Xian knew, having descended from the heavenly court, had achieved the same. Though the Xianmin Immortals looked down upon the heavenly court, they maintained a facade of respect in the presence of peers of equal standing. Tai Jinren spoke flatly. What brings you here? Xian knew. Are you here to shield these 2 foxes? The 9 heavens Xian knew furrowed her brow slightly and replied straightforwardly. They have committed no wrongdoing. Why must you trouble them? Yuding Jinren snorted coldly. These foxes have conspired with great demons to disrupt humanity. It is a grave sin. How can you claim they are blameless? The 9 heavens Xian knew appeared somewhat at a loss for words and succinctly stated, You are mistaken. I trust them. Tai Jinren scoffed. It seems the Xian Nu has been deceived by these foxes. I believe this matter should be handled by my Yusu Palace. The heavenly court ought not to interfere. With that, he waved his hand, and countless strands of dust swept downwards. Without further ado, Tai Jinren took the initiative to subdue Qin Yang and Jianyang. However, he underestimated the Nine Heavens Xin Nu. She responded swiftly, the jade tome in her hand radiating brilliance, and the formation beneath her feet enveloping the realm in an instant. A barrier of light spanned the cosmos, blocking Tai Jinren's sweeping dust. Tai Jinren was instantly enraged. What is the meaning of this, Xin Nu? Are you truly willing to stand against me and my Yusu sect for the sake of these fox demons? Beside him, Yuding Jinren's expression darkened, the sword of slaying immortals glowing fiercely before him. Faced with the threat from the two great golden immortals, the Nine Heavens Xin Nu remained silent. Yet the jade tome in her grasp flickered with divine light, as if conjuring myriad loss, as the two sides stood poised for battle. On the brink of a confrontation at the level of golden immortals, a figure finally arrived, albeit tardily. Two fellow Taoists, please do not act impulsively. The esteemed Taibai Jingxing has arrived. Upon seeing that he was merely a Tai golden immortal, both Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren did not take him seriously. However, once Taibai Jingxing spoke, the expressions of Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren changed drastically. I, Taibai Jingxing, have come at the behest of the Heavenly Emperor. After a brief pause, Tai Jinren turned to inquire, what words does Master Hao Yin have? Hao Yin, being a disciple of Daozu Hongjun, holds a high status. And even when encountered by the three Pure Ones, he is addressed as senior brother. Thus, despite any disdain Tai Jinren may harbor toward Hao Yin, he must respectfully refer to him as Master Uncle. Taibai Jingxing continued leisurely. The Heavenly Emperor has stated that the two foxes guarding the two immortals' ridge have been here for many years and have some ties to our heavenly court. They are known for their adherence to their duties and would never bring harm to humanity. Since the Yushu sect harbors misunderstandings regarding this matter, a visit to the heavenly court can be arranged, where the Heavenly Emperor may employ the Haotian mirror to reveal the past of the two foxes, thereby proving their innocence. Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren fell into complete silence. In truth, when Taibai Jingxing arrived bearing the will of Hao Yin, all their schemes had already been rendered futile. If it were merely the Nine Heavens Xin Nu seeking to protect the two foxes, Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren would not have been concerned. However, if Hao Tian himself were to protect them, Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren would have no choice but to acquiesce, as Taibai Jingxing indicated, should they feel aggrieved. They could easily visit the heavenly court to consult Hao Tian and utilize the Hao Tian mirror to investigate the fox's past, which would effortlessly confirm their innocence. Yet, Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren were fully aware that the foxes were indeed innocent. Their entire scheme was inherently unsustainable. Now that the heavenly court had made its intention to protect the foxes clear, even Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren had no recourse but to concede. After all, while they may hold disdain for the heavenly court, should Hao Yin personally descend to the mortal realm, they would be the ones left in disgrace. Tai Jinren coldly declared, since the heavenly court is determined to protect these two foxes, I shall grant Master Hao Yin a favor. Yuding Jinren added, I hope the heavenly court will properly restrain these two foxes and prevent them from causing further havoc. Even in their concession, Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren would never admit to having wrongfully accused Qin Yang and Junyang. If they were deemed to be a threat, then they were indeed a threat. Even with the heavenly court's protection, it would remain the same. Taibai Jingxing chuckled, feigning ignorance to their words. After all, these two golden immortals of the Yushu sect were about to depart in disgrace. Why engage in a verbal dispute with them? However, the Nine Heavens Xin Nu frowned at Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren and asserted earnestly, you are mistaken. They have done no wrong. Tai Jinren replied with a cold smile. The judgments of the Yushu sect do not require validation from outsiders. With that, he and Yuding Jinren turned and left in a huff, their attempt having failed. They were left seething, and their grievances with the heavenly court were now firmly established. At present, a great calamity looms, and any hope of alleviating karma through schemes involving the two immortal ridges has become futile. Both Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren can only accept this with suppressed indignation. However, it is precisely because of the impending catastrophe that there will eventually be a reckoning. As the two great Luo Jingxians from the Yushu school departed, all present breathed a sigh of relief. The Nine Heavens Xian NV and the Taibai Jingxing descended from the clouds, approaching Qin Yang and Jianyang. I apologize for my tardiness. Esteemed friends, Taibai Jingxing said with a cheerful smile. Qin Yang bowed gracefully, responding, not at all, we are grateful for your timely intervention. Jianyang, brandishing her staff, still wore a frown of anger, exclaiming, those two representatives of the Chan sect are utterly despicable. I had thought that disciples of saints would possess some semblance of dignity. Yet they have shown none. Had it not been for the intervention of the heavenly court, the sisters might have truly fallen victim to Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren. Taibai Jingxing pondered thoughtfully. While those two appeared to target you, esteemed friends, it is likely that their intentions are far more sinister. You must remain vigilant. Qin Yang and Jun Yang fell silent, recalling the hidden dangers lurking beneath the earth, where Waziki had prepared a deadly trap for nefarious beasts. Who would have thought that it would attract the attention of great Luo Jingxians? Taibai Jingxing wisely refrained from further comments, while the nine heavens, Xian Nv, spoke earnestly. Should they trouble you again in the future, seek me out in the heavenly court. Given her typically reserved nature, it was remarkable that she managed to utter such words. Qin Yang and Jionyang expressed their gratitude promptly. At that moment, a figure soared from below, appearing before the group. It was none other than Lin Xian, who had just emerged from the cave. Chapter 15. The Provocation of the Judicial Celestial God. Lin Xian's Confidence. The Exchange of Treasures at the Treasure Hall. Oh, how is it that Lin Xian, the Heavenly General, finds himself here? Taibai Jingxing remarked, astonished. Upon seeing Taibai Jingxing and the nine heavens, Xian Nv, Lin Xian understood that the situation had been resolved and broke into a smile. I am merely passing through. Has the Star Lord come to our aid? Taibai Jingxing replied cheerfully, I am but a messenger. The true efforts are those of His Majesty and the Xian Nv. Lin Xian then turned to the nine heavens, Xian Nv, smiling. I see. My gratitude to you, esteemed friend. By the way, were you confronted by great Luo Jingxians? Which two were they? He wondered if he had learned of their arrival while in the subterranean cave, or if Waziki had informed him of the two formidable great Luo Jingxians. Qin Yang sighed. It was Tai Jinren and Yuding Jinren of the 12 Golden Immortals of Yushu. Oh, so it was they. Lin Xian's gaze flickered momentarily, but he chose not to elaborate further. Qin Yang lamented, fortunately, it was a scare without harm, thanks to the friends from the Heavenly Court. Taibai Jingxing grinned. The Heavenly Court has collaborated with you both for many years, and they intend to continue recruiting heavenly soldiers here. They could not stand idly by. Lin Xian suddenly understood, realizing why the Heavenly Court intervened to protect Qin Yang and Jun Yang. For the two immortal ridges are the primary source of troops for the Heavenly Court. After a heartfelt exchange amongst several individuals, both Qin Yang and Jionyang, having survived their ordeal, warmly invited Taibai Jingxing and Jiotian Xin Nu, expressing their desire to host them splendidly. However, despite Jiotian Xin Nu's straightforwardness in saving lives, she found herself quite uncomfortable in such social engagements and outright declined, turning on her heel to leave. This left Qin Yang and Jionyang momentarily stunned, suspecting their hospitality had been lacking. Fortunately, Taibai Jingxing and Lin Xian were nearby to explain the situation, alleviating their concerns. With Jiotian Xin Nu having departed, Taibai Jingxing felt it inappropriate to linger, and soon took his leave as well. Ultimately, this grand feast inadvertently became a boon for Lin Xian. Qin Yang and Jionyang, now aware of Lin Xian's contributions during the battle, expressed their deep gratitude and extended their warmest hospitality to him. Following the fierce conflict, it was essential for everyone to unwind, and thus, the gathering continued until the wine had circulated thrice before dispersing. Upon returning to the celestial encampment, a slightly inebriated Lin Xian settled the drunken Xiao Zi before commencing an inventory of the spoils from the recent battle. Firstly, he had received a drop of the precious blood of Qi Yu from the venerable Wu Ji Qi, a substance capable of facilitating a profound transformation. Additionally, he had been informed by Wu Ji Qi about the bounty on a golden immortal serpent demon, which promised a substantial reward in the heavenly realm. In addition to the serpent demon, Lin Xian had personally vanquished two notorious Xian immortal demons, namely the troublesome Mei Shan Duo, Dai Li, and Jin Dexing. The final acquisition was the upgrade of his chat group. Following the slaying of the two Xian immortal demons, the chat group had initiated an upgrade. However, this upgrade seemed peculiar, as the system displayed an ongoing upgrade status, leaving Lin Xian both anxious and eager. Could it be that a new feature was about to be unveiled? After several days, as matters in this realm drew to a close, Lin Xian prepared to return to the Heavenly Court. Before his departure, he paid another visit to Qin Yang and Jionyang, gifting them some leaves from the Tao Enlightenment tea tree. As for the cave in Erxianling, Lin Xian resealed it, intending to return for the tea tree at a later time. Naturally, Xiaozi accompanied him. Upon arriving back at the Heavenly Court, Lin Xian, with Xiaozi in tow, made his way directly to the Merit Hall. One of his greatest gains from the mortal realm was merit, which he intended to exchange for cultivation resources. Inside the merit hall, Lin Xian first confirmed his current merit status. By recruiting celestial soldiers at Air Xianling, he had amassed over 200,000 merits. The heavenly court was in dire need of personnel, thus being exceedingly generous in this regard. The merit awarded for recruiting a Xian immortal far surpassed that for slaying a Xian immortal demon. Subsequently, Lin Xian produced the remains of Dai Li and Jin Desheng. In the merit hall, many celestial beings turned their gaze, as the two Xian immortal demons were indeed rare trophies, and notably, were among the notorious Meishan 7. Previously, Lin Xian had vanquished two formidable demons from Meishan, leaving only 3 of the 7 monsters remaining. The defeat of these 2 perfected immortal-level demons earned Lin Xian a reward of 100,000 merits. Soon after, he produced the severed head of a golden immortal serpent demon. An overwhelming aura immediately engulfed the merit hall, causing a stir among its occupants. A golden immortal demon? Lin Xian had only recently joined the heavenly court and had previously faced criticism for not being a celestial general. Now, he had managed to slay a golden immortal demon. The celestial beings within the merit hall gathered around him, their curiosity piqued with a barrage of questions. The golden immortal serpent demon had brought Lin Xian a bounty of 200,000 merits. At this moment, he possessed a staggering total of 500,000 merits, an accumulation that even the golden immortal celestial generals of the heavenly court might find difficult to amass. Elated, Lin Xian engaged with his colleagues while contemplating what resources to exchange for at the treasure hall. However, just as he prepared to depart, he found himself unable to leave. News of his accomplishments had spread throughout the heavenly court, drawing in celestial generals he had met before, all eager to ascertain the truth behind his feats. The number of golden immortal demons wanted by the heavenly court was limited, and each one either hid in distant lands or sought refuge under the auspices of the great immortal demon kings. Even the golden immortal celestial generals found it challenging to eliminate one. Moreover, the uproar surrounding the second immortal ridge, where the 4 great immortal demon kings had besieged the area, had even attracted the attention of the heavenly emperor, Hao Tian, further fueling the curiosity of the celestial beings. The giant spirit god was the first to arrive, heartily clapping Lin Xian on the shoulder. Well done. As a body-refining cultivator, you have indeed bested a golden immortal demon. As a fellow body-refining practitioner, the giant spirit god felt a sense of pride in Lin Xian's remarkable achievement. The judicial celestial god also arrived, scrutinizing the severed head of the golden immortal serpent before casting a dubious glance at Lin Xian. This is indeed a golden immortal demon. Likely a general under the Black Flood Dragon King. How did you manage to slay it? Lin Xian smiled. Naturally, I have my own methods. He had no intention of explaining himself to the judicial celestial god. Although the golden immortal serpent demon was ultimately slain by the predecessor Waziki, Lin Xian felt no guilt in claiming the victory as his own. After all, even without Waziki's intervention, he possessed the Taisu Gathering Spirit Jade, a trump card that could have assuredly dispatched the golden immortal serpent demon. Seeing that Lin Xian was unresponsive to his inquiry, the judicial celestial god huffed but chose not to press further. Meanwhile, Bian Zhuang arrived at the merit hall, somewhat astonished, though only slightly. In his view, even if Lin Xian had indeed slain a golden immortal demon, it was uncertain whether he had done so by his own hand. Even if he had, it was not particularly impressive. At that moment, a fragrant breeze wafted into the merit hall. The celestial beings surrounding Lin Xian turned their heads. Their expressions varied. Some were excited, others filled with admiration, while a few remained calm. It was none other than the 9 Heaven Xian Nu who had arrived. The 9 Heaven Xian Nu was certainly not present merely to add to the commotion. She had come to exchange merits. This was entirely reasonable, regardless of one's cultivation level. As long as one continued to practice, the need for resources remained. Amidst the gazes of numerous celestial beings, the 9 Heaven Xian Nu remained composed. Engrossed in her own affairs, the surrounding immortals whispered in admiration of her aloofness, yet only Lin understood that this esteemed figure was simply afflicted by social anxiety. At this moment, the judicial celestial god had shifted his focus entirely from Lin to the 9 Heaven Xian Nu, approaching her with fervent enthusiasm. Dear Xian Nu, are you here to exchange merits at the Hall of Merits? Allow me to assist you. The 9 Heavens Xian Nu immediately frowned, displaying clear resistance, and gently shook her head, turning away. The smile on the judicial celestial god's face froze instantaneously. His admiration for her had not waned over time. Each encounter was marked by his earnestness, yet for reasons unbeknownst to him, Her demeanor had only grown more distant. The judicial celestial god felt a wave of dejection wash over him. Lin, standing not far off, observed the scene with a smirk. He had now confirmed that the nine heavens Xian Nu indeed suffered from social anxiety, and for such individuals, the more fervently one pursued them, the more unbearable it became. Regrettably, those around him seemed incapable of grasping this notion. Nonetheless, the judicial celestial god's cold reception did not deter others. A swarm of suitors continued to approach. The allure of the nine heavens Xian Nu was simply irresistible. Among those who advanced was Bian Zhuang, exuding confidence as he caught up with her. He initiated with an invitation. Dear Xian Nu, the scenery along the heavenly river is splendid these days. I would be honored to invite you to enjoy the view and share insights. Might you consider gracing me with your presence? The surrounding immortals exchanged worried glances. Surely, the nine heavens Xian Nu would not truly accept his invitation? Only Lin nearly burst into laughter. With no preliminary courtesies, he had led with an invitation. As though he were a heartthrob. What kind of blunt suitor was Bian Zhuang? As anticipated, a flicker of panic crossed the nine heavens Xian Nu's eyes, prompting her to retreat repeatedly before resolutely shaking her head. I shall not go. Bian Zhuang stood frozen as if struck by lightning. Nearby, the giant spirit god let out a hearty laugh, adopting a helpful demeanor as he waved away the surrounding celestial beings. Enough, enough. Can't you see that the Lady Xian Nu does not wish to engage with you? The other immortals merely rolled their eyes, uninterested in his interference. The giant spirit god remained undeterred, cheerfully sidling up to the nine heavens Xian Nu. Dear Xian Nu, they simply do not understand. Why not share what assistance you might require? However, the giant spirit god, believing himself to be considerate, was met with the same resolute head shakes from the nine heavens Xian Nu. Lin could not help but chuckle aloud. At that moment, the nine heavens Xian Nu glanced in his direction. Unlike the sycophants around her, Lin maintained a calm demeanor, having no particular inclination towards her. He simply nodded in acknowledgement and offered a respectful bow. Dear Xian Nu. In the presence of the nine heavens Xian Nu, Lin Xian approached her much like any other individual, seemingly exhaling a sigh of relief. Before the gaze of many, she gently nodded towards Lin Xian, acknowledging him with the words, Taoist friend Lin Xian. Their exchange, courteous and polite, was devoid of any particular significance to the parties involved. However, the surrounding celestial beings were left utterly astonished. It is worth noting that they rarely even catch a glimpse of Xian Nu's favorable disposition. Yet Lin Xian had managed to elicit such a proactive response from her. There must be something amiss. There was undoubtedly an underlying issue. Having completed her exchange of merits, the nine heavens Xian Nu gradually departed. Meanwhile, the celestial beings gathered around Lin Xian, casting glances filled with warmth, envy, and suspicion. The giant spirit god, brimming with enthusiasm, embraced Lin Xian, exclaiming, Good brother, how did you gain the esteemed regard of the Xian Nu? What is your secret? Pray, enlighten me. Beside them, Bian Zhuang and the judicial heavenly god also scrutinized Lin Xian with keen interest. With a hint of exasperation, Lin Xian replied, What secrets could there possibly be? I merely treated her like anyone else. It is your excessive enthusiasm that is the issue. Being well aware of the nuances of social interactions, Lin Xian understood the delicate distance required to make others feel at ease. By maintaining a polite demeanor, neither overly enthusiastic nor excessively distant, he had managed to win the favor of someone as socially anxious as the nine heavens Xian Nu. Furthermore, their previous encounters in the heavenly court and their brief exchanges on the second immortal ridge had fostered a certain familiarity between them. Yet, for these straightforward men who had never even experienced the nuances of romance, comprehending such subtleties proved to be a formidable challenge. The giant spirit god, bearing a skeptical expression, questioned, Is it truly that simple? Are you serious? Lin Xian rolled his eyes, thinking to himself, You, with your muscle-bound mind, could never grasp such intricacies. Bian Zhuang, shaking his head, remarked, From my perspective, it seems you merely stumbled upon good fortune. He certainly did not believe that Lin Xian could genuinely attract the attention of the Xian Nu, considering it a mere coincidence. Lin Xian chuckled softly, unwilling to delve into explanations for the straightforward men. While the reactions of the giant spirit god and Bian Zhuang were relatively normal, the judicial heavenly god, standing nearby, was consumed by a fit of jealousy. Why does the esteemed Xian Nu regard you with such favor? I refuse to accept this. Lin Xian languidly retorted, Judicial heavenly god, I have already said it is not a matter of special regard. It is merely that your fervor is overwhelming for her. although Lin Xian spoke the truth. The judicial heavenly god was in no mood to listen. Fixating on Lin Xian, he declared emphatically, Lin Xian, I care not what means you employed to enchant the Xian Nu, but rest assured, such tactics are trivial. In the primordial realm, strength reigns supreme. I shall prove my worth to the Xian Nu through might. You are unworthy of her attention. Lin Xian, taken aback, responded. Gazing at the judicial heavenly god, who appeared righteous and indignant, Lin Xian was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? What relevance does your inability to pursue the 9 heavens fairy have to me? Why the sudden desire to compete with me? Furthermore, what is this Heavenly Palace tournament? At that moment, Bian Zhuang interjected, the Heavenly Palace tournament is a grand event of the celestial realm, highly regarded by the celestial emperor. Each competition distinguishes ranks among the heavenly soldiers and generals. Typically, it is soldiers facing soldiers and generals facing generals. Lin Xian, although you are currently a general, you have yet to attain the status of a golden immortal. I advise you to refrain from involving yourself, lest you bring disgrace to our Xian sect. Bian Zhuang genuinely feared for Lin Xian's reputation. However, the judicial god of justice interjected, while Lin Xian may not be a golden immortal at present, he has come bearing the head of a golden immortal demon in exchange for merit. Lin Xian, could it be that this golden immortal demon was not slain by you? The judicial god cast a provocative gaze upon Lin Xian. Lin Xian chuckled, dismissing the provocation, realizing that the judicial god merely sought to incite him to participate in the tournament. Seeing Lin Xian unfazed, the judicial god gritted his teeth and declared, Lin Xian, do you know what rewards await in this tournament? The first among the heavenly generals will receive a reward of 1 million merits and a primordial spiritual treasure. The top 10 will earn 100,000 merits and a high-grade postnatal spiritual treasure. I can even wager with you, should you surpass me in the tournament, I shall grant you 500,000 merits. What say you? Are you bold enough to compete? The judicial god's audacious words stirred the celestial beings within the merit hall. His confidence in wagering 500,000 merits with Lin Xian was indeed remarkable. Yet, Lin Xian appeared to disregard this, instead expressing interest in the nearby giant spirit god. The first among the heavenly generals is indeed rewarded with 1 million merits and a primordial spiritual treasure. The giant spirit god nodded solemnly, confirming the truth of this. Lin Xian smiled. Are all competitors among the heavenly generals golden immortals? Will any Tai golden immortals intervene? The giant spirit god laughed. There are but a few Tai golden immortals in the entire heavenly realm, each a star lord, that would not involve themselves in such competitions. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully. Meanwhile, the judicial god grew impatient, stating sternly, Lin Xian, cease your prattle and simply declare whether you are willing to wager with me. Lin Xian replied with a grin, given the bountiful rewards of this tournament, I am indeed willing to give it a try. However, as for a duel, I believe it is better left aside. We are colleagues, after all, why create discord? The judicial god's insistence on a duel appeared to Lin Xian as a rather foolish display of jealousy, prompting him to show little interest in engaging. The judicial god sneered, what? Are you fearful of losing to me and lacking the merits to compensate? The giant spirit god retorted angrily. You are clearly taking advantage of Lin Xian's inexperience. He is currently at a critical juncture in his cultivation. Where would he obtain 500,000 merits to wager with you? The judicial god laughed. Giant spirit god, do not speak falsely. Did Lin Xian not just exchange for 500,000 merits upon arriving at the merit hall? Thus, it became evident what scheme was afoot. The celestial judge beheld the 500,000 merits exchanged by Lin Xian, and only then did he speak up, proposing a wager of such magnitude. Lin Xian replied nonchalantly. This merit was painstakingly accumulated, meant to be exchanged for resources to enhance my cultivation. I fear I cannot use it for a contest. It was no jest. The resources obtainable from 500,000 merits were nearly sufficient for him to transcend into the golden immortal realm. He had no intention of gambling against anyone during the great contest. The giant spirit god, discerning the underlying motive, sneered. So, celestial judge, you wish to impede Lin Xian's progress? Are you perhaps afraid of my brother? Turning to Lin Xian, he urged, let us depart. Do not pay him any heed. The celestial judge's gaze flickered, and upon realizing the duo was intent on leaving, he hastily interjected, you two must not slander me. I harbor no such intentions. If Lin Xian lacks sufficient merit at that time, he may simply use treasures as collateral. Lin Xian paused, intrigued, and turned to him. What if, at that time, you do not possess enough merit? The celestial judge proclaimed with pride, I possess ample merit. No need for your concern. Noticing Lin Xian's interest, the giant spirit god quickly advised, Lin Xian, do not engage with him. 500,000 merits could exchange for an exquisite postnatal spiritual treasure. Do not wager with him. Lin Xian chuckled, fear not, my friend. I am well aware of my own capabilities. He then regarded the celestial judge, casually stating, since you insist on a contest, I shall oblige. The celestial judge erupted in joy. Ha ha, splendid. It is settled. Nodding, Lin Xian departed alongside the giant spirit god. Once outside the Hall of Merits, the giant spirit god could not help but admonish Lin Xian. Brother, you are far too impulsive. The celestial judge is a seasoned golden immortal. How could you possibly match him? Lin Xian smiled. Rest assured, my friend, I am confident in my understanding. As he headed directly towards the treasure hall, the giant spirit god gasped, Brother, do you perhaps have confidence in breaking through to the golden immortal realm? Is that true? How long has it been since your last breakthrough to the profound immortal? Lin Xian merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. Sensing his confidence, the giant spirit god relaxed, advising, even if you ascend to the golden immortal, do not be careless. The celestial judge is in the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm. Although he is yet to advance to the late stage, his strength remains formidable. Lin Xian nodded. Thank you for your guidance. Satisfied, the giant spirit god departed, while Lin Xian, accompanied by Xiao Zi, made his way to the treasure hall. Upon ascending to the heavenly court, Xiao Zi had consistently presented herself in her fox form, even dutifully sitting by Lin Xian's feet in the Hall of Merits, causing no concern. With no one around to observe, Xiao Zi finally spoke softly, Are you going to fight that villain? Lin Xian chuckled and shook his head. The celestial judge cannot be deemed a villain. The little fox earnestly replied, Xiao Zi can help. Lin Xian laughed heartily, that would likely not be permissible. The contest will probably be one-on-one, without assistance. The little fox promptly fell into a state of dismay. Lin Xian squinted as he gently patted her head, chuckling, Moreover, Xiao Zi must strive to elevate her realm. Only by sprouting another tail can she truly assist me. The little fox was momentarily taken aback, then solemnly nodded in agreement. The duo, one human and one fox, ventured into the treasure hall. The hall was adorned with an array of treasures, including even innate spiritual artifacts. However, the least expensive of these artifacts required a staggering 100,000 merits, a price Lin Xian would not entertain. Aside from the spiritual artifacts, a plethora of spells and divine abilities were also cataloged within. Renowned techniques such as the great and small Rui, blossoming flowers in an instant, and the ability to shift stars and change constellations were all included. The most exalted divine abilities likewise demanded 100,000 merits for exchange. Yet, since Lin Xian could acquire them through his chat group, he had no intention of trading for them. Presently, he lacked neither spells nor artifacts. What he truly needed was to enhance his realm. Thus, his priority lay in exchanging for celestial materials and earthly treasures to elevate his cultivation. With determination, Lin Xian embraced the little fox and soared towards the area designated for these rare materials, commencing his selection. Precious postnatal spiritual artifacts, innate spiritual fruits, and gourd after gourd of spiritual elixirs, immortal pills, and golden pills were before him. Spiritual roots and materials were generally divided into innate and postnatal categories, while the crafted elixirs were classified into 9 grades, with the first grade being the beginning and the 9th grade representing the pinnacle. The lower 3 grades were deemed spiritual pills, the middle 3 could be referred to as immortal pills, and the upper 3 were the legendary golden pills. Now a Xian immortal, Lin Xian prepared to attempt a breakthrough to the golden immortal level, thus he could primarily focus on 6th grade immortal pills and 7th grade golden pills. Within each grade, the varieties of elixirs were diverse. For instance, the small returning pill possessed a balanced and moderate nature, suitable for any immortal with varying inclinations. The water returning pill, inclined towards the element of water, could assist those seeking to comprehend its principles. Other elixirs, such as the golden returning pill, wood returning pill, and earth returning pill corresponded to the 5 elemental forces and aided in grasping their laws. In addition, there were precious innate spiritual fruits that were not suitable for pill formulation and were often better consumed directly. Lin Xian meticulously selected elixirs and spiritual fruits tailored to his cultivation, encouraging Xiao Zi to do the same. Seemingly influenced by his earlier words, Xiao Zi blinked her eyes and, without hesitation, scurried off to the pile of spiritual fruits to make her selections. The pair busily went about their tasks within the treasure hall. After considerable time had passed, they finally emerged from the treasure hall. 500,000 merits had been expended entirely. Lin Xian gazed at his empty account and the overflowing storage bag filled with elixirs and spiritual fruits. Feeling a wave of emotion wash over him, spending money brings fleeting joy, and the more one spends, the more delightful it becomes. The little fox beside him blinked in agreement, clearly resonating with his sentiment. Lin Xian had initially intended to allocate 100,000 merits to her, considering her invaluable contribution in recruiting numerous celestial soldiers at the Two Immortal Ridge. However, Xiaozi, displaying remarkable understanding, requested only 50,000 merits. Yet, even this modest sum represented a substantial fortune for her. Unlike Lin Xian, who was eager to ascend to the golden immortal realm, she opted for ordinary spiritual elixirs and postnatal spiritual fruits, intending to progress steadily and cultivate gradually. The resources that 50,000 merits could procure truly opened her eyes. In contrast, the various innate spiritual fruits and elixirs that Lin Xian acquired for 450,000 merits were even more astonishing. "Let us return and devote ourselves to our cultivation," Lin Xian declared solemnly. The little fox beside him nodded eagerly. The pair promptly made their way back to their cave dwelling, where they closed the door and commenced their secluded cultivation. The little fox had her own quiet chamber. After consuming the spiritual fruit, she lay down to assimilate the medicinal effects. As a descendant of the Qingxiu lineage, her cultivation methods were naturally top tier. And with her excellent foundation, she would inevitably cultivate Six Tails and become a golden immortal demon king in due course. Lin Xian, however, was in a different situation. Though he practiced the Supreme Clarity Celestial Method and the Nine Mysteries art, both of which were superior techniques, his own foundation was rather mediocre, resulting in a cultivation ceiling that fell short of the little fox's potential. Achieving the Xian Immortal Realm was already an extraordinary feat for Lin Xian. Consequently, enhancing his foundation had become his utmost priority. Fortunately, the upgrade of Lin Xian's fortune chat group had finally completed. Congratulations, host. The chat group has upgraded. Current chat group level 5. Reward 1 random download opportunity. 1 optional download opportunity. Enhancement. Universal download speed increased to 1. Upon reaching level 5, Lin Xian naturally received another random download opportunity, alongside a substantial increase in his usual download speed. However, what surprised Lin Xian was that he had also gained an optional download opportunity. This meant he could choose any one of the numerous divine abilities to download. Excited yet patient, Lin Xian refrained from hasty downloads and first utilized the random download opportunity to see what formidable divine ability he might acquire. Congratulations, host. You have successfully downloaded the divine ability, Mountain Bearing. In an instant, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with delight. The Mountain Bearing ability. One of the 72 minor divine abilities of the earthly fiends, though named for its connection to mountains, was not an earth-based power. Rather, it was a technique designed to augment strength. It harnessed the force of ancient divine mountains, bestowing upon the practitioner the might to bear colossal weights. When cultivated to its zenith, one could genuinely carry the ancient divine mountain itself. Moreover, this divine ability allowed for the direct movement of mountains, forming part of the great divine powers that could reshape the earth and sea. As a body-refining cultivator, Lin Xian's acquisition of this divine ability was akin to a tiger gaining wings. Furthermore, because it was a reward from the system, this ability was bestowed at the perfected level upon successful download. 4 divine abilities downloaded within the chat group. Major divine abilities reached minor completion, while minor divine abilities achieved full mastery. Lin Xian silently activated the Mountain Bearing Divine Technique, feeling a surge of immense power flooding into his body. He extended his hand and struck with a punch, the tremendous force causing the air to resonate with a thunderous crack. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Xian's face. Although it was a minor divine technique, its power upon reaching mastery was indeed remarkable. He could sense that after employing the Mountain Bearing Divine Technique, his physical strength had soared. His body refinement realm was already at the consummate level of the profound immortal, and now, with the enhancement of the Mountain Bearing Divine Technique, he could rival even those at the level of the golden immortal in terms of sheer strength. The substantial elevation provided by this technique was evident. After experimenting with the Mountain Bearing Divine Technique, Lin Xian resumed his seated meditation, embarking on the selection of a greater divine technique. Within the primordial world, an abundance of divine techniques existed, among which the teachings of the Tao ancestor Hong Jun comprised a total of 108 techniques. The so-called 36 Heavenly Gang divine techniques and 72 Earthly Fiend minor techniques were included in this repertoire. The Mountain Bearing, Soul Capturing, and wind-controlling techniques that Lin Xian had previously downloaded were among the 72 minor divine techniques. Naturally, the 36 major divine techniques were far superior. If minor divine techniques represented the pinnacle of skill, then major divine techniques epitomized the essence of the Tao. Each major divine technique was derived from the evolution of the great laws of the Tao. And the process of cultivation was not only a metamorphosis but also an enlightenment of the Tao itself. Even for Lin Xian, the selection of a major divine technique required utmost caution. As he pondered the 36 heavenly gang divine techniques, Lin Xian meticulously considered his options. Among them was the golden light of the earth, a divine technique inspired by the Tao ancestors' imitation of the golden crow, which enabled practitioners to achieve unparalleled speed. Upon reaching perfection, one could even transform into golden light, matching the swiftness of the golden crow. There was also the mastery of the 5 thunderbolts, the ancestral technique of thunder, allowing for internal cultivation of the 5 energies and external control of the 5 thunders, capable of summoning storms and vanquishing demons. Its power considered unrivaled among all techniques. Additionally, there was the 7-arrow inscription, the foremost incantation of the primordial era. Once invoked, it ignored distance and locked onto causality, rendering it nearly unbreakable and only withstandable through sheer force. In the original calamity of the divine sealing, the Taoist Luya used this technique to eliminate even great Luo golden immortals directly. Amidst the dazzling array of divine techniques, Lin Xian was entranced, desiring to learn them all. Unlike others who might struggle to comprehend these techniques over millennia, he merely needed to download them. However, he regrettably had only one opportunity for designated downloads. After much contemplation, Lin Xian finally settled on a major divine technique, the foremost among the 36 heavenly gang divine techniques. The art of cosmic transformation. This technique, ranked first among the major divine techniques, was also celebrated as the supreme divine technique of the mystical sect. It represented the pinnacle of transformative power. The Tao of creation, one of the top laws among the 3,000 pathways, embodies the essence of life and the reversal of death, with its core being the ultimate vitality and creative force. As a divine technique evolved from the Tao of creation, the art of cosmic transformation stands as a premier technique capable of manipulating the heavens and earth, a true masterpiece of creation. Numerous formidable cultivators in the primordial world have practiced this technique. Aside from the esteemed creator, Daozu, the most renowned figure is undoubtedly the goddess Enhua. Upon attaining mastery of her divine powers, Enhua comprehended the profound principles of creation and directly forged an entire race. This race has now evolved into the dominant force on Earth, the human race. Such extraordinary powers surely captivated Lin Xian's desire for knowledge. Moreover, Lin Xian had another compelling motivation to cultivate this divine ability. Mastering it would allow him to revert his acquired nature back to its innate state, utilizing the power of creation without external assistance, thus transforming his postnatal roots into prenatal ones. Among the 36 great divine abilities, only the art of manipulating creation can achieve this remarkable feat. For this reason alone, Lin Xian felt compelled to pursue this divine skill. Lin Xian successfully downloaded the divine ability of manipulating creation. Congratulations, host, you have successfully downloaded the divine ability, manipulating creation. As the system's notification resonated, a torrent of information flooded Lin Xian's mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. Once he regained his composure, he immediately began to study this divine skill. For any minor divine abilities downloaded from the system, Lin Xian would attain full mastery. For major divine abilities, he would achieve initial success. Consequently, he now possessed a preliminary grasp of manipulating creation. Though this was merely a nascent level of mastery, it was not something just anyone could attain. Many fortunate cultivators of major divine abilities, such as golden immortals, toil for millennia merely to gain entry, let alone achieve initial success. Typically, Tai golden immortals who discover a divine ability suited to them may indeed reach the nascent level of mastery. Lin Xian's achievement of this level with manipulating creation had already surpassed the reach of many Tai golden immortals. The essence of the manipulating creation ability lies in the power of creation itself. Through this power, practitioners can manifest existence from non-existence and derive life from death. Of course, Lin Xian is currently incapable of such feats. Not only does the nascent level of this divine skill impose limitations, but his cultivation also restricts its full potential. Nevertheless, applying this divine skill to himself, allowing the power of creation to transform his roots, is well within his capabilities. Moreover, even at the nascent stage, this divine skill wields far greater potency. By channeling the power of creation within himself, he can not only transform his roots, but also cultivate an inexhaustible vitality within, enabling swift recovery from non-fatal injuries. When employed for the healing of others, the effects are equally remarkable, rendering it a premier healing divine skill. Beyond its healing properties, this divine ability can also be wielded in combat. The pinnacle of manipulating creation is the ability to manifest existence from nothing and to derive life from death, enabling the creation of entities from thin air or the transformation of lifeless matter into living beings. Although Lin Xian, being at the nascent level, cannot accomplish such feats, temporarily imbuing inanimate objects with the power of creation is well within his reach. Gold, wood, iron, stone, mountains, and rivers can all be granted temporary vitality under his creative influence, becoming obedient warriors at his command. In the realm of the 5 elements' divine powers, there exists a technique known as turning stone into soldiers and summoning mountains as generals. Although Lin Xian had not formally learned this art, he had mastered the manipulation of creation, enabling him to effortlessly achieve a similar effect. Such is the wondrous application of the power of creation. Extending his hand, Lin Xian touched a patch of azure bricks beneath him, and the force of creation swiftly surged into it. In an instant, the azure brick transformed into a small figure of stone, standing before Lin Xian. With a smile, he pointed towards a wooden chair, which then morphed and reformed into a figure of wood. With a mere thought, the 2 figures, one made of wood and the other of stone, clashed together. Moments later, with a wave of his hand, the 2 figures reverted back to their original forms of azure brick and wooden chair. This exemplifies the application of creation manipulation in combat. Given Lin Xian's current standing, not only could he easily perform turning stone into soldiers and summoning mountains as generals, but even the most humble grass, trees, rain, or clouds could be transformed into allies through his power of creation. Lin Xian nodded in satisfaction, deciding not to pursue further experimentation at that moment. Next, he intended to utilize this divine ability to initiate the transformation of his foundation. He immediately sat cross-legged, silently invoking the technique. An unending stream of creation power began to circulate within him. The essence of this power, ceaseless and life-giving, would swiftly mend any injury should he sustain them. However, Lin Xian was currently unscathed. Thus, this creation power permeated the depths of his being, quietly nourishing his foundation, leading to its gradual metamorphosis. While such a transformation would typically require a considerable amount of time, Lin Xian possessed the moment pearl, which accelerated time 100-fold, rendering it a trivial matter. In the blink of an eye, several years passed, while merely half a month elapsed in reality. Under the steady nourishment of the creation power, Lin Xian's foundation finally underwent a complete transformation. He reverted from the postnatal to the innate, achieving the status of an innate human. Letting out a long breath, he slowly opened his eyes. Now, he was indeed a genuine innate member of the human race. Theoretically, only those created by the goddess Nuwa herself were considered innate humans. All subsequent beings were classified as postnatal. However, postnatal humans could, through fortuitous circumstances, attain the status of innate humans, as Lin Xian had done. Although he was now merely a basic innate human, this advancement was sufficient for him to break through to the golden immortal level. Moreover, with his foundation transformed, Lin Xian felt a profound sense of ease, clarity in his mind, and even an increased pace in his cultivation. This was the essence of a complete rebirth. Unable to contain his joy, Lin Xian reflected on his previous status as a postnatal human, despite possessing abundant resources. Breaking through to the golden immortal realm had posed significant challenges. However, now that he possessed an innate foundation, achieving this breakthrough would be a natural progression. He promptly retrieved a multitude of spiritual fruits and elixirs, preparing to consume them. The first step to transcending to the golden immortal was to elevate his realm to the pinnacle of the profound immortal level. However, the external resources required for cultivating qi have always been minimal. Lin Xian, during his previous training, had unknowingly advanced to the mid-stage of the profound immortal realm. Now, with his foundation undergoing a transformation, his cultivation speed has significantly increased, resulting in an even lesser need for external resources. With merely a modest consumption of resources, Lin Xian successfully elevated his qi cultivation to the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. With both qi and body cultivation reaching perfection, Lin Xian felt a harmonious alignment of his inner and outer selves, his spirit and form resonating with subtlety. Gazing at the numerous spiritual pills and fruits before him, Lin Xian refrained from hastily consuming or refining them. The process of body cultivation is not as demanding as qi cultivation, theoretically. As long as one possesses a robust foundation and ample resources, breakthroughs can be achieved. Lin Xian has now reached the pinnacle of body cultivation at the profound immortal level, and the resources at hand are undoubtedly sufficient for him to ascend to the golden immortal of body cultivation. However, Lin Xian chose to exercise patience. He intends to first comprehend the principles of the Tao and break through to the golden immortal of qi cultivation, before subsequently advancing to the golden immortal of body cultivation. The principle he aims to comprehend is the principle of creation. The principle of creation embodies the essence of perpetual life, providing immense assistance to the physical body. By first grasping this principle and then aspiring to break through to the golden immortal of body cultivation, not only will his efforts be magnified, but he will also reap numerous benefits in the future. Nonetheless, comprehending the principle of creation is no simple task. Among the myriad paths of the Tao, each possesses its own intricacies. The principle of creation ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 great paths. As the saying goes, time is revered, space reigns supreme. When causality is absent, destiny takes the throne. Creation is unparalleled, and reincarnation is infinite. The 5 elements dominate, with yin and yang above. Destruction remains unmanifested, and power reaches its zenith. These 10 great paths are indeed exceptional even within the 3,000 paths, each representing a fundamental essence of the chaotic world. Consequently, in terms of profundity and potency, they surpass ordinary paths by a significant margin. Yet, this also renders them exceedingly challenging to comprehend. It is said that even golden immortals, let alone the Tai golden immortals and Deluo golden immortals, often require countless years of cultivation to gradually gain insight into these top 10 paths. However, Lin Xian is different. Prior to comprehending the principles, he has already mastered the grand supernatural powers derived from the principle of creation to a minor success. One could assert that Lin Xian is merely a thin veil away from grasping the principle of creation. In the quiet chamber, Lin Xian sits cross-legged. The momentary pearl radiates brilliance, while the fragrant enlightenment tea emits a delicate aroma nearby. Lin Xian silently operates the swirling forces of creation, delving deeply into comprehension. Insights regarding the power of creation continuously surge within Lin Xian's mind. This is the advantage of having a guiding method. Not to mention that the supernatural power Lin Xian is deciphering is one created by the Tao ancestor. Typically, most immortals first comprehend the principle of creation before embarking on this supernatural power. Yet, Lin Xian has inverted this process, attaining minor success in this supernatural ability first. This is due to the direct enlightenment bestowed upon him by the system. Consequently, he need not laboriously ponder the principles any further. Lin Xian, endowed with divine abilities and aided by the enlightening tea, found his mind illuminated and thoughts flowing freely. By focusing his spirit, he silently maneuvered through the principles of creation numerous times, and a profound sense of understanding blossomed in his heart. Almost instantly, pristine white lotus leaves began to manifest around him, embodying the principles of the great Tao. For Lin Xian, the visualization of the laws of creation took the form of an immaculate white lotus. The rich power of creation transformed into boundless vitality, enveloping him entirely. Within his tranquil chamber, any wooden object still imbued with a hint of life seemed to awaken, growing wildly. The wooden chair took root and became a sapling. The wooden table extended into vines. Even the papers burst forth with a profusion of tiny blossoms. This was the essence of creation. Concurrently, as Lin Xian formally comprehended the laws of creation, his cultivation realm effortlessly transcended the bottleneck of the golden immortal stage. A brilliant golden light filled the entire chamber in an instant. The term gold signifies immortality. The golden immortal realm is a critical juncture in the path of cultivation. For only upon entering this domain can one truly enjoy the freedom of the cosmos, free from the constraints of lifespan. Indeed, upon reaching the golden immortal stage, one's lifespan becomes genuinely infinite. For those who cultivate qi, the golden immortal's primordial spirit achieves immortality. For those who refine their bodies, the physical form attains the same. Immortality, in this context, implies that even as the tides of time ebb and flow, the primordial spirits and physical forms of golden immortals do not wither or decay, but rather endure through the ages. However, it is essential to note that while golden immortals possess boundless lifespans, they are not invulnerable or impervious to death. The calamities of the 3 disasters and 9 tribulations, the decline of celestial beings, and the perils of conflict and madness can all threaten the lives of golden immortals. Nevertheless, despite these dangers, a golden immortal can be considered a truly liberated being within the 3 realms, with an endless lifespan and limitless magical power. Commanding the laws of the universe, one could hardly exaggerate the extent of their capabilities. At this moment, Lin Xian had finally emerged as a genuine golden immortal. The primordial spirit within him had transformed into a resplendent golden hue, radiating an aura of immortality. His magical power surged powerfully, and he was surrounded by the astonishing force of the laws of creation. After a period of consolidation, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of golden light flickering within them. Feeling the immense power coursing through him, he couldn't help but smile. He had arrived at the golden immortal stage, a remarkable feat achieved upon the foundation of the laws of creation. This unique foundation infused his primordial spirit with a trace of creation power, significantly enhancing its resilience and recovery capabilities. Furthermore, with the breakthrough to the golden immortal level, Lin Xian's ability to wield divine powers and artifacts had seen a tremendous enhancement. The innate spiritual treasures he possessed, now imbued with restrictions, could be further refined following his elevation to the golden immortal tier. After a series of arduous endeavors, Lin Xian has successfully refined half of the prohibitions on his Xianyuan Ding, while the Xianing Breath Disaster Spear has seen a similar refinement, greatly enhancing its power. Consequently, Lin Xian's combat prowess has soared in tandem. The next step is to attempt a breakthrough to the golden immortal of body refinement. However, before embarking on this endeavor, Lin Xian recalled another matter. This phase of cultivation is expected to be time-consuming, providing him with the perfect opportunity to download an additional divine ability. Unlike the complete download opportunity awarded by the system, this requires him to download it gradually from the back end at a slower pace. After careful consideration, Lin Xian selected a divine ability from the 72 minor divine abilities. The ability, Nightmare Prayer, revolves around illusions and is specifically designed to target the primordial spirit and soul, capable of ensnaring opponents in a dreamlike realm with a mere thought. Lin Xian chose this ability primarily because it complements his soul-capturing technique exceptionally well. Now that he has attained the golden immortal status, his opponents possess formidable primordial spirits, making it increasingly challenging to shake their souls with just the soul-capturing technique. However, if he can first ensnare them in the illusion created by Nightmare Prayer, the effect of the soul-capturing technique will undoubtedly be greatly amplified. Lin Xian located the Nightmare Prayer technique within the chat group, confirmed the download, and initiated the process in the backend. Once these tasks were completed, Lin Xian was finally ready to commence his breakthrough to the golden immortal of body refinement. Achieving the golden immortal of body refinement is less cumbersome than reaching the golden immortal of qi cultivation, yet it does not spare one from the consumption of resources. In fact, it demands resources that far exceed those required for the qi cultivation breakthrough. Fortunately, Lin Xian had expended 500,000 merits this time, acquiring sufficient resources, alleviating any concerns about scarcity. Seated in a meditative posture, he consumed spirit fruits and elixirs in a manner reminiscent of a whale engulfing its prey. Both the spirit fruits and elixirs dissolved instantly upon entering his mouth, unleashing pure medicinal power that erupted within his body. The 8-9 profound art operated at full capacity, greedily absorbing the medicinal essence. Lin Xian's body resembled an abyss, as no matter how many spirit fruits and elixirs he ingested, it seemed as if they vanished without a trace. Yet, Lin Xian remained patient, continuously refining and absorbing, converting the vast amounts of pure medicinal energy into vitality that fortified his internal organs and limbs. Finally, after nearly exhausting the resources that resembled a small mountain before him, a glimmer of golden light manifested upon his physical form. The realm of the golden immortal of body refinement is also known as the golden body realm. The most notable characteristic of this stage is that the body transforms to resemble true gold. In fact, there exists a premier body refinement technique in the Western teachings known as the Zhang Lu golden body, derived from this very concept. Attaining the golden immortal of body refinement means cultivating the golden body to its utmost limit, genuinely achieving the legendary indestructible body. At that point, not only would blades and fire be ineffective against him, but he could even withstand innate spiritual treasures with bare hands. Confronting such an indestructible body, even the great Luo golden immortals would find themselves at a loss, struggling to annihilate him directly. The only feasible methods would be to suppress or exhaust considerable time to refine him. It is evident that while the resources consumed in physical cultivation far exceed those required for Qi training, they are indeed worth their weight in gold. At this moment, as the resources before Lin Xian dwindled, the golden radiance enveloping him intensified. Ultimately, as Lin Xian's accumulated resources neared their end, the final glimmer of gold enveloped his entire being. In an instant, the golden light erupted forth. The entire quiet chamber was filled with a dazzling brilliance, at the core of which stood a formidable figure, seemingly forged from gold. A physical cultivation golden immortal was born. Chapter 17. The Star Monarch of the Greedy Wolf returns. The Heavenly Court's grand competition. The Grand Master of the Xiandu arrives. As the golden light within the chamber gradually dissipated, Lin Xian's body, once resembling a figure sculpted from gold, began to revert to its normal state. The golden radiance receded, now concealed within his corporeal form, no longer manifesting outwardly. Yet, the terrifying power harbored within this body was known solely to Lin Xian himself. He exhaled deeply and rose slowly. A series of crackling sounds erupted, as if every limb and sinew within him trembled. Upon glancing down, Lin Xian noticed that the blue brick floor beneath him, despite being protected by an array, had subtly caved in under his presence. This was merely the residual force released during his breakthrough. Feeling the surging power within him, Lin Xian smiled faintly and opened his personal panel. Personal panel name: Lin Xian. Position: leader of the Primordial Opportunity Chat Group. Cultivation level: Early Golden Immortal. Physical cultivation: Early Golden Immortal. Qi training. Technique: Supreme Clarity. Celestial method: 8-9 Mystical art. Divine abilities: Manipulating fate, soul capture, wind control, dream invocation. Treasures: Xian Huang Cauldron, medium grade innate. Xian Ice Calamity Spear, low grade innate. Turtle Spirit Armor, top grade acquired. Avoidance Pearl, medium grade acquired. Void Gathering Spirit Jade, extraordinary treasure. Instant Pearl, extraordinary treasure. Falling Treasure Money, extraordinary treasure. Familiar, junior innate. Familiar. Chat group level, level 5. Upon reviewing his possessions, Lin Xian discovered that in addition to the treasures recorded above, he possessed a drop of the Ancestor Witch's essence blood and a substantial amount of enlightenment tea leaves, both of which were invaluable. Having traversed this realm and cultivated for many years, he could truly claim that his hardships had borne fruit. Contentedly stowing away his personal panel, Lin Xian exited the quiet chamber, only to find the little fox had already emerged, curled up at the entrance, eagerly awaiting his return. At the sound of movement, the little fox sprang up, eyes sparkling with excitement. "You have emerged, my lord." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Indeed, I have." The little fox gazed at him with bright eyes. "You have broken through to the golden immortal stage. How impressive, my lord." The aura of Qi training was outwardly evident. Thus, Lin Xian's breakthrough to the golden immortal stage was easily discernible to all. However, since his physical cultivation breakthrough to the golden immortal was not readily apparent unless he engaged in combat or spoke of it, it remained a hidden card up his sleeve. As a physical golden immortal, combined with the treading mountain divine ability, he could catch even a Tai golden immortal off guard and ensure they faced significant challenges. Lin Xian suppressed the thoughts swirling within him and smiled amiably at the little fox before him, nodding in approval. "You are quite remarkable. It seems your cultivation is indeed diligent." The little fox, originally a celestial being, had successfully broken through to the pinnacle of the Xianxin realm after assimilating considerable resources. Once she comprehended the laws, ascending to the Jingxian realm would be a matter of course. However, for other beings, grasping these laws was evidently a daunting endeavor. Unlike Lin Xian, who received direct enlightenment from a system, the little fox joyfully leaped a few times before departing the cave with Lin Xian. Yet, to Lin Xian's surprise, a familiar figure was already waiting outside his abode. It was none other than the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing. With a beaming smile, he bowed to Lin Xian and said, "Congratulations, my friend, on your emergence from seclusion and attaining the Jingxian realm." Lin Xian hurriedly expressed his gratitude, then inquired with curiosity, "How did you know, Tai Bai?" "I have only just made my breakthrough." Tai Bai Jingxing chuckled heartily. "I possess no such prowess, but within the heavenly court, the Haotian mirror hangs high. And with the rise of a new Jingxian, how could His Majesty be unaware?" Realization dawned upon Lin Xian. Tai Bai Jingxing continued with a smile, "Well then, His Majesty has summoned you. Let us hasten to the Lingxiao Palace." Lin Xian, perplexed, queried, "Why is His Majesty so eager to see me? Is there something amiss?" Tai Bai Jinxing teased. It seems you, too, are a person of many forgetful moments. Fear not, it is good news. Before long, Lin Xian accompanied Tai Bai Jinxing to the Lingxiao Palace, where Hao Yan awaited their arrival. Upon seeing Lin Xian, Hao Yan could not contain his laughter. Excellent, my dear Lin Xian. I have not erred in my judgment of you. With his discerning eye, he had surely perceived that Lin Xian had achieved a harmonious balance of internal and external mastery, embodying both spirit and form, and had perfected his cultivation in both qi and body. Lin Xian smiled subtly. May I inquire, Your Majesty, the purpose of my summons? Hao Yan replied with a grin. My dear minister, do you recall that upon your arrival at the heavenly court, I promised you that once you attained the Jinxian realm, a position of Star Lord would await you? Lin Xian was taken aback and then nodded in realization. Indeed, such an agreement existed. Was Hao Yan now prepared to fulfill his promise? Hao Yan spoke earnestly. Lin Xian, I am a man of my word. The positions of the 9 stellar lords are currently vacant, and you may select any one of them. Tai Bai Jinxing interjected with introductions. Lin Xian, the 9 stellar lords consist of the Lord of the Greedy Wolf, the Lord of the Great Gate, the Lord of Wealth, the Lord of Integrity, the Lord of Literature, the Lord of Martial Arts, the Lord of the Breaking Army, along with the 2 assisting stars, the left assistant of the Cave Star and the right assistant of the Hidden Element Star. Lin Xian nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the information. In essence, these were the 7 stars of the Northern Dipper along with 2 auxiliary stars. Hao Yan's offer was indeed sincere. The positions of the 9 stellar lords held substantial significance, although the heavenly court had yet to swell with celestial beings as in later times. The roles of Star Lords remained highly esteemed. Below Hao Yan, the significant positions in the heavenly court were the 4 sovereigns, the 5 elders, the 6 departments, the 7 primordials, the 8 extremes, and the 9 stars. Although the 9 luminaries Star Lord ranks last, he is nonetheless a significant figure in the celestial hierarchy. Many of the later Star Lords of the Dou department cannot even compare. At this moment, Lin Xian revealed a smile. Having made a decision in his heart, in that case, I express my gratitude to Your Majesty. The Emperor Hao Yan, with a beaming smile, inquired. Which Star Lord position do you intend to select? Lin Xian replied earnestly, I aspire to be the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. The Greedy Wolf Star Lord, also known as the Lord of the Celestial Pivot, is the foremost among the 9 luminaries. Furthermore, due to the North Dipper's dominion over slaughter, the Greedy Wolf Star Lord, as the leader of the North Dipper, is indeed the mightiest in terms of martial prowess. It could be said that this Star Lord position is specifically designated to enhance one's capacity for combat. Although Lin Xian currently possesses an innate spiritual treasure, he still lacks in direct martial strength, and this Star Lord position would serve to remedy that deficiency. Meanwhile, upon hearing Lin Xian's decision, Hao Tian wore a contemplative expression, but soon broke into a slight smile. Excellent. The Greedy Wolf Star Lord charges forth unrelentingly, his martial might unmatched among the stars, making him perfectly suited for you. With that, he rose to his feet and approached Lin Xian. Hao Yan's demeanor grew serious as he began to wield the authority of the Heavenly Emperor to summon the celestial constellations. In an instant, the entire heavenly court trembled. Ethereal images of ancient stars appeared in the skies above. The deities throughout the heavenly realm were immediately stirred, each looking up in curiosity and uncertainty. Is His Majesty about to bestow another Star Lord? Are we gaining another Tai Golden Immortal? When did this happen? Which Star Lord position is being conferred this time? The celestial beings buzzed with speculation. Within the Lingxiao Hall, Hao Yan and Lin Xian stood beneath the ethereal images of the celestial constellations, officially commencing the bestowal. Hao Yan gestured with his hands, his voice resonating like a mighty bell. The Tao of heaven is vast and unfathomable. The path of the immortals is obscure and boundless. Celestial constellations of the universe, heed my command. The Greedy Wolf, master of slaughter, born to respond to calamity, shall quell violence with violence and act on behalf of heaven. The Greedy Wolf Star Lord assumes his rightful place today. With that, he pointed forth. Among the suspended celestial images, one star suddenly radiated with brilliant light. Then, like a shooting star, it plunged directly into Lin Xian's body. Boom! As the image of the Greedy Wolf Star fused with Lin Xian, a vast and violent aura of slaughter erupted within the Lingxiao Hall, dispersing throughout the entire heavenly court. In an instant, all the deities, great and small, were alarmed by this formidable killing intent. The resounding voice of Hao Yan had already informed them of the identity of the newly birthed Star Lord. It was none other than the Greedy Wolf Star Lord. the foremost among the 9 luminaries, with unparalleled martial might, born to respond to calamity. It seems that another great upheaval is imminent in the realm. One might wonder, who exactly is this newly appointed greedy Wolfstar Lord? Speculation filled the heavenly court. While within Lin Xian's hall, the vast and violent killing intent gradually receded, merging with Lin Xian's essence. He too slowly exhaled a breath. Just moments ago, the formidable power embedded within the primordial star of the greedy wolf Star Lord surged forth, almost overwhelming him with a murderous intent. However, having acclimated to this force, Lin Xian was now adept at harnessing it. Simultaneously, he gained a clearer understanding of the greedy wolf Star Lord's abilities. Foremost among these was the ability to channel the energy of the primordial stars, a capability shared by all Star Lords, which offers a comprehensive enhancement. Lin Xian, who practices both physical and qi cultivation, found that the infusion of stellar energy augmented both his physical strength and magical power. The enhancement was considerable at present. Lin Xian's cultivation was at the initial stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, yet with the star energy, he could rival those in the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. This was largely due to the inherent strength of the greedy wolf star itself, in addition to the universal stellar power shared among all Star Lords. Each primordial star possesses unique characteristics. The greedy wolf star, as the foremost of the Big Dipper, is especially potent in its capacity for slaughter. Under the influence of the greedy wolf star's power, Lin Xian found that all his offensive maneuvers gained an added potency. Moreover, the greedy wolf star exudes an intense murderous aura that naturally affects the psyche of adversaries during combat. Upon grasping these abilities, Lin Xian was filled with admiration. It was no wonder the position of Star Lord in the heavenly court was held in such high esteem, for the enhancement to one's power was indeed substantial. Of course, it was likely that the positions of ordinary Star Lords did not confer the same magnitude of enhancement as that of the 9 luminary Star Lord. This underscored the Emperor's generous regard for him. Regaining his composure, Lin Xian looked up at the Celestial Emperor and solemnly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Your Majesty, for your kindness." The Celestial Emperor chuckled heartily. "There is no need for such formality, my loyal minister. Having a general of your caliber is indeed a blessing for the heavenly court." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Proclaim my decree. Prepare a feast. I wish to celebrate with the greedy wolf Star Lord." With such heartfelt enthusiasm from the Celestial Emperor, Lin Xian could hardly refuse. The banquet was modest, attended only by a few of the Emperor's close aides and Lin Xian himself. After a lively drinking session, the gathering dispersed, and Lin Xian made his way to his new abode. This was no longer merely a cave, as one of the 9 luminaries. The greedy wolf Star Lord now possessed his own palace, named the Celestial Pivot Palace. The palace was vast, yet due to the presence of only himself and his fox companion, it felt rather empty. The little fox, however, was overjoyed, frolicking about in the grand space. The palace's spaciousness was also a reflection of Lin Xian's new status. Having become the greedy wolf Star Lord, he was now entitled to recruit subordinates. Although these subordinates still belonged to the ranks of celestial soldiers, they were solely under his command. This speaks volumes of the Celestial Emperor's magnanimity. Yet, Lin Xian was not in a hurry to gather followers. Having just ascended to the Golden Immortal Realm, he was in a period of explosive growth and strength, and other matters seemed trivial in comparison. Moreover, the grand competition in the heavenly court was fast approaching. As Lin Xian ascended to the heavenly pivot palace, the name of the newly arisen Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star reverberated throughout the celestial realm. What? That scoundrel Lin Xian has become the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star? By what right? The judicial celestial god, upon hearing the report from his subordinate, turned a deep shade of crimson. Despite laboring diligently in the heavenly court for years, he had yet to be bestowed the esteemed title of Star Lord. And that young lad had barely been in the heavenly court for a short while. Not only had he become a Star Lord, but he also held the distinguished position as the foremost among the 9 luminaries. What audacity! Observing his superior's fury, the subordinate hastily explained, "Heavenly God, it is said that upon Lin Xian's entrance into the heavenly court, His Majesty promised him that once he achieved the golden immortal Dao fruit, he would be granted the title of Star Lord. It appears that Lin Xian has indeed broken through to the golden immortal level." The judicial celestial god furrowed his brow upon hearing this revelation, so that was the reason. Now he comprehended the emperor's intention, which was merely to invest heavily for a coveted return. Thus, it seemed that the young man merely basked in the glory of his prestigious lineage. What is so remarkable about being a disciple of a grand sect? The judicial celestial god remained indignant. So what if he had attained the golden immortal rank? A newly ascended golden immortal was hardly worthy of his regard. When the great competition arrives, I shall ensure that all shall know who truly deserves the title of Star-Lord. The judicial celestial god silently vowed, brimming with confidence. Apart from the judicial celestial god, many other celestial beings in the heavenly court were also informed of Lin Xian's elevation to the Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star. Among them, the most exuberant was undoubtedly the giant spirit god. Ha ha ha, so the new Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star is actually my younger brother Lin Xian? What? He has become a golden immortal. Remarkable, truly remarkable. The giant spirit god, in his exuberance, brought along celestial wine to celebrate with Lin Xian. Within the Greedy Wolf Palace, the giant spirit god laughed heartily. Brother Lin Xian, this is the celestial brew I crafted myself. Even golden immortals of the physical refinement can be intoxicated by it. Come, give it a try. Lin Xian, amidst his helplessness, revealed a glimmer of curiosity. A brew potent enough to intoxicate golden immortals must surely be lethal to ordinary beings. Such a concoction could serve as a poison. Lin Xian promptly hosted a banquet for the giant spirit god, and the two, already familiar with one another, soon engaged in a spirited drinking contest. As they exchanged cups, their faces grew flushed, yet neither succumbed to inebriation. The giant spirit god, intrigued, surmised that Lin Xian had also broken through in his physical refinement, eagerly pulling him aside for a spar, much to Lin Xian's amusement. After several rounds of drinks, the two formidable golden immortals finally succumbed to intoxication, while a small fox, having tasted the celestial brew, fell into a blissful slumber nearby. Lin Xian relished the rare experience of being drunk. In addition to the giant spirit god, numerous celestial beings came to pay their respects. As the newly appointed Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star, despite his recent elevation, Lin Xian held a significant position within the heavenly court. Although he had attained the title of Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star as a golden immortal through exceptional means, there were few who dared to underestimate him. On one hand, the scarcity of Tai golden immortals in the heavenly court is evident. On the other hand, Lin Xian's formidable combat prowess was apparent even at the moment he reached the Xian immortal realm, coupled with his terrifying cultivation speed, viewed with awe by others, and his background as a disciple of a great sect. It is no wonder that few celestial beings dared to underestimate him. However, there was one exception. Yan Zhuang expressed his discontent regarding Lin Xian's ascension to the status of Star-Lord, yet refrained from creating trouble for him out of respect for their shared origins within the Xianmen. During these days, Lin Xian busied himself both in befriending various celestial beings of the heavenly court and solidifying his cultivation, quietly awaiting the forthcoming events. Soon, the grand competition of the heavenly court arrived as anticipated. Though the present heavenly court did not boast the same abundance of talent as in later generations, the number of formidable beings below the golden immortal level remained substantial, making their contests quite captivating. While the number of celestial generals and celestial gods at the golden immortal level was limited, they were nonetheless prominent figures within the primordial world. Furthermore, with powerful beings at the quasi-saint level presiding over the event and several Deluo golden immortals and Tai golden immortals serving as observers and adjudicators, the competition held considerable authority. Although viewed as mere trifles by several great saints and their sects, for other powers within the primordial realm, the heavenly court was undoubtedly a top-tier entity beneath the great saints. As news of the grand competition spread, numerous scattered immortal cultivators eagerly made their way to the heavenly court, yearning to witness the spectacle. Activity surged throughout the heavenly court, as celestial soldiers and generals eagerly registered to participate. However, this time, an unexpected element emerged. Lin Xian, though he too was at the golden immortal level and thus comparable to the celestial generals, had now attained the distinguished status of a Star-Lord, specifically the renowned Lord of the Star of the Greedy Wolf. Historically, Star-Lords had never participated in the heavenly court's grand competitions, which posed a dilemma for the presiding Taibai Jingxing. Allowing Lin Xian to engage in the contest among celestial generals risked undermining his esteemed identity as the Greedy Wolf Star-Lord. Yet, denying him participation would not sit well with Lin Xian himself. Ultimately, the matter was escalated to the Heavenly Emperor Hao Yan, who personally approved Lin Xian's exceptional entry into the competition as the Greedy Wolf Star-Lord. Thus concluded this brief interlude. Before long, the day of the grand competition arrived. With a multitude of celestial soldiers and generals gathered before the Lingxiao Palace in the 33 heavens, The heavenly Emperor Haotian, accompanied by the Golden Mother of Yaoqi, sat regally upon the central throne. Beneath the Emperor and the Golden Mother were their disciples and kin, among them the renowned Jiao Tianzuan and Princess Longji, as well as a familiar face long unseen by Lin Xian, the heavenly Emperor's younger sister, the fairy Yaoji of Cloud. Upon her return to the heavenly court, Yaoji had informed her brother of the schemes devised against her by the Saint of the Heavenly Tao. In order to punish and protect his sister, Haotian had commanded her to remain confined within the Cloud Palace to prevent her from falling under the attentions of the Heavenly Tao Saint once more. Until the present day's grand competition in the Celestial Court, Haotian could no longer withstand his sister's persistent coaxing, thus lifting her confinement and allowing her to witness the festivities. Yaoji, having endured a long period of ennui within the palace, was now exhilarated by the bustling throngs and fluttering banners. Suddenly, her gaze fell upon Lin Xian's figure. Yaoji's eyes widened in disbelief. How could the one who saved her be present in the Celestial Court? Was he invited to witness the grand contest? Due to the distance and the public nature of the event, she could not approach him directly, so she discreetly communicated with her brother. Brother, did you invite a disciple of the Jie sect this time? Haotian cast a puzzled glance at his sister, replying, Have I ever failed to invite disciples from the three teachings? Though it is merely a gesture, when have the disciples of the grand sects ever attended? Yaoji was taken aback. Then why is Lin Xian here? At the mention of Lin Xian, Haotian could not help but smile. Do you know him? This disciple of the Jia sect is now one of our Celestial Court's own. I recently bestowed upon him the title of the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. Yaoji's eyes widened further. Did Lin Xian not mention it to you? He was the one who saved me in the mortal realm. Meanwhile, the competition among the celestial soldiers had commenced under the auspices of the Grand Master Tai. Hundreds of celestial soldiers participated, with the majority at the Xianxian realm. Given that the battles among celestial soldiers did not specifically separate the true immortals from the Zhuangxians, most true immortal soldiers refrained from partaking, as they had little hope of triumphing over the Zhuangxians. The soldiers determined their opponents through a draw, competing one-on-one. The defeated would be eliminated, while the victors would advance to the next round. Through successive rounds of competition, the top 10 and the ultimate victor would be determined. During this time, as the contest unfolded among the celestial soldiers, Lin Xian and the others sat leisurely upon the clouds, watching with great interest. Celestial maidens flitted among the clouds, serving the watching immortals with spiritual fruits and divine brews. The immortals indulged in conversation and revelry while observing the matches, finding the experience quite delightful. With hundreds of rounds of competition, even simultaneous matches stretched on for an extensive duration. Fortunately, the immortals were unconcerned with the passing of days and nights, able to watch for several days without issue. In the blink of an eye, several days passed. Just as the battles among the celestial soldiers drew to a close, a profound sound resonated throughout the 33 heavens. Following this, a voice filled with mirth echoed in the celestial realm. Haotian, my esteemed uncle, I apologize for my tardiness. Please forgive me. A Taoist, clad in a bagua robe and holding a whisk, appeared gracefully in the 33 heavens. Haotian's voice rang out immediately. Ha! It turns out my nephew from Xuandu has arrived. Please take a seat. The heavenly emperor himself descended to greet him. Alongside the emperor was a celestial general, Bian Zhuang, who approached the Taoist with a solemn demeanor and respectfully bowed. Disciple pays respects to the master. At this moment, within the 33 heavens, numerous celestial beings had largely discerned the identity of the Taoist, the master of Bian Zhuang, who could be personally welcomed by the heavenly sovereign. Could only be one person, the Holy One's direct disciple, the foremost pupil of the human sect, the quasi-saintly power, Master Xindu. The many watching immortals held their breath, incredulous at the notion that the grand celestial tournament could attract the attention of such a formidable presence. Many celestial eyes turned towards Bian Zhuang, who respectfully trailed behind Master Xindu, the general of the heavenly river. Was this quasi-saintly figure here merely to bolster the reputation of his disciple? High above, the heavenly sovereign warmly grasped Master Xindu's hand, yet he himself was filled with perplexity. Although he invited disciples from the three teachings to observe the celestial tournament every time, he had never garnered any significant results from such invitations. To his astonishment, this time, the foremost disciple of the human sect had come in person. What could be the reason for this visit? Nevertheless, despite his inner musings, the heavenly sovereign cordially escorted Master Xindu to the highest seat and personally presented rare primordial spiritual fruits and divine wine for his enjoyment. Master Xindu smiled faintly. Turning to his disciple, "Disciple, I hear you are also participating in this grand tournament?" Bian Zhuang promptly responded, "In reply to my master, I have indeed registered." Master Xian Du continued with a smile, "Do you possess the confidence to seize the top honor?" Bian Zhuang's expression turned serious. "Rest assured, Master, I shall not disappoint." At this moment, the Heavenly Sovereign understood. It seemed that this esteemed figure had indeed come for the sake of his disciple. Yet, was it truly necessary for a quasi-saint to attend a heavenly tournament merely involving a golden immortal disciple? Did Master Xian Du place such high importance on this disciple? Just as the Heavenly Sovereign pondered these questions, the battles among the celestial generals commenced. Chapter 18. Lin Xian versus Bian Zhuang. The wager of the 4 imperial fruits. The contests among the celestial generals were far less cumbersome than those among the heavenly soldiers. The entire assembly of celestial generals numbered only in the dozens, making it easy to arrange the matchups. Naturally, battles among golden immortals were not as straightforward as those among the heavenly immortals if the competitors were closely matched. It was not uncommon for the fights to last several days and nights. The process was certainly far more exhilarating than the contests of the heavenly immortals. The giant spirit god, the Justice Heavenly God, and Bian Zhuang all brimmed with confidence, eager to shine in the tournament. Lin Xian also entered the fray in the first round, facing a celestial general of early golden immortal rank, who served as a protective deity and was one of the long-time attendants of the Heavenly Sovereign. Although this guardian deity was a confidant of the Heavenly Sovereign, his talents were average, and his abilities were rather modest, rendering him no match for Lin Xian. Lin Xian effortlessly defeated him, without even resorting to his primordial spiritual treasures or great supernatural powers. However, on the other side, the giant spirit god faced defeat. He encountered the Justice Heavenly God directly. The giant spirit god was a body-refining golden immortal, having reached the mid-level of golden immortality, while the Justice Heavenly God, also at mid-level, was a chi-refining golden immortal, making their disparity almost negligible. However, the body-refining golden immortals possess formidable defenses under comparable circumstances. A chi-refining golden immortal, lacking extraordinary means, simply cannot contend with a body-refining golden immortal. Thus, the giant spirit god initially had a considerable advantage. Yet, to his astonishment, the judicial heavenly god had somehow procured a piece of innate spiritual treasure. This treasure, known as the Towning Mountain Seal, was not primarily designed for assault, but rather for exerting gravitational force from a distance. As a body-refining powerhouse adept in the celestial arts, the giant spirit god could transform into a towering figure, impervious to weaponry and elemental forces, exuding immense might with every movement. Nevertheless, he was considerably lacking in speed. The Towning Mountain Seal wielded by the judicial heavenly god struck precisely at the giant spirit god's vulnerable points. The gravitational force exerted upon the giant spirit god, who had expanded his form, was amplified tenfold, if not 100-fold. What was already a sluggish movement became nearly impossible. He could only passively endure the onslaught. Yet, enduring punishment was, in fact, the forte of body-refining golden immortals. While the judicial heavenly god had managed to restrict the giant spirit god's movements, breaching his physical defenses remained an exceedingly daunting task. However, in confronting a body-refining expert, one need not rely solely on direct confrontation. The judicial heavenly god, while employing the Towning Mountain Seal to suppress the giant spirit god, deftly maneuvered around him, perpetually disrupting his efforts. Moreover, he incessantly taunted, "Giant spirit god, is this all you can do? Merely endure blows? Then I shall not hold back. After I thoroughly thrash you, you may concede." Under the barrage of insults, the giant spirit god felt a surge of indignation, maintaining his colossal form as he clumsily struck at the judicial heavenly god. Yet, under the weight of the gravitational suppression, his movements were painfully slow, rendering him incapable of landing a blow. At last, the judicial heavenly god seized an opportunity, while the giant spirit god was distracted. He unleashed a rope-like, postnatal spiritual treasure. The giant spirit god, caught off guard, found himself ensnared by the binding rope. As a body-refining powerhouse, he was particularly vulnerable to restraints and suppression. Although this rope was not an innate treasure, it was still a superior postnatal artifact of great strength, far beyond the giant spirit god's ability to escape. Even if he were to relinquish his celestial form, the rope remained tightly coiled around him, constricting further with each passing moment. Thus, the giant spirit god had utterly lost his capacity to resist and could only concede in resignation. The judicial heavenly god, brimming with pride, retracted the spiritual treasure, casting a triumphant glance toward Lin Xian in the distance. The defeated giant spirit god, seething with indignation, approached Lin Xian and exclaimed, "Brother, that judicial heavenly god is exceedingly treacherous, deliberately procuring a treasure specifically designed to target us body-refining cultivators. It is truly detestable. Should you encounter him in the next round, ensure you teach him a severe lesson on my behalf." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "Very well, leave this matter to me. I have a wager to settle with the judicial heavenly god. There is no way I shall let him escape unscathed." As soon as the words fell, the targets for the next round of the competition emerged. Lin Xian faced the judicial heavenly god. The nearby giant spirit god's eyes sparkled with excitement. He held immense confidence in his brother and patted Lin Xian's shoulder vigorously, exclaiming, "My good brother, it's your time to shine." Lin Xian smiled and soared into the arena. The gazes of numerous celestial beings turned towards him, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Recently, Lin Xian had garnered considerable fame in the heavenly court, not only as a newly ascended golden immortal but also as the extraordinary appointment of the greedy wolf Starlord. Drawing attention in droves, many celestial beings were eager to witness the prowess of this greedy wolf Starlord, who had attracted such favor from the heavenly emperor. On the other side, the judicial heavenly god also took to the skies, landing before Lin Xian. With a mocking gaze, he remarked, "Greedy wolf Starlord, after our battle, you shall become nothing but a laughingstock." Lin Xian merely smiled and addressed the judicial heavenly god. "Earlier, you mentioned wagering against me in this grand contest. Is that still the case?" The judicial heavenly god furrowed his brow. How dare Lin Xian bring up the wager? Did he possess true confidence? Or was he merely attempting to provoke him? With a cold smirk, the judicial heavenly god replied, "What is there to fear? However, I possess 500,000 merits to wager. I wonder what the greedy wolf Starlord has to offer?" Lin Xian maintained his smile and, with a flick of his wrist, summoned the Xianbing Extinguishing Calamity spear into his hand. This spear is a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, valued at 1,000,000 merits even in the treasure hall. I wonder if it catches your interest, judicial heavenly god? The judicial heavenly god's pupils constricted as he fixated on the spear in Lin Xian's grasp. Even from a distance, he could feel a chill emanating from it. Could it truly be an innate spiritual treasure? How could Lin Xian possess such a treasure? Jealousy surged within the judicial heavenly god. After years of toil and peril, he had barely acquired an innate spiritual treasure. Yet, Lin Xian, having cultivated for such a short time, not only matched his realm but also wielded such a precious artifact with ease. Was it merely due to his prestigious background? Gritting his teeth, the judicial heavenly god declared, "Very well, I shall graciously accept this innate spiritual treasure in advance." Lin Xian scoffed lightly. "Then you must put in the effort, judicial heavenly god." With that, he brandished the spear and gestured, "Please, go ahead." The judicial heavenly god was unhesitant and immediately summoned his own innate spiritual treasure, the Jinyue seal. The seal radiated brilliance, and an invisible gravity instantly bore down upon Lin Xian. Lin Xian felt his body grow heavy as if he were carrying a mountain on his back. However, being a golden immortal with a robust physique, while the weight hindered his movements, it was insufficient to directly suppress him. Moreover, he was not without his own treasures. In facing the judicial heavenly god, Lin Xian couldn't be bothered to summon the Xian Wang Ding and instead activated his close-fitting turtle spirit armor. A green luminescent shield enveloped Lin Xian, effectively countering 90% of the gravitational force. The minuscule remainder of weight was easily disregarded by him. He soared forth on the winds, dashing towards the judicial heavenly god, spear raised to strike. What? The countenance of the judicial deity suddenly shifted dramatically. Faced with the formidable advance of Lin Xian, the judicial deity hastily retreated while simultaneously unleashing a bolt of white divine thunder. This thunder, imbued with both equilibrium and a majestic celestial authority, was the very divine thunder technique cultivated by the judicial deity. Indeed, the judicial deity had attained the golden immortal Dao fruit through the mastery of the laws of thunder. His profound expertise in thunder was precisely why he had caught the attention of the celestial emperor and ascended to his current divine status. The white divine thunder moved with remarkable swiftness, crashing before Lin Xian in an instant. Yet Lin Xian stood his ground, seemingly oblivious to its presence. Boom! The thunder erupted. But Lin Xian absorbed the impact without faltering, as if nothing had transpired, and lunged forward with his spear towards the judicial deity. In that fleeting moment, a frigid wind swept across the expanse of nearly 1,000 miles. Now that Lin Xian had achieved the golden immortal status, he could finally unleash the true might of his Xianbing Shizai spear. The judicial deity felt his entire being stiffen, as the terrifying chill threatened to seep into his very bones. Simultaneously, confronted by Lin Xian's spear aimed directly at his chest, the judicial deity dared only to evade, fully aware of the peril that lay in confronting such a weapon. After all, that was a congenital spiritual treasure. However, beyond mere evasion, the judicial deity also sought to counterattack. The Jinyue seal in his grasp, capable of exerting tremendous gravity, could also be wielded as a formidable weapon, and thus, realizing that gravity was of little use against Lin Xian, he opted to utilize the Jinyue seal as a ranged treasure, directing it to strike at Lin Xian. The Jinyue seal hurtled through the air with immense force, shrouded in the illusory presence of a great mountain. The power of a single imprint was no less than that of a mountain pressing down upon him. In the face of the descending Jinyue seal, Lin Xian hesitated not a moment and invoked his divine ability. Minor divine ability, bear the mountain. In an instant, the ancient might of the divine mountain surged through Lin Xian, amplifying his physical prowess exponentially. Boom! With a sweeping motion of his Xianbing Shizai spear, Lin Xian sent the descending Jinyue seal flying away. The judicial deity's expression changed dramatically. Not only the judicial deity, but also the numerous celestial beings who had gathered with an air of curiosity were now wide-eyed in astonishment. A golden immortal of body refinement. How astonishing that the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf was indeed a golden immortal of body refinement. No wonder he dared to engage the judicial deity in close combat. A golden immortal possessing both form and spirit, the judicial deity was now in a precarious situation. The celestial beings were all astounded, but only the giant spirit god erupted in hearty laughter. He had long suspected that Lin Xian had simultaneously broken through to the realm of body refinement, for otherwise, he would not have exuded such confidence. Lin Xian's mastery as a chi refinement golden immortal was already evident, but his prowess as a body refinement golden immortal only revealed itself at this moment before the assembly of deities. Moreover, he was no ordinary body refinement golden immortal. The judicial deity, being at the mid-level of golden immortals, summoned forth the Jinyue seal, a low-grade congenital spiritual treasure. For an ordinary body refinement golden immortal to withstand such a strike was already a daunting feat. To sweep it away with a spear, that was a sight to behold. All the celestial beings straightened in their seats, their eyes fixated on Lin Xian in the arena, eager to discern the secrets of his prowess. At a higher vantage point, several formidable beings possessed clarity of mind. Hao Tian could not restrain a smile. Ah, is that the Donjon divine ability? It appears to have reached great mastery, indeed. A rare sight. The Donjon divine ability is rather reserved, directly enhancing the physical form. While ordinary celestial beings might not perceive it, it certainly could not escape the notice of quasi-saint powers. Nearby, the Grand Master Xuandu also displayed a hint of intrigue. It seems this young fellow has cultivated the Shangqing celestial methods. Is he a disciple of the Tongtian master? Hao Tian replied with a grin. The Star Lord of Greed indeed hails from the Jie sect, albeit as a third-generation disciple, having taken the turtle spirit as his master. Xuandu raised an eyebrow. As the foremost disciple of the human sect, and the only direct disciple of the Taiji saint, Xuandu naturally looked down upon the Jie sect's indiscriminate ways of welcoming all, thus he also regarded Lin Xian with disdain. Perceiving Xuandu's thoughts, Hao Tian deliberately remarked, Xuandu, by lineage, the Star Lord of Greed ought to address you as Master Uncle. What do you think of this disciple's accomplishments? Xuandu smiled slightly. He has cultivated both internally and externally, achieving the status of a golden immortal. Indeed commendable. However, it seems this disciple places undue emphasis on physical refinement, having perfected the minor divine ability Donjon to a great extent, which may be somewhat misplaced. In our cultivation, we ought to prioritize the methods of chi refinement. With myriad paths to the Tao, are they not far more practical than mere physical techniques? Upon hearing Xuandu's remarks, many celestial beings around nodded in silent agreement. Indeed, while a physically refined golden immortal possesses considerable might, it does not prevent chi-refining golden immortals from looking down upon them. In ancient times, physical refinement was almost exclusively the domain of the Wu clan, with no celestial beings practicing it. It was only after the decline of the Wu clan, when several heavenly Tao saints developed superior physical refinement techniques, that the practice began to spread. Nevertheless, even then, physically refined immortals remained subtly scorned by their chi-refining counterparts. Such hierarchies of disdain exist everywhere. do they not? Now, as the celestial beings heard Xuandu's disparagement of physical refinement, the majority shared his sentiment. Hao Tian, overhearing, chuckled softly but did not rush to counter the argument, merely stating, "Let us observe further." On the battlefield, the god of justice no longer dared to allow Lin Xian to close in, for a chi-refining golden immortal, without formidable protective treasures. Being approached by a physically refined golden immortal felt akin to courting death. The god of justice was now employing a multitude of tactics, manipulating the Town Mountain Seal to relentlessly strike at Lin Xian while unleashing bolts of heavenly thunder in an attempt to breach Lin Xian's defenses. Additionally, a post-heaven spiritual treasure rope danced nearby, seeking to ensnare Lin Xian. However, the issue lay in the fact that the turtle spirit armor adorning Lin Xian was an exceptional post-heaven spiritual treasure, boasting defensive capabilities on par with low-grade, innate treasures, fully capable of withstanding the god of justice's assaults. Not to mention, Lin Xian's physical defense as a physically refined golden immortal was already formidable. At this moment, Lin Xian was relentlessly pursuing the god of justice. In such circumstances, the divine judge's ambition to bind the giant spirit with the ethereal rope, akin to previous encounters, was nothing short of fanciful dreaming. Lin Xian, capable of effortlessly sending the Jinyue seal flying with a single thrust of his spear, could undoubtedly sever the ropes of the postnatal spirit treasure with equal ease. As for the heavenly thunder unleashed by the divine judge, it was met with Lin Xian's utter disregard. The divine judge found himself in a state of disarray, pursued relentlessly by Lin Xian, his heart seething with indignation. Cursed be this! If only my mastery of the five thunders were more refined, would Lin Xian dare to act so brazenly? As a celestial being specializing in thunder arts, the divine judge had endeavored to learn the renowned mastery of the five thunders upon joining the heavenly court. However, despite its formidable power, the art proved exceedingly challenging to grasp. To this day, the divine judge had only scratched the surface of the five thunders, its might hardly surpassing that of his well-honed thunder technique. This resulted in his utter inability to counter Lin Xian's prowess. At this juncture, observing the divine judge's predicament, Lin Xian chose not to use him as mere practice any longer, instead launching an ethereal grasp towards him. Minor divine art, soul capture. The divine judge's soul reverberated with a thunderous echo, though not forcibly extracted from his body. It found itself ensnared in turmoil, struggling to maintain lucidity. Following this, Lin Xian directed another gesture towards the divine judge. Minor divine art, dream invocation. The divine judge, already shaken, succumbed without resistance to an illusory realm. Stripped of any capacity for defiance, Lin Xian soared to him, thrusting his spear, enveloped in frigid air, instantly encasing him in a frozen sculpture. The victor was clear. The gathered celestial beings erupted in astonishment, their shock palpable. Meanwhile, the exalted Master Xuandu, observing from above, wore an expression of utmost intrigue. With the divine judge's defeat, the contest drew to a close. The presiding Taibai Jingxing hastened to descend, liberating the divine judge from his icy prison and ensuring his healing. Lin Xian stood resolutely, watching the divine judge retreat, and with a smile, reminded him, "Divine judge, do not forget our wager." The divine judge, supported by others, trembled at the words, uncertain whether it was from the cold or his anger. At this moment, the gaze of the celestial beings upon Lin Xian was filled with reverence. It is essential to note that the divine judge, skilled in thunder arts and wielding a congenital treasure, was considered a top-tier powerhouse even among golden immortals. Yet, the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf had dispatched him with seemingly little effort. High above, Hao Tian nodded in satisfaction, turning to the Master Xuandu with a smile. "What are your thoughts on the performance of the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf just now?" The Master Xuandu's lips twitched slightly. As the saying goes, experts see the nuances, while novices see the spectacle. Although the gathered celestial beings were not entirely unversed, they were primarily spectators, with few grasping the reasons behind Lin Xian's sudden display of might in defeating the divine judge. However, for someone like Hao Tian and the Master Xuandu, the intricacies were crystal clear. Wind manipulation, mountain bearing, soul capture, dream invocation, how extensive the divine arts mastered by the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. Hao Tian could not help but marvel. The great Master Xuandu curled his lips in disdain, remarking that one cannot overreach, especially when it comes to divine powers, which are more valuable for their quality than their quantity. This disciple from the sect was indeed too greedy, which is detrimental to his cultivation. Hao Tian chuckled. Doesn't Master Xuandu see that the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf has perfected these divine powers? At last, Xuandu was left speechless. It was true that, as he stated, quality prevails over quantity in divine abilities. Yet Lin Xian not only possessed a multitude of powers, but had also mastered each to a remarkable degree. Although they were merely minor divine powers, it should be noted that Lin Xian was only a golden immortal. This was indeed a formidable feat. The judicial celestial was easily defeated by Lin Xian, and there was no injustice in that. However, Xuandu still held his ground, stating coolly that compared to divine powers, one's realm is of utmost importance. Although this disciple displayed commendable comprehension, he seemed to have misallocated his focus predominantly on divine powers rather than on understanding the fundamental laws and elevating his realm. It was evident from their duel that he had not even utilized the power of the laws, showcasing a lack of proficiency in that area. Now it was Hao Tian's turn to scoff, yet he refrained from countering Xuandu's argument. Despite Xuandu's stubbornness, he spoke a truth that could not be dismissed. To achieve mastery of 4 minor divine powers at the golden immortal level indicated exceptional insight. With such discernment, it was a pity to not devote his primary efforts to comprehending the laws and enhancing his realm, but instead to cultivate divine powers. Had it not been for Hao Tian's unwavering confidence in Lin Xian, he too would feel a sense of regret at this moment. However, Hao Tian trusted his judgment and believed that Lin Xian was not short-sighted. Thus, what law did Lin Xian comprehend upon achieving the golden immortal status? Both Hao Tian and Xuandu fell silent, while on another side, several stunning yet distinctly unique female immortals continued their hushed discussions. As I've told you all. Isn't the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf impressive? Exclaimed Fairy Yaoji with pride. Princess Longji laughed. Auntie, you have just been released by father. Do you truly grasp how formidable the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf is? Yaoji quickly replied, of course, it's because my judgment is exceptional. Just ask Xuannu. She must have noticed too. Beside them, the 9 heavens. Xuannu looked up in confusion, momentarily at a loss for words under their gazes. Yes indeed. The Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf is truly remarkable. When I first broke through to the golden immortal level, I was not even as capable as he. Hearing this, Princess Longji's expression shifted. To be praised so highly by the great Xuannu of the Deluo Golden Immortal Realm indicates that this Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf is indeed extraordinary, which explains why her father values him so greatly. Meanwhile, Yaoji beamed with delight, taking pride in the recognition. As the judicial celestial fell to Lin Xian, the grand competition in the heavenly court was finally reaching its conclusion. On another front, General Bian Zhuang of the Heavenly River also triumphed over his opponent, securing victory. This meant that only the final match remained, Lin Xian versus Bian Zhuang. One, the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf, and the other, the General of the Heavenly River. One hails from the sect, having been taught by the Holy Mother of Tortoise Spirit, while the other is a direct disciple of the great Master Xuandu. Both are members of the human race and have achieved the golden immortal fruit at such a young age, with boundless potential ahead of them. In this intense confrontation, it would not be an exaggeration to say it is akin to a needle facing a grain of wheat. The gathered celestial beings were electrified with excitement. Not only did they call upon friends, but some even ventured to establish wagers on the outcome of this duel. The notable figures in higher echelons observed this spectacle with varied expressions. The audacious Yao Ji, accompanied by her niece Long Ji and her friend Jiu Tian Xiannu, stealthily made their way to place bets, clearly favoring Lin Xian to prevail. Although Hao Tian witnessed this scene, he chose to feign ignorance. Beside him, the Golden Mother of the Yao Pool remarked, "Who do you believe possesses superior skills, the General of the Heavenly River or the Lord of the Greedy Wolf? Who will emerge victorious in this contest?" Hao Tian cast a glance at the Grand Master of Xian Du beside him and replied with a slight smile. "Both are my heavenly generals, thus it matters not who wins." The Golden Mother chuckled softly and turned to the Grand Master of Xian Du, inquiring, "What is your perspective?" "Dear nephew?" The Grand Master of Xian Du confidently asserted, "Naturally, I support my own disciple. It is not favoritism. It's merely that although the disciple from the GS sect possesses formidable abilities, he has only recently ascended to the golden immortal stage, which places him at a distinct disadvantage. Lin Xian, newly transcended, remains in the early golden immortal phase, while Bian Zhuang has already attained the late stage." Hao Tian smiled subtly, refraining from rebuttal. However, the Grand Master of Xian Du remarked earnestly, "Does it seem that you are unconvinced, Master? Perhaps we should engage in a wager ourselves?" Hao Tian, intrigued, asked, "What does your esteemed nephew wish to wager with me?" The Grand Master of Xian Du produced a jade vial with a flourish and stated earnestly, I am willing to wager this exquisite sheep fat, jade purity vial against a fruit position. The vial was a masterpiece, its opening resembling a swirling vortex, seemingly capable of engulfing the heavens and the earth. Not only Hao Tian, but also the golden mother of the Yao pool, the distant Jiao Tian Xian Nu, and Yao Ji turned their gazes toward the precious vial. Such a rare treasure being offered as a wager implied that the fruit position in question must hold significant value. Hao Tian could not help but exclaim in admiration. The sheep fat jade purity vial, a top-grade innate spiritual treasure, even for quasi-saint powers. Such treasures are exceedingly rare and precious. The Grand Master of Xiandu, however, had produced one as a wager. What kind of fruit position would be worthy of such a top-grade innate spiritual treasure? The Grand Master of Xiandu slowly spoke. I wish to wager a Four Sovereigns fruit position for my disciple. I wonder what you think, Master? Both Hao Tian and the Golden Mother of the Yao Pool exhibited expressions of realization. The Four Sovereigns fruit position of the Heavenly Court ranks just below the Heavenly Emperor Hao Tian, thus one could say it is second only to him among multitudes. Only a fruit position of such caliber would be deemed worthy of a quasi-saint power wagering a top-grade innate spiritual treasure. Hao Tian fell silent for a moment. Chapter 19. The Flamelight Banner emerges. The golden money falls, a hundredfold strike. The Four Sovereigns fruit positions of the Heavenly Court hold immense importance. Unlike other fruit positions, each of the Four Sovereigns governs a segment of authority within the Heavenly Court. It would not be an exaggeration to call them lords beneath the Heavenly Emperor. There are many who covet these Four Sovereigns fruit positions. Prior to this, Hao Tian had only shown respect to Yuan Shi Tianzuan by granting the position of the South Pole Emperor among the Four Sovereigns to the South Pole Immortal. This was due to the fact that the South Pole Immortal was, in his own right, a powerful golden immortal of good fortune, and moreover, he was the senior disciple of the Chan sect and a trusted confidant of Yuan Shi Tianzuan. It was for these reasons that Hao Tian acquiesced to Yuan Shi Tianzuan's request and conferred the South Pole Immortal as one of the Four Sovereigns. For the Heavenly Court, the addition of a formidable Chan sect Great Luo Golden Immortal, even in name only, constituted a mutually beneficial arrangement. However, the current situation regarding the human sect was markedly different. If Master Xuandu himself were to seek admission into the Heavenly Court, Hao Tian would undoubtedly exhibit no hesitation, granting the esteemed position of the Four Sovereigns as he pleased. The willingness of a quasi-saint to join the Heavenly Court, even as an equal, would be met with warm welcome by Hao Tian. Yet, as it stood, Master Xuandu was not seeking admission for himself, but rather advocating for a golden immortal disciple to attain a position among the Four Sovereigns, which naturally caused Hao Tian to hesitate. Bian Zhuang had entered the Heavenly Court as a golden immortal and had since spent a considerable amount of time without advancing to the status of a supreme golden immortal. Although Bian Zhuang's cultivation speed was not slow in comparison to other golden immortals, Hao Tian found the qualifications and fortune of Master Xuandu's disciple to be less than remarkable, especially when juxtaposed with Lin Xian. Hao Tian turned to Master Xuandu and pondered aloud, "Nephew, it is not that I am unwilling to bestow a position among the Four Sovereigns. Rather, this fruit of position bears significant implications and heavy karmic ties. With the cultivation of a golden immortal, he may find it difficult to bear such a weight." Master Xuandu, having prepared his response, smiled and replied, "This matter is well understood by this humble Taoist. I would not wish to place His Majesty in a difficult position. If my disciple emerges victorious, I ask that your Majesty temporarily reserve a position among the Four Sovereigns for him, to be conferred upon his attainment of the great Luo Dao fruit." Upon hearing this, Hao Tian immediately exhaled a sigh of relief and said, "If that is the case, it shall indeed be a fortuitous event for the Heavenly Court. Very well, I grant my approval. Should Bian Zhuang succeed in breaking through to the great Luo Golden Immortal, what harm is there in granting him a position among the Four Sovereigns?" Master Xuandu beamed at this affirmation. As for whether Bian Zhuang could achieve the status of great Luo Golden Immortal and when he might do so, both powerful figures tacitly chose not to address this matter. Hao Tian and Master Xuandu did not intentionally obscure their conversation, thus their dialogue naturally reached the ears of those nearby. Yao Ji and others exchanged whispers, intrigued. A wager for a position among the Four Sovereigns? Such a monumental stake. Princess Longji's eyes widened in astonishment. They all understood the significance of the Four Sovereigns' position. Yao Ji turned to the highest-ranking Jiao Tian Xian Nu and quietly inquired, "Xian Nu, who do you believe has the greater chance of victory?" After a moment of contemplation, Jiao Tian Xian Nu responded earnestly, "Though Lord Tanling cultivates both qi and body, he has only just attained the golden immortal status. while General Tianhe has honed his skills in the Golden Immortal Realm for many years. Thus, he should possess the greater advantage. Although Yao Ji found Jiu Tianxin Nu's reasoning sound, she nonetheless pouted, "That may not necessarily be the case. I firmly believe Lord Tanlang has the upper hand." Beside her, Princess Longji murmured in agreement, "I also support Lord Tanlang." The Nine Heavens mysterious lady, feeling somewhat embarrassed, remarked, "I have merely assessed their capabilities based on what they have revealed. It appears that the Star of Greed still possesses untapped abilities. So it is difficult to make a definitive judgment." Yaoji nodded in satisfaction, affirming, "I knew it." The spirited discussion among the younger generation caught the attention of the Golden Mother of the Yao Pool, who could not help but exhibit a curious expression. Could it be that this Star of Greed truly has formidable techniques yet to be unveiled? If that is indeed the case, it would be quite beneficial to temper the enthusiasm of the disciples of Renjiao. Amidst the gazes of the multitude, the final contest commenced. Lin Xian and Bian Zhuang stepped into the arena, exchanging glances. Bian Zhuang clasped his hands in salute, declaring, "Taoist Lin Xian, in this battle, I shall not hold back. So do take care." Lin Xian replied with a composed smile, "Feel free to unleash your full potential, my friend." Bian Zhuang furrowed his brow but said nothing further. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a nine-toothed rake, conjuring it in the air and launching it towards Lin Xian. This nine-toothed rake, forged by the Saint of Taiji, is known as the Supreme Treasure of Golden Essence. Although it is a postnatal spiritual treasure, it ranks among the finest of its kind. The rake soared through the air, radiating brilliance, as flames erupted and fierce winds howled, sweeping towards Lin Xian with great force. Lin Xian smiled slightly and thrust his Xianbing extinguishing calamity spear, unleashing a chill that enveloped 1,000 miles. In an instant, ice and fire intertwined, and mist billowed across the battlefield. Bian Zhuang fixed his gaze on Lin Xian, his expression grave. Although his magical power was evidently superior to Lin Xian's, he found that his spiritual treasure was utterly ineffective against his opponent. Lin Xian called out, "Bian Zhuang, it is time to showcase your true prowess." Bian Zhuang stepped onto the clouds and snorted coldly, "Very well. Allow me to demonstrate my might." With that, he gestured with the nine-toothed rake, pointing far into the distance. Boom! A tremendous roar echoed throughout the heavenly court, relentless and thunderous, reminiscent of a storm. Yet, what descended was not lightning, but the surging waters of the heavenly river. Originally situated in the fourth heaven, Bian Zhuang had summoned it directly to the 33 heavens. This was not solely due to his position as a general of the heavenly river, but also because he had attained the golden immortal status through the mastery of water principles and had cultivated formidable water-based abilities, stirring rivers and churning seas. With this divine art, he commanded rivers and lakes with ease, capable of conjuring towering waves with a mere thought. Though the waters of the heavenly river are unique, Bian Zhuang's mastery of the art of stirring rivers had reached a significant level, and combined with his authority as a general, he was able to draw forth a substantial portion of the heavenly river's waters to the 33 heavens. The waters of the heavenly river are extraordinarily special. Infused with the power of the stars, each drop weighs 1,000 pounds and transcends the limitations of the 5 elements, where gold cannot generate and earth cannot overcome. Bian Zhuang summoned forth a substantial portion of the heavenly river's waters, enough to leave ordinary golden immortals trembling in fear. However, Lin Xian was not only unafraid but instead laughed heartily, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. Truly splendid water." As he spoke, a radiant starlight enveloped him. The power of the Star of Greed surged within him. Lin Xian's physical strength and magical energy ascended to a new level, reaching the mid-phase of the golden immortal realm. Immediately, Lin Xian unleashed the divine power of mountain bearing, elevating his physical strength once more, nearly approaching the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Simultaneously, the waters of the heavenly river surged forth with tremendous force. Boom! The turbulent waters crashed against Lin Xian, akin to a mountain collapsing into the sea, causing his turtle spirit armor to nearly falter under the pressure. Yet, in no time, Lin Xian wielded the Xianbing Shizai spear, forcefully dispersing the surrounding waters of the heavenly river. It is often said that drawing a sword to sever water only makes it flow more fiercely. Yet Lin Xian stood resolutely against the heavenly river with sheer physical might. Furthermore, the dispersed waters, under the chilling influence of the Xianbing Shizai spear, transformed into fragments of solid ice. However, Lin Xian's capabilities extended far beyond this. With a mere gesture towards the shards of ice surrounding him, the power of creation surged forth, causing countless ice blocks to swiftly converge and morph into colossal ice giants. Mastery over creation allows one to transform stone into soldiers and earth into generals, thus enabling the condensation of ice warriors. The onlooking deities, those with discerning eyes, were collectively taken aback. Did I not perceive it incorrectly? Did the army of the greedy wolf star just employ the power of creation? I did not misjudge. It indeed resembles the power of creation. So, the greedy wolf star lord attained the golden immortal Tao fruit through the laws of creation. Does this imply that his current divine powers are derived from the mastery of creation? Is it truly possible for a golden immortal to learn such a divine technique? I am truly enlightened. The multitude of deities engaged in fervent discussion, while the powerful beings above wore grave expressions. The Grand Master Xuandu could not help but voice his thoughts. The laws of creation are remarkable, but this disciple employs a minor mastery of the creation technique. Does he not? How has he comprehended it? While few golden immortals can grasp the laws of creation, those who reach the minor mastery of such a grand technique as creation are indeed rare. Hao Yan also could not restrain his admiration. It seems that the greedy wolf star lord possesses truly exceptional comprehension. The Grand Master Xuandu fell into a momentary silence. Indeed, apart from extraordinary insight, what other explanation could suffice? Amidst the astonishment of the many deities, the waters of the heavenly river, now transformed into solid ice, coalesced into towering ice giants. The reason for this complex process, rather than directly forming water giants from the heavenly river, was not due to Lin Xian's inability. Rather, he understood that Bian Zhuang, a golden immortal adept in the laws of water, would undoubtedly diminish the effectiveness of giants formed from water in his presence. In contrast, giants formed from solid ice would not only alleviate this concern, but their destructive power would also surpass that of water giants, albeit with lesser complexity. In the blink of an eye, 6 colossal ice giants stood firm amidst the waters of the heavenly river, each possessing destructive capabilities rivaling that of a golden immortal. The 6 ice giants did not rush to attack. Instead, they shielded Lin Xian from the oncoming torrents, significantly easing his burden. On the other side of the river, Bian Zhuang's expression shifted dramatically. As a rightful descendant of the Xianmen, how could he fail to recognize the grand technique of creation? Moreover, the ability to conjure 6 colossal ice giants comparable to the golden immortals in one breath suggests that this divine power cannot merely be regarded as rudimentary. It is undoubtedly a remarkable achievement, having just recently ascended to the golden immortal realm. To have cultivated this legendary divine art to a proficient level is indeed a troubling predicament. Simultaneously, the 6 towering ice giants coalesced into an imposing ice wall, bracing against the surging waters of the celestial river, and began to advance towards Bian Zhuang. Lin Xian, armed with a spear, stood behind the ice wall, moving with an air of nonchalance. Bian Zhuang's expression turned grave as he no longer held back, unleashing his full might with the formidable technique of upheaving rivers and seas. The waters of the celestial river roared, crashing against the icy giants with the amplification of this divine power. Boom, 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 under the relentless assault of the celestial river. The icy surface of the giants soon began to crack, leading to their eventual disintegration. This was to be expected, after all. The ice giants conjured by Lin Xian had merely reached the threshold of the golden immortal in terms of defense and strength, while Bian Zhuang's full-force execution of the upheaving technique, enhanced by the celestial river, was already nearing the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. Yet, before Bian Zhuang could express any delight, Lin Xian pointed once more, and the power of creation surged forth. The scattered shards of ice were revitalized, swiftly coalescing into another ice giant. Bian Zhuang's countenance darkened to an extreme. Just as he finished off one, another could be summoned immediately? This was utterly infuriating. In the distance, Hao Tian quietly marveled. The power of creation is ceaseless, if one were to consider the level of difficulty. It may very well be the most troublesome among the 3,000 paths. Master Xuandu glanced at Hao Yan and shook his head, saying, in terms of being troublesome, the paths of time and space are not to be underestimated either. The heavenly emperor Hao Tian himself is a quasi-saint adept in the path of space. Hao Yan replied with a smile. The destructive power of time and space is indeed greater, excelling in direct assaults. But when it comes to preservation, it pales in comparison to the power of creation. Your disciple is likely to face a downfall this time. However, Master Xuandu merely chuckled and shook his head. That may not necessarily be the case. Your Majesty, please observe. Hao Yan was taken aback, feeling a twinge of confusion. The army of the greedy wolf star had already revealed such prowess, yet Master Xuandu still retained confidence in his disciple. Could it be that there was indeed a hidden trump card? In truth, at that very moment, the assembled celestial beings shared a similar sentiment. It seemed that Bianzhuang, the general of the celestial river, was destined to face defeat. The renown of the power of creation is overwhelmingly great, and its might is indeed well-deserved. The ability to create all things, to inspire them into becoming soldiers, ensures that within the same realm, the power of creation remains undefeated. Not to mention that a golden immortal adept in the laws of creation possesses an astonishing survival capability, akin to an indestructible cockroach. It is precisely for this reason that the path of creation ranks among the top 10 of the 3,000 paths. In contrast, while Bianzhuang's expertise lies in the laws of water, which is indeed a premier path, it is merely one among the 5 elemental laws. In terms of might and profundity, it falls short of the laws of creation. If Bianzhuang were to establish the fundamental principles of water manipulation and thus comprehend the entirety of the 5 elements, he might stand a chance to rival the laws of creation. However, at this juncture, it is evident that Bianzhuang has yet to grasp the complete essence of the 5 elements. Consequently, not only the observing immortals but even Hao Yin is at a loss as to how he might secure victory. Yet, the Grand Master Xuandu remains unwaveringly confident in his disciple. On the other hand, the battle has escalated to a fever pitch. Lin Xian, with the aid of 6 colossal ice giants, has forcefully advanced through the surging waters of the heavenly river, arriving directly before Bianzhuang. The 6 ice giants have shattered and reformed countless times, but for Lin Xian, this merely entails a consumption of his elemental power. For Bianzhuang, however, the situation has become exceedingly perilous. Though he possesses some martial prowess, he is not a physical immortal. Before the might of the 6 ice giants and Lin Xian, he is but a fleeting shadow, bound to falter at the slightest touch. This was precisely the reason many immortals had previously doubted his capabilities. Lin Xian, with his formidable physique and the blessing of creation's power, is wholly unafraid of injury. Bolstered further by the ice giants, placing him in an invulnerable position. In stark contrast, once Bianzhuang finds himself within the reach of Lin Xian and the ice giants, his maneuverability becomes severely restricted, and a minor misstep could lead to his downfall. Indeed, as Lin Xian and the 6 ice giants encircled Bianzhuang, the once dominant general of the heavenly river found himself in imminent danger. With the spear of Lin Xian striking like a dragon, a murderous aura enveloped the surroundings. While the ice giants obstructed the river, launching a coordinated assault, Bianzhuang could only evade while leveraging the waters of the heavenly river to retaliate. It is evident that this prospective saintly disciple is not only adept in the grand art of manipulating the waters, but also possesses a repertoire of other water-based techniques, allowing him to endure for a considerable duration. However, under the relentless onslaught of Lin Xian and the 6 ice giants, a prolonged defense would inevitably lead to failure. Barely escaping Lin Xian's thrust, Bianzhuang shattered one of the ice giants, yet before he could catch his breath, he suddenly felt a chilling presence as Lin Xian pointed decisively. Soul capture. Nightmare invocation. Boom. As the clash of divine consciousness resonated, several ice giants reached out with their massive hands toward Bianzhuang. Just then, a surge of crimson light erupted, followed by a blaze that illuminated the surroundings, entirely thwarting the assault of the ice giants. Lin Xian furrowed his brow and ceased his attack. Simultaneously, Hao Tian, from a high vantage, turned his gaze towards the Grand Master Xuandu, his brow equally furrowed. The Earthbound Flame Light Banner? The Earthbound Flame Light Banner, one of the 5 elemental flags of innate origin, is a supreme innate spiritual treasure. It is said that this banner possesses the power to disrupt yin and yang and invert the 5 elements. Once summoned, it envelopes the bearer in flames, repelling all evils and rendering them impervious to all forms of attack. As a premier defensive spiritual treasure of innate origin, few artifacts throughout the primordial realm can compare. Hao Tian gazed at the Grand Master Xuandu, unable to suppress a sigh. This is merely a contest among the younger generation. Must one resort to such a treasure? The Earthbound Flame Light Banner is a relic of the Supreme Purity Saint. In other words, this is a treasure specially borrowed by Master Xuandu from his own mentor to ensure that his disciple triumphs in the grand contest of the heavenly realm. Master Xuandu smiled faintly, saying, "Apologies, my respected uncle. This humble disciple has lent this treasure to my disciple, as I noticed he lacked protective artifacts for this competition. However, my disciple has shown some pride and has not utilized it until now." Hao Yin shook his head, weary of further discussion. Master Xuandu had even lent the earthly flame flag to his disciple, clearly aiming for the esteemed position among the four sovereigns. All he could do was accept his fate and say nothing more. On the other side, Yaoji was filled with righteous indignation, exclaiming, "This is utterly unfair. That is the earthly flame flag. Once such a supreme innate spiritual treasure is unleashed, who can possibly break through its defenses?" Princess Longji echoed her sentiments. Indeed, it is merely a contest among golden immortals. Using a few innate spiritual treasures is one thing, but bringing out the earthly flame flag is excessive. Although the nine heavens Xian Nu remained silent, her frown spoke volumes. The supreme innate defensive treasure, even if Bian Zhuang's golden immortal prowess could not unleash its full might, would place him in a truly invulnerable position. Compared to Lin Xian's transformative power, it paled in significance. He was genuinely in a position of invincibility. The gathered celestial beings buzzed with conversation. The earthly flame flag. It is a legendary artifact. Who would have thought to witness it today? Indeed. But using such a treasure in a contest seems rather excessive, doesn't it? Certainly. Even if the general of the Heavenly River wins, it would hardly be a fair victory. In my opinion, the Star Lord of the Greed Wolf should simply concede. After all, there is honor in defeat. Listening to the multitude of celestial beings, Bian Zhuang, wielding the earthly flame flag, could not help but flush with embarrassment. He too felt that employing a supreme innate treasure was akin to winning without honor, which is why he had refrained from using it until now. However, Lin Xian's strength exceeded his expectations, leaving him no choice but to wield this artifact. Bian Zhuang cupped his hands towards Lin Xian, his expression resigned, saying, "I apologize. Esteemed friend, my master has commanded me to secure victory in this contest, thus compelling me to shamelessly employ this flag." Lin Xian chuckled. "Why say such things, my friend? The mere fact that your sect has bestowed this treasure upon you speaks volumes of your capabilities. I hold no grievances." Although surprised, he felt no anger. The power of a supreme innate treasure in a duel among golden immortals was undoubtedly unreasonable, yet the ability to borrow such an artifact was a testament to one's skill. After all, he too had a sect. Should his own mentor or ancestor grant him a supreme innate treasure, he would not hesitate to use it. Empathy prevailed, and Lin Xian saw no issue with the matter. Hearing Lin Xian's words, Bian Zhuang sighed in relief, his expression one of regret. While that may be so, I still lack honor in this victory. After the contest, I shall treat you, esteemed friend. Lin Xian promptly interrupted Bian Zhuang, laughing. "Hold on. Do you truly believe I am prepared to concede?" Bian Zhuang looked astonished. "What else is there? I stand in an invulnerable position. Do you wish to engage in a futile struggle?" Lin Xian could not help but chuckle. "Bian Zhuang, have you not heard that the methods of the Tao are manifold, and that there are realms beyond this one? Although the earthbound flame banner is formidable, perhaps I, as a humble Taoist, possess a countermeasure?" As these words escaped his lips, not only did Bian Zhuang exhibit a face of astonishment, but the surrounding crowd was also engulfed in disbelief. That was a top-tier innate defensive spiritual treasure. Could the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf truly claim he has a method to counter it? Surely, this must be a jest. Both Hao Yin and Master Xuandu revealed expressions of skepticism as well. Only Yao Ji perked up, exclaiming, "The Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf claims to have a countermeasure." Indeed, I did not misjudge him. She had placed significant trust in Lin Xian. Meanwhile, Princess Longji nodded repeatedly, filled with anticipation. Although the celestial maiden of the nine heavens harbored doubts, she remained silent, merely observing intently. At that moment, among the myriad celestial beings, few believed Lin Xian possessed a solution. Holding the earthbound flame banner firmly, Bian Zhuang stated with gravity, "Since the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf claims to have a means of resolution, I invite you to demonstrate it." With the top-tier innate spiritual treasure safeguarding him, he believed himself to be invincible, thus reluctant to bully others further. Lin Xian, upon hearing this, did not feign modesty. He flipped his hand to reveal a peculiarly shaped gold coin. This coin, adorned with wings and resplendent hues, was none other than the falling treasure coin he had previously acquired from Xiaosheng and Qiaobao. Indeed, Lin Xian intended to utilize this treasure to contend with the earthbound flame banner in Bian Zhuang's possession. The falling treasure coin is specifically designed to counter spiritual treasures, rendering any object below the innate supreme treasure powerless. The only concern was that the earthbound flame banner was of a significantly higher grade. If it were to be truly subdued, even with his ability to borrow fortune, the consumption would be exorbitant. After all, he could not genuinely seize the earthbound flame banner, for it was a treasure of the supreme pure sage, not to mention that Master Xuandu was watching closely. Such an endeavor would be unwise. Therefore, Lin Xian merely intended to disrupt the earthbound flame banner, rendering it temporarily ineffective. In this manner, the fortune consumed would be entirely manageable, and he would not appear excessively remarkable. At that moment, under the watchful gaze of numerous celestial beings, Lin Xian grasped the falling treasure coin with one hand while forming a seal with the other. In the name of the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf, I declare to the heavens, grant me a thread of fortune. This incantation was a result of Lin Xian's contemplation after attaining his official status as the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. Allowing for a clearer target for borrowing fortune, the likelihood of success would be augmented. Indeed, as Lin Xian's voice faded, an invisible and intangible thread of fortune enveloped him. This fortune was but a temporary borrowing, dissipating within a few breaths. However, Lin Xian required merely a single breath, as the thread of celestial fortune imbued him. Lin Xian promptly cast the falling treasure coin high into the air. With a soft chime, a radiant glow erupted forth. As the falling treasure coin descended, the connection between the earthbound flame banner in Bian Zhuang's grasp and its wielder was severed, extinguishing the flames and rendering it as mundane as an ordinary object. Bian Zhuang gaped in disbelief, his eyes widened in incredulity. The groundbound flame banner has surprisingly failed? What could be the reason behind this? In truth, the limited fortune consumed by Lin Xian only affected the groundbound flame banner for a brief period. Yet, for Lin Xian, this was more than sufficient. He promptly retrieved the void-gathering spirit jade, channeling its amassed hundredfold spiritual power into the Xianbing Shizai spear held firmly in his grasp. You possess treasures. Do I not have any? With a thrust of his spear, he unleashed a strike 100 times more potent. In an instant, a frigid gale swept across the expanse, conjuring a colossal silhouette of the spear, bearing the might comparable to a strike from a Tai Golden Immortal, aimed squarely at Bian Zhuang. Chapter 20. Lin Xian claims victory. Hao Yin bestows treasures. The future of the four sovereigns. The hundredfold augmentation of Lin Xian's power transcended the level of a Golden Immortal, reaching the threshold of a Tai Golden Immortal. Had the groundbound flame banner in Bian Zhuang's possession remained unaffected, it would have effortlessly blocked this formidable blow. However, due to the influence of the treasure-laden event, the groundbound flame banner had temporarily lost its efficacy. Faced with such a terrifying strike, Bian Zhuang found himself utterly powerless, unable even to flee. Even Tai Bai Jinxing, who presided over the contest, stood frozen in astonishment. Fortunately, the two quasi-saint powers observing the battle reacted swiftly. Hao Tian extended his hand, and Bian Zhuang vanished from his original location, silently reappearing at a distance. Meanwhile, the Grand Master of Xuandu pointed his finger, momentarily freezing Lin Xian's blow, which then dissipated like a fleeting bubble. A chorus of astonishment erupted among the celestial beings. In the blink of an eye, the outcome was determined. Who could have anticipated that Bian Zhuang, wielding a supreme innate spiritual treasure, would succumb so rapidly? Bian Zhuang, drenched in cold sweat, gazed at the groundbound flame banner as it returned to its normal state, feeling a slight sense of calmness within. Yet, the realization of his defeat brought forth a bitter smile. He flew back to Lin Xian's presence, sighed, and clasped his hands in respect, stating, "Your prowess is extraordinary. Lin Xian, I am truly convinced. Having been defeated despite possessing a supreme innate spiritual treasure, how could he still harbor any grievances?" From a high vantage point, the Grand Master of Xuandu displayed a look of regret, yet he merely sighed. "I never anticipated my disciple would possess such capabilities. Remarkable indeed." Though he yearned to secure a position for his disciple among the four sovereigns, he willingly accepted the outcome of this event. Hao Yin laughed heartily. "Since my nephew has spoken thus, let it be known that the contest was won by the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf." The Grand Master of Xuandu nodded in agreement with a smile, with Hao Yin himself declaring the result. Tai Bai Jinxing swiftly descended to the arena to announce the outcome of the contest. The Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf has emerged victorious. In this celestial competition, the crown goes to the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. A resounding cheer arose around them. The celestial beings descended, surrounding Lin Xian to congratulate him on his triumph. Hao Yin even personally descended from the clouds to stand before Lin Xian. "Ha! Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf, you have truly won splendidly this time." Hao Tian beamed with joy. Just moments ago, the Grand Master Xuandu conceded and handed over the exquisite jade bottle to him. How could Hao Yin not be elated to acquire a precious innate treasure without any cost? Lin Xian, however, remained composed, offering a subtle smile. "Your Majesty, you flatter me. I merely had the fortune of luck," Hao Yin remarked with admiration. The Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf possesses many admirable qualities, yet he is excessively modest. Your performance has even garnered repeated praise from Master Xuandu. With that, he introduced Lin Xian to the esteemed Grand Master Xuandu. Lin Xian then turned to this eminent disciple of the human teaching, and with sincerity proclaimed, I, Lin Xian, a disciple of the, pay my respects to Master Xuandu. The Grand Master Xuandu, being an early entrant into the realm of the Xianmen, was naturally addressed as Master Uncle. He regarded Lin Xian with a gentle nod. There is no need for such formality, my nephew. Your skills are indeed remarkable. My disciple's defeat is not without merit. The extraordinary display of the falling treasure gold and the borrowing of fortune techniques had left both him and Hao Yin in awe. However, as both were formidable quasi-saints, they possessed their own pride and would not covet the possessions of the younger generation. Hao Yin laughed heartily. Very well. The competition has concluded. I shall first distribute the promised rewards before we celebrate in earnest. Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf, you are the champion of this contest. So you shall receive your reward first. As he spoke, Hao Yin produced a small azure cup from his palm, resembling a half-blooming azure lotus, brimming with vitality and exuding the fragrance of flora. This treasure, known as the Azure Spirit Cup, was a low-grade innate treasure and served as the prize for the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. Additionally, there was 1,000,000 merit points that would be directly recorded in your name by the Merit Hall. This was the reward that Hao Yin had personally promised before the heavenly competition. 1,000,000 merit points and a low-grade innate treasure for the victor. Hao Yin, being affluent and decisive, presented Lin Xian with this low-grade innate treasure, seemingly imbued with profound mysteries. Lin Xian graciously accepted the Azure Spirit Cup and expressed his heartfelt gratitude. I am truly grateful, Your Majesty. Hao Yin chuckled and continued to distribute the rewards. Besides Lin Xian, the numerous golden immortal heavenly generals following him also received their respective rewards, albeit not as bountiful. Once the rewards were fully distributed, Hao Yin ordered a banquet to be set up, where various exquisite celestial wines and delicacies flowed in abundance, delivered by the fairies to the Lingxiao Palace. In addition to the deities of the heavenly court, many celestial beings who came to witness the contest were also graciously welcomed and warmly entertained by Hao Yin. One cannot help but commend Hao Yin, a quasi-saint, for his humility and respect for the worthy. The celestial beings were not only effusive in their praise of the heavenly wines, but also lauded Hao Yin, lamenting their missed opportunity to join the heavenly court sooner. While some of these accolades were mere flattery, many were sincere. Lin Xian occupied a prominent position, and none dared to voice any discontent. After all, Lin Xian had proven through his prowess that he was wholly deserving of the title of the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. The celestial beings were well aware that with Lin Xian's current strength, his ascension to the status of a Tai Golden Immortal was nearly a foregone conclusion. Even the prospect of becoming a great immortal seems within reach. Even if he ultimately remains at the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, he would still rank among the foremost of that echelon. With such a promising future ahead and the support of Hao Yin, who would dare to voice dissent? However, Lin Xian did not dwell on these thoughts. He simply indulged in the exquisite celestial delicacies, relishing the moment of relaxation after the battle. At that instant, a fragrant breeze wafted by, and suddenly, a figure appeared beside him. Turning to look, he was pleasantly surprised to find the long-absent fairy Yaoji at his side. Lin Xian, I never expected you to arrive in the heavenly court, Yaoji exclaimed, her cheeks flushed with excitement. Lin Xian smiled and replied, Fairy Yaoji, it seems that despite my extended stay in the heavenly court, today is the first time I have the pleasure of seeing you. Upon hearing this, Yaoji's expression turned indignant. It's all because of my brother. As soon as I returned, he ordered me to remain confined. The two of them shared drinks and conversed as if they were long-lost friends. To the eyes of onlookers, it appeared as though Lin Xian and Hao Tian's sister were enjoying each other's company to such an extent that they might as well have been embracing. Among the celestial beings, aside from feelings of envy and jealousy, Lin Xian was almost revered as a master of courtship. In the celestial realm, devoid of sun or moon, a grand feast unfolded, with hosts and guests reveling in joy. As the assembly gradually dispersed, even the esteemed Master Xuandu eventually took his leave, signaling the conclusion of this grand gathering. Lin Xian, having thoroughly enjoyed the festivities, was just about to bid farewell to Hao Yin when he was unexpectedly retained. Once the multitude of guests had departed, Hao Tian turned to Lin Xian with a cheerful demeanor and warmly grasped his hand. Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star, you have rendered me a tremendous service this time. Lin Xian was well aware of the context behind Hao Yan's words. He had learned from Yao Ji about the wager between Hao Yan and Master Xuandu, with stakes that included a high-grade innate spiritual treasure and a position among the four sovereigns. Clearly, he had saved Hao Yan from losing a sovereign seat and had gained a high-grade innate spiritual treasure in the process. Nevertheless, Lin Xian felt no envy. He considered it a matter unrelated to himself. Your Majesty is being too kind. I have exerted my utmost efforts, but it was also for my own benefit. Lin Xian responded with a smile. Hao Yan sighed. Though you say so, I must express my gratitude to you properly. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, sensing that there might be further benefits in store for him. However, Hao Yan suddenly fell silent, contemplating for a moment before slowly speaking again. Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star, would you be willing to accept a position among the four sovereigns? Lin Xian was taken aback. The position among the four sovereigns is indeed precious, he replied, quickly shaking his head. Your Majesty, I have only just broken through to the Golden Immortal Realm. How could I possibly become one of the four sovereigns? Hao Yan smiled gently. Of course, I would not expect you to take on such a role at this moment. You are not yet equipped to bear that burden of karma. What I mean is to reserve a position among the four sovereigns for you, so that when you one day achieve the great Golden Immortal Dao Fruit, you may be formally conferred. Lin Xian was momentarily stunned. Then he laughed. Your Majesty truly believes that I can attain the status of a great Golden Immortal? Hao Yan smiled and said, I have confidence in my own vision. Every individual who achieves greatness possesses extraordinary talent and fortuitous circumstances. Your innate potential is commendable, and your fortune is remarkably favorable. Is there any reason to doubt your opportunity to attain the great Tao of the Golden Immortal? He sincerely admired Lin Xian. Of course, external environmental changes are equally significant. As a quasi-saintly being and the ruler of the heavenly court, Hao Yan was keenly aware of the transformations occurring in the universe. The calamity was imminent. As the sovereign of the heavenly court, Hao Yan enjoyed the favor of the heavenly laws, thus he was not overly concerned. However, amidst the tribulations, alongside various dangers and uncertainties, many prodigies would inevitably emerge. It was precisely for this reason that Hao Yan began to invest heavily in the heavenly court's grand competition, hoping to attract these exceptional talents during the forthcoming calamity. This time, Lin Xian's performance had revealed signs of such prodigious potential. Perhaps, in the future, Lin Xian could indeed attain the great Tao. Lin Xian gazed at Hao Yan and surmised his thoughts. After all, the position of a celestial being would not be conferred upon him until he had achieved the great Tao, so Hao Yan was not apprehensive about any potential losses. As for Lin Xian, if he were to one day achieve the great Tao, would it be more advantageous to become one of the four sovereigns, or to maintain his independence? After pondering for a moment, he quickly reached a decision. Even if he became a golden immortal, it would be essential to cultivate friendships and build a network of influence. The heavenly court provided an excellent platform, and with a position among the four sovereigns, the benefits would far outweigh the drawbacks. Having made up his mind, Lin Xian promptly declared, I am grateful for your Majesty's regard. I accept. Hao Yan chuckled heartily. Excellent. I shall await the day you attain the great Tao. After departing from the Lingxiao Treasure Hall, Lin Xian returned to the Tianshu Palace with the little fox. Following a grand battle and a splendid feast, he felt somewhat fatigued. However, it was not yet time to rest. Lin Xian flipped his hand and retrieved the treasure bestowed by Hao Yan. The Qingling lamp, a low-grade innate spiritual treasure, absorbed his magical energy, and Lin Xian quickly discerned its capabilities. Firstly, it was a wood elemental spiritual treasure, imbued with the power of creation. It was evident that Hao Yan had specifically gifted this treasure to him, a rare and precious item. This treasure was transformed from the innate lotus leaf, naturally ranking among the top wood elemental treasures. Various wood elemental spells could be wielded through this treasure, significantly enhancing their potency. For instance, the ability to stimulate plant growth, envisioning forests, or gathering trees, which Lin Xian had previously been unable to perform, could now be accomplished with this treasure. Although, due to Lin Xian's lack of comprehension of the wood elemental laws, the power of such spells would not be overwhelming, it would nonetheless allow him to cultivate a suitable environment. Lin Xian's true expertise lay in the laws of creation, possessing the divine ability to manipulate and utilize all things, with the most suitable medium being the vibrant flora. The harmonious combination of the Qingling lamp and the celestial manipulation of the divine art of creation signifies that Lin Xian, regardless of the environment, can summon colossal arboreal beings without relying on the celestial waters brought forth by his adversary, as he did when confronting Bian Zhuang. Furthermore, The Qingling lamp possesses a formidable function. It harbors the power of creation, automatically condensing the spiritual essence of heaven and earth within its vessel, which, after 100 days, transforms into a drop of Qingling liquid. This liquid is of exquisite purity, and for a practitioner of qi cultivation, a single drop is akin to a celestial elixir, making it exceedingly rare. It can be said that this is a unique capability designed to accelerate the cultivation of practitioners. The only drawback is that 100 days is rather prolonged. However, for Lin Xian, this issue is not insurmountable, as he possesses the momentary pearl. By combining the Qi-Ling lamp with the momentary pearl, he could yield a drop of Qi-Ling liquid in just 1 day. For Lin Xian, this becomes a veritable artifact for cultivation. With a smile of satisfaction, he refined the Qi-Ling lamp and stored it away before taking a day of rest. After a day's respite, Lin Xian set forth from the Celestial Pivot Palace, accompanied by the little fox, making his way directly to the Hall of Merits. Having triumphed in the Celestial Court's grand competition, Hao Tian had rewarded him with 1,000,000 merits, which Lin Xian had been eagerly anticipating. Upon arriving at the Hall of Merits and reviewing his accumulated merits, he was astonished to discover that he possessed an astounding total of 150,000 merits. Swiftly regaining his composure, he turned to the celestial being responsible for the Hall of Merits and inquired, "Has the Justice Celestial bestowed an additional 50,000 merits?" The presiding celestial being smiled and replied, "Indeed, the Justice Celestial hurried in last night." Lin Xian could not help but chuckle upon hearing this. The Justice Celestial certainly adheres to principles. Before participating in the competition, he had wagered with the Justice Celestial for 50,000 merits. Initially, he feared that the Justice Celestial might renege on the agreement, yet to his surprise, not only did the Celestial fulfill the bet, but also did so with great enthusiasm. It was likely that the Justice Celestial, intimidated by the formidable prowess Lin Xian demonstrated yesterday, sought to appease him through this act of goodwill. With no hesitation, Lin Xian graciously accepted the 50,000 merits. With a total of 1,050,000 merits, he felt an invigorating sense of wealth and, accompanied by the little fox, made his way to the treasure hall. However, upon entering the hall and gazing at the array of exquisite yet exorbitantly priced spiritual fruits and golden elixirs, he quickly regained his composure. Was 150,000 merits a substantial amount? Indeed, it was considerable. He had previously spent less than 50,000 merits to break through to the Golden Immortal stage from the perfected state of the Profound Immortal. Yet, this time, as he aspired to ascend from the early stage of the Golden Immortal to the Tai Golden Immortal, 150,000 merits would undoubtedly prove insufficient. Not to mention, achieving the perfected state of the Golden Immortal might also require more than he presently possessed. The cultivation of the body is indeed a process that demands extensive resources. In light of this, Lin Xian resolved not to hastily exchange for body refinement resources. Instead, he saw this as an opportune moment to acquire resources necessary for qi cultivation. To attain the Tai Golden Immortal, one must refine the 5 energies within. The 5 energies residing within the chest are metal, wood, water, fire, and earth, corresponding to the 5 internal organs. Only when these 5 energies are harmoniously balanced can one establish a profound foundation for the attainment of the Great Tao. In essence, to aspire towards the lofty realm of the Deluo Golden Immortal, achieving a perfect equilibrium of the 5 energies within is a fundamental prerequisite. Currently, Lin Xian remains a mere Golden Immortal, still distant from the exalted status of a Deluo Golden Immortal. However, should he wish to advance to the realm of qi refinement and attain the Tai Golden Immortal stage, he must initially cultivate the 5 energies within his chest. There are 2 approaches to cultivating these energies: internal refinement and external seeking. Internal refinement relies on one's own capabilities, utilizing the principles of the 5 elements as a foundation to transmute spiritual energy into the corresponding elemental energies. Yet, this requires the practitioner to have already grasped the principles of the 5 elements. Lin Xian has only begun to comprehend the laws of creation and has no insight into the 5 elemental principles, rendering this method inaccessible to him. Thus, he must resort to external means. This external approach is commonly adopted by the majority of Golden Immortals, as few possess a complete understanding of the 5 elemental laws at this stage. External seeking involves utilizing external objects. Numerous divine artifacts embodying the essence of the 5 elements exist, but they vary greatly in value and potency. The most precious and formidable among them is the legendary innate 5 elemental spirit pearl. Each of these pearls is a top-tier innate spiritual treasure. embodying the unity of the five elements and rivaling even the finest innate treasures. The five spirit pearls, each derived from the primal essence of the five elements, not only possess tremendous power but also provide golden immortals with the purest elemental energies, allowing for an astonishingly rapid cultivation pace. However, throughout the endless epochs of the primordial chaos, no one has ever managed to gather a complete set of these invaluable treasures. And even a single five elemental spirit pearl is a rare occurrence. Naturally, Lin Xian does not harbor such expectations. Since the innate five elemental spirit pearls are elusive and cannot be sought after, he must rely on other spiritual treasures and artifacts. The Qingling Lamp. A low-tier innate spiritual treasure gifted to him by Haotian, represents the wood element. While it may not compare to the innate wood spirit pearl, it nonetheless provides Lin Xian with a continuous supply of wood elemental energy. With one of the five elemental artifacts secured, he still lacks the remaining four. For less affluent golden immortals, lacking five elemental artifacts, the common practice is to cultivate in naturally occurring areas rich in elemental energies, such as volcanoes, deep seas, and dense forests where elemental energy diffuses naturally. The only drawback is the inefficiency of this method, requiring an inordinate amount of time. Given Lin Xian's current wealth, he need not resort to such methods. With 150,000 merits at his disposal, while insufficient for body refinement breakthroughs, acquiring several elemental artifacts is a trivial endeavor. Thus, accompanied by the little fox, Lin Xian commenced his selection within the treasure hall. The hall was replete with a multitude of five elemental artifacts. Lin Xian even discovered more than one innate spiritual treasure containing elemental energy. However, to exchange for innate treasures, his 150,000 merits would not suffice for many, compelling him to suppress the restlessness in his heart. The five elemental artifacts, too, are categorized by tiers. For instance, among the myriad of water elemental treasures, the most esteemed within the treasure hall is undoubtedly the divine water of the three luminaries. This legendary elixir is renowned for its unparalleled healing properties, crafted from the fusion of sunlight, moonlight, and starlight. A single drop possesses the miraculous ability to resurrect the dead and mend flesh and bone, placing it among the most exceptional water elemental treasures. Such a precious artifact commands a steep price. Even Lin Xian, despite his substantial wealth, could not help but shake his head upon seeing the exorbitant exchange rate of 500,000 merit points for just a tale of divine water. It seemed reckless to deplete such a healing treasure for the mere cultivation of water elemental energy. Thus, Lin Xian opted for a more reasonable choice, selecting the Primal Ren Water. The Primal Ren Water is a common yet potent water elemental treasure, rich in water elemental energy, typically utilized for refining artifacts, but equally suitable for cultivating water elemental energy. Most importantly, it is significantly more affordable than the divine water of the three luminaries. Subsequently, Lin Xian successfully acquired the Primal Gung Metal and Primal Wu Earth, while his search for fire elemental treasures proved somewhat challenging. The more formidable fire elemental treasures are often essential for cultivating fire-related divine abilities, such as the renowned Six Desires True Fire, which requires numerous fire elemental treasures for postnatal cultivation. As for readily available true fire or divine fire, their prices are exorbitant, leaving Lin Xian in a quandary. After much deliberation, he ultimately selected the fire of wood, fire of stone, and fire of air. These three varieties of postnatal spiritual fire are indispensable for cultivating the Six Desires True Fire, allowing for the initial cultivation of the Three Desires True Fire. Should he succeed in refining the Six Desires True Fire, its power would rival that of the most potent solar True Fire. Even if he fails, the fire elemental energy contained within these three types of postnatal spiritual fire is sufficient for him to cultivate the fire energy within his chest. After a round of purchases, Lin Xian found his merit points swiftly dwindling. In the end, with only a few 100,000 merit points remaining, he exchanged them all for golden pills, intending to use them to elevate his physical cultivation level. Upon returning to the Celestial Pivot Palace with the little fox, Lin Xian immediately entered seclusion to cultivate. He consumed one precious 7th-grade golden pill after another, yet his physical cultivation level advanced slowly. The hundreds of golden pills acquired through his merit points were nearly exhausted, and he had only managed to elevate his physical cultivation from the early stage of Golden Immortal to the mid-stage. The arduous nature of physical cultivation indeed resembled that of a beast consuming gold. Lin Xian couldn't help but lament. While physical cultivation was arduous, the cultivation of qi proved to be considerably easier. With the spiritual liquid condensed from the Qi Ling lamp and the assistance of the momentary pearl, Lin Xian swiftly elevated his qi cultivation to the mid-stage of Golden Immortal. Moreover, leveraging the abundant wood elemental power of the Qingling lamp, he successfully cultivated a strand of wood energy within his chest. However, while the resources consumed for qi cultivation are far less than those for physical cultivation, the process is rather intricate. To break through from the Golden Immortal stage to the Tai Golden Immortal stage, one must not only achieve a complete mastery of one's magical power, but also fulfill two essential prerequisites. One of these is to initially cultivate the 5 elemental energies within the chest, with none being dispensable. The 5 elemental energies are categorized into initial formation, minor success, major success, and completion. To initially cultivate the 5 elemental energies signifies the stage of initial formation. Another essential condition is the mastery of the power of the laws. A Golden Immortal, having initially comprehended the power of the laws, must cultivate at least one aspect of this power to perfection in order to ascend to the realm of the Supreme Golden Immortal. The realms of the laws are categorized into entry-level, minor accomplishments, major accomplishments, and perfection. Although Lin Xian has grasped the law of creation, he has only just begun. To break through to the Supreme Golden Immortal, he must comprehend the law of creation to the level of major accomplishment. Mastery of the laws. The initial formation of the 5 energies and the perfection of one's cultivation. Only with these 3 elements can a Qi cultivator advance to the rank of Supreme Golden Immortal. As for the transition from Supreme Golden Immortal to Great Luo Golden Immortal, it requires the transformation of the laws into the Great Path, the perfection of the 5 energies within, and the elevation of one's cultivation to its utmost peak to hold any hope of success. It is evident that while the path of Qi cultivation may not consume resources as heavily as body refinement, its difficulty is not significantly lesser. The path to the Great Way offers no shortcuts. Lin Xian sighed and formally emerged from his seclusion. Chapter 21. Returning to Jin Ao Island. The Revenge of the Radiant Light Immortal. The Heavenly Court's grand competition has reached a conclusion, and Lin Xian has no intention of lingering in the Celestial Palace. Given his innate talents and temperament, he is ill-suited for prolonged isolation, especially with impending calamities looming overhead. Fortunately, Hao Tian understands his aversion to remaining in the Heavenly Court. Thus, even after Lin Xian has become the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf, he is not required to serve in the Heavenly Palace but is granted the freedom to come and go as he pleases. Hence, after tidying up, Lin Xian departed the Heavenly Court with the little fox in tow. Upon leaving the Heavenly Court, Lin Xian did not wander aimlessly but instead headed directly towards Jin Ao Island. Having been on his travels for some time, it was indeed time to return and take a look. Riding the winds, he swiftly reached the Eastern Sea. Upon arriving at the Eastern Sea, Lin Xian noticed that it had become bustling with activity, with immortals flying from all directions, all heading towards Jin Ao Island, just like himself. Lin Xian pondered this as he made his way towards Jin Ao Island with the little fox. Before long, the pair arrived at Jin Ao Island, where they found the place already teeming with various immortals gathered together. The little fox widened its eyes and quietly asked, "My lord, has Jin Ao Island always been this lively?" Lin Xian chuckled softly. "It hasn't been this bustling in the past. It seems something significant is about to transpire. No matter, let us first pay our respects to the master, and we shall learn the reason in due time." The little fox obediently nodded. Lin Xian, with the little fox, skillfully made his way to the lair of the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother and entered without hesitation. The attendant at the door, upon seeing him arrive, promptly invited him inside. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother was seated upon a mat, and upon hearing the commotion, she turned to look. Lin Xian respectfully bowed. "Master, I have returned." The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, upon recognizing Lin Xian, could not help but smile. "Ah, you young lad, finally deigned to return. I have heard that you have stirred quite the commotion these past years." Lin Xian was taken aback and replied with a smile, "Is that so? I wonder which incident you are referring to, Master?" The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit chuckled. "You just defeated the beloved disciple of Brother Xian Du, and the news has already spread throughout the vast wilderness. How could I possibly be unaware?" Though she was a recluse, she had always been well informed about gossip. Lin Xian expressed his surprise. "Is it truly known across the wilderness? I thought the Heavenly Court's competition would not attract much attention." The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit clarified. "This time is different. The final bout is between you and that Ban Zhuang. One hails from my sect, and the other is a disciple of another school, so naturally, it will garner special attention." Lin Xian scratched his head. "So, does this mean I am now famous throughout the wilderness?" The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit nodded with a smile. "Indeed, you have done well. You have not brought shame upon me." She then sighed. "I did not expect you to reach the golden immortal stage so swiftly. It seems you are indeed more suited to wander the world than to confine yourself in arduous cultivation." Lin Xian readily agreed. "What you say is true. I feel the same way." The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit observed her disciple and then glanced at the small fox sitting obediently at his feet. She remarked, "This little fox has an aura that feels somewhat familiar. Is it from the Qingqiu region?" Lin Xian chuckled and introduced. "Xiaozi is the daughter of the esteemed seventh lady of the two immortal rich. She has been sent to accompany me on my travels for the time being." The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit enlightened. "Ah, so she is the daughter of the seventh lady. No wonder she seems familiar." She then playfully poked Lin Xian and laughed. "You are quite fortunate, aren't you?" Lin Xian smiled sheepishly. After teasing her disciple for a while, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit finally asked in earnest, "Now that you have returned, is there anything you need my assistance with? If so, do not hesitate to speak up. Although I may not possess any formidable treasures to offer you, if there are any mystical arts or techniques you wish to learn, feel free to ask." Learning mystical arts? Lin Xian scratched his head, glancing at the nightmare prayer technique still downloading in the system, and chuckled wryly. It seemed that he did not particularly need to learn techniques from his own master when he could simply download them directly from the system. Nevertheless, as his master was a great Luo Golden Immortal, there were still some matters he could seek guidance on. He thus presented his inquiries regarding the laws of creation he had comprehended and the Samadhi true fire he was currently contemplating. The Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit's eyes widened in astonishment. "You have broken through to the golden immortal stage with the laws of creation? You seek my guidance? Do you not know that my specialties lie in the laws of the lunar and aquatic realms, as well as the laws of earth? And you wish to consult me about the Samadhi true fire? I have mentioned my proficiency in the lunar laws. I would only practice the Samadhi true fire out of idleness. By the way, why aren't you cultivating the true water of the moon? That I could teach you." "Oh. If it's about cultivating the 5 elemental energies, then that is a different matter." After this exchange, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit realized, to her dismay, that she had little to impart to her disciple. It was not that Lin Xian had become particularly formidable. Rather, at the golden immortal level, each had their own specialization, and their respective paths diverged, leaving little room for instruction. "Forget it. Just go listen to your grandmaster preach. He possesses greater wisdom than I do, and you may benefit from it," said the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, waving her hand with a visage marked by disillusionment. Lin Xian was taken aback. "Is the grandmaster going to preach?" The Holy Mother nodded and explained matter-of-factly, "Otherwise, why would so many gather on Golden Ao Island?" Lin Xian suddenly understood. It was the Master of Celestial Teachings who was about to impart his teachings. The Master did not preach frequently. Sometimes, centuries would pass between his discourses, and at other times, millennia. He acted according to his own whims. Each preaching session was not limited to the disciples of the Celestial Teachings. Even those who had not formally joined could attend, provided they reached Golden Ao Island. In theory, anyone who had listened to the Master's teachings could rightfully claim to be a disciple of the Celestial Teachings. When a sage speaks, all are welcome, thus attracting myriad celestial beings. Many disciples of the Celestial Teachings came into the fold in this manner. Lin Xian felt a pang of nostalgia. Since his initiation into the Celestial Teachings, he had yet to hear the Master preach. This time, he certainly could not miss the opportunity. After bidding farewell to his revered Master, the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, Lin Xian returned to his cave abode to prepare for the forthcoming discourse. The teachings of a sage are not akin to the ordinary lectures of powerful beings. The Master of Celestial Teachings would preach for an astounding 600 years at a time. After a century of teachings, there would be a 100-year interval to allow the disciples to absorb and digest the knowledge before continuing. The entire process spanned 300 years of preaching interspersed with another 300 years of reflection. Those lacking in temperament and strength might struggle to endure the experience. Lin Xian had never attempted to listen for 100 years, hence he needed to prepare diligently. First and foremost, he required the essential Dao Tea, a treasured elixir that would facilitate his understanding. Additionally, he needed to prepare some pills to replenish his magical energy and restore his vitality. Although immortals had long since transcended the need for food, enduring a century of teachings followed by the need for quiet cultivation necessitated a swift return to optimal condition. Furthermore, he needed to prepare a portion for the little fox by his side. The little fox was already brimming with excitement at the news of the sage's preaching. As Lin Xian busied himself with preparations, he also engaged in a chat group, casually scanning for any valuable information. Suddenly, a particular comment caught his attention. The chat group was abuzz with fervor. Fortune wheel. Haha. I have finally re-emerged. What a relief. Treasure money? Oh? How did you manage to pop up? Fortune wheel. A few fortunate Xian immortals liberated me from my constraints, but alas, those fools failed to recognize my worth and intend to sell me. Chaos Bell. Isn't that just perfect? What future lies in following those Xian immortals? Fortune wheel. Sigh, it hardly matters which master one follows. I wonder which fortunate little being on Golden AO Island will manage to acquire me. Celestial Teachings Fortune. Oh? Are you on my turf? Fortune wheel. Indeed. ISNT your sage about to preach soon? The little fellows have come to join the fray. Observing the content of the chat group, Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with intrigue. A precious artifact was being sold at the marketplace on Golden Tortoise Island? Although the specific effects of the Destiny Plate remained unknown for the moment, any spiritual treasure that could be drawn into the opportunity group was unlikely to be subpar. Lin Xian was instantly captivated and began to probe the group under his alias. Primordial Bell. This group member seems rather unfamiliar. I wonder about their origins and capabilities. Destiny Plate. Heh, I have long been part of this group. Of course, you, the newcomer, are unaware of my prowess. Primordial Bell. Oh? How formidable are you? Destiny Plate. I was born of fate and arose in response to destiny. I can locate all treasures in the world. What more proof of my might do you require? Primordial Bell. Is that true, or are you merely boasting? Golden Coin of Fortune. It is indeed true. Though it is not as easy as it claims. From what I understand, none of its previous owners have met with a good end. Destiny Plate. Ah? As if you were superior to me. Chaotic Bell. Ha ha ha. You too, the elder speaks not of the younger. Watching the two artifacts bicker in the group, Lin Xian pondered thoughtfully. It seemed that the Destiny Plate was a rare treasure capable of locating other treasures, and its abilities appeared quite formidable. However, the side effects also seemed rather dreadful. Nevertheless, Lin Xian was undeterred. What mattered was acquiring it first, regardless of any potential drawbacks. He donned his alias and began his inquiries in the chat group. After a brief while, he gleaned the general location and appearance of the Destiny Plate, prompting him to exit the chat and head directly to the marketplace with the little fox. Meanwhile, at another location on Golden Tortoise Island, a white-robed golden immortal glared furiously in the direction of the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother's cave. Cursed Turtle Spirit. What business is it of yours if I collect the heart's blood of human infants for my cultivation? Not only did you kill my disciple, but you also went to report me to the master. Indeed, this golden immortal was none other than the long-eared Radiant Light Immortal, one of the 7 attendants previously duped by Lin Xian. When Lin Xian had slain his disciple and discovered that the Radiant Light Immortal was collecting the heart's blood of human infants for cultivation, he reported the matter to the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother did not tolerate such behavior. She promptly went to inform the Heavenly Master. The outcome was that the Radiant Light Immortal received a severe reprimand from the Heavenly Master and was ordered to enter seclusion for reflection, effectively confining him to Golden Tortoise Island. It was only recently, when the Heavenly Master was to give a sermon, that the Radiant Light Immortal feigned a pitiful demeanor, allowing the Heavenly Master to relent and grant him release from seclusion, now out of confinement. The Radiant Light Immortal dared not harbor resentment towards the Heavenly Master and could only direct his ire towards the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. However, even the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother was not someone he could confront directly. It is important to note that the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother is a direct disciple of the Heavenly Master, possessing the cultivation of a great Luo Golden Immortal, with a prestigious status and formidable strength. In contrast, the Radiant Light Immortal was merely at the stage of a Tai Golden Immortal and as an attendant among the 7. His status paled in comparison to that of a direct disciple. Desiring to exact revenge upon the Turtle Spirit Matron, yet finding herself unable to confront her directly, the Radiant Light Immortal resolved to seek opportunities from the side. The Turtle Spirit Matron had slain her own disciple. Thus the Radiant Light Immortal decided to trouble the matron's students in kind. She promptly summoned her eldest disciple and inquired, "Do you know which of the matron's disciples holds her esteem?" The eldest disciple pondered for a moment before replying in a hushed tone, "It is rather fortuitous, for I have recently heard that a disciple of the Turtle Spirit Matron has joined the Celestial Court, not only achieving the rank of Golden Immortal, but also garnering great acclaim in the Celestial Tournament, even outshining the disciples of the great Master Xuandu." Indeed, Lin Xian's performance in the Celestial Court had earned him a noteworthy reputation. The Radiant Light Immortal's eyes gleamed with interest. Such a remarkable disciple would undoubtedly be favored by the Turtle Spirit Matron. However, Her brow furrowed shortly thereafter. A third-generation disciple who had attained the status of Golden Immortal would not be an easy target for trouble. Yet, it was merely a matter of difficulty. And the Radiant Light Immortal remained confident, promptly designating Lin Xian as her target for revenge and instructing her disciple to gather further intelligence. When the Turtle Spirit Matron had approached the Heavenly Teacher to lodge her complaints, she had not even mentioned Lin Xian, taking all the blame upon herself to avert the Radiant Light Immortal's wrath. Little did anyone expect that, despite the Radiant Light Immortal's fear of confronting the Turtle Spirit Matron, her roundabout approach would ultimately lead her to focus on the recently notable Lin Xian. It was a case of serendipity. At that moment, Lin Xian was blissfully unaware that he had unwittingly become the object of the Radiant Light Immortal's revenge. He was leisurely strolling through the bustling marketplace on Golden Tortoise Island with the little fox. The marketplace, typically open, was unusually vibrant this time, having drawn a multitude of celestial beings from across the Eastern Sea, all gathered for the Heavenly Teacher's sermon. Though referred to as a marketplace, it was predominantly filled with stalls, as the influx of celestial beings from outside the island was significant. While Lin Xian had gleaned the location of the fateful calamity from the chat group, he chose not to head directly to the marketplace upon arrival, as it would be too conspicuous. Instead, he wandered about the stalls with the little fox in tow. The teachings of the sect of the Heavenly Revelation were inclusive, welcoming all races, yet the majority present were from the demon lineage, followed by humans and other races. As Lin Xian meandered through the marketplace, accompanied by the little fox, it felt akin to traversing the heart of the demon realm, with various demonic energies permeating the atmosphere. Nevertheless, few of the less discerning demons dared to approach Lin Xian, for his aura signified a genuine Golden Immortal. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, a Golden Immortal was indeed a formidable presence, with perhaps only 1 in 10,000 mystical immortals capable of reaching such heights. Although the marketplace buzzed with activity, it was primarily populated by mystical and true immortals, with Golden Immortals being a rarity. Thus, none dared to provoke him. However, as Lin Xian and the little fox continued their casual exploration, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. A towering figure, his face resembling deep indigo and crowned with fiery red hair and sharp tusks, charged forth astride a magnificent golden-eyed five-cloud camel. His presence exuded a fierce and intimidating aura, akin to that of a wrathful deity, instilling fear in all who encountered him. Approaching Lin Xian with no intention of halting, he disdainfully barked, "Get out of the way." Lin Xian furrowed his brow at the raucous intruder. Infuriated by Lin Xian's steadfastness, the brute urged his golden-eyed five-cloud camel forward, intent on colliding with him. At that moment, Lin Xian's small fox companion, for bristling, transformed into a colossal five-tailed fox, ready to confront the oncoming charge. Yet, Lin Xian intervened, gesturing towards the golden-eyed five-cloud camel, which, under the influence of his formidable powers, fell into a state of bewilderment and collapsed to the ground. The hulking rider tumbled off his mount in a disheveled heap. Lin Xian chuckled lightly, reflecting on his disdain for mounts. While they may serve well for travel, relying on a steed of lesser strength in life-or-death battles could expose vulnerabilities. In this instance, the brute's apparent might was rendered futile, as his golden-eyed five-cloud camel, though a magical beast, was merely at the level of a profound immortal, incapable of withstanding Lin Xian's formidable dream invocation. The blue-faced giant sprang back to his feet, fury radiating from him as he glared menacingly. "Dare to toy with this immortal? You seek death." With a flick of his wrist, a golden luminous hammer materialized in his grasp, and with tremendous force, he swung it towards Lin Xian's head. Unfazed, Lin Xian summoned his Xianbing Shizai spear, meeting the oncoming strike head-on. A thunderous roar echoed throughout the marketplace, unleashing a tempest of air that sent stalls flying in all directions. The surrounding immortals hastily evaded the chaos, while Lin Xian and the blue-faced brute each took a step back, scrutinizing one another. Both astonished, they recognized that they were equal in strength, each a body-refining golden immortal. Lin Xian's brow knitted in concern. Within the ranks of the Jia sect, golden immortals were certainly no mere nobodies, and he preferred not to engage in an unwarranted conflict. However, the blue-faced giant, undeterred, glowed with excitement. "Excellent! A fellow body-refining golden immortal. At last, I can have a proper fight." With that, he raised his golden hammer once more, charging at Lin Xian. Lin Xian, while parrying the blow with his spear, remarked, "If we must fight, I would first like to know your name." The blue-faced giant, impatient, retorted, "Let us just fight. No need for chatter." His physical prowess surged dramatically, muscles rippling as he swung the golden hammer with renewed vigor. Lin Xian raised an eyebrow, deducing the source of his opponent's enhanced strength, and promptly executed the mountain-bearing divine art. Boom. The two clashed once more, but this time, the blue-faced giant found himself at a disadvantage. I have employed the technique of immense strength, yet my power is still inferior to yours? Intriguing. The blue-faced giant, exhibiting a defiant demeanor, fueled by ferocity and rage, had resolved to engage Lin Xian in a relentless struggle. Lin Xian, however, felt perplexed. He had no knowledge of this individual and questioned the purpose of their conflict. At that moment, the surrounding discussions reached Lin Xian's ears. Who is this unfamiliar golden immortal? How can he contend with Yu Yuan, this madman, on equal footing? You do not even know him? He is a highly esteemed disciple of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, the newly appointed Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf in the Heavenly Court. And it is said that even the foremost disciple of the human sect's third generation has been vanquished by him. Isn't that quite the coincidence? Today, he finds himself facing the third generation disciple of the Jia sect. Indeed, it remains uncertain who will emerge victorious, as the celestial beings around him speculated. Lin Xian finally grasped the identity of the blue-faced giant. He was Yu Yuan, the third generation disciple of the Jia sect and a pupil of the Golden Spirit Saint Mother. Legend has it that Yu Yuan acquired a portion of Qi Yu's legacy, resulting in his distinctive blue visage and sharp fangs, setting him apart from the ordinary. Furthermore, due to the nature of his cultivation methods, Yu Yuan was often shrouded in malevolent energy, making it difficult for him to control his emotions. Nevertheless, this same intensity endowed him with remarkable talent and body refinement, allowing him to attain the status of a golden immortal at an early age. Unfortunately for him, today he faced Lin Xian. Both Yu Yuan and Lin Xian were mid-stage golden immortals specializing in body refinement. However, Lin Xian had already bested Bian Zhuang, who wielded the earthly flame banner, and thus would not fear Yu Yuan. Lin Xian summoned the full might of the Xianbing Shizai spear in his grasp, and the chilling aura of 1,000-year frost instantly enveloped Yu Yuan before him. Even Yu Yuan, being a golden immortal, could not help but shiver at the biting cold. What astonished Yu Yuan further was the golden radiance gleaming at the spear's tip. Being well-versed in the ways of the world, he recognized it as genuine gung metal energy. The innate spiritual treasure, when paired with the sharp gung metal energy, made even Yu Yuan hesitant to confront its edge directly. Yet, as the third-generation disciple of the Jie sect and a disciple of the esteemed Golden Spirit Saint Mother, he possessed his own formidable treasures. With a flourish, Yu Yuan brandished a golden light chisel to deflect a thrust from Lin Xian, then sheathed it and summoned a blood-red great sword into his hand. The moment the blade appeared, a potent stench of blood permeated the marketplace, causing the celestial beings to change color in alarm. The blood transformation divine blade. This was an extraordinary weapon and a notorious demonic armament. Once unleashed, it struck with lightning speed. Should it connect, both flesh and soul would be tainted by its lethal blood poison, rendering a fatal outcome inevitable. In the original calamity of the function, this blade was bestowed upon Yu Yuan's disciple, Yu Hua, where it shone brilliantly on the battlefield, defeating both Neza and Lei Zhenzi. And even Yang Jian had to evade its lethal edge, finding alternative routes to victory. At this moment, Yu Yuan had yet to accept Yu Yuan as his disciple, and the blood transformation divine blade naturally remained in his possession. Initially, Yu Yuan was reluctant to wield the blood transformation divine blade. Yet the immense pressure exerted by Lin Xian compelled him to abandon his hesitations. With the blade in hand, Yu Yuan's ferocity surged, and he charged towards Lin Xian with a fierce strike. Lin Xian, with a grave expression, deduced that the weapon in his opponent's grasp was the legendary blood transformation divine blade. Consequently, he did not dare to hesitate and immediately summoned the Xin Huang Ding. With a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure to protect him, Lin Xian finally exhaled in relief. The primary concern lay with the blood transformation divine blade, which was notoriously vile. Even a mere scratch could allow its venom to infiltrate the body, and Lin Xian had no intention of taking such a risk. The Xin Huang Ding emitted streams of Xin Huang energy, enveloping Lin Xian in a formidable defense. Even though the might of the blood transformation divine blade was immense, it struggled to penetrate the layers of protection. Finally, Lin Xian found the opportunity to act, calmly invoking his divine powers. He summoned the Qing Ling lamp, from which a rich vitality and force would surge forth, flowing into the earth beneath his feet. Moments later, the ground erupted with a thunderous roar as thick vines shot up, lunging toward Yu Yuan. Simultaneously, saplings burst forth from the soil, rapidly growing into towering trees. Observing that the trees had nearly matured, Lin Xian promptly formed a hand gesture and unleashed his divine powers. With a deft manipulation of creation, he transformed the trees into formidable wooden soldiers that encircled Yu Yuan. In Chapter 22, a ferocious beating of Yu Yuan, Lin Xian's reputation soared within the Jiejiao. Seizing the wheel of fortune, 6 wooden soldiers, towering and steadfast, each comparable to a golden immortal. In addition, countless vines emerged from the ground, some climbing the arms of the wooden soldiers, becoming their weapons, while others entwined themselves around Yu Yuan. As a fellow body-refining golden immortal, Lin Xian understood well that slaying his opponent would be exceedingly difficult. Even with all his means, success was not guaranteed. Moreover, despite Yu Yuan's lack of intellect, he was ultimately a junior brother, one whom Lin Xian would have to address as senior brother. Not only was killing him implausible, but even if it were possible, it would be a challenge to justify. Thus, the only recourse left was to bind and suppress him. In such a moment, Yu Yuan found himself encircled by 6 towering wooden soldiers and countless sturdy vines. However, as a disciple on the brink of sainthood, the 3rd-generation head disciple of Jie Jiao, and a proficient warrior due to his body-refining techniques, Yu Yuan possessed more than mere brute strength. Facing the 6 colossal wooden soldiers, he let out a furious roar, his form suddenly swelling. With the ability to alter heaven and earth in the blink of an eye, Yu Yuan grew to a stature akin to that of the wooden soldiers. Furthermore, as he stomped fiercely upon the ground, a tremendous force surged forth, shaking the very earth. With the grand mastery of his powers, he unleashed a tremendous force that rattled mountains and shook the earth. With the enhancement of these 2 divine abilities, Yu Yuan's physical strength surged instantaneously, nearing the pinnacle of the golden immortal realm. He swung his blade, and its light gleamed like blood. A colossal wooden warrior was instantaneously cleaved in twain by Yu Yuan, and the surrounding thick vines were severed in a flash. This exemplified Yu Yuan's peak combat prowess, one stroke capable of vanquishing a wooden sentinel rivaling a golden immortal. Yet, before a smile could grace Yu Yuan's face, the bisected wooden warrior erupted in a dazzling white light, its vibrant vitality allowing it to restore itself in the blink of an eye. The power of creation. Lin Xian chuckled softly, observing as the wooden warrior lunged once more at Yu Yuan. The synergy between the wooden warrior and the power of creation was indeed a match made in heaven. The wooden warrior, imbued with the power of creation, could rapidly recover from any inflicted damage. Unless one were to utterly extinguish the life force of the entire wooden entity, it was simply indestructible. In terms of durability, it could easily rival the aquatic soldiers Lin Xian had previously manifested. However, the offensive capabilities of the wooden warrior far surpassed those of the water soldiers. This was precisely why he had expended effort to cultivate the giant tree before transforming wood into warriors. Otherwise, would it not have been simpler to directly transmute earth and stone into soldiers? At this moment, Yu Yuan found himself encircled by 6 formidable wooden warriors, leaving him feeling increasingly beleaguered. While his utmost strike could indeed cleave through one wooden warrior, he clearly lacked the means to obliterate the life force of all the wooden entities, nor could he simultaneously sever multiple warriors to effectuate his escape from the encirclement. Moreover, Lin Xian himself was lurking nearby, eyeing him with keen intent. Although Lin Xian's combat strength far exceeded that of the wooden warriors, he was disinclined to engage in close combat with Yu Yuan at this juncture. Yu Yuan's celestial techniques, heavenly transformation and mountain shaking, while not yet perfected, had at least reached a foundational level, bestowing him with a formidable amplification of strength. Lin Xian thus opted to wield the Qingling lamp to conjure an increasing number of vines to ensnare Yu Yuan, while simultaneously employing the soul capture and nightmare invocation techniques. Even the long-unused locking mirror was summoned forth by Lin Xian. While neither soul capture, nightmare invocations, nor the immobilization effect of the locking mirror could directly shatter Yu Yuan's formidable spirit, they could certainly induce a momentary daze and stiffness in his physical form. Consequently, Yu Yuan found himself increasingly beleaguered, stumbling several times and nearly being toppled by a wooden warrior. Despite Yu Yuan's valiant resistance, the scales of victory steadily inclined towards Lin Xian. Unbeknownst to him, thick vines had silently entwined around his feet, gradually creeping up towards his calves. The vines sprouted from the Qingling lamp, and the power of creation were remarkably resilient. Even ordinary golden immortals would find them unyielding. While Yu Yuan could exert himself to break free, the relentless assault from the 6 wooden warriors left him with little opportunity to do so. Gradually, his entire lower body became ensnared by the verdant vines, which tightened their grip before launching a sudden surge of force. Boom! With a resounding crash, Yu Yuan, who had invoked the heavenly transformation, stumbled and fell to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. For a body-refining golden immortal, falling to the ground is perilous, as the imbalance of the body renders one's strength difficult to exert, making it exceedingly easy to be subdued at that moment. Yu Yuan was evidently aware of this, using one hand to prop himself up in an attempt to leap. However, the 6 colossal wooden warriors afforded him no such opportunity. Boom, 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 boom. The massive fists of the 6 wooden warriors descended upon Yu Yuan's head and chest like relentless battering hammers. Additionally, an abundance of vines surged forth from the ground, seizing the chance to ensnare Yu Yuan entirely, leaving only his head exposed, resembling a gigantic green rice dumpling. Yu Yuan had utterly lost the space to struggle, while the 6 wooden warriors continued to deliver punch after punch with tireless ferocity. The onlooking celestial beings from the were rendered speechless, astonished that this disciple of the Turtle Spirit Mother had truly defeated Yu Yuan. Moreover, it was a thorough beating. At that moment, Yu Yuan, unable to maintain the celestial phenomena he had conjured, attempted to shrink his form to escape, only to find that the vines binding him also shrank in tandem, still ensnaring him tightly. Devoid of the defensive enhancement provided by the celestial phenomena, Yu Yuan endured even greater blows. The 6 wooden warriors relentlessly hammered him into the ground. Many celestial beings watched with twitching eyes, yet none dared intervene. They had realized that either of these two was a top-tier golden immortal, with Lin Xian evidently surpassing the other by a significant margin. Who in their right mind would meddle in such affairs? In any case, it appeared that Yu Yuan would not meet his demise. Lin Xian, with keen interest, observed Yu Yuan being pounded into the earth, gaining a newfound appreciation for the formidable resilience of a body-refining golden immortal. Although Yu Yuan had lost his ability to act and could be said to be subdued, even after enduring relentless blows from the 6 wooden warriors, he had merely sustained minor injuries and spat out a bit of blood. Truly resilient. Logically, as a body-refining golden immortal himself, Lin Xian should possess a similar degree of endurance, yet he had never experienced a situation akin to what Yu Yuan was now facing. To slay such a tenacious golden immortal would prove more challenging than mere subjugation. Lin Xian harbored no murderous intent, allowing the wooden warriors to continue for a while longer. When he noticed Yu Yuan's gaze gradually clearing and the fierce, violent aura dissipating, he commanded the wooden warriors to cease their assault. At the bottom of the pit, Yu Yuan appeared utterly disheartened. Lin Xian floated down lightly and remarked nonchalantly, "Brother Yu Yuan, how do you fare? Shall we continue our contest?" Yu Yuan, now awakened, felt a profound sense of embarrassment, though he was primarily mortified in the presence of Lin Xian. "I sincerely apologize, junior brother. I was blinded by my own malice, which led to my foolish actions. I am truly ashamed." Silence enveloped the surroundings. The once fearsome Yu Yuan exhibited such decorum and humility. Lin Xian regarded him calmly and inquired, "It seems there may be some issues with the cultivation method employed by brother Yu Yuan?" Yu Yuan sighed, "Junior brother, your insight is indeed remarkable. It is precisely because of this." Lin Xian chuckled softly, "That is quite understandable. But I would advise my senior not to recklessly charge forth when influenced by malevolent energy in the future." Yu Yuan smiled wryly and nodded, acknowledging his junior brother's admonition. Having had his wake-up call, what more could he say? Observing the unfamiliar Lin Xian before him, Yu Yuan clasped his hands together and earnestly inquired, "In my previous state of confusion, I have offended you, junior brother. May I ask for your name?" Lin Xian replied with a smile, "I am Lin Xian, a humble disciple of the revered Turtle Spirit Mother. My master has been traveling abroad in recent years, so it is natural that you do not recognize me." Yu Yuan suddenly realized, "Ah, so you are a highly esteemed disciple of the Turtle Spirit. My apologies for my ignorance." The few female immortals under the banner of the Turtle Spirit, known for their immense powers, shared a strong camaraderie. Yu Yuan's own master, the Golden Spirit Mother, stands as the foremost among the 4 great mothers, closely related to the Turtle Spirit Mother. Lin Xian couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration. It must be said that Yu Yuan, upon regaining his senses, exhibited remarkable politeness. Perhaps it was due to the lesson he had just received. After a series of apologies, Yu Yuan warmly invited Lin Xian to his cave dwelling, but Lin Xian, still preoccupied with a unique treasure in the market, could only graciously decline, promising to visit another time. Thus, the commotion finally subsided. Yu Yuan departed with a sigh, while Lin Xian, accompanied by the little fox, resumed his leisurely stroll through the market. However, now the celestial beings in the marketplace regarded Lin Xian with a newfound respect. After all, he was the one who had recently bested the foremost disciple of the Jia sect. In other words, he was now the genuine leader among the third-generation disciples of the Jia sect. Furthermore, having previously triumphed over the top disciple of the Rin sect only added to the weight of his accomplishments. In an instant, all the celestial beings in the marketplace cast admiring glances at Lin Xian. If he were to defeat the foremost disciple of the Chan sect one day, he would undoubtedly be acknowledged as the true first among the third generation of the Xiamen. Speaking of which, who was the foremost disciple of the Chan sect? Meanwhile, Yu Yuan had returned to his cave dwelling. However, after much contemplation, he felt it necessary to consult his master and report today's events. He wasn't seeking to complain. Rather, he was concerned that his master might misinterpret his relationship with Lin Xian. Although Yu Yuan had suffered a beating from Lin Xian, he bore no resentment, quite the contrary. He felt a sense of respect. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, sheer strength often spoke the loudest truth. Without further ado, Yu Yuan left his cave and made his way directly to his master's sanctuary. The abode of the Golden Spirit Mother was in close proximity to the Jade Void Palace, underscoring her esteemed status. Upon entering the sanctuary, before even greeting his master, Yu Yuan overheard a gentle exchange filled with soft laughter. Looking up, he discovered that his master had invited 3 other revered mothers and the 3 celestial sisters to enjoy tea and discuss profound matters beneath a tree, creating a remarkably harmonious atmosphere. In the realm of there exists the notion of the 4 great holy mothers, 3 of whom are direct disciples of the Tongtian sect leader, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, and the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother. The 4th, the Fire Spirit Holy Mother, is a disciple of the Duobao Taoist and belongs to the 3rd generation of. Although her realm is still that of a golden immortal, she shares a close friendship with the 3 holy mothers. The 3 Xiaos, likewise, are remarkable figures. Among the 8 direct disciples of the Tongtian sect leader, who reside year-round on Jinao Island, are the Duobao Taoist, the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, and the Wudong Holy Mother, forming the inner sect. Meanwhile, the other 4 direct disciples, who engage in external cultivation, belong to the outer sect, Zhao Gongming, the Yunxiao Fairy, the Qiongxiao Fairy, and the Bixiao Fairy. Despite the distinction between the inner and outer sects, it is primarily due to Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos having already attained considerable cultivation before becoming disciples of the Tongtian sect leader, thus entering with established skills. In terms of status, Zhao Gongming and the 3 Xiaos hold positions that are not inferior to those of the 4 inner sect direct disciples. Regarding cultivation, the Yunxiao Fairy stands as a quasi-saint, while the others are all renowned great Luo golden immortals. Zhao Gongming, in particular, has reached the zenith of both body refinement and energy cultivation, displaying a fearless demeanor even in the presence of quasi-saints. At this moment, the 4 holy mothers and the 3 Xiaos gather together, representing a formidable portion of this elite combat strength. Upon witnessing this scene, Yu Yuan hesitated, pondering whether to disclose his previous troubles. Would it not be somewhat embarrassing? Not only would he feel shame, but he could also bring disgrace upon his master in front of other elders, thus compounding his transgressions. Yet, what one fears often comes to pass. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother, upon noticing her disciple's arrival, turned and inquired, "Yu Yuan, what brings you here?" The other 3 holy mothers and the 3 Xiaos also gazed at him with curiosity. With a sigh, Yu Yuan steeled himself and recounted his encounter with Lin Xian. Naturally, he only mentioned that he had been misled by malevolent energy and expressed gratitude towards Lin Xian for awakening him. Once he finished his account, the expressions of the gathered female immortals varied. Some smiled softly, others appeared intrigued, while a few bore peculiar looks. The Golden Spirit Holy Mother laughed. "Are you saying that you were bested by that Lin Xian?" Yu Yuan quickly replied, "It was my fault initially. Thus, I harbor no resentment." The Golden Spirit Holy Mother nodded with a smile and turned to the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, saying, "My disciple may be somewhat reckless, yet his actions are direct. I believe he speaks the truth." The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, with a strange expression, nodded in agreement. How long had it been since her disciple returned? Only to stir up such a significant affair. The Wudong Holy Mother chuckled. "It seems that your disciple, Sister Turtle, possesses considerable strength." The Golden Spirit Holy Mother also nodded with a smile. "Indeed, Sister, you have taken on a fine disciple." The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother sighed. "You too know well that I am not particularly skilled at teaching disciples, Yet you still say such things? Lin Xian possesses some talent, but it is largely due to his own destiny. This statement holds truth. The turtle spirit Holy Mother had indeed imparted little to Lin Xian, and she was aware of that herself. The celestial maiden of the clouds smiled and remarked, "The master opens the door, but the cultivation lies within oneself. Which disciple does not follow this path? Sister, there is no need for modesty." The celestial maiden of the jade nodded in agreement, saying, "What my sister says is indeed correct." The celestial maiden of the emerald, with great curiosity, inquired, "Sister, is that disciple of yours now a golden immortal? How long has he been cultivating?" The Holy Mother of the turtle spirit sighed with a smile and proceeded to give a brief introduction to the group. Listening to the light-hearted banter of her master and the various uncles, Yu Yuan quietly exhaled, relieved that the events of the day seemed to be behind him. As for losing face, he was indifferent. Just as he intended to sneak away, the Holy Mother of the fire spirit, who had been quietly listening, suddenly spoke up. "Brother Yu Yuan, what skills does Lin Xian possess that even you cannot contend with?" Upon hearing the question from the Holy Mother of the fire spirit, Yu Yuan felt somewhat helpless. He had always found her to be a source of vexation. Although he was the foremost disciple of the third generation of the level of attention he received perhaps paled in comparison to that of the Holy Mother of the fire spirit. She was the foremost disciple of the treasure Taoist, who was the first disciple of the celestial master Tongtian, a senior brother of the, and held a status not inferior to that of the golden spirit Holy Mother. Furthermore, the Holy Mother of the fire spirit was herself a favored child within the, having formed close friendships with the three Holy Mothers despite being the junior. And even the celestial master Tongtian held great affection for her. Yet, what truly troubled Yu Yuan was her competitive nature, often, due to his status as the foremost disciple. She sought him out for sparring. Now, with Lin Xian in the picture, Yu Yuan naturally wanted to push this rivalry onto him. He promptly responded, "Lin Xian possesses numerous skills. If you wish to learn more, sister, you may seek him out directly." Indeed, upon hearing Yu Yuan's words, the Holy Mother of the fire spirit proudly lifted her chin and declared, "Of course, with such an accomplished junior in the, I shall certainly inquire further." Yu Yuan chuckled softly. Though he said nothing, it was evident that he held little faith in the Holy Mother of the fire spirit's chances. After all, in their usual sparring sessions, she had proven to be quite formidable, leaving him at a loss. Of course, he was equally at a loss when it came to the Holy Mother of the fire spirit adorned with the golden cloud crown. However, Lin Xian was an entirely different matter. Regarding Lin Xian's prowess, Yu Yuan chose not to elaborate. With a peculiar mindset, having recently suffered a significant defeat at Lin Xian's hands, he rather looked forward to witnessing the Holy Mother of the fire spirit face a similar fate. The Holy Mother of the fire spirit remained confident, asserting, "He may have bested you, but that does not mean he can surpass me. I shall find him for a spar and prove it." Yu Yuan smiled, too apathetic to elaborate further. The other three Holy Mothers and the three celestial maidens listened intently to this exchange, exchanging glances filled with barely contained mirth, eagerly anticipating the spectacle. They were all curious to see what a confrontation between the Holy Mother of the fire spirit and Lin Xian would entail. Soon, news of Lin Xian's decisive victory over Yu Yuan spread throughout the entire, capturing the attention of several beyond the Holy Mothers, including one who had taken particular interest in this gossip. Listening to his disciple's report, Dingguang Xian furrowed his brow. How could Lin Xian have defeated that brat Yu Yuan? Although Yu Yuan was a third-generation disciple, Dingguang Xian was well aware of his formidable strength. Nevertheless, Yu Yuan had never regarded Lin Xian as a worthy opponent. So what if he had triumphed over Yu Yuan? After all, he was a Tai Golden Immortal. Finding an opportunity to teach Lin Xian a lesson would pose no challenge for Dingguang Xian. At that very moment, Lin Xian, who was still wandering through the market, remained oblivious to his newfound fame within the Jiejiao sect. Strolling through the market with a little fox by his side, Lin Xian came across several exquisite natural treasures and could not resist inquiring about them. The stall owners, fully aware that this was the person who had recently bested Yu Yuan, dared not deceive him. Thus, they offered fair prices, allowing Lin Xian to acquire them without hesitation. In the present age of Hongwang, spiritual energy remained abundant. Although some minerals were formed from spiritual energy, they were primarily utilized for formations and refining rather than considered resources for cultivation. As a result, a currency system based on spirit stones had yet to emerge. Transactions among immortals predominantly relied on bartering. With a considerable amount of spiritual elixirs, fruits, and natural treasures still in his possession, Lin Xian felt quite confident. After his leisurely stroll, he found himself at the stall featuring the fateful calamity plate. The proprietor, a human Xian immortal, beamed with a flattering smile upon seeing Lin Xian pause before his stall. "Esteemed senior, is there anything that piques your interest?" Lin Xian smiled faintly and replied, "You may simply address me as fellow friend. I wonder how much you are asking for this Millennium Wood Essence?" Despite the calamity plate being within his reach, Lin Xian first picked up a piece of wood essence. The stall owner quickly responded, "Fellow friend, you possess keen insight. This wood essence is indeed 1,500 years old. It can be exchanged for a second-tier spiritual elixir or other spiritual materials of around a millennium in age." Lin Xian chuckled, "That seems a bit steep." He then placed the Millennium Wood Essence back down and resumed his selection of other items. After a thorough search, Lin Xian chose a piece of Millennium Wood Essence, several strands of red cloud grass, and dozens of postnatal spiritual fruits, following a round of haggling with the stall owner. The total cost came to 2 second-tier spiritual elixirs. As Lin Xian retrieved the elixirs, he casually picked up an inconspicuous stone resembling a compass from the stall. Weighing it in his hand, he turned to the stall owner and inquired, "What is this?" The stall owner glanced at it and replied with a grin, "This was discovered by me within an ancient ruin. While I am uncertain of its purpose, its material is extraordinary. It is impervious to blades, guns, water, and fire. If you desire it, a first-tier spiritual elixir will suffice." Lin Xian smirked, "You wish to trade a piece of unknown stone for a spiritual elixir?" The stall owner chuckled awkwardly. "Well, you are free to offer what you deem appropriate." Lin Xian shook his head. "Very well, it is merely a first-tier spiritual elixir. I shall give it to you." With that, he produced one elixir, along with the previous two, and handed them to the stall owner. The stall owner's face brightened immediately as he accepted the elixirs, repeatedly expressing his gratitude. With the transaction concluded, Lin Xian waved his hand to stow away the compass-like stone and a collection of rare treasures, then made his way back home. Upon returning to his cave dwelling, a smile finally graced Lin Xian's face. It was not that he was miserly, but rather that revealing the true value of the treasure to the vendor or any onlookers would undoubtedly complicate matters. He took out the stone compass and examined it for a moment before gently tapping it. A flash of golden light flickered as the stone fragments fell away, unveiling the true form of the compass, known as the fortune-seeking disc. Only those of golden immortal caliber could penetrate the outer stone layer, and the vendor's failure to recognize its worth was merely a reflection of his insufficient power. Lin Xian scrutinized the fortune-seeking disc, quietly delving into its mysteries. After a brief moment, he exhaled, a mixture of surprise and trepidation washing over him. This disc was indeed extraordinary, much like the treasure-calling coin. The fortune-seeking disc required the expenditure of one's own fortune to be utilized. However, unlike the treasure-calling coin, which consumed personal fortune to bring forth an opponent's spiritual treasures, the fortune-seeking disc consumed one's fortune to uncover opportunities for treasure for oneself. Indeed, this was a unique artifact that expended fortune in the pursuit of treasures. Theoretically, as long as sufficient fortune was expended, this marvelous item could even locate supreme innate spiritual treasures. Yet, therein lay the dilemma. Just how much fortune constituted sufficient? Fortune was of paramount importance to an individual, and Lin Xian was typically reluctant to expend even an ounce of it. Yet, he found himself in possession of both the treasure-calling coin and the fortune-seeking disc, both of which specifically consumed fortune. Lin Xian couldn't help but sigh. The allure of treasures was compelling, yet the dire consequences of depleting one's fortune were equally formidable. After a period of contemplation, Lin Xian decided to temporarily set aside the fortune-seeking disc, refraining from its immediate use. Utilizing one's fortune to seek treasures was akin to a form of overextension. He could easily envision that many of the previous owners of the fortune-seeking disc had exhausted their fortunes in search of treasures, only to meet unfortunate fates immediately after acquiring them due to their depleted fortunes. However, in the face of a great calamity, having a wealth of fortune without the corresponding strength raised further questions about whether to employ such a treasure. Indeed, the phrase "born of calamity" was no mere platitude. Therefore, the use of this artifact necessitated careful consideration, balancing the extremes of reckless overindulgence and paralyzing hesitation. Lin Xian silently reminded himself of this. Yet for him, employing the fortune-seeking disc carried certain advantages. After all, he had gleaned inspiration from the treasure-calling coin, developing a method to borrow fortune that allowed him to temporarily acquire some fortune for consumption. Nevertheless, even so, Each use would inevitably require a sacrifice of some of his own fortune, necessitating caution. Having stored away the fortune-seeking disc, Lin Xian proceeded to organize the various rare treasures he had purchased from the market, just as he was met with the resounding toll of a magnificent bell. The day for the preaching of the Tongtian Patriarch has finally arrived. The discourse of a sage is indeed a grand occasion. But when it is the Tongtian Patriarch delivering the teachings, it becomes a rare spectacle in the vast wilderness. Aside from the immortals residing on Golden Ao Island and its neighboring celestial isles, beings from the entire Eastern Sea, and even farther afield, will flock to Golden Ao Island to listen to the sage's sermon. After all, the island does not prohibit outsiders from landing. And the Tongtian Patriarch's teachings are open to all. Anyone who arrives may partake in the discourse. Naturally, the ability to secure a favorable position for listening to the teachings depends on one's prowess. During the sage's sermon, disputes are forbidden. Thus, those who arrive earlier are often rewarded with better spots. However, Lin Xian, having a cave abode on Golden Ao Island, and being a legitimate third-generation disciple of the Jie sect, would accompany his master into the Biao Palace to listen, ensuring that his position would be quite advantageous. At the sound of the bell tolling, Lin Xian emerged from his cave with the little fox. Upon stepping outside, he was greeted by the sight of a throng of people on Golden Ao Island, with many immortals flying overhead. He summoned the wind beneath him and soared towards the Biao Palace. The square before the palace was packed to the brim, yet a certain area remained vacant, with no immortal daring to approach. Moments later, a figure materialized in the empty space. This immortal, clad in wide sleeves and exuding an air of tranquility, did not display any remarkable presence, yet the surrounding immortals held their breath in reverence. At this moment, those gathered before the Biao Palace were none other than the core disciples of the Jie sect. After a brief pause, a fragrant breeze wafted in, heralding the arrival of several female immortals. Among them were the Golden Spirit Holy Mother, the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, the Wudong Holy Mother, the Fire Spirit Holy Mother, and the Three Heavens Fairies. Upon seeing the figure in wide robes, the female immortals bowed in unison. "Greetings, senior brother. You have arrived early." This figure was none other than the first disciple of the sage and the esteemed Tongtian Patriarch, the Daobao Daoist. With a cheerful demeanor, Daobao Daoist nodded at his junior sisters, saying, "It is indeed a rare occasion for all of you to be here." The Yunxiao fairy responded with a smile. "My elder brother is still in seclusion, so it is we sisters who have some leisure time. Upon hearing that our master would be preaching, we decided to gather. The great Luo Golden Immortal often retreats for thousands of years, and the Tongtian Patriarch's teachings are not to be missed." Daobao Daoist, unfazed, nodded in agreement. "No worries. It all depends on fate." After the formalities were exchanged among the senior and junior disciples, the Fire Spirit Holy Mother called out to their master and obediently took her place behind Daobao Daoist. Shortly thereafter, Lin Xian and Yu Yuan arrived in succession, exchanging a glance before stepping forward to pay their respects to their master. Lin Xian approached the Turtle Spirit Holy Mother, bowing and stating, "Master, I have arrived." The Turtle Spirit Holy Mother smiled warmly, nodding in acknowledgement and introducing him to the surrounding peers. Come, this is your Yunxiao Uncle Master. This is your Qiongxiao Uncle Master, and this is your Bixiao Uncle Master. This is your Golden Spirit Uncle Master, and behind her is your senior brother Yu Yuan, whom you have already met. This is your esteemed uncle, and this is your revered master, while behind them stands your elder sister of the Fire Spirit." Upon hearing these illustrious names, Lin Xian hastily approached to pay his respects. The Daoist Master Duobao nodded with a warm smile. The Holy Mother of Wudong regarded him with curious eyes, her smile unwavering. The Celestial Yunxiao and Celestial Qiongxiao, possessing serene and composed temperaments, merely offered him a polite nod. However, the Celestial Bixiao, with a twinkle in her eye, scrutinized him with curiosity and could not help but exclaim, "Little fellow, I see you and that young lad share a comparable level of cultivation. How is it that you can surpass him?" At this remark, Celestial Yuxiao shot an annoyed glare at her sister. Meanwhile, Yu Yuan wore a pained expression, choosing to feign ignorance. Lin Xian felt somewhat awkward and could only respond evasively. It was merely luck. Bishu Celestial seemed poised to inquire further when the Golden Spirit Holy Mother interjected with a smile, "This disciple of mine is in need of guidance. It would be beneficial for him to spar with a fellow brother. Lin Xian, you need not worry. Simply engage in more practice with him." With their master's words, although Yu Yuan maintained a grimace, he could only nod in agreement. Lin Xian followed suit. The core disciples of the were engaged in lively discourse. while numerous celestial beings around them could only look on with envy, making no attempt to intrude. Moments later, several streaks of light descended, heralding the arrival of the 7 attendant celestials. These 7 celestial beings were the Celestial Wuyun, Celestial Jingu, Celestial Pilu, Celestial Lingya, Celestial Qiushu, Celestial Jingguang, and Celestial Dingguang, 7 Tai golden immortals. Lin Xian silently gasped in awe. Alongside his esteemed uncles and masters, a total of 3 quasi-saint powers for the Luo golden immortals, and 7 Tai golden immortals were present, not to mention the absence of the Deluo golden immortal Zhao Gongming. The might of the was thus evident. Furthermore, as time passed, more celestial beings of the arrived. Notably, 7 distinguished 10 heavenly lords made their appearance, alongside 4 from 9 Dragon Island, and the 2 fairies. Hanji and Kaiyun graced the gathering. Additionally, the celestial Yin among the flames and the celestial Yui arrived in succession. Lin Xian observed that these celestial beings were at least golden immortals. Among them, the enigmatic celestial Yui exuded an indistinct aura, coupled with her impressive feats in the investiture of the gods, leading Lin Xian to ponder whether she might indeed be a Tai golden immortal. Following this lively assembly, before the Bo Palace, dozens of core disciples, all at the golden immortal level, had gathered. At last, the grand doors of the Bo Palace slowly swung open. The water and fire youth emerged, proclaiming in a resonant voice, "The teachings are about to commence. The master invites all fellow disciples to enter the palace and listen." The crowd bowed in acknowledgement. Subsequently, Master Duobao led the way, followed by the Golden Spirit Holy Mother and the multitude of celestial beings, who entered in an orderly fashion. Lin Xian took a deep breath and followed closely behind his master, stepping into the mysterious Bo Palace. Upon entering, he beheld a vast and magnificent hall. In the center of the grand hall lay an obsidian bed, upon which sat a middle-aged Taoist clad in a black robe, gazing at them with a serene smile. Lin Xian scrutinized him closely, noting the Taoist's sword-like brows and starry eyes, his figure tall and upright, exuding an unfathomable aura akin to standing before an abyss. Without a doubt, this was his ancestral master, the upper Qing saint among the 3 purities, the Master of Heaven. Suddenly, the Master of Heaven cast a glance in Lin Xian's direction, causing his heart to leap. He quickly lowered his head, too intimidated to gaze further. However, the Master of Heaven appeared unfazed, speaking with a gentle smile. "A great calamity approaches, and this discourse is of utmost importance. You must all listen attentively." At these words, the disciples felt a chill run through them, unanimously acknowledging his statement. The impending calamity was such that even the mightiest among the quasi-saints would not dare to claim they could weather it unscathed. With a wave of his hand, the master conjured cushions that appeared before them, signaling for the disciples to take their seats. Under the guidance of the precious treasure Taoist, the assembly of immortals settled in order. The revered saints and the 7 accompanying immortals occupied the front, while Lin Xian and several other disciples took their places behind them, followed by the outer sect and registered disciples among the golden immortals. Once all the disciples had settled and focused their minds, the Master of Heaven finally began to speak. This discourse would span a century. The path is boundless, each according to their understanding. His clear voice resonated throughout the Bo Palace, then reverberated like a great bell, echoing beyond the palace and across the entire Golden Ao Island. Within and outside Golden Ao Island, thousands of immortals stirred with excitement. Although Lin Xian held a respectable position, allowing him to approach and listen to the teachings, this being his first experience, he could not help but feel a rush of exhilaration. Once he steadied his emotions, he heard a grand voice resound within the Bo Palace. This was no mere speech, but a marvelous melody imbued with the profound mysteries of the Tao, resonating in the ears of all present. The sound of the Tao. Lin Xian swiftly realized the truth of the saying. The Tao that can be spoken is not the eternal Tao. The name that can be named is not the eternal name. Even a saint, when endeavoring to elucidate the intricacies of the Tao, could not rely solely on words. They could only manifest their understanding through extraordinary powers. This was the essence of the sound of the Tao. The profound mysteries the Master of Heaven sought to convey were encapsulated within, and the extent of comprehension hinged upon each individual's insight. Lin Xian endeavored to listen intently. Yet within moments, he felt a splitting headache, with little to show for his efforts. He could only vaguely sense that the master was presently expounding on the way of the sword. Observing Yu Yuan and the others nearby, he noted their furrowed brows. This was hardly surprising. Even among golden immortals, each possessed their own strengths, and grasping the unfamiliar principles of the Tao was a formidable challenge. Fortunately, Lin Xian had come prepared. With a flick of his hand, he produced a fragrant leaf, the essence of enlightenment tea, quietly placing the tea leaf in his mouth. Its bitter yet aromatic essence invigorated Lin Xian, clearing his mind significantly. In mere moments, he entered a state of enlightenment. Listening once more to the profound teachings of the Tongtian Patriarch, Lin Xian found himself feeling less discomfort and began to grasp certain concepts. He secretly sighed with relief, noticing that no one was paying attention to him, and with a flick of his hand, he retrieved the momentary pearl. This extraordinary gem could extend time 100-fold, meaning that while the Patriarch spoke for a century, Lin Xian could absorb the teachings for a full 10 millennia. Surely, after listening to his sage for such an expansive time, even with limited comprehension, he would glean some wisdom. With renewed confidence, Lin Xian activated the momentary pearl. A hazy, luminous aura enveloped him. The 100-fold deceleration of time significantly eased the challenge of understanding the teachings. Coupled with the assistance of the Enlightenment Tea, even though he had never before engaged with the sword path, he began to perceive the essence of the Tao. Lin Xian focused intently. While the sword path may not rank among the top 10 fundamental principles, its direct lethality was undeniably formidable. Moreover, it was well known throughout the primordial realm that the Tongtian Patriarch was exceptionally skilled in swordsmanship. As Lin Xian immersed himself in his insights, he was unaware that the Patriarch, in the midst of his teachings, had cast a fleeting glance in his direction. Oh, enlightenment tea? And a time-controlling treasure? The Patriarch observed his disciple with keen interest. The enlightenment tea was a precious grade of innate spirit root, yet to the Tongtian Patriarch, it was merely adequate. What truly piqued his curiosity was the momentary pearl in Lin Xian's hand. A treasure that could manipulate time was far more valuable than Lin Xian could fathom. Even the heavenly Tao saints would take notice of it. However, the Patriarch merely glanced at it a couple of times before returning his focus. This young man possesses some fortuitous opportunities, he mused with a slight smile, and resumed his earnest discourse. A sage, with his inherent demeanor and pride, would not be swayed by a mere artifact, at least not in his case. In the blink of an eye, a century had passed. When the sound of the Tao ceased, Lin Xian felt somewhat dazed, seemingly unaccustomed to the experience. Upon opening his eyes, he saw that various uncles and aunts, along with his own master, had risen and were chatting amiably among themselves. Turning his head, he found that the Tongtian Patriarch had vanished from the jade platform. Rubbing his temples, Lin Xian reflected on the immense gains he had experienced during this century of listening, though he still struggled to fully comprehend it. No, more accurately, he had absorbed teachings for 10 millennia. By controlling the flow of time with the momentary pearl, he had listened for longer than he had ever practiced, resulting in unimaginable insights. While Lin Xian was lost in thought, his peer Yu Yuan approached with a cheerful demeanor. Junior brother Lin Xian, you have awakened. How was your experience? Reflecting on the fruits of his 10 millennia of diligent listening, Lin Xian sighed. The gains are acceptable. Believing Lin Xian's sigh indicated disappointment, Yu Yuan offered, there is no need for you to feel disheartened, junior brother. This is your first experience absorbing the Tao. It is natural to feel some discomfort. You will surely become accustomed to it in the future. Lin Xian regarded Yu Yuan, hesitating as if he wished to speak, but found himself at a loss for words. However, Yu Yuan merely offered him a few words of consolation before turning to engage with other celestial beings, leaving Lin Xian unable to reveal the truth that might dishearten him. Lin Xian glanced around and noticed that several immortals had already departed from the Emerald Palace. He then rose to bid farewell to his esteemed mentors and made his way back to his cave abode. Once he returned, Lin Xian exhaled deeply and began to meticulously tally the bountiful gains from his 10,000 years of listening to the teachings. Throughout this extensive period, Lin Xian's understanding of the principles of creation progressed from the rudimentary stage to a significant achievement. In addition, he grasped the principles of swordsmanship, formations, wood, fire, and metal, all reaching the foundational level. Even with the notoriously challenging principles of space, Lin Xian made considerable headway, merely a step away from mastery. The only regret he harbored was a struggle to comprehend the principle of destruction, which seemed to clash with the principle of creation, rendering it exceedingly difficult to fathom. Nonetheless, the spoils of wisdom he reaped during this enlightening period were nothing short of astounding. Based on Lin Xian's century of experience in absorbing knowledge, he discerned that the celestial master was most proficient in the paths of destruction, swordsmanship, and formations. It appeared that the Celestial Master had fully mastered these three profound paths. Furthermore, beyond these, he also possessed profound insights into the paramount paths of time, space, the five elements, and yin-yang. Even with the conflicting nature of the principle of creation, the Celestial Master seemed to have dabbled in it, albeit with limited depth. Despite these challenges, Lin Xian's understanding of the principle of creation advanced from the foundational level to a significant achievement, largely due to the Celestial Master elevating it to the level of a grand path. Of course, Lin Xian's prior understanding of creation was already quite profound. Besides the principle of creation, he successfully comprehended the principles of swordsmanship, formations, wood, fire, and metal. His grasp of the principles of swordsmanship and formations was facilitated by their frequent discourse by the Celestial Master, alongside the aid of Enlightenment Tea and the extensive duration of 10,000 years, making it nearly inevitable for him to gain insight. As for the principles of wood, fire, and metal, they resonated harmoniously with Lin Xian, who had already cultivated considerable understanding in these areas, allowing him to naturally attain foundational mastery. Thus, concerning the five elemental principles, Lin Xian merely lacked comprehension of water and earth. Once he grasps these two, the unity of the five elements would rival the pinnacle of the principle of creation. Regarding his yearning for the other eminent path, the principle of destruction, although the Celestial Master was highly adept in it and expounded upon it extensively over the century, Lin Xian found little resonance. He could only attribute this to the inherent conflict between creation and destruction. Having first comprehended the principle of creation made it exceedingly challenging to subsequently grasp its antithesis. While water and fire, as well as yin and yang, might coexist, creation and destruction represent diametrically opposed extremes. Nevertheless, Lin Xian remained profoundly satisfied with the fruits of his recent enlightenment, having reaped substantial rewards from the great Tao principles. I have firmly consolidated my cultivation at the mid-stage of the golden immortal realm, my power growing ever more formidable. My current endeavor is to explore suitable techniques that transform my comprehension of the great Tao principles into tangible combat prowess. The Dream Invocation Divine Ability, previously downloaded from the chat group backend, has been completed, and I have now selected the five elements Great Escape as my next objective. This formidable divine ability not only encompasses the five elements escaping techniques but also embodies the five elements celestial arts, making it particularly suitable for someone like me, Lin Xian, who has already grasped the essence of the three elements. However, due to its status as a grand divine ability, the time required to download it at my current speed is exceedingly protracted. Shaking my head, I retracted the chat group and allowed the download to proceed in the background. Given my choice of the five elements Great Escape, I must defer my exploration of the sword principles and array techniques for the time being. Yet, I am not in a rush. After all, the Celestial Teacher has divided his teachings into 3 sessions, each lasting a century, with a century's interval in between. I have only attended 1 session thus far. With 100 years of respite ahead, I have no intention of idly waiting. With a flick of my wrist, I summon the Fate Plate. My current strength has significantly increased. Even if my fortune wanes slightly, I am fully capable of handling any threats that arise. Gritting my teeth, I first employed the fortune borrowing technique to draw a wisp of luck from the heavens, and then activated the Fate Plate. In an instant, the Fate Plate shone brilliantly. The spiritual essence of the universe surged into it, and I could faintly sense my own fortune rapidly dissipating, being voraciously consumed by the Fate Plate. Fortunately, this process is manageable. I can sever the Fate Plate's absorption at will. Being my first time using the Fate Plate, I dared not expend too much fortune, enduring only a few breaths before hastily terminating its consumption. Despite this caution, I could feel the astonishing drain on my fortune. This was still the result of having borrowed some luck in advance. Shaking my head, I gazed at the Fate Plate in my hands. A glimmer of golden light emerged from the Fate Plate, soaring into my brow. A faint, unseen tether immediately manifested within my heart, guiding me toward the depths of the Eastern Sea of the primordial era. The treasures and opportunities the Fate Plate has locked on to await me there. With a sigh of relief, I felt a surge of excitement. I wonder what marvelous treasures await me after expending so much fortune? Eagerly, I tidied up and, accompanied by the little fox, exited my cave abode, setting my sights on the Eastern Sea. However, just as I stepped out of the cave and had yet to leave Jineo Island, I encountered a newly acquainted fellow disciple, the Fire Spirit Saintess. She blocked my path, scrutinizing me. Lin Xian, are you heading out? She inquired. Lin Xian found the situation somewhat peculiar, yet he managed a polite smile. Indeed. Does Senior Sister Fire Spirit have any guidance to offer? The Fire Spirit Holy Mother did not respond directly. Instead, she inquired. There are still 2 more teachings from our revered master. Will you return to listen? Lin Xian felt increasingly bewildered and replied matter-of-factly. Of course, I shall return. The Fire Spirit Holy Mother nodded in acknowledgement, saying, That's good to hear. I was concerned you might not come back. This statement left Lin Xian utterly perplexed. What exactly was this senior sister aiming for? With a serious expression, the Fire Spirit Holy Mother continued, I wish to engage in a friendly spar with you, junior brother. I had originally planned to seek you out after the 3 teachings from our master, but I thought it prudent to inform you in advance, allowing you ample time to prepare. Lin Xian found himself at a loss for words. Was it necessary to treat a mere spar with such gravity? Did she truly fear that he would not return? Shaking his head with a smile, Lin Xian replied, Senior sister, if it is merely a spar, I am always available. There is no need to wait until after our master's teachings conclude. The opportunities are there, and a delay would hardly matter. The Fire Spirit Holy Mother interjected. It is essential to wait until after our master's teachings. This is your first time attending, and the insights you gain will surely be substantial. If I were to spar with you beforehand, it would be akin to taking advantage of your newfound knowledge. Lin Xian was once again at a loss for words. This senior sister seemed to possess an excessive competitive spirit, and her earnestness was somewhat amusing. He thought to himself that even if they were to spar now, he was confident he could leave the Fire Spirit Holy Mother questioning her life choices. However, recognizing her unwavering self-assurance, Lin Xian decided against dampening her spirits. He nodded and said, Senior sister, you are indeed forthright. Let us wait until I have absorbed the teachings and enhanced my abilities before we engage in our spar. The Fire Spirit Holy Mother, upon hearing this, nodded in satisfaction. Excellent. It is settled then. Chapter 24. Yuan Hong's Fury, the Schemes of the Celestial Light Immortal. Beastly Mounts. In truth, Lin Xian felt a considerable amount of sympathy for the Fire Spirit Holy Mother. This spirited female immortal, driven by a fierce competitive nature, had played a tragic role in the original calamity of the Fengshen. Descending the mountain as a disciple of the Jie Zhao's 3rd generation, she sought revenge for her student, only to encounter the unreasonable teachings of the Chan Jiao. The foremost of the 12 golden immortals, Guang Qingzi, ruthlessly struck her down with the Fan Tian seal. Not only did Guang Qingzi seize her golden cloud crown, but he also invaded the Biao Palace thrice, becoming the catalyst for the ensuing conflict between the Chan and Jie sections. Thus, Lin Xian held no animosity towards her challenge. After all, her intentions were devoid of malice, merely the desire to prove herself. Having reached an agreement with the Fire Spirit Holy Mother, Lin Xian departed from Jinao Island, heading swiftly toward the depths of the East Sea. Unbeknownst to him, as he left the Biao Palace, a small demon near Jinao Island discreetly spread the news of his departure. Soon, within the caverns of Meishan, an old acquaintance received this information. Yuan Hong's voice, filled with rage, echoed throughout the cave. Good, good, good. This brat has finally left Jinao Island. This is a divine opportunity for revenge. Wulong was elated, exclaiming, At long last, we can avenge the grievances of our 2nd and 3rd brothers. Chang Hao nodded in agreement, urging, Eldest brother, let us depart. Yuan Hong's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he emphatically nodded. It turned out that following the chaotic skirmish at Urshian Ridge, Yuan Hong had returned to Meishan in a state of disarray, only to be consumed by fury and despair upon discovering that both his 2nd and 3rd brothers had not returned. A brief divination revealed the grim truth. Both brothers had met their demise. It was known that among the 7 freaks of Meishan, Chang Hao and Yang Xian had already fallen to Lin Xian's blade, and now, with Dai Li and Jin Dashing also lost, the so-called 7 freaks of Meishan had dwindled to a mere 3. Naturally, Yuan Hong was incensed. He had previously been restrained by the 7 sisters, fully aware that these 2 Tai golden immortals, the Fox demons, could not have been responsible for the fate of his brothers. Thus, it could only be the other human celestial beings at Urshian Ridge who bore the blame. Yuan Hong dared not seek vengeance against the 7 sisters, nor could he harbor resentment towards the great Luo golden immortals of the Chan sect and heavenly court, yet the desire for retribution burned within him. After diligent investigation, Yuan Hong discovered that the perpetrator responsible for the death of his brothers was, astonishingly, a celestial star lord from the heavenly court. Not only had he slain Dai Li and Jin Dasheng, but he was also the one who had brought about the demise of Chang Hao and Yang Xian. The records in the Hall of Demon Execution made it abundantly clear this individual had murdered his brothers and claimed a reward from the heavenly court. Fury consumed Yuan Hong. Yet he remained composed. The greedy wolf Star-Lord, Lin Xian, had remained within the heavenly court. Could he truly wage war against the heavenly court for vengeance? He was not mad. Reluctantly, Yuan Hong resolved to bide his time. After a period of waiting, he finally learned of Lin Xian's departure from the heavenly court. Overjoyed, Yuan Hong prepared to pursue his quarry, only to be astounded to discover that Lin Xian had not merely left the heavenly court but had gone directly to Golden Ao Island. It turned out that the Master Tong Tian was about to deliver a sermon, and Lin Xian was revealed to be a disciple of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit, making him a grand disciple of the Master Tong Tian. Yuan Hong found himself in an even more difficult position. Was he to attack Golden Ao Island? He could only return and reassure his brothers, continuing to exercise patience. Fortune favors the diligent, and after waiting for a century, the Master Tong Tian's sermon concluded, and Yuan Hong finally received word of Lin Xian's departure from Golden Ao Island. The time for vengeance had arrived. Yuan Hong promptly gathered his two brothers and set forth towards the East Sea. Although Lin Xian's departure from Golden Ao Island appeared to draw little attention, unbeknownst to him, another Tai Golden Immortal was also observing his movements, the Celestial of Steady Light, one of the 7 fairies. The Celestial of Steady Light sought retribution against the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit and had long since chosen Lin Xian as the target for her revenge, having kept a close watch on him for some time. However, with Lin Xian remaining on Golden Ao Island, the Celestial of Steady Light had refrained from taking action, fully aware of the Holy Mother's presence. Now, having learned of Lin Xian's departure, she could no longer contain herself. Should I act directly, it would elevate that young man. She mused. Perhaps it would be wise to enlist the assistance of my friend, Daoist Xianqi, rising from his seat. He departed the cave dwelling and soared away from Golden Ao Island, shortly arriving at a nearby, known as Dongming Island. This island was home to a formidable demon of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, known as Xianqi Dao Run, who was engaged in his cultivation. Xianqi Dao Run shared a notable camaraderie with Ding Guangxian, having received significant assistance from the latter during his ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal stage. Upon seeing Ding Guangxian's visit, Xianqi Dao Run promptly welcomed him into his cave and offered him warm hospitality. Ding Guangxian, however, wasted no time. As soon as he settled, he directly conveyed his purpose. Xianqi Dao Run furrowed his brow at the suggestion. Are you implying that I should confront a disciple of the Turtle Spirit Saint Mother, who is at the Golden Immortal level? While the Golden Immortal rank may not be particularly daunting, the title of a great Luo Golden Immortal disciple still carries considerable weight. Ding Guangxian replied with a reassuring smile, "Rest easy, my friend. I merely request that you teach that young man a lesson. I do not ask for his life. I shall shield you from any repercussions from Sister Turtle Spirit." Upon hearing this, Xianqi Dao Run exhaled in relief and nodded. "If that is the case, I shall assist you. Might I inquire where that young man is ventured? If he remains on Golden Ao Island, I presume you would not trouble him." Ding Guangxian promptly responded, "He has just departed Golden Ao Island and headed deep into the East Sea. If you set off now, you can still catch up with him." With that, he employed his magical abilities to reveal Lin Xian's appearance to Xianqi Dao Run. Xianqi Dao Run nodded and set off, making his way towards the depths of the East Sea. Ding Guangxian observed the retreating figure of Xianqi Dao Run, unable to suppress a smile. "Turtle Spirit, you have thwarted my plans. Let your disciple atone for your misdeeds." Unbeknownst to Lin Xian, who had recently departed Golden Ao Island, 2 formidable adversaries had already set their sights on him, 2 Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings, one of whom had achieved mastery in body refinement. Whether it was a manifestation of fate or a consequence of Lin Xian's recent expenditure of immense fortune, he, accompanied by a small fox, had followed an instinctual pull to the depths of the East Sea. As Lin Xian prepared to descend from the clouds and search meticulously, he was abruptly drawn to a violent disturbance nearby. Accompanying the tumult were echoes of furious roars, suggesting a clash of immortals. Intrigued, Lin Xian stealthily approached the source of the commotion. Before him unfolded a fierce battle between 2 colossal beasts within the turbulent waters. One creature resembled a scaled fish, yet boasted a pair of magnificent wings. As this beast's tail thrashed, it conjured towering waves, and when its wings flapped, it summoned raging winds. The other beast was adorned with crimson stripes, possessed a singular horn, and wielded 5 tail-like bone whips. The mere elevation of its horn unleashed a tempest of thunder and fire, while its intertwined bone tails resembled a constricting cage. Lin Xian and the little fox gazed in astonishment. Before them stood two beasts of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Such a rare spectacle of conflict among beings of this caliber was indeed extraordinary. The so-called strange beasts are those possessing unique bloodlines. Take Yuan Hong, for instance, who bore the bloodline of the chaotic demon ape. He is indeed a strange beast. The two before Lin Xian clearly belong to the same category. Observing their forms and supernatural abilities, Lin Xian began to formulate some conjectures. With a fish's body and bird's wings, their sound resembling that of mandarin ducks, they could command the winds and control the waters. This must be the legendary live fish. The other, resembling a crimson leopard with 5 tails and a single horn, emitting a sound akin to the clash of stones, should be the mythical Zhang. To have reached the level of Tai Golden Immortal, the bloodlines of both the live fish and the Zhang must be exceptionally pure, thus classifying them as the extraordinary beasts of legend. These unique bloodline creatures were most active in ancient times when ferocious beasts roamed freely and chaos reigned in the wilderness. It was not until a cataclysmic event decimated most of these beasts that tranquility was restored to heaven and earth. In the present day, these strange beasts have become exceedingly rare, especially those of pure blood. The two beasts before Lin Xian, the live fish and the Zhang, were sights he had never witnessed before, arousing his keen interest, compelling him to remain rather than depart. Both appeared to be in the early stages of Tai Golden Immortal, engaged in a fierce battle in the secluded depths of the East Sea, though it was unclear what they fought over. The live fish, adept in the laws of water and wind, held an advantage due to its mastery of the terrain above the sea. Conversely, while the Zhang's proficiency in the laws of fire and thunder boasted great lethality, its power diminished upon the water, allowing the live fish to withstand its onslaught. The two seemed evenly matched. Despite this balance, their conflict was brutal, with neither showing signs of retreat, staining the ocean's surface red with their blood. The small fox beside Lin Xian watched intently. She was still a 5-tailed fox, a mere step away from becoming a golden immortal great demon king. Yet she was still vastly inferior compared to these Tai Golden Immortal level beasts. After observing for a while, Lin Xian grew somewhat vexed at the stalemate. He was here to seek opportunities and treasures, not to wait for their battle to conclude. As Lin Xian surveyed the scene, he noted the Zhang was shrouded in a menacing aura, burdened by heavy karma, while the live fish exuded purity, even surrounded by a gentle mist. Instantly, he made a decision. Since the two could not determine a victor, he would intervene to resolve their conflict. Lin Xian leaped down, a spear materializing in his grasp, and thrust it toward the Zhang beast. Boom! A burst of icy energy erupted, freezing everything within 1,000 miles. The two strange beasts engaged in combat simultaneously changed color. However, upon realizing that the spear was aimed at the Zhang, their reactions diverged. The live fish displayed delight, while the Zhang's expression shifted dramatically. With an enraged roar, the Zhang lashed out with its 5 bony tails, attempting to block the incoming spear. Yet, even so, the piercing cold rendered it momentarily stiff. Who dares to interfere in my affairs? It glared fiercely, eyes wide with fury. The victorious fish rejoiced, declaring, "Fellow Taoist, lend me your strength, and I shall share half of this true water of Xianming with you." It was at this moment that Lin Xian realized that these two formidable beasts of the Tai Golden Immortal level were embroiled in combat over the coveted true water of Xianming. This water was once the lifeblood of the ancestral shaman of water, Gong Gong, a product of the fusion of the water path from the 5 elements in the murky essence of the earthly fiend. It cast aside the softer attributes of water, seeking only the utmost in offensive power and lethality, possessing the might to freeze the heavens and even suspend time itself. Of course, such formidable capabilities were only possible when wielded by the ancient shaman. Gong Gong had long since perished, and only a mere remnant of the true water of Xianming remained in the world. Even if a fortunate individual were to acquire it, it would primarily serve as a means to comprehend divine powers. At present, the victorious fish and the fierce beast had evidently discovered a trace of the true water of Xianming, and thus engaged in battle. Lin Xian, having made his determination, hesitated not and set his sights on the fierce beast, launching a direct assault. With a flourish of his spear, he pointed towards the sea beneath his feet, and the force of creation surged forth. The ocean churned, and in an instant, 6 colossal water giants coalesced from the surface, encircling the fierce beast. Through the manipulation of creation, he summoned water to form an army. Previously, during his battle against Bian Zhuang in the heavenly court, Lin Xian had utilized the waters of the heavenly river to enact this divine ability. However, time had passed, and after a century of enlightenment on Jinao Island, he had ascended to a new level of understanding of the laws of creation and the water element. The water soldiers he conjured now bore far greater might. Each of the 6 titanic water soldiers was comparable to a mid-level golden immortal, and their combined strength posed a significant threat even to a perfected golden immortal. Moreover, these soldiers, born from the boundless ocean, were inexhaustible, indestructible. Even a tiny golden immortal would find them troublesome. The fierce beast was currently in a state of distress. It had been evenly matched with the victorious fish, battling fiercely for half a day, both sustaining considerable injuries. Now, suddenly, an unexpected contender had emerged, tipping the scales of victory. Even though this individual was merely a golden immortal, he was clearly no ordinary one. The mere ability to summon water into an army and manifest 6 golden immortal-level water soldiers was not a feat achievable by an average golden immortal. The fierce beast was further troubled, uncertain of what other abilities this human golden immortal might possess. Gritting its teeth, the fierce beast resolved that a wise man does not suffer immediate losses. Retreat was the best strategy. "You too, wait here," it bellowed, issuing a fierce proclamation while simultaneously gathering its strength to flee. However, Lin Xian would not allow a tiger to return to its mountain lair. He still sought opportunities within the sea and could not let such a formidable foe escape. With a light chuckle, Lin Xian remarked, "Thinking of running? It won't be that easy." As he spoke, a mirror materialized in his hand. It was the Locking Sky Mirror, the Locking Void Mirror, a rare postnatal spiritual treasure bestowed by the celestial maiden Yaoji in days of yore, possesses the formidable ability to restrain adversaries. However, in confronting the mighty demon king of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, it has proven somewhat inadequate. Yet, Lin Xian did not harbor hopes of subduing the fearsome beast solely through this treasure. Merely slowing its escape was sufficient. Indeed, under the influence of the Locking Void Mirror, the beast's speed diminished considerably. The Luoyu, witnessing this, was elated and spread its wings, launching itself toward the beast. Behind the Luoyu surged a colossal wave. Towering like a giant wall, this wave, imbued with unparalleled might, crashed down upon the beast with tremendous force. The beast, recognizing the impending threat, roared in fury. Its horn radiated a blinding light as divine thunder and fire erupted forth, intertwining in a cataclysmic display of power directed at the Liu. The clash of the titanic wave and the thunderous flames resounded throughout the vast sea. Lin Xian marveled at the spectacle. Both creatures appeared to be unleashing their utmost abilities. Naturally, he could not afford to be outdone. With a flick of his hand, the Taishu Gathering Spirit Jade materialized before him. Following the monumental collision, both beasts were gravely injured. The Liu had shed a significant portion of its feathers, its tail was torn, and a gaping wound marred its abdomen. The Jin beast fared even worse, having lost 2 sections of its tail, with wounds deep enough to expose bone. Nevertheless, the Jin beast had achieved its objective. With the immense force from the collision, it propelled itself beyond the confines of the spatial realm, fleeing into the distance. Though it had paid a heavy price, it managed to escape. Yet, before the Jin beast could catch its breath, a wave of ominous energy suddenly surged behind it. Lin Xian activated the Taishu Gathering Spirit Jade in his grasp. With a 100-fold strike, the Xianbing Extinguishing Calamity Spear flew forth. Wielding the terrifying power of a Tai Golden Immortal, racing toward the Jin beast like a shooting star. Had the Jin beast been in its prime, it might have been able to withstand the assault. However, in its current severely weakened state, it had lost all chance to resist. With a thunderous boom, the beast was pierced through by the spear. The overwhelming force erupted within its body, instantly extinguishing all vitality. Its essence was obliterated. A unique bloodline beast of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm had thus perished. Lin Xian waved his hand, reclaiming the Jin beast's corpse along with the Xianbing Extinguishing Calamity Spear, then turned his gaze to the Liu. The Liu, now utterly astonished, could scarcely believe that the once ferocious Jin beast had been pierced through by a single strike. Could this individual truly be a golden immortal? Noticing Lin Xian's attention, the Luoyu trembled slightly and hastily expressed, "Thank you, esteemed friend, for your assistance. I am eternally grateful." Lin Xian smiled and nodded. "No need for such formality. Might I inquire if you are the legendary Luoyu? How should I address you?" Luoyun chuckled and said, "You may refer to me as Luoyun, my friend. I truly appreciate your assistance this time." That fierce creature was relentless in its pursuit of the true water of Xianming in my possession. Lin Xian listened with a smile, unperturbed by the ramblings of his companion. After a moment of chatter, Luoyun, noticing Lin Xian's amused gaze, felt a jolt of realization regarding his earlier promise. He hastily produced a small jade vial, somewhat pained at the thought of parting with it, and said, "This is the true water of Ximing I mentioned. I promise to share half with you, and I shall not go back on my word." He began to divide the true water, intending to hand over half to Lin Xian. However, Lin Xian waved his hand and replied, "There is no rush for that. It seems your injuries are rather severe. It would be prudent to prioritize your recovery." Luo Yun felt a warmth in his heart, thinking to himself how kind this person was to show such concern for him. Unbeknownst to him, Lin Xian harbored grander ambitions at that moment. Luo Yun quickly reassured him, "You need not worry. Although my injuries are grave, my recovery will not be slow. A few decades of seclusion will restore me to my former self." Lin Xian chuckled, "Why go through such trouble? I possess a method for healing. It merely depends on whether you trust me." After a moment's hesitation, Luo Yun reasoned that if Lin Xian had ill intentions, he would have acted upon them already. And thus he nodded, "I certainly trust you. Please proceed." Lin Xian nodded in affirmation, extending his hand toward Luo Yun and gesturing with a flick. The power of creation surged forth. Throughout this period, Lin Xian had been employing the power of creation in combat. Yet the continuous flow of vitality constituted the essence of this profound law. The mastery of this divine technique, the manipulation of creation, was indeed a pinnacle healing art. As Lin Xian's power of creation flowed into Luo Yun's body, the fearsome wounds on the beast began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Luo Yun's eyes widened in astonishment. "Is this the power of creation? It turns out you have comprehended the way of creation. I am in awe. To grasp the way of creation at the golden immortal level is to be truly extraordinary." Remembering Lin Xian's earlier feat of conjuring soldiers from water, Luo Yun felt a stir of intrigue. Could it be that the technique just demonstrated was the legendary divine ability of creation manipulation? Lin Xian smiled indeed. Luo Yun gasped, then earnestly inquired, "May I ask at which celestial mountain you reside and where your cave dwelling is?" Seeing the formality in Luo Yun's demeanor, Lin Xian replied with equal gravity, "I am Lin Xian, a disciple of the Jie Jiao sect, under the tutelage of the Holy Mother of Turtle Spirit." Although Luo Yun had already suspected this, he was still taken aback, his eyes widening. "So you are a distinguished disciple of a great Luo Golden Immortal of the Jie Jiao sect. I am truly honored." Lin Xian chuckled modestly, "Not at all. Your praise is excessive." During their conversation, Luo Yun's injuries had completely healed. He marveled, "Truly worthy of the legendary divine technique. It is indeed remarkable." "Thank you, Lin Xian, my friend." Lin Xian nodded, "You need not be so formal. I am curious, where do you usually cultivate?" Upon mentioning this, Lu Yun sighed, stating that he had initially been cultivating in the North Sea. However, in recent years, the power of the Demon Master's palace had grown significantly, leading to disputes that forced him to retreat to the East Sea. Lin Xian, contemplating this revelation, inquired if Lu Yun had yet found a place to settle. Lu Yun nodded, expressing a hint of helplessness. As a newcomer, it was challenging to find a refuge. Lin Xian gazed at Lu Yun, feeling a stirring within him. Although Lu Yun was a fish, he bore a certain elegance reminiscent of the ancient powerful Kunping, traversing the skies and waters with remarkable speed, making him an exceptional mount. Indeed, Lin Xian found himself in need of a worthy steed. It would not do to ride alongside a small fox in the future. With a growing sense of desire, Lin Xian tentatively asked if Lu Yun would consider accompanying him in his cultivation journey. He mentioned that his grandmaster would be lecturing again in 100 years, and that they could eventually journey to the heavenly court together. Lu Yun was taken aback, quickly grasping Lin Xian's implication. He sought to take him as a mount. Initially incensed, Lu Yun pondered the absurdity of offering himself, a being of ancient bloodline, as a mount for a golden immortal. Yet, reflecting on the fact that he might not stand a chance against Lin Xian, and recalling how Lin Xian had aided him in defeating the fierce beast and healing his wounds, his anger dissipated. Naturally gentle in nature and averse to conflict, he bore no karma, which was likely why Lin Xian had chosen to assist him. Simultaneously, the prospect of the future Lin Xian promised stirred something within Lu Yun. To listen to the teachings of the heavenly Dao Saint, with the backing of a great Luo Golden Immortal and a heavenly Dao Saint, what more could he fear? However, Lu Yun hesitated, casting a puzzled glance at Lin Xian. "Aren't you a disciple of the? How do you have ties to the heavenly court?" Lin Xian felt a surge of joy at Lu Yun's interest and eagerly clarified, revealing that he indeed held a position in the heavenly court as the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. Lu Yun nodded in understanding, increasingly intrigued. While many celestial beings looked down upon the heavenly court, Lu Yun recognized it as a promising destination. The only lingering concern was the prospect of lowering his pride before Lin Xian, a golden immortal. Had he faced a great Luo golden immortal, Lu Yun would have readily accepted. Sensing Lu Yun's apprehension, Lin Xian smiled gently. "Fear not, my friend. Should you choose to cultivate alongside me, we shall refer to each other as friends. However, at times, I may require your assistance in travel." Naturally, Lin Xian sought to reassure Lu Yun, knowing the value of having a Tai golden immortal as a mount. Ultimately, Lu Yun's expression brightened with a smile, conceding, "Very well, your sincerity is indeed commendable. I shall not be coy any longer. From now on, I will accompany you." Chapter 25, The Cave Heaven of Yingzhou, the Pure White Lotus, the Pearl of Stabilizing the Sea. Upon Lu Yun's agreement, Lin Xian and he together made a vow to the Heavenly Tao, formally binding him as Lin Xian's mount. The oath to the Heavenly Tao is a common means of binding in the primordial realm, possessing considerable strength in its constraints. Lin Xian gently coaxed the rare fish, Luo Yun, to serve as his steed, thus establishing a vow that was remarkably courteous, devoid of the stringent master-servant obligations. It merely stipulated that neither party should inflict harm upon the other in any form. For Lin Xian, this was more than sufficient. Once they had sworn the Heavenly Tao oath, their mutual trust ascended to unprecedented heights. Content: Lin Xian rode atop the Luo Yun, accompanied by the little fox, and ventured deeper into the East Sea. Although referred to as a fish, the Luo Yun was of considerable size, making it wholly suitable for Lin Xian to ride. As an extraordinary beast, the Luo Yun possessed the ability to soar gracefully through the heavens and dive into the ocean depths, maintaining its speed unimpeded. Thus, it proved to be an exceptionally practical mount. Guided by an innate sense, Lin Xian arrived at a nondescript rocky mountain deep within the East Sea. The spiritual energy here was sparse, and even fish, shrimp, and birds tended to avoid congregating. Yet, Lin Xian sensed that an opportunity awaited him in this very place. Following his intuition, Lin Xian soon discovered an exceedingly concealed innate restriction. The complexity of this restriction far surpassed any he had encountered previously. A gasp escaped him. There must indeed be something extraordinary hidden within. As he endeavored to decipher the restriction, he muttered to himself. Despite its intricate nature, Lin Xian, armed with the Moment Pearl and having comprehended the principles of array formations, was confident in his ability to unravel it. With the Luo Yun and Little Fox standing guard, Lin Xian immersed himself in the hundredfold flow of time granted by the Moment Pearl, spending an entire day and night until he finally unlocked the restriction before him. A phantom portal materialized in front of him. Lin Xian glanced at the Little Fox and the Luo Yun by his side. The Luo Yun had widened its eyes upon seeing the restriction, and now, witnessing Lin Xian's success in breaking it, wore an expression of disbelief. Could this possibly be the opportunity bestowed upon a disciple by that transcendent master? Otherwise, how could Lin Xian have come directly to this spot? Contemplating this, the Luo Yun discreetly stepped back, indicating its lack of ambition. The little fox blinked innocently and obediently settled at the entrance. Lin Xian smiled and said, "I kindly ask you two to guard this place for me." The Luo Yun and the little fox nodded in unison. Subsequently, Lin Xian focused on the entrance of the restriction, took a deep breath, and slowly stepped inside. In an instant, the fabric of space shifted. Once the transformation occurred, he was greeted by an unprecedented density of spiritual energy. The richness of this energy surpassed even that on Golden Turtle Island, to the point where Lin Xian felt it might almost coalesce into form. Undoubtedly, this was a premier cave paradise. After a brief period of acclimatization, he finally lifted his gaze to survey his surroundings. The expanse before him was vast, with towering rocks and lush greenery. One could easily imagine the multitude of precious spiritual roots thriving in such a bountiful environment. Simultaneously, Lin Xian noticed a small stone tablet not far from him. As he approached, he discerned two ancient characters inscribed upon it, Yingzhou. Despite Lin Xian's prior mental preparation, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. Had he truly discovered the legendary Yingzhou Cave Heaven? This place was one of the three premier celestial paradises, alongside the equally renowned Fazhang Cave Heaven and Polai Cave Heaven. Unlike the islands of the same name in the outside world, these three celestial realms were genuine sanctuaries, seldom glimpsed by the mortal realm over countless eons. Each manifestation typically heralded immense fortune. Lin Xian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he scrutinized the celestial paradise before him, where heavenly materials and earthly treasures were nearly innumerable, with an abundance of spiritual roots and fruits carpeting the ground. Having merely entered the cave, he had already spotted two precious innate spiritual roots. It was unfathomable to consider what other treasures awaited him deep within. However, Lin Xian did not linger in speculation. Instead, he soared into the depths of the cave. As he passed through, spiritual roots and materials were abundant, yet he merely cast fleeting glances, taking not a single one. Finally, the core of Yingzhou Cave Heaven unfolded before him. It was a small pond, surrounded by several uniquely shaped spiritual roots swaying gently. The water in the pond exuded a rich aura of spiritual energy, entirely composed of liquefied spiritual essence. At the center of the pond, a pristine 12-layered white lotus swayed softly. Lin Xian found himself instinctively lightening his breath, as if afraid to disturb the delicate blossom. He had already surmised its identity, a legendary treasure, one of the innate 5 directions lotus platforms, the 12th-grade pure world white lotus. Lin Xian flew closer, meticulously observing the white lotus. Its body resembled jade, radiating an unparalleled sanctity, exuding an aura that seemed capable of purifying all. At the heart of the lotus, a glimmering light flickered, as if concealing some hidden treasure. Lin Xian refrained from hastily probing the lotus heart and instead extended his hand, seeking to refine this exquisite white lotus. As his magical essence flowed in, the true nature of the lotus was finally unveiled to him. This was indeed the fabled 12th-grade pure world white lotus, the very one often mentioned in idle chatter within social circles. The 12th-grade pure world white lotus was an extraordinary innate spiritual treasure, and even more remarkably, it was an exceptional innate defensive spiritual treasure. In the entirety of the primordial realm, few defensive treasures could rival this lotus. The reason for its unparalleled status lay in its significant origin. It was said that at the dawn of creation, when the great Pangu emerged, he was accompanied by a chaos green lotus, a treasure of immense rarity and infinite profundity. As Pangu opened the heavens and shaped the primordial world, that chaos green lotus shattered, its fragments scattering throughout the primordial realm, transforming into numerous precious treasures. Among them, 5 lotus seeds became the illustrious innate 5 directions lotus platforms, the 24th-grade creation green lotus, the 12th-grade merit golden lotus, the 12th-grade karmic fire red lotus, the 12th-grade pure world white lotus, and the 12th-grade annihilation black lotus. Within the 5 lotus platforms, the 24th-grade primal blue lotus, being the earliest to emerge, holds the highest rank, instantly classified as a treasure of the 24th grade, a primal treasure of celestial origin. However, due to its overwhelming power, it could not be accommodated by the heavenly Tao and shattered once more, dispersing its essence as treasures across various lands. Among them, the red lotus leaves transformed into the coiled dragon crutch, which fell into the hands of the sage of Taiji. The white lotus root morphed into a 3-treasure jade rui, becoming the possession of the primordial supreme being. As for the final blue lotus leaf, it transmuted into the renowned Qingping sword, a prized artifact wielded by the honorable teacher of Tongtian. These 3 treasures share a singular origin, each being a precious, exquisite primal spiritual treasure, and simultaneously serve as the testament of enlightenment for the 3 saints of the heavenly Tao. Hence, the widely circulated adage, red flowers, white lotus roots, and blue lotus leaves. The 3 teachings are originally one family, arose. Subsequently, there are the other 4 lotus platforms, each a pinnacle of primal spiritual treasures. Lin Xian gazed at the 12th grade pure world white lotus before him, his mind swirling with myriad thoughts, and he couldn't help but feel a profound sense of nostalgia. Of the 4 12th grade lotus platforms, apart from the pure world white lotus currently before Lin Xian, the remaining 3 had manifested in the material realms throughout the long expanse of time. The 12th grade annihilation black lotus made its appearance first, said to have emerged alongside the demon ancestor Rahu, serving as his protective treasure. Yet, amid the tumult of the demonic conflict, with the defeat and demise of the demon ancestor, the whereabouts of the 12th grade annihilation black lotus became a mystery. Following that, the 12th grade fiery red lotus emerged, having descended into the sea of blood, manifesting alongside the ancestor of the underworld river, becoming his accompanying spiritual treasure. Next was the 12th grade merit golden lotus, which fell into the hands of Hongjun, later obtained by the 2 saints of the Western sect, becoming the treasure that suppresses fortunes in the Western teachings. Now, this final 12th grade pure world white lotus is also on the verge of emergence. Throughout countless ages, innumerable seekers have endeavored to locate this pure world white lotus, including Lin Xian's own master, the honorable teacher of Tongtian. Yet, all their endeavors bore no fruit. It was utterly unforeseen that this treasure would be obtained by Lin Xian within the confines of the Yingzhou Cave Heaven. The value of this artifact is immensely significant, leaving Lin Xian momentarily dazed. It can be asserted that should this treasure be presented to the world, even the saints of the heavenly Tao would be envious. This is not solely due to its status as a premier primal defensive spiritual treasure, but also because it possesses the ability to stabilize fortunes. In the grand scheme of the saints and teachings, the contention revolves around fortunes. The gathering and dispersal of fortunes are ever-changing, without a treasure to stabilize fortunes. A sect's fortunes are akin to a rootless duckweed, flourishing in moments of prosperity, yet destined to wither in times of decline. With a treasure to stabilize fortunes, a sect's fortunes can endure through the ages. Within the primordial realm, treasures capable of stabilizing fortunes are neither scarce nor abundant. For instance, the fabled 3 treasures formed from the heavenly opening axe, the Chaos Bell, the Panga Banner, and the Taiji diagram, possess the innate ability to stabilize fortunes due to their inherent merits of creation. Furthermore, there are also merit treasures, such as the Heavenly Origin Tower held by the Sage of Taiji, which possess the capability to stabilize fortunes as well. For instance, the innate 5-directional lotus platforms each possess the ability to suppress luck. However, these precious treasures are either already claimed or nearly impossible to find, leading even the most exalted of beings, such as the saints of heaven, to be left desiring. Take the Master of Heaven, for example. He possesses a multitude of treasures, including the 4 swords of extermination, which when combined with the extermination array, wield unmatched power, even able to overpower innate treasures. Yet, the extermination sword array is a weapon of destruction, not a treasure for suppressing luck. Thus, since the inception of there has been no treasure to govern luck. The primordial heavenly sovereign wields the Panga Banner, while the supreme pure saint possesses the Taiji diagram and the mysterious yellow Linglong Tower of heaven and earth. Even the weakest of the Western sect boasts the 12-petal lotus of merit. All these treasures have the capacity to govern the fate of their respective sections. Yet, ironically, the Master of Heaven lacks such a treasure, having searched for countless eons without success. Now, however, one of his own disciples has laid claim to it. A twist of fate indeed. Lin Xian, in a moment of reflection, did not rush to refine the pristine white lotus, but instead turned his attention to the heart of the lotus. In the lotus heart, glimmers of light flickered. As Lin Xian gently touched the lotus heart, a series of lustrous beads, each as moist as jade, materialized before him. There were a total of 12, each crystal clear, with ripples of water undulating within, as if concealing an expansive ocean. Lin Xian held his breath once more. As he extracted the 12 mysterious beads, his eyes sparkled with awe. Not only had he acquired the 12-petal pure lotus, but he was also met with this unforeseen delight. These 12 beads were none other than the legendary sea-stabilizing pearls. The sea-stabilizing pearls, fragments of the world fused with the essence of water during the creation of heaven and earth, number 36 in total, corresponding to the celestial number. Each sea-stabilizing pearl is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure. The 12 sea-stabilizing pearls possess power comparable to that of high-grade innate spiritual treasures, while 24 can rival top-grade innate treasures. Furthermore, if all 36 sea-stabilizing pearls come together, their might could even match that of innate supreme treasures. Moreover, these pearls can combine with another innate spiritual treasure, the Qian Kuan ruler, to evolve into their own vast world. The Qian Kuan ruler is the treasure of the vice master of the Chan sect, the Lamp Illuminator. During the original Fengshen calamity, the Lamp Illuminator obtained 24 sea-stabilizing pearls from Zhao Gongming and combined them with the Qian Kuan ruler, successfully creating 24 celestial worlds. These 24 celestial worlds, with their dual offensive and defensive capabilities, are imbued with unfathomable mysteries, greatly enhancing the Lamp Illuminator's power, ultimately leading him to become a Buddha in the Western sect. The rarity of the sea-stabilizing pearls is evident. However, for Lin Xian, whether it be the 24 sea-stabilizing pearls in the possession of his uncle Zhao Gongming or the Qian Kuan ruler held by the Lamp Illuminator, they were beyond his reach. Conversely, it seemed others might covet the 12 sea-stabilizing pearls now in his grasp. Gazing at the 12 sea-stabilizing pearls before him, Lin Xian couldn't help but reflect. A common man is innocent, yet possessing wealth invites peril. However, one need not fear the itch when faced with an abundance of lice. Let us proceed with caution and observation. Joking aside, he has already acquired a 12th grade lotus platform that even the celestial saints covet. What harm could come from possessing an additional 12 sea-settling pearls that are also desired by the quasi-saints? At worst, He would simply need to exercise greater prudence in their future utilization. Lin Xian scrutinized the sea-settling pearl in his hand, attempting to refine it. Although numerous, each sea-settling pearl is a medium-grade innate spiritual treasure, rendering the difficulty of refinement significantly lower than that of the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. During his previous investigation, Lin Xian had discovered that the innate restrictions within the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus amounted to an astonishing 49, nearly reaching the pinnacle of innate spiritual treasures. One more restriction would elevate it to the status of an innate supreme treasure. Conversely, each sea-settling pearl possesses merely 24 restrictions, making the refinement process considerably easier. After attempting to refine one, Lin Xian refrained from hastily refining the sea-settling pearls alongside the 12th grade Pure World White Lotus. Instead, he chose to store these two treasures away and turned his gaze towards several spiritual roots by the pond. To be precise, there were 5 spiritual roots, each exuding the aura of high-grade, innate spiritual roots. Lin Xian approached and examined them closely. Soon, he identified all 5 spiritual roots. The first was the innate longevity tree, a purely wood-type spiritual root, bearing the fruit known as longevity fruit. While a single fruit does not grant immortality, the terrifying vitality it embodies is sufficient to entice even immortals. The second plant, called innate icefire grass, bears no fruit but can be consumed directly. Its medicinal potency is formidable, and it significantly enhances the user's affinity with the icefire Dao. The third, named Yin Yang Profound Jade Tree, is a spiritual root born from the forces of Yin and Yang, producing the Yin Yang Profound Jade fruit, which inherently carries the essence of Yin and Yang, an exceedingly rare treasure with balanced medicinal properties. The fourth, known as the 9-pattern Thunder Calamity Tree, is said to have emerged from the tribulations of thunder. Its fruit, the 9-pattern Thunder Calamity fruit, not only possesses overwhelming medicinal properties, but also harbors terrifying thunderous power, posing considerable risk if consumed recklessly. However, should one manage to refine the thunderous energy within, the benefits could be profound. Lastly, the most unassuming of the lot is the innate dragon blood ginseng, which is said to have been born from the blood of true dragons during ancient times. It contains a trace of dragon energy, exuding both extreme purity and yang. All 5 high-grade innate spiritual roots have reached maturity. Lin Xian could not help but wipe away the tears that betrayed his emotions. What heights could these 5 high-grade innate spiritual roots propel Lin Xian's strength to? Could his physical cultivation realm ascend from Golden Immortal directly to Tai Golden Immortal? Perhaps that may not be entirely reliable, yet it matters little. Within this Ejo cave dwelling, besides the 5 high-grade innate spiritual roots, there exists a considerable number of low-grade innate spiritual roots, as well as countless acquired spiritual roots. While physical cultivation is indeed resource-intensive, with such an abundance of resources, it is entirely feasible for Lin Xian to be propelled to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Indeed, Lin Xian plans to invest all the resources within this cave dwelling into enhancing his physical cultivation. This phenomenon arises partly due to the fact that body refinement indeed necessitates considerable resources, and partly because he has yet to complete his preparations for the Qi Refinement Golden Immortal realm. The transition from Qi Refinement Golden Immortal to Tai Golden Immortal not only requires the accumulation of spiritual power, but also the mastery of the 5 energies within one's chest, alongside the comprehension of at least one law of power to a profound level. Lin Xian still lacked one of the 5 energies, and his highest comprehension of the law of creation had yet to reach full maturity. In contrast, the breakthrough in body refinement is significantly more straightforward. Although the resources consumed in body refinement are staggering, the process merely requires the expenditure of those resources. Hence, Lin Xian could only invest all his available resources into body refinement, for it was the only way he could rapidly ascend to the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Without delay, Lin Xian set off, sweeping through the entire blessed cave. He harvested ripe spiritual fruits, regardless of whether they were innate or acquired. Wherever Lin Xian roamed, though not entirely devoid of life, there remained little else. After his thorough sweeping, all the mature spiritual fruits within the cave had been gathered. At this moment, a considerable number of spiritual roots had accumulated into a small hill. Beside this little mound lay the fruits of 5 superior innate spiritual roots, which Lin Xian graciously refrained from mixing with the other roots. With the spiritual fruits now prepared, Lin Xian promptly sat cross-legged, ready to commence their consumption and refinement. Of course, before doing so, he did not forget to summon the Moment Pearl, immersing himself in a hundredfold flow of time. Thereafter, he formally began the refinement of the heap of spiritual fruits before him. One precious spiritual fruit after another flowed into Lin Xian's mouth like a stream. He had no time to savor them, swallowing them whole. The 8-9 profound art operated at full capacity, feverishly refining everything. A vast surge of medicinal power roiled within Lin Xian's body, dispersing into his internal organs and flowing through his limbs and bones. Concurrently, Lin Xian's body refinement realm began to ascend at an astonishing pace, from mid-golden immortal to late golden immortal, ultimately reaching the pinnacle of golden immortal. His body refinement realm surged to completion, yet the terrifying speed of his breakthrough gradually slowed. Nevertheless, the golden radiance enveloping Lin Xian continued to intensify. In the golden immortal realm, one cultivates the golden body. When Lin Xian first broke through to the golden immortal stage, he had merely begun to establish his golden body. And now, it was evolving towards perfection. A perfected golden body symbolizes the Tai golden immortal. In this moment, as a torrent of heavenly essence surged into Lin Xian's body, the golden light emanating from him became increasingly resplendent, and his aura grew increasingly formidable. Without further hesitation, Lin Xian decisively consumed and refined all 5 superior innate spiritual fruits. The overwhelming medicinal power erupted violently within Lin Xian's body. The innate longevity fruit, innate ice fire grass, Yin-yang profound jade fruit, 9-pattern thunder calamity fruit, and innate dragon blood ginseng, 5 different spiritual roots and their respective medicinal powers interwove within Lin Xian. He exerted all his strength to propel the 8-9 profound art, refining each portion of medicinal power. At last, when all the medicinal essence had been refined by Lin Xian, the golden radiance enveloping him suddenly became extraordinarily resplendent. Boom! The dazzling golden light instantaneously illuminated the entire cave realm. Lin Xian himself resembled a golden figure, radiating a brilliant glow from within. With the completion of the 7th transformation of his mystical arts, his golden body reached perfection. This signified that Lin Xian's physical cultivation had successfully ascended to the realm of the supreme golden immortal. There were still a considerable number of spiritual fruits before him, and Lin Xian continued to refine some more, stabilizing his realm at the initial stage of the supreme golden immortal. As for the remaining spiritual fruits, he refrained from further consumption, having realized that the resources required for advancing to the supreme golden immortal had surged dramatically. The remaining resources would likely be insufficient for him to break through even a minor realm. Exhaling a long breath of turbid air, a sudden gust of wind swept through the cave realm. Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, recalling legends of mighty beings who could breathe clouds and summon rain. And he found himself possessing a semblance of that power. Subsequently, Lin Xian tested his strength and defensive capabilities, both of which far surpassed the golden immortal level. He was now impervious to blades, and could even grasp spiritual treasures with his bare hands. Such was the terror of the supreme golden immortal's physical cultivation. Satisfied, Lin Xian nodded and collected all remaining spiritual fruits and roots, finally retrieving the 12-grade pure world white lotus and 12C stabilizing pearls. The next step was to formally refine the spiritual treasures. With the assistance of the momentary pearl, the refinement process was not overly challenging. After several days of effort, he successfully refined the majority of the restrictions on the 12C stabilizing pearls, while partially overcoming the restrictions of the 12-grade pure world white lotus. Even so, he could now wield the powers of these 2 treasures effectively. The only issue was that the emergence of the 12-grade pure world white lotus was so astonishing that, with Lin Xian's current cultivation level, he could only use it discreetly. As a supreme innate spiritual treasure, the 12-grade pure world white lotus possessed capabilities beyond mere defense. In fact, each of the 4 12-grade lotus platforms had its unique functions. It was said that the 12-grade annihilation black lotus could kill without incurring karmic repercussions and could intimidate foes with its menacing aura. The 12-grade fiery red lotus harbored the top-tier true fire known as red lotus flame, capable of incinerating even golden immortals. Meanwhile, the 12-grade meritorious golden lotus inherently bore vast merits, bestowing blessings upon its user and averting calamities. Lastly, Lin Xian's 12-grade pure world white lotus possessed the rare ability to purify. It could cleanse all worldly matters and diminish attacks externally, while internally, it could dispel inner demons, purifying both body and soul. Thus, even if Lin Xian did not summon this pure world white lotus for defense, its inherent functions proved immensely beneficial to him. In contrast, the usage of the Chi-stabilizing pearls was far simpler. They could be summoned to directly strike foes, embodying a sense of overwhelming power that could shatter myriad laws. Lin Xian cheerfully collected the two treasures and then opened his personal interface. Personal panel name: Lin Xian. Position: Master of the Honghuang Opportunity Chat Group. Cultivation: Early stage Tai Golden Immortal, Body Refinement. Mid-stage Golden Immortal, Qi Refinement. Techniques: Shanqing Immortal Method, 8-9 Profound Arts. Divine Powers: Manipulation of Creation, 5 Elements. Great Escape, Soul Capture, Wind Control. Nightmare Prayer Laws: Laws of Creation, Minor Accomplishment. Sword Law, Beginner. Formation Law, Beginner. Wood Element Law, Beginner. Fire Element Law, Beginner. Metal Element Law, Beginner. Spirit Treasures: 12th Grade Pure World White Lotus, Exceptional Innate. 12 Chi-stabilizing Pearls, Upper Grade Innate. Xianhuang Cauldron, Middle Grade Innate. Xianbing Calamity Quelling Spear, Lower Grade Innate. Qiling Lamp, Lower Grade Innate. Turtle Spirit Armor, Exceptional Acquired. Locking Void Mirror, Exceptional Acquired. Calamity Avoidance Pearl, Middle Grade Acquired. Taishu Gathering Spirit Jade, Rare Treasure. Instantaneous Pearl, Rare Treasure. Falling Treasure Money, Rare Treasure. Calamity Fate Disc, Rare Treasure. Footsteps, Primary Innate Footsteps. Chat Group Level, Level 5. Chapter 26, Stabilizing the Fortune of the Teaching, Battling Yuan Hong. Lin Xian surveyed his personal panel, assessing his formidable strength. Though merely at the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm and Body Refinement, he was already a powerful figure among his peers, capable of causing headaches for ordinary Qi Refinement Tai Golden Immortals. The metaphor of an indestructible copper P aptly describes his resilience. While Lin Xian's Qi Refinement remains at the mid-stage of the Golden Immortal Realm, it should not be underestimated. The synergistic effect of his divine powers, manipulation of creation, and 5 elements Great Escape, augmented by the Qingling Lamp, significantly enhances his might. Furthermore, he possesses 12 Chi-stabilizing pearls, which rival the might of upper-grade innate spirit treasures, serving as genuine offensive artifacts. Coupled with the enhancement from his metal element law, even a Tai Golden Immortal would hesitate to confront him directly. Not to mention, Lin Xian has the Taishu Gathering Spirit Jade as a hidden trump card. It is evident that despite being new to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, Lin Xian stands as a top-tier powerhouse among his kind. Subsequently, taking advantage of the dense spiritual energy and residual medicinal potency, Lin Xian elevated his Qi Refinement to the late stage of the Golden Immortal Realm. Were it not for the incompleteness of the 5 elemental energies within him, attaining the consummate stage of the Golden Immortal Realm would pose no challenge. Once his realm was firmly established, Lin Xian officially commenced the refinement of the 12th Grade Pure World White Lotus in the Chi-stabilizing pearls. Although the 12 Chi-stabilizing pearls are comparable to upper-grade innate spirit treasures, each individual pearl is a middle-grade innate spirit treasure, making them relatively easier to refine. In contrast, the 12th Grade Pure World White Lotus is a terrifying, exceptional innate spirit treasure. Even Lin Xian finds it quite arduous to refine. As he gradually refines the 12th Grade Pure World White Lotus, remarkable transformations begin to manifest upon him, subsequently affecting the external world. The 12th Grade Pure World White Lotus is a treasure capable of subduing the fortune of an entire teaching. As Lin Xian continues to refine the lotus, his own fortune becomes increasingly fortified. What Lin Xian remained unaware of was that the stable fortune he possessed was not solely his own, but also encompassed the entirety of the Jiejiao. After all, Lin Xian, was a disciple of the Jiejiao, inherently a part of it. His acquisition of the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus would naturally exert a profound influence on the Jiejiao. Of course, due to his status as merely a disciple, the effect was far less potent than that of the sect's leader. Nevertheless, the rate at which the Jiejiao's fortunes were waning had significantly diminished. Among the vast expanse of the primordial world, only a handful of individuals detected the changes in the Jiejiao's fortune at the earliest moment. The first to notice was, undoubtedly, the Tongdian leader, who had long sought treasures to suppress fortune. No one in the primordial realm was more astute than he, the leader, regarding the fluctuations of the Jiejiao's fortune. On Golden Ao Island, within the Bio Palace, the Tongdian leader was taken aback. His expression one of incredulity. The rate of fortune's dissipation has slowed? What could be the reason? Yet he had not yet found the treasure to suppress it. The Tongtian leader was engulfed in confusion. Suddenly, a spark of insight illuminated his mind, leading him to the cause. Aside from himself, the sect's disciples obtaining treasures to suppress fortune could also aid in decelerating its decline. However, such a disciple would have to be at least a core member. In that moment, the Tongtian leader was filled with exhilaration. Had one of his disciples acquired a treasure to suppress fortune? Who could it possibly be, regardless of the identity? It was a tremendous boon for the Jiajiao, although a disciple's mastery of the treasure would not match his own. The Tongtian leader had no intention of seizing his disciple's possession. At most, he would elevate the disciple and have them assist in managing the Jiajiao. The pressing question remained, which disciple could it be? The Tongtian leader felt both anticipation and bewilderment. Meanwhile, in the Xuandu Zifu, within the Buying Palace, the Taiji Laozi, standing before the alchemical furnace, suddenly displayed a flicker of surprise in his eyes, subsequently gazing toward Golden Ao Island. He too had perceived the changes in the Jiajiao's fortune. Had the Tongtian disciple discovered a treasure to suppress fortune? Yet, it seemed ambiguous. Fortune and misfortune are intertwined, making it difficult to ascertain. The Taiji Laozi sighed softly before redirecting his focus back to his alchemical furnace. In terms of fortune, he was the least in need, and thus, least concerned. However, while he was unconcerned, others were not. On Kunlun Mountain, within the Yushu Palace, the Yuan Shitian Zun, seated upon his jade bed, abruptly opened his eyes, his countenance shifting dramatically. The Jiajiao had acquired a treasure to suppress fortune? How could that be? From where had the Tongtian disciple obtained such a lotus platform, or perhaps the chaos bell? The Yuan Shitian Zun's expression darkened as he attempted to deduce the matter, but soon realized it yielded no results. He did not dwell on it for long, as it was inherently challenging for sages to derive insights from one another. At that moment, the Yuan Shitian Zun furrowed his brow, finding it difficult to accept. It is not that he harbors a profound enmity towards the heavenly master, which compels him to disdain the success of rather, the imminent calamity looms large, threatening either the teachings of his own sect or those of, with fortunes suddenly stabilizing. The precariousness of his own sect becomes increasingly palpable. Meanwhile, within the sacred confines of Mount Shumi, the vast 8 treasures pool, both the Taoist of guidance and the Taoist of appropriation have sensed the shift in fortunes. They exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a mix of envy and admiration. They held no ulterior motives, merely coveting the rare treasure that their esteemed brother, the heavenly master, had unearthed to stabilize fortunes. The Western sect remains rather impoverished in comparison. In contrast to the aforementioned figures, the final celestial sage remained remarkably composed. Within the palace of Nuwa, the goddess lazily lifted her gaze from her cushioned seat, her vision traversing the boundless expanse, casually observing the developments. Has the heavenly master truly discovered a treasure to suppress fortunes? It seems not entirely so. How intriguing indeed. Among the 6 celestial sages of the primal chaos, none possess the carefree demeanor that she embodies. At this very moment, Lin Xian remained blissfully unaware that his refinement of the 12-petal pure world white lotus had stirred the attention of all 6 celestial sages. He was equally oblivious to the fact that, as he cultivated his spiritual treasure, a band of uninvited guests approached the barriers surrounding him. Not long prior, Yuan Hong, accompanied by the remaining 2 brothers of Meishan and a throng of Meishan demons, had pursued their quarry deep into the eastern sea. They then beheld the guardians stationed at the entrance of the cave, the fish spirit and the little fox. Though Yuan Hong did not recognize the fish spirit, he was familiar with the little fox, and his eyes brightened with delight. If that fox is here, then Lin Xian must be nearby. The opportunity for vengeance has arrived. With that, he led the Meishan demons forth with fervor. The fish spirit and the little fox, upon witnessing the imposing horde of demons charging towards them, were taken aback. However, the little fox instantly recognized Yuan Hong, the troublemaker from the second immortal ridge, and exclaimed, "Oh no, that is Yuan Hong from Meishan. He has come seeking revenge on my brother Lin Xian." Upon hearing this, the fish spirit's demeanor shifted dramatically. If they were indeed here for vengeance, they were adversaries. Without hesitation, the fish spirit flicked its tail, summoning towering waves that surged forth, accompanied by a tempestuous wind, sweeping towards Yuan Hong and his formidable band of demons. Yuan Hong was momentarily startled. He had come to confront Lin Xian. How was it that a Tai Golden Immortal was present as well? The clash between Yuan Hong and the fish spirit erupted. One was a member of the mischievous Four Monkeys, a powerful Tai Golden Immortal Demon King adept in the 8-9 profound art, his physical prowess unmatched. The other, the fish spirit, Were an ancient bloodline and excelled in aquatic maneuvers, its strength formidable amidst the vast ocean. Nevertheless, Yuan Hong was ultimately a mid-stage Tai Golden Immortal Demon King. Despite the fish spirit having the advantage of terrain, it found itself under relentless pressure. Furthermore, due to the Maishan demons who had followed Yuan Hong to confront the little fox, the fish spirit was compelled to divert its attention to protect her, leading to a rapid deterioration of its situation against Yuan Hong. In the face of the overwhelming assault from Yuan Hong and the numerous formidable demons of Maishan, both the Luyu and the little fox quickly found themselves in a precarious situation. However, unbeknownst to them, there was another presence among the crowd. A Tai Golden Immortal Demon King, the Xianqi Daoist, who had been summoned by the previous request of the Dingguang Immortal. The Xianqi Daoist had followed closely behind Yuan Hong, arriving at this critical juncture. Though he had gained some understanding of the unfolding situation, the complexity of it left him quite troubled. To his astonishment, Yuan Hong had also come seeking trouble with Lin Xian, and judging by the current circumstances, it seemed that Yuan Hong's intentions were lethal. Yet, the Xianqi Daoist had no such intentions. He had no desire to extinguish Lin Xian's life, for that would certainly incur the wrath of the turtle spirit, Holy Mother. Furthermore, the Dingguang Immortal had not signaled any such intent either. Thus, the Xianqi Daoist could never ally with Yuan Hong against Lin Xian. That would be utterly unacceptable. Despite this, the Xianqi Daoist was thoroughly vexed. When had Lin Xian acquired a Tai Golden Immortal as an ally? With such assistance at his side, how could he possibly contend with Lin Xian? Was he to strike now and join forces with Yuan Hong to eliminate the Luyu? The Xianqi Daoist found himself in a quandary. After careful consideration, he resolved to remain a spectator, for it was still uncertain whether Lin Xian could overcome this trial. Just as he was observing the unfolding drama, a beam of light shot forth from the restricted passage. Lin Xian had finally emerged from his retreat. Upon his return, he was met with the tumultuous clash of combat. Had it truly been only a brief moment before chaos erupted outside? As he surveyed the combatants, Lin Xian's expression turned icy. Yuan Hong had indeed tracked him down to this place. Seizing the opportunity, he resolved to send Yuan Hong on his way. With a swift motion, Lin Xian summoned the Xianbing Shizai spear into his grasp and leapt into the fray. Luyu, take Xiaozi and clear the Maishan demons in the vicinity. Leave Yuan Hong to me. With that, he unleashed a sweeping strike aimed directly at Yuan Hong. Initially relieved by Lin Xian's return, Liu had thought they might escape together, for although Yuan Hong was more powerful, his escape techniques were inferior. Yet, to Liu Yu's dismay, Lin Xian had chosen to confront Yuan Hong head-on. This was a Tai Golden Immortal Demon King renowned for his physical prowess. Liu Yu's expression shifted drastically, and the Xianqi Daoist watching from the shadows could not help but scoff. Lin Xian was being rather unwise. How could one dare to confront such a formidable opponent directly? With a thunderous boom, both Liu Yu and the Xianqi Daoist were taken aback. As Lin Xian's spear swept through the air, Yuan Hong met the attack with his staff, and to their astonishment, the clash proved to be evenly matched. In that moment of shock, Lin Xian and Yuan Hong were already locked in a fierce struggle, neither willing to yield. The carp swiftly deduced that Lin Xian must have achieved a breakthrough. Without further hesitation, he took the little fox and commenced the elimination of the surrounding formidable demons of Maishan. As a Tai Golden Immortal, dealing with a group of beings that were not even Golden Immortals was a mere act of sweeping them away. Meanwhile, lurking in the shadows, Daoist Xianqi was left in a state of astonishment. To his disbelief, Lin Xian had also become a Tai Golden Immortal specializing in physical cultivation. In this era, had physical cultivators of the Tai Golden Immortal rank become so commonplace? Moreover, Lin Xian had attained this status, and he was still seeking trouble with him. Daoist Xianqi found himself questioning the very essence of life. Not only was Daoist Xianqi filled with doubt, but so was Yuan Hong, who was currently engaged in battle with Lin Xian. At that moment, Yuan Hong stared at Lin Xian, his expression one of sheer disbelief. According to the intelligence he had gathered, Lin Xian had previously been a mere Golden Immortal. How could it be that in such a short span of time, he had caught up to him and also become a Tai Golden Immortal specializing in physical cultivation? When had it become so effortless to attain the rank of a Tai Golden Immortal specializing in physical cultivation? While Yuan Hong grappled with his existential crisis, Lin Xian was reveling in the battle. Having just broken through to the Tai Golden Immortal rank, he found such an opponent to be perfectly suited for him. Yuan Hong was at the mid-stage of the Tai Golden Immortal rank, while Lin Xian was at the early stage. However, The Xianbing Shizai spear in Lin Xian's possession was a congenital spiritual treasure, granting him considerable advantage, thus rendering both sides evenly matched. Enraged, Yuan Hong exclaimed, "As a dignified demon king of Meishan, how could I allow this younger generation to surpass me?" With a furious roar, he unleashed his divine ability, transforming into a colossal ape towering over the landscape, boasting 3 heads and 6 arms. With the enhancement of these 2 divine abilities, Yuan Hong's strength surged dramatically. At that moment, Lin Xian stood before Yuan Hong as if an ant confronted a giant. Yet, despite this overwhelming disparity in size, Lin Xian displayed no sign of fear, even offering a derisive smile. Indeed, the divine ability of heavenly law and earthly manifestation was formidable, but its enhancement was limited. More importantly, growing larger was not inherently advantageous. At that moment, as Yuan Hong swung his staff towards him, Lin Xian deftly evaded by riding the wind beneath his feet. In a swift motion, Lin Xian extended his hand, causing the surrounding waters to surge violently, which in an instant formed 6 massive water giants. A grand divine ability, orchestrating transformation. The water giants that Lin Xian conjured were not merely imbued with the principles of transformation. They were also empowered by the laws of water, each one comparable to a late-stage golden immortal. Furthermore, they were 6 virtually indestructible late-stage golden immortals. The 6 water giants simultaneously launched an assault on Yuan Hong, pummeling him with powerful fists, their thunderous roars resonating across the sea. Yuan Hong's physical defenses were formidable. Even tiny golden immortals struggled to breach them. So he would not sustain injuries from the onslaught of several water giants. Yet he was still staggered by the impact. Enraged, Yuan Hong swung his staff in retaliation, but his strike nearly met empty air. The water giant's relentless assault proved ineffective against Yuan Hong, yet conversely, his attacks bore little fruit against the water giants as well. Yuan Hong, taken aback, immediately resolved to disregard the 6 water giants and rush toward Lin Xian. However, the 6 water giants clung to him tenaciously, incessantly attacking and overwhelming Yuan Hong, leaving him at his wit's end. At last, he could no longer contain himself. With a thunderous roar, Yuan Hong unleashed his ultimate technique. The mountains trembled and the earth quaked. Boom! A resounding explosion echoed through the heavens and earth as one of the water giants was utterly shattered by Yuan Hong, transforming into a torrential downpour. Indeed, it was a brutal destruction, even obliterating the life force within. The formidable technique, shaking mountains and quaking the earth, exemplified an unreasonable power. Yet, Lin Xian's methods were equally devoid of reason. As one water giant was obliterated, Lin Xian merely smiled faintly and with a gesture summoned forth another water giant from the void. Simultaneously, 12 divine sea pearls materialized in his hands. Chapter 27. The Supreme Body Refinement Technique, refining the blood of Qi Yu to suppress Yuan Hong. Go. The 12 divine sea pearls, interconnected at their essence, emanated a misty aura resembling a world unto itself, cascading towards the ensnared Yuan Hong. Boom, boom, boom. In that moment, Yuan Hong displayed his tremendous might. And with his earth-shaking technique, he unleashed a punch that shattered the water giant into fragments. Although new water giants coalesced, they could not keep pace with the speed at which he dismantled them, bringing Yuan Hong immense satisfaction after his earlier frustrations. Once these bothersome water giants were dealt with, he could naturally confront Lin Xian. However, just then, an instinctual warning surged forth, causing every hair on Yuan Hong's body to stand on end. As a member of the 4 monkeys of chaos, the long-armed monkey possessed the ability to manipulate celestial bodies, contract mountains, and discern fortune and misfortune. His capacity to sense impending doom urged him to employ the technique of contracting mountains to instinctively evade. Yet, the speed of the spiritual treasure was astonishingly swift. Before Yuan Hong could even begin to dodge, a dull thud resonated as the 12 divine sea pearls, coalesced from the essence, struck directly against his chest almost simultaneously. Even as a rare creature of the primordial world, a tiny golden immortal body refiner, Yuan Hong's chest caved in upon impact. He coughed up a mouthful of demonic ape blood, his colossal form hurtling backward as if struck by a mighty sorcerer. The excruciating pain rendered him momentarily blind. The astonished expression on his face lingered. Had he not dodged in time, those 12 pearls would have undoubtedly struck his head. It is known that for both body refiners and primordial spirit cultivators, the head is a vital target. Being struck there, even if one survived, would likely result in grave injury. Yet, What truly shocked him was the overwhelming power of those 12 pearls, which rivaled that of high-grade innate spiritual treasures. In the primordial chaos, even the most powerful deities and the direct disciples of sages likely possess no superior innate spiritual treasures. The figure before us, Lin Xian, is merely a Tai golden immortal. How could he possibly wield such a terrifyingly formidable artifact? This pearl, is it truly a superior innate spiritual treasure? Observing the battle, Daoist Xian Qi was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing the 12 sea suppression pearls striking and injuring Yuan Hong with such decisiveness. A look of astonishment flickered across his face, and his expression became unpredictable. Wealth stirs the heart. A superior innate spiritual treasure would surely tempt even a great Luo golden immortal or a quasi-saint. Who could resist the urge to seize it? Naturally, Lin Xian's displayed power far exceeds his own, yet Lin Xian remains in the light while he hides in the shadows. If Lin Xian and Yuan Hong were to mutually exhaust each other, it would undoubtedly lead to a situation where a third party reaps the benefits. Contemplating this, Daoist Xian Qi cautiously suppressed his aura to the lowest possible level, patiently biding his time to continue observing the clash. Humph. It is not the advantage of spiritual treasures that can harm me. If you possess courage, dare you to compete with me in physical prowess? Yuan Hong, suppressing his injuries, intentionally provoked Lin Xian. As a member of the 4 mischievous monkeys, he was not merely muscle-bound, but rather filled with wisdom. He too held his own trump cards. However, should he be able to provoke Lin Xian into a physical confrontation, that would be most advantageous. Yuan Hong was indeed resilient, yet Lin Xian remained indifferent to his taunts. Spiritual treasures are part of one's strength. Since he possessed such a formidable artifact, why not crush his opponent directly? Only a fool would engage in a test of physical strength. Buzz. Soon, the 12 sea suppression pearls transformed into streaks of light, and, as Yuan Hong's expression shifted slightly, they descended once more with tremendous force. Roar. Yuan Hong let out an enraged bellow as the colossal body of the sea suppression pearls battered him, leaving him grievously wounded. Were he not one of the 4 mischievous monkeys with astonishing regenerative capabilities, he might have been crushed outright. Even so, he suffered greatly, his heart filled with profound frustration and rage. How could he, a proud aberration of the primordial world, a member of the 4 mischievous monkeys, ever endure such humiliation? Yet, with the sea suppression pearls raining down relentlessly, he was left with no choice but to defend himself, unable to approach Lin Xian. Big brother, save me. Just as Yuan Hong was being relentlessly battered by the sea suppression pearls, a heart-wrenching scream echoed, a cry belonging to Chang Hao of the 7 monsters of Meishan. However, as a flash of light passed, Chang Hao's anguished scream abruptly ceased. At that moment, with Yuan Hong suppressed by Lin Xian, Yingyu was free to act. Being a primordial aberration at the Tai golden immortal level, he moved as if in a realm devoid of obstacles, far beyond what the golden immortal Chang Hao could withstand. What was once soft water now coalesced into transparent blades, effortlessly slicing through Chang Hao's body. In an instant, he transformed into a massive white serpent resembling a mountain, his true form, thus losing all semblance of life. Fifth brother, Yuan Hong roared in fury, his eyes blazing with an intensity that seemed to ignite with fire. The 7 monsters of Meishan, who had attained enlightenment during the reign of the Heavenly Emperor, shared a profound bond, but now only 2 brothers remained, as 4 had already perished. With the demise of Chang Hao, only Yuan Hong and Wu Long were left. Yet, before Yuan Hong could unleash his wrath, a cry for help from Wu Long echoed, only to be abruptly silenced under the terrifying assault of Yingyu. Wu Long too was slain on the spot. Thus, the 7 monsters of Meishan, once a formidable presence that troubled the heavenly court, were reduced to but Yuan Hong alone. I shall avenge you. Yuan Hong's rage reached a peak, his voice hoarse from fury, and the hatred in his gaze threatened to take on a tangible form. Once, in the heart of Meishan, there existed 7 wild spirits: the white ape, water buffalo, wild boar, centipede, white snake, goat, and dog. Despite their differing natures, they had forged a brotherhood, carving their way through the wilderness, vanquishing foes, and sharing an unbreakable bond through countless years. Yet now, the 7 monsters of Meishan had dwindled to just him. Boom. An unimaginable aura of terror began to rise behind Yuan Hong, coalescing into the faint outline of a demonic ape, suffused with boundless black energy. This was the legendary god of war, the chaotic demon ape, a manifestation born from the essence of the chaotic demon ape, which had fragmented into 4 after its demise. In this moment, Yuan Hong was resolute, even willing to consume his own chaotic essence. Simultaneously, his true form emerged, a towering white ape, resembling an ancient divine mountain. The physical embodiment of the demon race was their most potent manifestation, and with the burning of his essence, Yuan Hong emanated an aura nearing the pinnacle of the Tai Golden immortal realm. Despite the onslaught of the divine sea pearl, which rained down upon him, the injuries sustained were formidable yet within his capacity to endure. Hiss. The watching Xianqi Taoist gasped in awe, witnessing Yuan Hong, transformed into a godly demon, burn his essence and reveal his true form. The aura he exuded instinctively invoked a sense of danger within him. In terms of combat prowess, he would be a formidable opponent even among the Tai Golden Immortals. Reflecting on this, Xianqi Taoist felt a surge of delight. He was merely a bystander, hoping for a clash between Yuan Hong and Lin Xian that would leave them both severely weakened. Master, observing the fearsome white ape form that Yuan Hong had assumed, Yingyu and Xiaozi instinctively displayed concern. They were aware of their master's astounding power, yet the sheer magnitude of Yuan Hong's presence was overwhelming, rendering them breathless with trepidation. Die, die, die. Yuan Hong, resolutely enduring the onslaught of 12 sea-stabilizing pearls, advanced like a mountain, each step propelling him across seemingly infinite distances. This was the manifestation of his innate divine ability, crossing 1,000 mountains. With each stride, even the mightiest of peaks fell within his reach. As the terrifying pressure descended, the white ape's fist struck the already stabilized space of the primordial realm, creating ripples that resonated through the air. Empowered by the formidable might of a mountain-shattering force, his fist descended directly upon Lin Xian. Simultaneously, the chaotic shadow of the demonic ape behind Yuan Hong let out a furious roar, mirroring his movements, and unleashed its own fist towards Lin Xian. The power of this strike surpassed imagination. Even the sea-stabilizing pearls, connected to the primordial source, were sent flying with a single blow. Although Lin Xian had yet to fully refine the pearls and unleash their complete potential, it was evident that the might of this punch had nearly reached the zenith of a Tai Golden immortal strength. In that moment, Lin Xian appeared paralyzed by fear, standing motionless. Observing this, a cruel smile crept across Yuan Hong's face. Despite Lin Xian being a practitioner of physical cultivation, he would undoubtedly suffer catastrophic injuries or even death under the full force of Yuan Hong's attack, fueled by the bloodline of the chaotic demonic ape. At that moment, the little fox on the battlefield and the fish that had slain his brother would also be annihilated, their souls extracted to torment for an eternity, thus quenching his deep-seated hatred. And let us not forget that hidden presence, daring to spy from the shadows with ill intentions. They too would be obliterated. Closer, ever closer. The white ape's seemingly world-shattering punch was unstoppable, poised to strike Lin Xian directly, and the cruel smile on Yuan Hong's face grew ever more pronounced. Suddenly, a sound akin to the clash of gold and iron rang out, causing Yuan Hong's smile to falter. Before he could regain his composure, a blinding white light erupted from Lin Xian, and a 12th-grade white lotus radiating purifying brilliance floated above his head, sheltering him. Yuan Hong's fist, which had seemed capable of fracturing space, struck this radiant light as if it were an impenetrable object, producing a clang that echoed through the air. Yet it failed to breach even a fraction of its defense. What an extraordinary treasure! The 12th-grade pure world white lotus hovering above Lin Xian left Yuan Hong's expression somewhat frozen. As one of the 4 mischievous monkeys, his experience was vast. This white lotus was undoubtedly a top-tier, innate defensive spiritual treasure, perhaps even a supreme one. The realization struck Yuan Hong, filled with murderous intent, and he could not suppress his astonishment. It is well known that within the same grade, the value of defensive treasures far exceeds that of offensive ones. Even if this white lotus were merely a top-tier, innate defensive artifact, its value, I fear, has already equated to that of an ordinary supreme, innate killing spirit treasure. If the legendary supreme, innate defensive spirit treasure were to be considered, its worth would be unfathomable, even stirring the hearts of the celestial saints. How could it be that a mere Tai Golden immortal like Yuan Hong, in his astonishment, felt an intensifying murderous intent within his gaze, almost materializing? The allure of such a supreme innate defensive spirit treasure would undoubtedly tempt even the most exalted of saints. Wealth captivates the heart. If he could slay Lin Xian, not only would he avenge his brother, but he would also acquire such an astonishing treasure, truly a double gain. Most importantly, while the innate spirit treasure boasts incredible defenses, The consumption of magical power is equally terrifying. Once his magical energy is depleted, Lin Xian would be as defenseless as fish on a chopping board, ripe for slaughter. I'm most curious to see how long the magical power of a Tai Golden Immortal can endure. Yuan Hong, having transformed into a white ape, unleashed a thunderous roar. His formidable fists relentlessly striking down upon the pure world White Lotus. Beneath the lotus, however, Lin Xian maintained a tranquil demeanor, even choosing to sit cross-legged. In the next moment, as his thoughts stirred, a drop of blood, exuding an astonishing aura of power, began to materialize. This was none other than the legendary blood of the ancestor Witch Qiyu, a gift bestowed by Wu Zhiqi during the era of the two immortals Ridge. During the ancient calamity of the witch and demon tribes, a single drop of ancestor witch blood could forge a great witch. Although the blood of Qiyu could not compare to that of the 12 ancestor witches, the power it contained was equally formidable. Having refined his body to the Tai Golden Immortal level, he had just reached the threshold for its refinement. Previously, amidst the tumultuous battle fluctuations on Yingzhou Island, he had refrained from refining it. Now, under the safety of the pure world White Lotus, he resolved to attempt the refinement of this drop of Qiyu's ancestor witch blood before proceeding to other matters. With this thought, Lin Xian hesitated not and promptly activated the 8-9 Profound Art. In the next moment, he immersed his entire being into the Qiyu ancestor witch blood. Boom! As Lin Xian began to refine the ancestor witch blood, an unimaginably vast surge of pure power suddenly surged into his body, causing a slight change in his expression. Even the body of a Tai Golden Immortal, trained for refinement, felt as though it might burst under the pressure. Fortunately, under the influence of the 8-9 Profound Art, this overwhelmingly immense power was being refined at an astonishing speed. Moreover, Lin Xian actively commanded the 12-petal Pure World White Lotus to lower its defenses, diminishing the residual force of Yuan Hong's attacks to a level that his body could bear, allowing continuous impacts upon himself. With the assistance of the 8-9 Profound Art within and Yuan Hong's relentless strikes from without, the Qiyu ancestor witch blood was being refined at an extraordinary pace. As the blood was continuously refined, the purest of powers surged through his recently ascended Tai Golden Immortal body, rapidly transforming it toward a higher echelon. Additionally, a torrent of profound information flooded into his mind, momentarily leaving him in a state of awe. However, soon after thoroughly grasping the legacy contained within the ancestral blood of the Grand Witch, Lin Xian was momentarily taken aback, and a flicker of astonished joy could not help but manifest upon his visage. It was not that his temperament was lacking, but rather the inheritance from the blood of Qiyu was simply astonishing. It was none other than the legendary 9 transformations of Profound Arts. This was the supreme method of physical cultivation in the primordial era, and it was also the path followed by the great Pangu himself in his endeavors of body refinement. During the ancient calamity of the witches and demons, the reason the witch clan possessed such terrifying physical forms, even treating the equally formidable demonic clan as mere sustenance, was not solely due to their extraordinary innate talents, but also significantly linked to their practice of the 9 transformations of Profound Arts. Even the 8-9 Profound Arts that he was currently cultivating was merely a truncated version, derived from the 9 transformations by the primordial supreme being, even in its diluted form. It already boasted immense power. This illustrates just how terrifying the 9 transformations of Profound Arts truly was. Of course, the inheritance from Qiyu's ancestral blood was not complete. It consisted only of the first 6 levels, the first level corresponding to the Profound Immortal Realm, the second to the Golden Immortal Realm, the third to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm, the fourth to the Great Luo Golden Immortal Realm, the fifth to the Quasi-Saint level, and the 6th to the Saint level. Indeed, the mere 6th level of the 9 transformations of Profound Arts already aligned with the level of the heavenly Dao Saints, achieving sanctity through the physical form. Contemplating this, Lin Xian felt a surge of excitement, coupled with even greater astonishment. Truly, as the supreme method of physical cultivation in the primordial era, even the first 6 levels could directly validate the saintly level. In contrast, even if the 8-9 Profound Arts were cultivated to perfection, it would only amount to a quasi-saintly physical form. At that moment, as he refined the ancestral blood of Qiyu, he resolved to shift his cultivation to the 9 transformations of Profound Arts. To his surprise, although the 9 transformations were the paramount method of physical cultivation in the primordial era, the transition was utterly seamless, flowing as smoothly as silk. Profound Arts Transition 1. Profound Arts Transition 2. Profound Arts Transition 3. With a deep breath, Lin Xian gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance fading from his gaze. He had successfully advanced to the early stages of the third transition of the Profound Arts, with his physical realm equivalent to the early stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. Compared to before, there was no apparent change. However, in Lin Xian's perception, both the strength of his physical form and the power contained within surged exponentially. As the pure essence from the ancestral blood of Qi Yu continuously flooded in, his recently elevated physical form began to metamorphose at an astonishing speed towards even higher realms. Early stage of the third transition, mid-stage of the third transition, late stage of the third transition. Soon, Lin Xian halted his cultivation. At this moment, with the aid of Qi Yu's blood, he had remarkably advanced to the late stage of the third transformation, his physical realm equivalent to that of a late-stage Tai Golden Immortal. The terrifying power he harbored within made him feel as if he could obliterate anything with a mere punch. Though he was merely at the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal, his prowess was likely on par with the perfected state of the 8 or 9 mystical arts, perhaps even reaching the limits of Tai. Moreover, the Qi Yu ancestral blood within him had only been partially refined, with a significant portion still lying dormant in his body. Should he fully refine it, he could potentially surge forth to the fourth transformation of the mystical arts, attaining the level of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Boom, boom, boom. Outside the 12-grade pure world White Lotus, Yuan Hong's relentless strikes continued unabated. Yet, despite the hundreds of blows he unleashed, Lin Xian, ensconced within the pure world White Lotus, remained unfazed, showing no signs of depleting his magical energy, which left Yuan Hong utterly frustrated. After all, he too could not sustain the burning of his blood essence for an extended period. Fortunately, just as Yuan Hong was beginning to waver, the pure world White Lotus, which had been hovering above Lin Xian's head, was suddenly retracted by him. Upon witnessing this scene, Yuan Hong was momentarily taken aback, only to be overwhelmed by a surge of elation. Ultimately, he had triumphed. Lin Xian's magical energy had been nearly exhausted, rendering him vulnerable, akin to a fish on a chopping block, ripe for slaughter. Die. Seizing the opportunity, the chaotic demon ape's shadow behind Yuan Hong roared, and in the next instant, his colossal fist struck downwards, sending ripples through the very fabric of space as it descended towards Lin Xian. In gratitude for assisting me in refining the blood essence, I shall grant you a complete corpse. As he beheld the terrifying punch descending from Yuan Hong, Lin Xian's expression remained serene and indifferent. Compared to before, his physique had undergone a transformative evolution. As the mystical arts circulated within him, a fist enveloped in ethereal light surged forth, unwavering and direct in its trajectory. In terms of size, the white ape Yuan Hong had transformed into as akin to a towering mountain, while Lin Xian appeared diminutive by comparison. However, the fist surrounded by the misty light emanated an aura that was by no means inferior to Yuan Hong's earth-shattering strike. Seeking death. Seeing Lin Xian daring to contest him in physical prowess, anger surfaced on Yuan Hong's face, and his body seemed to swell anew. He was, after all, a renowned figure among the 4 great monkeys of the primordial era, famed for his physical strength. His arms were his greatest asset, and now, with the blood essence ignited within him, his physical power was nearly comparable to that of a perfected Tai body refining practitioner. In contrast, Lin Xian, though also a Tai body refining cultivator, had only recently attained his status and could hardly be compared to a creature of Yuan Hong's caliber. This is troubling. Observing from the sidelines, the Taoist Xian Qi could not help but slap his thigh in astonishment. In a direct confrontation, who could possibly stand against such a primordial aberration? Lin Xian's advantage lay in his abundance of spiritual treasures and formidable physique, allowing him to momentarily evade danger and wait for his mana to replenish before engaging in battle. To compete with raw physical strength at this moment would be to play to one's weaknesses. Should he be defeated, the treasures would fall into the hands of Yuan Hong, leaving him with no further opportunities. Master, both Ing Yu and the little fox displayed expressions of anxiety, for the terrifying aura emitted by Yuan Hong was overwhelming. Even though Lin Xian, despite his diminutive stature, radiated a potent presence, it instinctively invoked concern. Boom. Just as Yuan Hong's confidence swelled, Taoist Xian Qi's astonishment grew, and the worried expressions of the little fox and Ing Yu intensified. A colossal fist, akin to a mountain, collided with Lin Xian's minuscule fist, which shimmered with ethereal light. In an instant, an unimaginable wave of terrifying energy erupted. creating a visible shockwave that spread across the vast expanse of the East Sea, churning it into tumultuous waves. At the epicenter of the clash, the primordial stability of the space rippled like ocean waves, obscuring the figures of Lin Xian and Yuan Hong. Whoosh! However, in the following moment, amidst the disbelief of the onlookers, a massive figure resembling a mountain, a white ape, was sent hurtling backward from the spatial ripples, its face etched with shock and incredulity. Chapter 28. Subduing Yuan Hong, Level 6 Chat Group. The Top 10 Paths. What? Upon witnessing the white ape being violently propelled backward, incredulity washed over the faces of the little fox, Ing Yu, and even the Taoist Xian Qi, who secretly observed the battle. It is essential to recognize that Yuan Hong, empowered by the bloodline of the chaotic demon ape, possessed a physical strength comparable to that of a fully realized Tai Golden Immortal, capable of obliterating an ancient star with a single punch. In stark contrast, Lin Xian appeared as insignificant as a speck of dust. Yet, in this clash, Yuan Hong's massive form was sent flying, while Lin Xian stood resolute, enveloped in a shimmering light, unmoved amidst the rippling space. Clearly, in this contest of strength, Yuan Hong had found himself at a disadvantage. How could this be possible? After unknowingly shattering countless islands, Yuan Hong was propelled for millions of miles before finally coming to a halt. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he fixed an intense gaze upon Lin Xian, his brutal visage now reflecting shock. Despite unleashing his full power and employing the might of his earth-shattering techniques, he was still suppressed by Lin Xian's physical prowess. What manner of monster is this? Even among the ancient witch tribes, such physical strength would likely be of a comparable caliber. Yet, before Yuan Hong could fully recover from his astonishment, Lin Xian took a single step, traversing immeasurable distances, and had remarkably arrived directly in front of him. In the next moment, a punch enveloped in a hazy, ethereal glow, seemingly unremarkable, sent chills down Yuan Hong's spine, as a sense of foreboding gripped his heart. However, being one of the notorious four monkeys of the world, he had inherited the bloodline will of the war deity, the chaotic demon ape. Under the terrifying pressure exerted by Lin Xian, the white ape's eyes ignited with boundless combat spirit. With a furious roar, he did not flinch or evade but instead delivered another powerful punch. Boom! As their fists clashed, the massive form of the white ape was once more sent flying. The Nine Transformations mysterious art, a supreme body refinement technique of the primordial era, combined with Lin Xian's consumption and refinement of the ancestral witch's blood, transformed his physique. The synergy of these powers rendered him nearly invincible beneath the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Even if Yuan Hong burned his lifeblood and activated the bloodline of the chaotic demon ape within him, how could he possibly contend with the overwhelming might of the ancient Panga bloodline that birthed the sovereign race of the Witch Clan? Boom, boom, boom. After launching Yuan Hong into the air with a single punch, Lin Xian offered him no respite. The punch, shrouded in a misty, luminous aura, descended with immense force, causing Yuan Hong to spit blood repeatedly, his colossal body on the verge of cracking under the relentless assault. Seizing the opportunity to finish him off was a principle Lin Xian fully understood. Moreover, the sight before him of Yuan Hong, surrounded by a ghostly aura of resentment, was almost palpable. Clearly, during his tenure in the Meishan, alongside the 6 monsters of Meishan, he had devoured countless human lives, staining himself with grave karma. Against such a monstrous entity, Lin Xian had no intention of showing mercy. The terrifying force was almost enough to crush Yuan Hong to death. Who would have thought that all 7 brothers of Meishan would meet their demise today? Yuan Hong's tone dripped with a sense of resolve, a mad gleam appearing on his face. Just as his words faded, a cataclysmic aura erupted from within him. This is bad. This fiend intends to self-destruct. The expression of the observing Xian Qi Taoist shifted dramatically upon sensing that destructive energy. This was the self-detonation of a Tai Golden Immortal Demon King, emanating a destructive wave potent enough to rival the strength of a great Luo Golden Immortal, capable of reducing an area of millions of miles to ruins. Most critically, once a living being self-destructs, their primordial spirit would be shattered, leaving no possibility for reincarnation. This Yuan Hong is utterly insane. Master, be careful. This fellow is going to self-destruct. Both Ing Yu and the little fox's expressions changed as they anxiously warned. Knowing that the power of a Tai Golden Immortal's self-detonation was terrifying. Even with Xuantian's perfected physique, at such close quarters, he would likely suffer severe injury. Let us perish together, brothers. Yuan Hong's words were abruptly interrupted as the punch, enveloped in the misty, luminous glow, surged in power 100-fold, swiftly annihilating his head in an explosive burst. In the wake of terror, his essence shattered instantaneously, and his body fell to the ground, extinguished. The destructive aura within him dissipated, and the colossal headless corpse collapsed with a thunderous crash. With a single strike, he obliterated Yuan Hong, leaving no opportunity for self-detonation. The Taishu Gathering Spirit Jade proved to be an invaluable weapon in my arsenal. Gazing at the vanquished Yuan Hong before him, Lin Xian's expression remained serene as he slowly stowed the Taishu Gathering Spirit Jade away. Having cultivated to the pinnacle of body refinement and fused with the essence of ancestral witch blood, his physical prowess nearly reached the consummate level of the Tai Golden Immortal. Coupled with the 100-fold enhancement of the Taishu Gathering Spirit Jade, his punch surpassed the limits of the Tai Golden Immortal. Even brushing against the threshold of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Caught off guard, even Yuan Hong, one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, was swiftly obliterated. His head shattered and his essence dissipated. After striking down Yuan Hong, Lin Xian grasped the air, directly collecting the immense headless corpse. This was a formidable demon king of the Tai Golden Immortal level. Even in death, its worth was staggering. Moreover, Yuan Hong was one of the 4 monkeys of chaos, possessing within him the primordial essence of the chaotic demon ape, which if integrated into a living being, could transform it entirely and even hold the potential for attaining the great Luo Golden Immortal. This was not unfounded. Previously, in the second Immortal Ridge, the entity known as Wu Zhiqi, a red-tailed horse monkey among the 4 monkeys, had achieved the great Luo Golden Immortal during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. He had stirred colossal waves in the Huai River, ultimately subdued by Diyu, voluntarily confining himself in the second Immortal Ridge to jointly protect humanity alongside Qijiang and Jionian, one in light and the other in darkness. Furthermore, as the leader of the 7 Wonders of Meishan, slaying Yuan Hong at this juncture could also yield substantial merit points in the heavenly realm. Ding! Congratulations, host, on slaying Yuan Hong. You have gained 100,000 experience points, and the chat group has leveled up. Current chat group level 6. Reward, 1 random download opportunity, 1 selective download opportunity. Enhancement, all methods download speed increased to 10. The chat group has activated the sharing function, allowing the group leader to select 1 member to share a specific ability. While Lin Xian was tallying his gains, a series of notifications appeared before him, momentarily startling him and bringing a joyful expression to his face. Yuan Hong was indeed a genuine Tai Great Demon, a rare being of the primordial chaos. His demise contributed a staggering 100,000 experience points and propelled the chat group from level 5 to level 6. With this upgrade, the chat group's previously rudimentary interface transformed into something more profound, emanating a faint golden glow. However, what thrilled him most was the newfound abilities acquired from the chat group's elevation, notably a random download opportunity and a selective download opportunity. Moreover, the speed of downloading the myriad of supernatural abilities has increased tenfold, consequently enhancing his ability to download skills from the chat group with remarkable swiftness. Most astonishingly for Lin Xian, as the chat group upgraded, he discovered that he could select any member at will to share one of their abilities. This was indeed extraordinary. It is worth noting that within the chat group resides the Chaos Bell, a treasure of unparalleled significance, forged during the primordial creation of the universe by Pangu, whose axe transformed into this magnificent artifact. In terms of defense, the Chaos Bell is unparalleled, rivaling even the heavenly and earthly Linglong Pagoda. Even Lin Xian's pure world White Lotus pales in comparison, for it is said that once summoned, it guarantees invincibility. However, what truly piqued Lin Xian's interest was the exceedingly peculiar ability of the Chaos Bell, the power to rebound all forms of attack, whether they be physical assaults or supernatural techniques. During the calamity of the witch demon, the reincarnation of Hutu, and the furious collision of Gonggong with the unyielding pillar, the remaining 10 ancestral witches perished in the cataclysm. With the physical prowess of the ancestral witches, who could possibly slay them? The answer lies within the Chaos Bell, as these 10 ancestral beings were forcefully struck down by its rebounding force. In other words, the ancestral witches fell victim to their own destructive power, illustrating the terrifying nature of the Chaos Bell's rebound. Furthermore, Lin Xian found himself equally captivated by the shards of the Creation Jade Butterfly, a treasure of enlightenment. The complete Creation Jade Butterfly is a genuine chaos treasure, encompassing the essence of 3,000 pathways, with each shard containing various laws of the Great Tao. Within the chat group, the principal shard of the Creation Jade Butterfly boasts an enlightenment value that rivals that of a primordial treasure. Additionally, it contains some of the top 10 supreme laws of the Great Tao. Should he be able to share the ability of the principal shard, the effects would undoubtedly be astounding. In comparison, while other treasures possess formidable abilities, they seem rather inferior when juxtaposed with these two supreme artifacts. Should he choose between the rebound of the Chaos Bell and the enlightenment abilities of the principal shard of the Creation Jade Butterfly, Lin Xian found himself in a rare state of indecision. However, he swiftly resolved to share the enlightenment ability of the principal shard. Indeed, while the rebound power of the Chaos Bell is formidable, he possesses the exquisite primordial defensive treasure, the pure world White Lotus. Once invoked, even the mightiest of Deluo Golden Immortals would find it challenging to breach its defenses before achieving enlightenment and becoming a saint. The 12-petal pure world White Lotus is more than sufficient. In contrast, the principal shard of the Creation Jade Butterfly represents a treasure of enlightenment, containing the foremost laws of the Great Tao. Once comprehended, his strength could undergo a significant transformation, and with such a treasure by his side, the time required to attain the status of Deluo Golden Immortal would likely be greatly reduced. Buzz, at the very moment Lin Xian made his choice, a phantom of the master fragment of the Creation Jade Butterfly gradually materialized before him, radiating an infinite array of Taoist brilliance. Immersed in this divine light, Lin Xian felt his primordial spirit illuminated to an unprecedented degree. The myriad complexities he had previously encountered during his cultivation now felt as enlightening as the purest nectar. And even the most intricate laws of the Great Tao seemed effortlessly comprehensible. Compared to before, his rate of cultivation had surged by thousands, if not tens of thousands, of times. Moreover, as the phantom of the master fragment of the Creation Jade Butterfly evolved, Lin Xian distinctly sensed the presence of the top 10 Great Tao laws contained within it, namely, the Tao of Strength, the Tao of Time, the Tao of Space, the Tao of Fate, the Tao of Causality, the Tao of Yin and Yang, the Tao of the Five Elements, the Tao of Destruction, the Tao of War, and the Tao of Chaos. Each of these represented a top-tier path, imbued with unfathomable power. The Tao of Strength, without a doubt, stood as the foremost among the 3,000 Great Taos. As Lin Xian began to comprehend its secrets, a look of astonishment crossed his face. It became clear that the Tao of Strength did not merely pertain to physical power, but rather to a conceptual force encompassing all forms of power, be it temporal, spatial, fateful, or even the might of the celestial laws and the Great Tao itself. In that moment of realization, Lin Xian's expression shifted to one of enlightenment. No wonder the great Pangu was capable of such feats, vanquishing the 3,000 chaotic deities. It was not solely due to the 3 chaotic treasures in his possession, but also significantly influenced by his mastery of the Tao of Strength. In addition, the Tao of Time allowed for the manipulation of temporal flow and the reversal thereof. The Tao of Space enabled spatial slicing and erasure, and the Tao of Fate provided the means to alter destiny itself. Each of these top 10 Great Taos possessed unimaginable power. What a tremendous fortune, Lin Xian thought to himself, unable to suppress the wide smile spreading across his face as he contemplated the profound mysteries encapsulated within the master fragment of the Creation Jade Butterfly. Enraptured by the essence of these supreme paths, he immediately settled into a meditative posture. Surrounded by the flow of time and the luminous radiance of the fragment, he immersed himself in the comprehension of these exalted laws. With every passing moment, boundless insights from the Great Tao rose within his heart. What an extraordinary opportunity! At the same time, as Lin Xian sat cross-legged, engrossed in the understanding of the top 10 Great Tao laws, the hidden figure of the Xianqi Taoist, who had been observing from afar, was taken aback by Lin Xian's displayed strength. Internally, he had already cursed the immortal of steadfast light with fervent disdain. It was ridiculous to think that Lin Xian could merely be a golden immortal. Even Yuan Hong, one of the notorious 4 monkeys of the world, who stood at the peak of the Tai Golden Immortal realm, struggled to find an opponent, yet before Lin Xian, he had been obliterated in a single blow. His essence extinguished. Having just recently attained the Tai Golden Immortal stage, how many lives could he possibly possess for Lin Xian to extinguish? In a moment of contemplation, the Xianqi Taoist moved with utmost caution, refraining from making any noise, preparing to escape into the distance. However, at that very instant, an unexpected voice resounded. "Friend, where do you think you are going?" Caught off guard, the Xianqi Taoist nearly succumbed to fright, and before he could gather his wits, The cold-eyed Ingyu had already positioned himself directly in front of him. "Humph, I noticed you earlier, sneaking about. Whatever you have to say, relay it to my master." Boom. Just as the words left his mouth, Ingyu's terrifying tail, imbued with the might of the seas, unleashed an unimaginable force that struck down upon the Xianqi Daoist, whose face was etched with horror. Chapter 29. The Seven Arrows of the Nail-Headed Book. The mysterious yellow-dressed woman of the River of Time. Boom. The Xianqi Daoist, having only recently ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal level, stood no chance against Ingyu. Under the force of that dreadful tail, he was instantly rendered unconscious. Humph. Observing the fainted Xianqi Daoist, Ingyu let out a cold snort, promptly sealing his magical powers, and then turned to watch over Lin Xian, who was deeply engrossed in his cultivation with utmost respect. This fellow had been secretly observing from the sidelines during the previous battle, undoubtedly harboring ill intentions, and could not be allowed to escape. Everything would be resolved once the master awakened from his meditative state. The vast wilderness stretched endlessly, time slipping through the cracks like a swift horse. In this peculiar state of enlightenment, even Lin Xian had lost track of time. It could have been a century or even a millennium. On this day, he gradually opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance flickering within them. As his thoughts stirred, the power of law within a 1,000-mile radius seemed to be under his command. This exemplifies the formidable nature of the law of strength. At this moment, he had comprehended the law of strength to 10%, marking his initial grasp of this grand principle. As the foremost of the 3,000 great laws, the law of strength inherently encompasses all forms of power. Lin Xian mused that although his cultivation level had not changed, the augmentation from the law of strength likely amplified his strength by tenfold or more. And this was merely at a 10% comprehension of the law of strength. Indeed, it lived up to its reputation as the foremost among the 3,000 great laws. While Lin Xian reflected, he sensed something unusual before him. Before he could voice his inquiry, Ingyu spoke first. "Master, this fellow is concealing his aura and acting sneakily. Yet nothing in the East Sea can escape my notice. He is merely at the initial stage of Tai, daring to spy on you. There must be other forces at play behind him." As Ingyu spoke, a hint of pride adorned his face. Being an extraordinary creature of the primordial wilderness, he possessed an innate affinity for the laws of water, giving him a distinct advantage in the East Sea, where none of his movements could evade his keen perception. "Shall we eliminate him?" Lin Xian spoke softly. Since the fall of Yuan Hong, the 7 monsters of Meishan had completely vanished from the primordial chaos, leaving him with little remaining karma. The immortal of fixed light counted as one, and the judicial celestial of the heavenly court as another. However, it was likely that the judicial celestial lacked the authority to command the formidable Tai Golden Immortals. Thus, the identity of the Tai Golden Immortal cultivator behind this was hardly a matter for speculation. Good. Ingyu was decisive, intent on slaying the Xianqi Daoist. Just then, the previously unconscious Xianqi Daoist abruptly awoke, a look of terror etched across his face. He exclaimed, "Spare me, fellow Daoist. I am willing to divulge everything. It is the immortal of fixed light." At that moment, the Xianqi Daoist was akin to a bamboo tube spilling beans, revealing the immortal of fixed light without the need for interrogation. It was no jest. Lin Xian's mount, Ingyu, was already in existence beyond his imagination. Moreover, he harbored resentment towards the immortal of fixed light, promised to be a golden immortal. This being had unexpectedly transformed into a terrifying entity capable of suppressing even the perfected Tai Golden Immortals, much like an ant suddenly becoming a divine dragon. Anyone would feel aggrieved under such circumstances. Perish. However, upon hearing the words of the Xianqi Daoist, Lin Xian could hardly be bothered. With a wave of his hand, 12 sea-calming pearls clattered and fell down. "Wait, I know of a great opportunity." Before the Xianqi Daoist could finish, a sound of splintering filled the air as his body was crushed by the sea-calming pearls. His primordial spirit shattered, leaving him utterly lifeless. With a swift motion, Lin Xian collected the corpse, a Tai Golden Immortal's body, which could be exchanged for significant merit in the heavenly court. This haul was indeed substantial. After a brief assessment of his gains, a smile crept onto Lin Xian's face. 2 Tai Great Demons and 2 Golden Immortal Demon corpses were sufficient to yield considerable merit. Moreover, these great demons bore immense karma. Having slain them, the merit aura surrounding him became increasingly dense, even beginning to radiate with a golden light of virtue. The aura of merit, the golden light of virtue, the golden wheel of merit. Once the golden light of virtue enveloped him, He would be regarded as a being of merit in the primordial chaos, and ordinary great powers would hesitate to act against him. Next, it was time to select a great divine ability. Lin Xian soon found himself in a quandary, as he could choose any one of the great divine abilities. Each of the 36 heavenly general divine abilities possessed formidable capabilities. For instance, the golden light of the earth, derived from the Tao ancestor Hongjun and based on the Golden Crow transformation technique, when perfected, rivaled the Golden Crow clan's own transformation skills. Capable of reaching the primordial chaos utmost speed, equivalent to the speed of light at 300 kilometers per second. However, the primordial chaos was vast, its essence surpassing that of Blue Star by innumerable times, making such speed unimaginable. Once he achieved the primordial chaos speed, even those below the saints would find themselves powerless against him. The transformation of the fetus is classified into two distinct categories, the transformation itself and the metamorphosis. Simply put, metamorphosis is not merely a superficial alteration of form. It signifies a profound change at the essence of life, evolving into a Kunping. The intrinsic nature is that of a Kunping, while a true dragon emerges from the essence of the true dragon. The process of transformation is even more enigmatic, serving to safeguard the true spirit and embody the method of reincarnation, even allowing for the autonomous selection of the beings into which one may be reborn. During the tumultuous period of the journey to the west, Sun Wukong's so-called 72 transformations may barely scratch the surface of this grand supernatural art of metamorphosis. However, what truly captivates Lin Xian is the art of the 7 arrows of the nailhead. In the great calamity of the Fengshen, Liu Ye once manifested this formidable power, enabling him to curse Zhao Gongming, a figure of the great Luo Golden Immortal level, to his demise. This attests to the terrifying nature of this supernatural art, which is fundamentally insidious and impossible to guard against. Naturally, such a fearsome power comes with its drawbacks. It is excessively malevolent and depletes one's fortune and merit. Lin Xian, however, finds himself more than capable of bearing this burden. At this moment, the depth of his fortune is beyond imagination. Regarding merit, the pure merit energy surrounding him is on the verge of coalescing into a golden light of merit. Thus, even if he were to expend some, it would not be a significant loss. With the 7 arrows of the nailhead in hand, even if the celestial of steadfast light does not perish, he will surely suffer greatly. Lin Xian mused that despite the profound karmic ties stemming from the countless demon clans he has vanquished, they pale in comparison to those of the celestial of steadfast light. Moreover, during the great calamity of Fengshen, the Tongtian cult master had established the Six Souls banner as a last resort, only to be betrayed by the celestial of steadfast light, who presented the banner to the primordial Laozi. This treachery resulted in the failure of Tongtian's plans and the complete annihilation of the entire Jie sect during the calamity. Since his arrival in this world, Lin Xian has forged significant karmic connections with the Celestial of Steadfast Light. He initially believed that his Master's intervention would quell the Celestial's vigilance. Yet, to his surprise, the Celestial remained fixated on him, even sending a Taiji Golden Immortal to confront him, clearly not with benevolent intentions. The Celestial of Steadfast Light, being powerful in his own right and an attendant of the Tongtian cult master, would likely remain untouchable even if Lin Xian attained the great Luo Golden Immortal status. However, with the art of the 7 arrows of the nailhead at his disposal, even if he cannot curse his opponent to death, he can certainly inflict severe damage, ensuring a respite for a time. Furthermore, when faced with formidable adversaries in the future, he can invoke the 7 arrows from a distance to curse them. With these thoughts in mind, Lin Xian made his choice without hesitation, opting for the 7 arrows of the nailhead. In an instant, an overwhelming influx of information surged into his mind, momentarily causing him to be taken aback. Soon, after refining all the information within his consciousness, a look of joy spread across Lin Xian's face. The supernatural power granted by the system was of a minor mastery level. It is noteworthy that even some heavenly saints have yet to fully comprehend a single supernatural art. A minor mastery level of such an art possesses considerable might, sufficient to contend with any adversary below the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Upon contemplating this, Lin Xian proceeded without hesitation. With a mere thought, an endless array of Taoist talismans unfolded before him, gradually coalescing into the form of a straw man. This straw figure bore an uncanny resemblance to the Immortal of Steady Light, whom Lin Xian had seen during the teachings at the Bio Palace delivered by the Grandmaster Tongtian. As the straw man took shape, innumerable small arrows made of talismans began to materialize in Lin Xian's hand. The seven-arrow technique, derived from the great Tao of causality, was a formidable divine power. The Tao of causality was terrifyingly profound, as it obliterated the fruit while evading the cause. Go. One small arrow struck the strong man's eye. Another pierced the figure's right hand. In rapid succession, arrows flew forth, impaling the straw man's limbs and eyes. Lin Xian's expression grew slightly grave. Within the divine ceiling, Liu had employed the seven-arrow technique, and with the platform established at Qishan, Jiang Zia had prostrated for 49 days before he could curse Zhao Gongming to death. However, the true seven-arrow technique was far less cumbersome. Soon, the final arrow coalesced and struck the straw man's heart directly. In that instant, the straw man seemed to emit a wretched cry, and an overwhelming black mist enveloped Lin Xian, a consequence of executing the seven-arrow technique. Yet, swiftly as the aura of virtue emanated from Lin Xian, the black mist dissipated like snow under the sun, though the aura of virtue surrounding Lin Xian thinned significantly. Lin Xian remained composed. It was merely a matter of slaying a few formidable beasts entangled in karma. With his current strength, he could easily subdue any demon beneath the great Luo Golden Immortal. This time, regardless of whether the Immortal of Steady Light survived, he would undoubtedly suffer significant injuries and require a period of recuperation. Lin Xian mused that by the time the Immortal healed, his own cultivation speed would likely elevate him to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm, at which point he could conclusively sever the ties of karma with the Immortal. Buzz. Just as Lin Xian pondered, a surge of immense information suddenly flooded his mind, momentarily startling him, and a look of astonishment appeared on his face. Foreknowledge of the future? As he absorbed the information, Lin Xian felt a flicker of excitement. The chat group had upgraded to level 6, allowing him to select a divine power of his choice, as well as a random one. Initially, Lin Xian harbored little expectation, given that the previously acquired random powers had mostly been minor. To his surprise, this time the random selection yielded a genuine and formidable divine power, the ability to foresee the future. This divine power, it was said, emerged from the evolution of the Tao of Time, a notoriously forbidden and enigmatic path. According to the information in his mind, Lin Xian now fully comprehended the function of this extraordinary power. Simply put, it was the ability to glimpse into the future. Indeed, the future is a tapestry of constant change, and at times, even with foreknowledge, one may find themselves unable to alter the course of fate. The 12 ancestors of sorcery, each endowed with their own innate divine powers, such as the Time Ancestor, Zhu Jiaoyin, who wields the profound mastery of temporal pathways, ultimately succumbed to the inexorable tide of destiny, witnessing the downfall of their lineage, including their own tragic fate amidst the chaos. Yet, this does not render the ability to foresee the future as futile. On the contrary, it can serve as a valuable tool for navigating toward fortune and avoiding misfortune. Contemplating this, Lin Xian felt a surge of curiosity. Time is undeniably enigmatic, and the grand powers derived from the pathways of time seem equally mysterious. The prospect of peering into the future instinctively quickened his heartbeat. Without hesitation, Lin Xian invoked the divine ability to reverse the knowledge of the future. In an instant, an endless array of temporal symbols unfolded before him, and unbeknownst to him, a thick mist began to envelop his surroundings. Yet, just as swiftly, the fog dissipated, revealing a scene that would remain etched in his memory for eternity. At that moment, he found himself hovering above an ancient river that stretched infinitely. Its source appeared to flow from the primordial chaos, a mighty current that traversed the realms, reaching into the deepest voids of existence. Is this the river of time? In an instant, Lin Xian understood the origin of this timeless river, a look of astonishment gracing his features. Generally, only those who have attained the status of a great Luo Golden Immortal can transcend above the river of time, gazing down upon the past, present, and future. Yet now, through the divine ability to reverse the knowledge of the future, he too had transcended above the river of time, with the past flowing upstream and the future downstream. With this realization, Lin Xian instinctively turned his gaze toward the downstream of the river of time, but at that very moment, a tumult erupted. The entire river surged with waves towering to unimaginable heights. Before Lin Xian's incredulous eyes, a figure clad in a yellow gown emerged from the depths of the river. Although he could not discern her features clearly, he sensed her gentle and exquisite presence. However, what astonished him further was that this enigmatic woman seemed to have noticed his gaze, her eyes piercing through the ages, landing upon him. "You have finally arrived." A gentle voice resonated, leaving Lin Xian momentarily stunned. Yet, before he could fully comprehend the situation, the waves of the river surged once more. and the figure of the woman in the yellow gown gradually became indistinct. Simultaneously, a profound sense of exhaustion washed over him. In the next moment, he felt a blur before his eyes and found himself back above the eastern sea of the primordial world. A look of astonishment crossed Lin Xian's face. The ability to reverse the knowledge of the future allowed him to glimpse the unfolding scenes of what was to come. However, the woman in the yellow dress, situated in the downstream of the river of time, was inexplicably able to perceive her upstream self in the future. What extraordinary power this entails. Her capabilities, I suspect, must at least align with those of a great Luo Golden Immortal, if not a quasi-saint, which seems entirely plausible. Most intriguingly, upon witnessing the woman in yellow, he instinctively felt a profound sense of kinship. It was as if an unseen thread connected them, and she appeared to be awaiting him in the future. Contemplating this, Lin Xian felt a shiver run down his spine, yet he quickly shook his head. To foresee the future is merely to glimpse a fragment of what lies ahead. The river of time is fraught with countless tributaries, and the future holds innumerable possibilities. Alas, such musings are futile. The ability to traverse the river of time is not something I can fathom at this moment. Lin Xian slightly shook his head, acutely aware of his own feeble strength. Simultaneously, a powerful sensation of spiritual weakness washed over him, akin to the lingering effects of a hangover from a past life. It was evident that the divine ability to reverse the knowledge of the future, which touches upon the taboos of time, allows one to peer into the future, yet bears significant side effects that burden the spirit excessively. In the short term, it would be challenging to wield such power again. Let us proceed to the heavenly court. The obedient Yingyu lay prostrate on the ground, while Lin Xian and the little fox sat atop her. The gains from this journey were undoubtedly substantial. Aside from the treasures acquired from Yingzhou Island, the slaying of Yuan Hong, and the remaining corpses of the Mei Mountain duo could all be exchanged for a considerable amount of merit points. Additionally, as the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf in the Heavenly Court, it had been some time since he last returned there. Although Hao Tian placed no constraints upon him, he felt it inappropriate to overstay his absence. This return to the Heavenly Court was perfectly timed to exchange merit points for cultivation resources before undertaking tasks in the Demon Suppression Palace. Before long, Lin Xian sat upon Yingyu's back, with the ethereal fragment of the Chaos Jade Butterfly radiating boundless divine light above his head. Immersed once more in cultivation at a 100-fold time flow akin to a moment's bead, he was resolute in not wasting a single moment, even while on his journey. Although he had the support of a chat group, his own efforts were equally significant. Boom. Just as Lin Xian was deeply engrossed in his cultivation, the boundless sea of blood stirred, and the 6 paths of reincarnation, which had lain dormant since the time of the witch and demon calamity, suddenly erupted with a resounding roar. It seemed as though the entire underworld, the 99 layers of the dark abyss, was trembling. The reincarnation underworld is a crucial domain of the primordial chaos and a place of great taboo. When Huda transformed into the reincarnation underworld, she completed the unfinished primordial chaos. Following the end of the witch and demon calamity, the remnants of the witch tribe migrated into the underworld under Hutu's control, making it a realm even the saints of heaven's Tao would not dare to tread lightly upon. Over time, it became the most enigmatic place in the primordial chaos. Now, with the tremors of reincarnation and the roaring of the underworld, this astonishing phenomenon stirred the entire primordial realm, capturing the attention of many powerful beings and even the 6 saints of heaven's Tao. Oh, the reincarnation stirs? Is Hutu awakening? On Mount Shouyang, within the Palace of 8 Sceneries, the supreme being of Taiji sat majestically before a bagua furnace, holding a palm leaf fan. Within the furnace, flames blazed fiercely, releasing a faint yet rich aroma of alchemical elixirs. At that moment, the supreme Laozi felt a stirring within, suddenly casting his gaze towards the realm of reincarnation in the underworld. Though his countenance bore neither sorrow nor joy, a ripple of emotion flickered across his face. However, he quickly diverted his attention, shaking his head slightly. Should the Earth Mother attain sanctification, even the 6 saints of heaven would be compelled to pay their respects. Yet, the Earth Mother ultimately did not achieve such a state. As the saying goes, a slight deviation can lead to a great divergence. In the underworld, while the Earth Mother could indeed unleash the power of a saint, her primordial spirit was tethered to the 6 paths of reincarnation, gradually eroded over time. This sudden awakening would likely accelerate that erosion. At this rate, within a millennium, the Earth Mother would be utterly assimilated, dissolving into the vastness of the primordial cosmos. Without becoming a saint, one remains but an insect. The Supreme Laozi's gaze returned to the Bagua furnace, his expression once again devoid of emotion. As a great calamity approached, those of your generation during the era of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors must prepare early, for once this discourse concludes, you shall descend the mountain to gather disciples. In the Jade Void Palace, the primordial supreme deity sat upon a cloud platform, adorned with the auspicious clouds of the heavens, the Panga banner rustling in his grasp, as if poised to manifest the blade of creation. Below him, the 12 golden immortals of the Chan sect sat attentively, listening to his teachings. Among the 3 pure ones, he was the most proud, yet equally the most protective of his disciples. With the impending calamity, he naturally had to devise plans early on. The golden immortals of the Chan sect had committed significant transgressions. Even as a saint of the heavenly path, he could not attend to every matter, and thus could only send the golden immortals of Jade Void down the mountain to gather disciples. In that moment of great calamity, the disciples of the 3rd generation would shield against disaster, and the cosmos would turn anew. At that moment, sensing a profound connection, the primordial supreme deity instinctively looked towards the depths of the boundless sea of blood, but swiftly returned his gaze. His expression calm and indifferent, like a flickering candle in the wind. How would this discourse unfold? In the west, atop Mount Shumi, the guide of the Western teachings, Zhuan-Ti, sat upon the 8 treasures pool of merit, with a few disciples, both large and small, gathered below. Upon hearing the saint's inquiry, the Western disciples appeared bewildered, clearly indicating a disparity in their qualifications compared to the disciples of the 3 pure ones from the east. Observing this, Zhuan-Ti's face contorted in distress, his features almost merging into one, pondering when the Western teachings might flourish once more. Oh, the Earth Mother has awakened? At that moment, Zhuan-Ti felt a stirring within, his eyes lighting up instinctively as he gazed towards the realm of reincarnation in the underworld. The underworld cycle of reincarnation governed the rebirth of countless beings. Its fortune and merit flowing endlessly. Before Zhuan-Ti's eyes, it appeared as a sumptuous feast. However, the 6 paths of reincarnation were manifestations of the Earth Mother as primordial form, and even the heavenly saints would find no advantage in her domain. Fortunately, the Earth Mother had not yet attained sanctification. Her primordial spirit, bound to the 6 paths, was being assimilated by the terrifying power of reincarnation. Had she remained in slumber, she might have endured a while longer. However, the imminent awakening of the Earth Mother suggests that the time until her complete assimilation and demise is not far off. At that juncture, who in the realm of the underworld could possibly withstand them? Contemplating this, the previously furrowed brow of Zhuan-Ti and Jane began to ease. Meanwhile, in the Bio Palace, the immortal of steadfast light dutifully attended to the sage, immersed in his cultivation. As one of the 7 immortals, he was privileged to serve the sage directly, absorbing the profound teachings, a fortune envied even by the most powerful of the great Luo golden immortals. At that moment, as the energies within the immortal of steadfast light swirled, they emanated a radiant 5-colored light, slowly coalescing into auspicious clouds above his head, which bore the faint silhouette of a blooming flower. As an ancient and extraordinary being, he had followed the heavenly lord during the cataclysm of the witch and demon war, attaining the realm of the Great One Golden Immortal through centuries of arduous cultivation. Having perfected the energies within him, he stood on the precipice of fully entering the domain of the Great Luo Golden Immortal. A surge of elation welled within him at the thought of this impending achievement. In the primordial realm, the Great Luo Golden Immortal is also known as the Supreme Master. Below the sage, all are but ants. Similarly, beneath the Great Luo, all are likewise insignificant, for even the mightiest of the Great One Golden Immortals would falter before a Great Luo. Should he attain this status, his rank within the sect would significantly elevate, and perhaps even the sages would bestow upon him treasures and opportunities aplenty. With this thought, the immortal of steadfast light summoned his inner strength, ready to directly attain the Great Luo Golden Immortal status. Yet, in that very moment, an unimaginable pain erupted from his right arm, akin to an invisible arrow piercing through, prompting a heart-wrenching cry from him. This agony transcended mere physical suffering, inflicting a torment upon his primordial spirit that far surpassed bodily pain 100-fold. Before he could fully grasp the situation, his limbs felt as if they were nailed to the void. The previous pain exponentially intensified. The horrific torment nearly caused the immortal to lose consciousness, scattering the auspicious clouds that had just formed above him and dissipating the energies within his chest. The opportunity to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal status slipped away in an instant. Typically, cultivators seek secluded places to break through, sometimes even enlisting protection. Yet he had felt secure in the sanctum of the Tongtian Sage's domain. Little did he expect such a calamity to disrupt his path to enlightenment. Who could it be? The enmity that obstructs one's path cannot be washed away even by the waters of the four seas. Amidst the intense anguish of his primordial spirit, what drove the immortal of steadfast light to the brink of madness was the bitter loss of his opportunity to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal. Who knows when he might have the chance to pursue such an achievement again? Yet, within its heart, there lay an overwhelming sense of dread and disbelief. Golden Tortoise Island. A sanctum for the saints, who could wield such power, even evading the perception of heavenly saints? What? At that moment, an unimaginable terror surged within the heart of the celestial being of steadfast light. Instinctively, it sought to evade, yet how could it escape the 7 arrows of Nailhead? Swoosh. In the void, a small arrow enveloped in dark energy seemed to coalesce in an instant, swiftly and precisely striking the essence of the celestial being. In that fleeting moment, darkness enveloped its vision, and its essence felt as if it would shatter under the impact. Flooding its mind with the profound fear of life and death, it sensed that the strike could lead to its demise right here. Buzz. Just as despair gripped the celestial being, a dazzling light of the pure young immortal suddenly erupted from the Azure Pool Palace. Within this radiant light, an unseen assault transformed into a black arrow, poised to pierce the essence of the celestial being directly. Fortunately, under the protective formations of the Azure Pool Palace, the black arrow melted away like snow beneath the sun. Clearly, as a sanctuary for the saints, the Azure Pool Palace possessed intrinsic protective arrays. However, the 7 arrows of Nailhead inherently contained the power of causality, leading from result to cause. From the moment the celestial being suffered a grievous wound to the brink of having its essence shattered, these events transpired in mere instants. Even the activation of the palace's protective array required time. Had it been a moment too late, the celestial being would have been brutally slain on the spot. At present, however, the celestial being's state was scarcely better than death. It found itself interrupted at a crucial juncture of ascending to the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. The terrifying backlash had severely damaged its very essence, a wound that would be exceedingly difficult to mend. The injury to its essence was even more alarming. That black arrow seemed to harbor a dreadful curse, nearly shattering its very being. Even though the array's power had dissolved it, remnants of the curse lingered, gnawing at its essence like maggots, rendering the celestial being's aura utterly depleted. Not only failing to ascend to the great Luo Golden Immortal, but almost plummeting to the late stages of the Tai Golden Immortal. Whom have I offended? Why must such a fearsome force target me? The celestial being's face reflected a tempest of shock and fury. Who could dare to strike at it? Especially within the sanctuary of the saints? Could it be the legendary heavenly saint? Yet, saints reside in lofty realms. It was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Insignificant in their eyes, surely a saint would not deign to strike at it? I must seek the Grand Lord. Without hesitation, the celestial being ceased to delay. The Azure Pool Palace resembled a vast world, and its own cultivation space was but a small corner. It transformed into a streak of light, soaring towards the location of the heavenly saint. As for the matter of Lin Xian, it had long been cast aside. My master, I have arrived. In the celestial realm, outside the demon-subduing palace, Yingyu came to a halt. As a place where merit is earned, the demon-subduing palace was always bustling with activity, populated by numerous celestial generals. At that moment, as Yingyu, exuding a formidable aura of the Tai Golden Immortal level, gradually descended, it immediately stirred quite a commotion within the palace. What an extraordinary being from the primordial chaos, a primordial variant at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Whose steed could this be? It seemed not to belong to any great adept. Seated atop this creature was none other than the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf. What? The celestial generals, initially taken aback, wore expressions of astonishment upon recognizing Lin Xian, who sat upon Yingyu's back. Previously, during the grand celestial competition, Lin Xian had garnered fame throughout the primordial chaos, and many celestial generals were familiar with him. It is well known that primordial variants are inherently powerful and proud. To tame such a Tai Golden Immortal variant would typically require a great adept of the Luo Golden Immortal caliber. However, the sight of the Star Lord of the Greedy Wolf seated upon Yingyu naturally caused quite a stir. Why is it so noisy outside? A somewhat irate voice resonated as the Justice Celestial God emerged from the demon-subduing palace, his demeanor reflecting displeasure. Since the previous celestial competition, where he lost face, his mood had not improved. Not long ago, he had descended to subdue demons, and though victorious, the cost had been steep, further agitating his spirit. Hearing the clamor outside the palace, he stepped out in irritation, but upon seeing Yingyu, his previously vexed expression transformed into one of clarity. To be able to tame such a primordial variant could only be accomplished by a Deluo Golden Immortal, someone beyond his capacity to offend. Contemplating this, the Justice Celestial God instinctively wished to engage in conversation with this esteemed Deluo Golden Immortal to leave a favorable impression. Yet, as he discerned the figure seated atop Yingyu, his eyes widened in disbelief, his face reflecting a ghastly surprise. The Star-Lord of the Greedy Wolf? Chapter 31. The Reclusive Bianzhuang, the Star-Lord of Destiny, 10 million points of merit. Observing Lin Xian, who sat upon Yingyu. The Justice Celestial God's face registered shock, and tumultuous waves surged within his heart. A primordial variant at the Tai Golden Immortal level, proud and formidable, typically would only willingly recognize a master of the Deluo Golden Immortal tier. Yet, Lin Xian's aura suggested he was merely at the Tai Golden Immortal level. Yet he had managed to subdue a being of equal rank. This could only imply one possibility, even among the Tai Golden Immortals. Lin Xian's strength was likely at the pinnacle. Wait. At that moment, the Justice Celestial God seemed to recall something, and his astonished expression shifted to one of sheer horror. If he remembered correctly, during the previous celestial competition, Lin Xian's cultivation was merely at the Golden Immortal level, and in such a short span. He had ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal level? It is important to understand that in the realm of primordial cultivation, the progression slows significantly with time. For instance, an immensely powerful being may spend millions of years in seclusion. Transitioning from the Golden Immortal realm to the Tai Golden Immortal is a painstaking endeavor. Yet, the Greedy Wolf Star-Lord has astonishingly ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal status in less than a century. Such an unprecedented feat is truly remarkable. In an instant, the gaze of the Judicial Celestial God towards Lin Xian shifted noticeably. Moments later, a smile adorned his face as he bowed respectfully, exclaiming, "Greedy Wolf Star-Lord, you are indeed a paragon of our heavenly court, capable of subduing even these extraordinary primordial beasts. Such prowess commands admiration." The sincerity in the Judicial Celestial God's demeanor was palpable. Ultimately, in the primordial realm, strength reigns supreme. A formidable fist carries the weight of truth. Previously, due to his grievances with the Nine Heavens' mysterious maiden, he had held some resentment towards Lin Xian, and even after the grand celestial competition, a hint of discontent lingered in his heart. After all, Lin Xian, like him, was merely at the Golden Immortal level of cultivation. However, witnessing such a prodigious rate of advancement, it was evident that Lin Xian would soon attain the Tao of the Great Luo Golden Immortal effortlessly. The shift from arrogance to deference was palpable. The little fox, Xiao Zi, wrinkled her nose, harboring a memory of grievances, particularly against the Judicial Celestial God, who had previously looked down upon her beloved. "I hope the Star-Lord can forgive past transgressions." Upon hearing this, the Judicial Celestial God wore a wry smile. In the vast heavenly court, he had offended many, but little did he expect to have crossed paths with such a prodigious talent as Lin Xian. "Brother Lin Xian, you have ascended to the Tai Golden Immortal?" "Aha." Just then, a hearty laugh resonated, and the giant spirit god approached with a smile. Being of the same lineage and physical cultivation, he naturally held a favorable view of Lin Xian, especially since Lin Xian had previously avenged him in the heavenly competition, which filled him with pride. Now, seeing Lin Xian's advancement to Tai Golden Immortal left the giant spirit god both astonished and genuinely pleased. "What? The Greedy Wolf Star-Lord has attained the Tai Golden Immortal status? It has been long since the celestial competition. Such talent is beyond comprehension." At this moment, the numerous heavenly generals within the demon-subduing hall were equally astonished. Upon seeing Lin Xian seated upon the back of the winning fish, their shock was palpable. Lin Xian, however, remained composed. In the heavenly court, tasks are generally assigned in the demon-subduing hall, and upon completion, rewards can be claimed in the hall of meritorious deeds. He had come to accept tasks first, intending to subsequently visit the hall of meritorious deeds to redeem all his merits at once. Soon, Lin Xian entered the demon-subduing hall, swiftly accepting several tasks involving formidable demons. Witnessing this scene, the heavenly generals were once again taken aback. Yuan Hong, the leader of the 7 monsters of Meishan, it is said that even the Tai Bai Golden Star and the Fire Virtue Star Lord could not contend with him. The greedy Wolf Star Lord possesses formidable strength, yet such demon kings are not easily dealt with. Wait, why is the Lord of Greed heading toward the Hall of Merit? Amidst the whispers of the celestial generals, Lin Xian had already accepted all the tasks and was making his way directly to the Hall of Merit, which piqued the curiosity of the celestial generals. After all, the Lord of Greed's descent to the mortal realm undoubtedly meant the slaying of numerous formidable demons. Driven by their inquisitiveness, a multitude of celestial generals, led by the giant spirit god and the judicial deity, followed closely behind Lin Xian as they progressed toward the Hall of Merit. The heavenly court, inherently desolate, was stirred by this commotion, drawing the attention of many celestial generals and lords, causing the entourage following Lin Xian to swell in size. Outside the Hall of Merit, Bian Zhuang emerged slowly, his demeanor a blend of haughty aloofness and subtle confidence. Despite his previous defeat in the Heavenly Court Grand Competition, he had not succumbed to despair. Rather, he had diligently pursued cultivation. With the assistance of his master, the great Master Xuandu, he had made significant progress, reaching the pinnacle of the Golden Immortal Realm. Additionally, during his previous descent to the mortal realm, he had vanquished a formidable demon in the early stages of the Tai Golden Immortal Realm. Although the demon was in a weakened state, the merit gained from such a conquest was substantial. Coupled with the resources bestowed by his master, his ascension to the Tai Golden Immortal Realm seemed imminent. As these thoughts crossed his mind, the image of Lin Xian, the one who had defeated him in the Heavenly Court Grand Competition, flickered in his consciousness. Achieving the Tai Golden Immortal Realm would certainly allow him to reclaim some semblance of dignity. However, just as Bian Zhuang pondered this, his attention was drawn to a distant sight. A gigantic beast emanating the aura of a Tai Golden Immortal was making its way toward the Hall of Merit. Behind this beast, an imposing procession of celestial lords and generals followed, igniting a spark of curiosity within Bian Zhuang. Could this be a mount of some powerful deity coming to the heavenly court to impart wisdom? Speculating within himself, Bian Zhuang recognized that the heavenly court, with its sparse population, often invited great beings to deliver teachings, aside from the resources exchanged at the Hall of Merit. Such events typically enlivened the court, for not every celestial lord had the fortune of a master like his own, a quasi-saint, or a venerable sage. A lecture by a Deluo Golden Immortal was indeed a rare treasure. A bunch of simpletons, Bian Zhuang scoffed, shaking his head with a hint of disdain. With a quasi-saint as his mentor and the occasional opportunity to listen to the teachings of the Supreme Saint, he naturally looked down upon the notion of a mere Deluo Golden Immortal's lecture. With that thought, he turned to leave. Yet just then, Yingyu arrived outside the Hall of Merit. Bian Zhuang casually glanced at the figure on Yingyu's back, preparing to shift his gaze away. However, in the next moment, upon clearly seeing the figure, Bian Zhuang abruptly halted, his face reflecting sheer astonishment, rendering him momentarily dazed. It's him? How can it possibly be him? In Bian Zhuang's heart, it felt as though countless divine thunders of the purple sky were descending upon him. Being a disciple of the saint and endowed with abundant resources from the Grand Master of the mysterious capital, he remained ensnared in the realm of the Golden Immortal for an interminable span of thousands of years. Yet, before him stood Lin Xian, who, if his memory served him correctly, had only joined the heavenly court a mere few hundred years ago. In such a fleeting time, to ascend from the true immortal realm to the rank of the Tai Golden Immortal was a feat that even the most favored disciples of the saints would find nearly impossible to achieve. What astonished him even more was that the creature, Yingyu, which Lin Xian had tamed, was an authentic Tai Golden Immortal beast. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, the prideful nature of such beasts made them exceedingly rare. Even a powerful great Luo Golden Immortal would struggle to subjugate one as a mount. Yet here was Lin Xian, merely a Tai Golden Immortal himself, effortlessly commanding a beast of such caliber, igniting in Bian Zhuang a sense of envy amidst his astonishment. As Bian Zhuang stood there, taken aback, Lin Xian dismounted from Yingyu and strode directly into the Hall of Merit. Intrigued, Bian Zhuang, almost as if compelled by an unseen force, followed him. Not only Bian Zhuang, but numerous celestial generals and star lords also gathered, making the Hall of Merit an extraordinary spectacle. In the next moment, under the gaze of the gathered crowd, Lin Xian was the first to produce the corpses of Chang Hao and Wu Long, two formidable golden immortal beasts. While this revelation surprised the celestial lords and generals, it was anticipated, for with Lin Xian's current prowess, slaying golden immortal beasts was a natural progression. However, when he subsequently unveiled the corpse of the Tai Golden Immortal Xian Qi Daoran, the Celestial Assembly, including Bian Zhuang, began to lose their composure. The number of Tai Golden Immortal Demon Kings that the Heavenly Court had managed to vanquish was exceedingly scant. Bian Zhuang himself had only managed to slay a severely injured Tai Demon King with the aid of a spiritual treasure. Yet, slaying a Demon King of equal rank by Lin Xian did not seem overly remarkable. But then, as Lin Xian revealed the massive corpse of the White Ape, a creature of unimaginable terror, an overwhelming pressure enveloped the entire Hall of Merit. Yuan Hong. This was one of the 7 monsters of Meishan. It was said that vanquishing him would yield merit points nearly equivalent to that of a great Luo Golden Immortal. The greedy Wolf Star Lord had slain such a formidable Demon King. This was truly astonishing. In an instant, the gathering of Star Lords, including the giant Spirit God, the Judicial God, and even Bian Zhuang, were all left in shock. Yuan Hong was notorious, having evaded the Heavenly Court's numerous campaigns against him. If one were to categorize the Tai Demon Kings, Yuan Hong would undoubtedly be among the most fearsome. Who could have imagined that this extraordinary Demon King had been slain by the greedy Wolf Star Lord? It was utterly staggering. Yuan Hong had even felled the Monkey King of the 4 mischievous monkeys. Bian Zhuang stood frozen, for as a favored disciple of the saint, he was acutely aware of the many secrets of the primordial world, including the legend of Yuan Hong and the unparalleled nature of each of the mischievous monkeys. The 6-eared macaque, once audacious enough to eavesdrop on the teachings of the Tao ancestor, was met with the decree that the law would not be transmitted to one with 6 ears, rendering it unable to comprehend any principles and trapping it in the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal. As for the Waziki, its fearsome might is well known. Ultimately, it was the Emperor Yu who subdued it. The Tongbi monkey, in terms of potential, is equally formidable among the 4 chaotic monkeys of the same realm. Each one is an unimaginable powerhouse. Before them stands Lin Xian, who has only just attained the Tai Golden Immortal status. Yet he has slain one of these chaotic monkeys with ease. In that moment, the confidence that had briefly surged within Bian Zhuang after defeating the Tai Golden Immortal Demon King evaporated, leaving his expression somewhat dazed. Comparing oneself to others can be disheartening. While Bian Zhuang wallowed in his despondency, the entire Heavenly Court was stirred by Lin Xian's display of the chaotic monkey's corpse. However, Lin Xian remained indifferent to the commotion, focusing solely on his merits. With 5,570,000 merit points, Yuan Hong's merits rivaled those of a great Luo Golden Immortal. Impressive indeed. After redeeming all his merits, a smile inevitably graced Lin Xian's face. Over 500,000 merit points represented a substantial fortune. If used to exchange for cultivation resources, he need not worry about attaining the 5 elements divine treasures necessary for reaching the perfected Tai Golden Immortal realm, thus saving an immense amount of cultivation time. Once his 5 energies are perfected, he would merely need to fully comprehend a single principle to transform into the great Tao, allowing him to effortlessly bloom the 3 flowers atop his head and attain the great Luo Golden Immortal realm. Lord of the Greedy Wolf Star, you have truly astonished the heavens. Come swiftly to the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. The Emperor awaits your presence. Just as Lin Xian was about to head to the treasure hall to redeem resources, the Taibai Jingxing hurriedly arrived. Upon sensing Lin Xian's cultivation aura, a flicker of astonishment crossed his mind, and before Lin Xian could speak, he hurriedly pulled him towards the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. What could be of such urgency? Taibai Jingxing. Observing the flustered Taibai Jingxing, Lin Xian couldn't help but smile wryly. He was eager to exchange resources and immerse himself in seclusion for cultivation. With the impending calamity, even celestial beings could fall like ants during the Great Tribulation, and even great Luo Golden Immortals are not immune. Lin Xian felt the pressing urgency as well. Naturally, it is a momentous occasion. Otherwise, I would not be in such haste. Taibai Jingxing teased. Seeing this, Lin Xian refrained from further inquiries, and soon, the two arrived at the Lingxiao Treasure Hall. My esteemed minister has arrived. Within the hall, Hao Yan appeared to have been waiting for some time. Upon seeing Lin Xian approach, he descended from the heavenly throne to greet him personally, a smile on his face yet astonishment flickering in his heart. Even he, during his time following the Tao ancestor, had not cultivated at such a pace. With the great calamity looming, as the fortunes of heaven and earth converge, it is common for prodigies to emerge, and evidently, Lin Xian is one such prodigy. Upon contemplating this, Hao Yan's gaze towards Lin Xian grew increasingly profound. What could be the purpose of the Heavenly Emperor's summons? Lin Xian performed a respectful bow. Ha ha, my dear minister, since you have attained the realm of the Tai Golden Immortal, it is time for you to bolster our heavenly court's courage. The positions of the 5 elders and the 6 ministries remain vacant. What do you think, dear minister? He continued, by the way, to reach the realm of Tai Golden Immortal, one must gather a considerable amount of 5 elemental divine materials. Therefore, I shall bestow upon you 10 million merit points to be used for your cultivation. Hao Tian spoke with grandiosity, exuding an air of lavish generosity, leaving Lin Xian momentarily dazed. Chapter 32. The completion of the 5 elements, acceleration of the tribulation, and the birth of Neza. 10 million merit points is undoubtedly a substantial sum. Even the slaying of a formidable Deluo Golden Immortal level Demon King would yield only a similar level of merit. However, what truly captivated Lin Xian was Hao Tian's promise of the positions of the 5 elders and the 6 ministries. As the saying goes, the 3 purities, the 4 emperors. The 5 elders, the 6 ministries, the 7 sources, the 8 extremes, the 9 luminaries, and the 10 capitals. Each of the 4 emperors' positions in the heavenly court is of paramount importance, second only to Hao Tian himself. Moreover, the positions of the 5 elders and the 6 ministries rank just below the 4 emperors. For instance, the illustrious Tai Bai Jingxing, who has followed Hao Tian since the inception of the heavenly court, is one of the 5 elders. To his astonishment, Hao Tian was now offering these precious positions for Lin Xian to choose from. Thank you, Your Majesty, for your generous favor. I leave the matter of the positions entirely in your hands. Lin Xian's thoughts raced, yet his expression remained unchanged as he bowed respectfully. He would not shy away from the 10 million merit points, which would significantly expedite his cultivation by allowing him to acquire the 5 elemental divine materials. While the positions of the 5 elders and the 6 ministries were undeniably valuable, one must not forget that upon attaining the Deluo Golden Immortal realm, he would be assured of a position among the 4 emperors. In comparison, the allure of the 5 elders and the 6 ministries seemed to diminish. In that case, let me appoint you as the head of the 6 ministries, the Star Lord of Destiny, Hao Tian declared with a laugh. As the heavenly emperor, his words held great weight, and as soon as he finished speaking, the Star of Destiny among the Southern Dipper's 6 stars suddenly radiated an intense brilliance. In the next moment, a strand of celestial origin power descended, merging into Lin Xian's being. In an instant, Lin Xian was conferred the title of Star Lord of Destiny, able to harness the celestial origin power and wield the authority of the Star Lord. The Star of Destiny symbolizes the unseen threads of fate. All elements of causality, fortune, and wealth are branches of destiny, which is why the Star Lord of Destiny is honored as the leader among the Southern Dipper's 6 stars. Now, having grasped the authority of the Star Lord of Destiny, Lin Xian could distinctly perceive a remarkable surge in his ability to amass wealth and fortune, increasing at an astonishing rate of tenfold compared to before. In addition, it seems that he could also perceive the threads of destiny that intertwine with the cosmos. However, at that moment, an instinctive sense of danger surged within him, prompting an abrupt halt. Clearly, within the primordial chaos, fate appeared to symbolize a profound taboo, which is entirely understandable, as the heavenly way governs the primordial realm, and the grand scheme remains unalterable. The destinies of countless beings are under the dominion of the heavenly way, rendering them impervious to scrutiny and modification. Even the most enlightened saints, who can discern the secrets of the cosmos, find it exceedingly difficult to alter even a fraction of fate. Upon realizing this, Lin Xian felt no disappointment. To speak of it, the authority of the Star Monarch of Fate, which could amplify the gathering speed of fortune and wealth tenfold, was indeed remarkable. After all, whether it be the treasure of gold or the wheel of calamity, they are all significant consumers of fortune. I am truly grateful for your nurturing and favor, Your Majesty. Lin Xian expressed earnestly with a deep bow. Typically, the positions of star monarchs within the celestial court are not held concurrently. However, at this moment, he concurrently occupied the roles of the greedy wolf and the star monarch of fate, a clear indication of Hao Tian's favoritism. Despite the celestial court's sparse population, such high-ranking positions are rarely conferred, and losing even one is a considerable matter. My dear minister, slaying great demons and upholding the majesty of our celestial court. A modicum of merit and rank is hardly substantial. I eagerly await the day you attain the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Hao Tian spoke with a smile. As the calamity unfolds and prodigies arise, Lin Xian, in his eyes, epitomized a prodigy born of the calamity, destined for great fortune and the attainment of the great Luo Golden Immortal. Thus, It was only natural that he would not find himself devoid of a single great Luo golden immortal under his command, vulnerable to ridicule from the saints, akin to a mere figurehead. As for Xuannu, being a disciple of the Golden Mother of the Yaoqi, she did not strictly fall under the category of a star monarch of the celestial court. I shall not disappoint your majesty's expectations, Lin Xian replied earnestly. After a round of mutual admiration, he departed from the Lingxiao Palace amidst the envious gaze of the Venus star, first heading to the treasure hall for an extensive exchange. Having slain the great demons such as Yuan Hong, he had amassed over 5 million points of merit, supplemented by the 10 million points generously gifted by Hao Yan, resulting in a staggering total of 15 million points of merit in his possession. Without hesitation, Lin Xian first exchanged for the 5-element source divine objects necessary to cultivate to the level of the great Luo Golden Immortal, expending a total of 10 million points of merit. This was to be expected, as the 5 elements divine objects are categorized by their ranks. For instance, the 5 elements Spirit Pearl and the 5 elements Banner contain the highest essence of the 5 elements, yet even the Heavenly Way saints cannot gather them all. Thus, Lin Xian did not indulge in such aspirations. Instead, he settled for the next best options, 5 elements source divine objects just below the Spirit Pearl and Banner, such as the South Ming fire from the South Ming volcano and the Xianming heavy water from the Eye of the East Sea. In this manner, he established a solid foundation, ensuring that once he attained the great Luo Golden Immortal, his cultivation would yield twice the result with half the effort. As for the remaining 5 million points of merit, Lin Xian did not rush to exchange them. In terms of physical cultivation, he has already reached the late stage of the Tai Golden Immortal. To elevate to the next minor realm, the merit required would likely be in the realm of tens of millions. As for attaining the Tao of the great Luo Golden Immortal through physical cultivation, the resources needed would undoubtedly cause even the Heavenly Sovereign to feel a pinch. Regarding spiritual treasures, he has indeed set his sights on one. Yet it is likely a hidden gem within the treasury, a set of innate spiritual treasures known as the 7-star sword of the Big Dipper. Each sword is a mid-grade innate spiritual treasure, their origins interconnected. If all were summoned simultaneously, they could unleash a terrifying power comparable to top-grade innate killing spiritual treasures. As his cultivation continues to ascend, the killing treasures at his disposal have gradually begun to feel insufficient. Naturally, the cost for such an exchange is exorbitantly high, requiring a staggering 100 million merit points. It is worth noting that even slaying a great Luo Golden Immortal at the initial stage yields merely 10 million merit points. A mid-stage great Luo Golden Immortal Beast King would only provide 30 million merit points. In other words, he would need to slay 10 great Luo Golden Immortal Beast Kings at the initial stage or 3 at the mid-stage to afford the 7-star sword. However, during this period of the conferred god calamity, slaying the beasts is no easy feat. The majority of the demon race has taken refuge under the banner of the Northern Sea Demon Master, a genuine top-tier powerhouse whom even the Heavenly Sovereign would prefer to avoid provoking. Sighing, Lin Xian shook his head, deciding not to linger any longer. He made his way back to the Heavenly Palace, the residence of the Star Lord of Fate, bathed in the ethereal glow of the celestial bodies. He immediately summoned the Moment Pearl, setting up a 100-fold time flow, and immersed himself in the refinement of the 5 elements primordial divine objects. As the 5 energies swirled within his chest, they transformed into black, red, yellow, white, and green lights, with Lin Xian continuously absorbing the essence of the 5 elements. These divine lights gradually solidified. In the vast expanse of the primordial world, time is irrelevant in the pursuit of cultivation. Meanwhile, as Lin Xian lost himself in his training, the calamity in the primordial realm continued to unfold at an astonishing pace. The Heavenly Emperor decreed that the Peach Blossom Fairy had descended to the mortal realm without permission and must be suppressed at Peach Mountain. In the mortal realm beneath, within Peach Mountain, a woman with peach blossom eyes, resembling the Heavenly Sovereign, was shielding 3 children, a boy and a girl, behind her. Before her stood hundreds of heavenly soldiers, led by a golden immortal general, their killing intent palpable. The fault lies with me for descending without permission. I only hope my brother does not bring harm to my children. A mother is fierce. The Peach Blossom Fairy, once imprisoned in the Yaoqi for her misconduct, now bore a resolute expression as she protected her children with her frail form. The celestial laws are merciless, and the Peach Blossom Fairy understands this. Just as the Golden Immortal General finished speaking, he produced a decree imbued with unimaginable power, causing Peach Mountain to levitate into the air. In the next moment, Under the influence of this formidable force, the body of the Peach Blossom Fairy was drawn beneath the Peach Mountain. A resounding roar echoed as the mountain descended abruptly, imprisoning the Peach Blossom Fairy within its depths. Mother! Mother! Return my mother! Return my mother! The three children, witnessing their beloved mother being ruthlessly suppressed beneath the mountain, were engulfed by an overwhelming tide of fury and sorrow. This was their mother, their protector, now mercilessly trapped in the depths of the Peach Mountain. Oof, wretched spawn. The celestial being from the realm of the Golden Immortal wore a frigid expression, for he was a close guardian of the Heavenly Emperor and privy to certain secrets. If these three wretched beings were not eliminated, it was feared that the impending calamity would ensnare even the Heavenly Court. In the next instant, a terrifying flash of light descended, poised to slay Yang Qiao, Yang Jian, and Yang Chan on the spot. However, at that very moment, a profound and mysterious aura suddenly enveloped the Peach Mountain, halting both the ferocious blade of light and the winds in their tracks. This child is fated to be with my Western teachings. A serene voice resonated, and in a flash of golden light, Yang Zhao's figure dissipated into nothingness. Humph. I am the Taoist Yuding. Should there be any matters to discuss, come to the Yushu Palace. A chilling voice echoed, and the Taoist Yuding appeared, his hands swiftly grasping, vanishing along with Yang Jian. Soon, only Yang Chan remained on the scene, as a pure white treasure lamp gradually materialized, causing the expression of the golden-armored celestial to shift dramatically. In the next moment, blinding white light erupted, and both the treasure lamp and Yang Chan vanished from sight. Seeing this, the golden-armored celestial's expression fluctuated, and he quickly made a decision, leading the heavenly soldiers back to the heavenly court to report. Meanwhile, just as the three siblings of the Yang family were rescued, within Qintang Pass, Lady Yin, who had carried her pregnancy for 3 years without giving birth, astonishingly delivered a child, resembling a jade bracelet. Shortly thereafter, with the call of a celestial crane, a plump Taoist seated upon it, holding a whisk, emanated an ethereal presence as he took the child to the golden light cave of Qianyuan Mountain for cultivation. In an instant, the ominous aura of the great calamity across the primordial world intensified manifold. In the heavenly palace of the heavenly court, under a time flow 100 times faster, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, a flicker of brilliance concealed within his gaze. At this moment, the 5 energies within him circulated, having solidified completely, radiating with hues of black, red, yellow, white, and blue, subtly converging into a celebratory cloud above his head. Suspended above the cloud was the ethereal projection of the fragment of the creation jade butterfly, showering infinite divine light and essence. As the 5 energies harmonized and circulated within, Lin Xian had effectively cultivated for nearly 1,000 years in this accelerated time frame. Utilizing the primordial essence of the 5 elements, he had significantly reduced training time, making a singular push to ascend to the pinnacle of the Tai Golden Immortal realm. Next, he merely needed to fully comprehend a particular principle, transforming it into a great path, thereby advancing to the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal. The ominous aura of the calamity seems to have thickened. Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly, surveying his surroundings. At this moment, in the celestial realm, one could faintly perceive the overwhelming presence of calamity's malevolent energy. This energy, akin to a shroud, obscures one's vision. When it intensifies, even the mightiest of the Luo Golden Immortals may find themselves blinded, unable to discern fortune from misfortune. Figures such as Zhao Gongming and San Shao have descended from the heavens, only to meet their demise amidst the calamity. Countless beings engage in relentless battles within this sinister energy, compelled to resolve their karmic ties before they can cease. As numerous cultivators fall, the malevolent energy of calamity grows even denser, creating a vicious cycle that accelerates the evolution of the calamity, akin to oil on a raging fire. Only upon reaching the zenith of this calamity will it come to a complete halt. Presently, the intensity of the malevolent energy suggests that the time until the great tribulation of the gods is drawing near. Contemplating this, Lin Xian instinctively felt a sense of urgency. After all, if memory serves him right, his own master met a tragic fate during the calamity, suppressed by the beads in the hands of Zhuan Ti. Ultimately devoured entirely by the mosquito Taoist, unable even to reincarnate or ascend the ranks, he perished miserably within the calamity. Despite having attained the status of a Tai Golden Immortal, Lin Xian knew that in the face of such a cataclysm that could shatter the ancient wilderness, his power was still insufficient. With the calamity looming, it was not the time for isolation. Rather, he should utilize the fate wheel to explore opportunities for treasures, seeking fortune while simultaneously advancing his own cultivation. Lin Xian's consciousness was clear, and within 100-fold time acceleration, he practiced for an entire millennium. Under the auspices of the authority of fate, the speed at which he gathered fortune and luck was enhanced tenfold, effectively equating to nearly 10,000 years of accumulated fortune. At this moment, the aura surrounding him was so potent that it radiated a faint golden light. If he were to employ the fate wheel, the treasures he could uncover would surely be remarkable. Most importantly, even while traversing the vast wilderness in search of treasures, his own cultivation would not be hindered. Resolute in his decision, Lin Xian first invoked the art of borrowing fortune, drawing a thread of luck from the heavens, and then activated the fate wheel. In an instant, the entire fate wheel erupted in dazzling brilliance. Simultaneously, Lin Xian could distinctly sense his own fortune rapidly depleting. Although this may seem lengthy in narration, it transpired in the blink of an eye. Soon, all anomalies dissipated, and to Lin Xian's astonishment, over half of his fortune had been consumed. And this was with the aid of the borrowing technique. Fortunately, this fortune could ultimately be regathered. A glimmer of golden light emerged from the fate wheel, soaring into the center of Lin Xian's brow. In the next moment, an unseen thread of guidance manifested within his heart. What is this guiding force? Chapter 33. The Golden Spirit Pearl and the Earth Spirit Pearl, the Panga Divine Hall emerges. Sensing an unseen pull from the depths of the cosmos, Lin Xian felt a stir within his heart. Mount Buzhou, revered as the celestial pillar of the primordial world, is said to have been formed from the spine of the great Pangu, who once separated the heavens and the earth. During the epoch of the Wu and Yao calamity, it was shattered by the force of Gong Gong. The severed portion was claimed by the primordial supreme being and refined into the heaven-subduing seal, which was bestowed upon Guang Qingzi. During the Fengshen calamity, Guang Qingzi, wielding the heaven-subduing seal, shone brilliantly. However, there lies a misconception. After the Wu and Yao calamity, Mount Buzhou did not cease to exist in the primordial realm. In truth, despite being fractured, a portion of the mountain still remains. From the era of the Long-On calamity onward, as the ancestral vein and celestial pillar of the primordial world, Mount Buzhou has attracted countless powerful beings. Even with treasures and opportunities, they have likely been thoroughly scavenged long ago. Nonetheless, it is merely a matter of spending some time in transit. Shaking his head, Lin Xian felt the unseen call within him was no illusion, especially since at this moment he had achieved a perfect balance of the 5 qi in his chest. The aspiration to attain the realm of the great Luo Golden Immortal would not be an endeavor accomplished in a day. Thus, he decided to traverse the primordial realm in search of treasures and fortuitous opportunities. With this thought, he ceased his hesitation, seated himself upon the back of the winning fish, and soared directly from the 33 heavens towards the direction of Mount Buzhou. During his journey, Lin Xian immersed himself in contemplation, seeking to comprehend the power of the laws to attain the great Luo Golden Immortal state. By mastering a singular law, he could successfully manifest the 3 flowers atop his head. Curiously, he did not choose the path of strength, ranked first among the laws, but rather the law of time. After all, as the second-ranked law, the law of time offered the highest cost-effectiveness. Through the process of comprehension, he could wield the power to alter the flow of time, augmenting it upon the moment pearl. Once he fully grasped the law of time, he would be able to create a time flow of significantly higher multiples, subsequently turning his attention to other great laws, which would be the most suitable method for his cultivation. Of course, only Lin Xian could undertake such a feat. In the current primordial realm, where the great laws have withdrawn, even the most powerful beings find it exceedingly difficult to comprehend the laws, let alone those ranked among the top 10. Even if they could comprehend them, the complexity of such top-tier laws is overwhelming, rendering them nearly inscrutable, even to the saints. However, for Lin Xian, these challenges posed no issue. The fragment of the creation Jade Butterfly contains the entirety of the supreme great laws, allowing him to comprehend them at any moment. As a treasure of enlightenment, under the divine radiance of the fragment's law, Lin Xian almost perpetually entered a legendary state of enlightenment. Even the most intricate supreme great laws became remarkably simple and fluid for him to grasp. Master, we have arrived. As the voice of Yingyu echoed, Lin Xian slowly opened his eyes, a glimmer of brilliance concealed within their depths. At that moment, he was enveloped by countless fragments of temporal laws. Each movement seemed to ripple through time itself. With a 100-fold acceleration of time, he had comprehended 20% of the laws of time. granting him the ability to manipulate it, either hastening or decelerating it by a factor of 10. Moreover, this capability could be compounded with the Shanaju, allowing him to manifest a staggering 1,000-fold acceleration of time. While a year had passed in the outside world, a millennium had elapsed within that accelerated flow. Upon hearing Yingyu's voice, Lin Xian instinctively gazed ahead, where a colossal pillar of heaven loomed, appearing as if it could pierce the very fabric of the primordial chaos. Despite the passage of eons, it still radiated a faint, overwhelming pressure of creation. In the dim recesses of his perception, he discerned a gigantic figure, muscles coiling like serpents, standing tall and imposing, seemingly supporting the entirety of the vast expanse. Evidently, this was the legendary Pillar of Buzhou, which, even in its fractured state, remained an unfathomably grand sight. However, Lin Xian noted that the mountain was now marred with countless dark red stains, suffused with an unimaginable aura of resentment that enveloped Buzhou. Even a great Luo Golden Immortal might find themselves in peril under such a terrifying influence, born from the cataclysmic battle between the witches and demons, where countless beings had perished upon this very ground. An opportunity awaited, it seemed, at the foot of Buzhou Mountain. As Lin Xian's thoughts crystallized, Yingyu descended directly to the base of the mountain, where the number of fallen demon and witch clans was staggering, their resentful spirits manifesting as palpable force that assailed his primordial spirit. The deafening cries of battle reverberated in his ears, evoking the horrific chaos of the ancient conflict. Observing Yingyu's eyes clouding with a savage glare, Lin Xian furrowed his brow slightly, and a brilliant white light erupted from his being. This radiance possessed an astonishing purifying power, swiftly dispelling the dense malevolence that had engulfed them. Soon, Yingyu's demeanor returned to clarity, a hint of trepidation gracing his features. "Thank you, my lord," he expressed, gratitude evident upon his visage. Under such overwhelming resentment, had he not regained his senses promptly, he might have succumbed entirely, transforming into a mere monster of slaughter. "Be cautious," Lin Xian intoned softly. Guided by an unseen force, he soon came to a halt before an expanse devoid of any substance, save for the thick, tangible aura of resentment. Buzz. In the next moment, Lin Xian, enveloped in a misty brilliance, unleashed a punch toward the void ahead. As an arcane wave surged forth, he was pleasantly surprised to witness a hidden barrier gradually manifesting. Over countless millennia, Buzhou Mountain had been scoured by innumerable cultivators. Yet it appeared that there were still hidden treasures to be uncovered. Gazing at the innate restrictions before him, Lin Xian exclaimed in delight, unaware that the unworldly mountain was transformed from the spine of the great Pangu after his demise, and that the treasures upon it were exceptionally unique, reliant solely on fortune. Should fortune be lacking, even if the treasures and their restrictions lay before him, it would be exceedingly difficult to sense their presence. Buzz. As Lin Xian immersed himself in contemplation, he swiftly unraveled the restrictions before him. Upon stepping within, the spectacle that unfolded caused his expression to momentarily freeze, and an overwhelming joy surged forth. It was no wonder his temperament was less than steady. The opportunity laid out was simply astonishing. Before him were two orbs, one radiating a brilliant gold, exuding an incomprehensible sharpness that, upon merely casting a glance, left Lin Xian with an uncanny sensation of being cut. The other, a rich earthen hue, seemed vaguely intertwined with the primal veins of the primordial earth, conjuring countless ethereal visions of ancient divine mountains, imparting an overwhelmingly profound sensation. Were these the golden spirit pearl and the earth spirit pearl?